Plundering the Heavens Chapter 704 to Chapter 751. The entire northern region of Divine Prefecture was in complete chaos. The northern three paths had laid down many traps and backups, and plotted many complicated relationships, but all of it had turned into a joke at this moment. Damn it, you're still thinking of killing people? In the end, he didn't even leave the mountain, so who are you going to kill? As for the pilgrimage cauldron that symbolized the orthodox destiny of the northern region of Divine Prefecture, it had been snatched away by him. Of all the things you could have snatched, why did you snatch that cauldron? This little devil was too ruthless. Without this cauldron, the cultivation world of the northern region of Divine Prefecture would become a joke. We must find that little devil, tear him into pieces, and sacrifice him to the sages of the northern region, disciples of the northern region of Divine Prefecture. As long as their cultivation is above the foundation establishment realm, send them all out to capture that little devil. The three path masters of the northern three paths had long lost their composure, and were roaring like lions. The various sects immediately got busy. Decrees were sent out, and some immediately sent out their disciples to guard all the checkpoints within a radius of 10 million miles that their own forces could reach. Some immediately gathered disciples who had cultivated the art of divination to deduce the whereabouts of the little devil. There were also those who stood on the mountain peaks and cursed angrily. The entire northern region was in chaos. They felt both angry and ridiculous. Old friends, let's work together to deduce the secrets of the heavens. We must find the whereabouts of that little devil. Even a few old men who would never come out on normal days came out of seclusion. The moment they saw them, a large number of people on the pilgrimage mountain knelt down. However, these old men did not care about the others at all. After rushing to the pilgrimage mountain to take a look, they discussed with gloomy expressions. At the same time, they looked at the three path masters of the northern three paths with dissatisfaction. The three path masters were so frightened that they knelt down on the spot, not daring to say a word. Even the symbol of the orthodox northern region had been snatched away. This group of old men was very dissatisfied with them. Faced with the three path masters of the northern three paths who knelt and begged for forgiveness, the group of old men did not reprimand them in the end. Only the most respected among them let out a long sigh. If this matter is not resolved well, the northern region of Divine Prefecture will become a big joke. Hey. Is this the ancestor? Yes, I saw him. I couldn't protect him. Don't worry, it's not that the people of the northern region didn't give me face. It's just that he's too fierce. He's really too fierce. He took away the cauldron on the pilgrimage mountain. Yes. It's that cauldron that the ancient immortals left behind to protect the northern region. Holy shit, calm down, don't curse in front of a girl like me, mind your image as a master, ancestor. I don't know where I escaped to, but I escaped anyway. The northern region is in chaos now, ha. No wonder Master said I'm not as good as him. The little monk put away the wooden fish and wiped his face with his sleeve. He muttered to himself, there's no need to establish a Tao. There's no Tao to establish. I have to quickly go back and report to the chief monk. This matter is no longer something that a little monk who hasn't gotten married can handle. Not long after, he and the girl riding the strange fish left at the same time and disappeared without a trace. In this chaos, cultivator Nanzhan was undoubtedly the most embarrassed. It was embarrassing to throw flirtatious glances at a blind person, but it was also embarrassing to scold a deaf person for a long time. After all, the little devil had risked his life to help Nanzhan break through the formation, and he had actually broken through it. Even the Huangfu clan was able to obtain Nanzhan's decree so easily because he had forced the sects of the northern region into a corner, and they had no choice but to give it to him. But who would have thought that he did not intend to establish a Tao at all? Judging from how that little bastard escaped after snatching the cauldron, he must have been prepared for this, right? Even if he did not say anything, he would have snatched the cauldron and escaped. Why should he be the bad guy? Now, many people in the divine continent were looking at them with cold eyes. Someone had already implicated them in this matter. If it weren't for you cultivators Nanzhan biting the hand that fed you, that little devil would not have taken such a risk and snatched the Ascension Cauldron. Huangfu Zizhu, you better give me an explanation. Otherwise, you can stay in the northern region and pay for your crimes with your life. Even if I kill all of you, it's not worth losing the reputation of the northern region. The waves of curses caused the cultivators from Nanzhan to be terrified to the point of trembling with fear, yet they had no other choice but to listen. While the divine continent was in chaos, Fangxing, the great golden crow, and the others walked out of a gap in the void on the altar in the ruins of the Taisheng Taoism. Fangxing seemed to be very tired. Once he walked out, he threw the bronze cauldron on the altar with a clang and sat down. He looked into the distance in a daze and did not speak for a long time. "What, is this place?" someone asked weakly. It was Li Hongyi, who had been brought here with him. "Hee, if I'm not wrong, this should be the bottomless ruins." The great golden crow's eyes turned stealthily and shone brightly. "Haha, bandit boss, you're my boss from now on. If I reincarnate again, I'll still choose you as my boss." Li Ying laughed strangely. He wanted to pat Fangxing's shoulder, but his injuries were affected and he coughed violently. Haning and Wan Qiong, who were more indifferent, also looked at the bronze cauldron strangely at this moment. Originally, they only wanted to burn incense on the cauldron. Now, the entire cauldron had been moved here. "Let's heal first. Someone will come and find us. We'll discuss this later." Some of the southern site cultivators smiled bitterly, some were shocked, and some were excited. However, Fangxing seemed to be slightly exhausted. After he left the altar, he sat down cross-legged and tossed out a storage pouch, allowing them to choose the spirit medicine within it to heal themselves. He swallowed a handful himself before sitting down to refine it. This time, all of them had suffered heavy injuries, and Wang Qiong was already on the verge of death. Who trespassed into the bottomless ruins? As soon as they sat down, a few cultivators with strong auras rushed over and shouted in the air. However, after seeing Fangxing clearly, their expressions changed drastically. They fell from the sky and knelt on one knee. "Ruins Master! Ruins Master?" Li Hongyi and the others were naturally a little surprised as they looked at Fangxing with uncertainty in their eyes. With their cultivation, it wasn't difficult to determine that these 4 cultivators were shockingly at the advanced stage of the Golden Core realm. Moreover, their auras were powerful, and they were absolutely not ordinary independent cultivators. Such people were elders with real power even in the sects of the Northern Territory, and they even had the qualifications to look for a spiritual mountain to open a small Taoist rite temple and abuse their power. But why were they actually so respectful before this little devil and considered themselves to be servants? "Where's old evil?" Fangxing opened his eyes and glanced at them. He recognized their clothes. They were from the Tian-Hating clan and the Tianfengtian clan. "The evil lord is guarding the Yellow Spring Sea. We're here to guard the altar and wait for the return of the Ruins Master." Among the 4, a member of the Tianfengtian clan who was obviously of a higher status spoke respectfully and answered Fangxing's question. "Hurry up and call him over." Fangxing did not say anything else. He seemed a little tired and closed his eyes to regulate his breathing again. In fact, there was no need for him to give the order. The 4 people guarding the altar had already passed the jade talisman. Not long after, they saw a bright red cloud in the distance flying over like lightning. In the cloud, a thin and strong old man wearing a light golden robe was looming. Before he arrived, his divine sense had already swept over. Looking at his appearance, he was very anxious. This person was the general director, Great Pung Diablo, who had been left behind in the ultimate by Fangxing. After rushing to the altar, his expression was nervous. He ignored the greetings of the people around him and hurriedly walked to Fangxing. He reached out to press on Fangxing's shoulder and carefully felt it. He could not help but frown and reprimand. "I knew you wouldn't come back unless you got into trouble. Fortunately, there are elixirs that can save your life that have been refined in advance and waiting for you. You're already so old, why don't you know how to be careful?" Fangxing rolled his eyes and said, "It's good enough that you've come back alive." The evil king snorted coldly and said, "I know what I'm doing. Not only have I prepared elixirs, I've even prepared a coffin." As he spoke, he took out his storage bag and took out the healing elixirs and elixirs that he had prepared. These elixirs and elixirs were not ordinary at first glance. They contained an extraordinary amount of spiritual qi. At first glance, it was not an exaggeration to call them immortal elixirs. Not only did old heretic give Fangxing a handful, but he also gave the great golden crow, Li Ying, and the others who had come with him. They were just in time. Wang Qiong and Li Hongyi were seriously injured and needed the elixirs to heal. This must be the senior of the Great Ping clan, right? The Great Golden Crow rolled his eyes and looked at Daphne enviously. An expert could tell the depth of a person with just a glance. The Great Golden Crow cultivated his physical body. At this moment, he could tell that Daphne's physical body was strong and his blood chi was many times stronger than his. Moreover, Daphne's divine soul was hidden inside his body. It was as if a blazing sun was hidden inside his body. This made Daphne even more extraordinary. It was difficult to estimate his cultivation level, but his chi was clearly much stronger than an ordinary Yuanying. The Great Golden Crow was getting more and more impatient. He thought that he had suffered a great loss before. Why didn't he follow them in? This old man is Pengsan of Gujin Mountain. Those who give me face call me Evil Lord. You can also call me Old Heretic. Although he spoke very casually, the Great Rock Evil King's arrogance was very great. Nanzhan's juniors felt embarrassed and called him Evil Venerate. Heh, my young friends, you don't have to be so polite. I'm just the person who takes care of this kid's backyard. The Great Ping Evil King was obviously extremely satisfied. He pretended to say a few words of courtesy, and then ostentatiously arranged for people to carry them away. He only said that distinguished guests had arrived, and this was not a place to talk, and that they should move to the Yellow Spring Palace to recuperate and rest. At this moment, behind him, there were already 20 Gold Core Realm experts rushing over, but they had brought enough carriages to carry these young people back. Eh? What is this? It was not until all the juniors had boarded the jade carriage that Daphne noticed the big cauldron. He looked at it carefully. Fangxing looked back and said, "Oh, this is the big cauldron from the pilgrimage mountain in the northern region of China. I brought it back." F***ck, Daphne, who had been maintaining a calm demeanor, suddenly lost his composure. His eyes widened. The pilgrimage mountain? I was wrong, I was really wrong. I knew that the kid was very capable. Once he came back, he would have countless treasures on him. He's like a thief who can't wait to collect all the treasures in the world. On the Yellow Spring Sea, a huge palace floated on top of a huge black mountain. In front of it was the ruins of the Taisheng path that was enshrouded in Taoist qi, and behind it was the vast and deep forest of the ultimate. It was an extraordinary sight. At this moment, Daphne was squatting on the ground in this hall, observing the bronze cauldron. As he looked at it, he sighed. But I didn't expect him to bring this thing back. Do you know what this is? Daphne sighed as he turned to ask Xianxia. The young master of the Yusho clan had become Daphne's right-hand man and one of the 4 division leaders. When he heard Old Heretic's question, he shook his head with a wry smile. Daphne sighed. You were born in the ultimate and have never left it, so you naturally don't know. This cauldron is famous in the Divine Prefecture. Although it's not an artifact, it's better than an artifact. It's the symbol of the cultivation world in the northern region of the Divine Prefecture. Legend has it that this cauldron controls the fortune of the cultivation world in the northern region of the Divine Prefecture. Do you see these incense sticks? They haven't dissipated even after so many years. It must have something to do with the fortune that's hard to manifest. This material has no spells or restrictions, yet it hasn't decayed even after so many years. What use is it to us? Daoist Zi of the Fengtian clan was also studying it. At the same time, he muttered to himself, I've heard that the ancestors of the Fengtian clan came from the Fengtian Dao sect in the Divine Prefecture. But after seeing this cauldron today, although it sounds good, it's not very useful. Not very useful? Daphne stood up, sneered, and said, that depends on how you use it. If you use it to defend against the enemy, other than lifting it up to smash people, I don't think it will be of much use. If you smash it and refine it, with this material, I'm afraid you can even refine a transcendent level magic weapon. If you make use of the special meaning it represents, this cauldron to the northern region of the Divine Prefecture is like the Imperial Jade Seal to the royal family. With it in hand, I dare say that the entire northern region of the Divine Prefecture will be in the palm of our hands. Do you believe me? Control the northern region of the Divine Prefecture? Daoist Zi of the Fengtian clan and Xianxia of the Imperial Beast clan were both startled when they heard this. Then, they were overjoyed. Are we finally going out? Daphne's face darkened. He chuckled in a low voice and said, "It's so lively outside. Aren't we going out?" This time, the little bastard brought back tens of thousands of spiritual essence. "It's enough for dozens of us to go out." As he spoke, his eyes turned slightly cold. He glanced at the clan leaders and said coldly, "I know that most of you have been stuck in the Golden Core Mahayana realm for a long time. Now that you've left this region, I'm afraid that you'll turn into Yuaniing in a few days. I'm just letting you know in advance. Regardless of whether you have any clans or sects outside, since you're on the Taishang list, you're the disciples of the Taishang path. You're people of the ultimate ruins, and the Lord of the Ruins." He paused and exhaled. "There's only one, and he's lying inside. Daoist Zi of the Qing Tian clan, Xianxia of the Imperial Beast clan, and the new clan leader of the Reverence Moon clan, Ling Long, and the new clan leader of the Hateful Sky clan, Hen Tianing, felt a chill in their hearts. During this period of time, they were fully aware of Daphne's methods. Seeing that he was intentionally warning them, they hurriedly bowed and said cautiously, "We'll follow the evil lord's orders. Since we're disciples of the Taishang path, we naturally have no other intentions." "That's good. I won't enslave you. That little bastard doesn't have the temperament of a tyrant. Moreover, you all know what kind of status the Taishang path once had. Now that there's a chance for you to come out, you'll definitely receive the great fortune of the world. Your future can be said to be limitless. There's no need to talk about our Lord of the Ruins. You've all experienced his methods. Back then, he was only at the Foundation establishment realm, but he was still able to toy with you. Now, he's already at the Golden Core realm, and he's even killed the #1 person in the northern region of the Divine Continent below Yuaniing. He can be said to be a peerless genius. I've long believed that if the immortal path that has been broken for tens of thousands of years can be continued, that wisp of immortal opportunity will definitely be with him. Whether or not you can grasp the immortal opportunity, it's all up to you." Daphne's words were both shocking and gave hope to the Zhu clan division. It had set the overall situation. When the Zhu clan division heard this, they deliberated for a while before they all expressed their thoughts. Daphne did not waste any more time and said bluntly, "All of you, leave. The Lord of the Ruins and the few young friends he brought are all in seclusion to recuperate. The spiritual medicine they need cannot be cut off, so there's no need for you all to wait here. Go back first. According to my plan, we'll send some people out of the ultimate to gather information before making a decision. A month later, we'll hold a grand banquet here. When the time comes, all of you can come here to pay your respects. We'll obey the evil lord's decree." All the patriarchs received the decree and left, but Han Tianing stayed behind as if she wanted to meet Feng Xing in advance. The great Ping Evil King, however, was extremely impatient. He waved his hand and asked her to leave as well. After that, he hurriedly returned to the back of the hall to prepare healing medicine for the juniors. This time, the younger generation of Nanzhan had suffered serious injuries. After arriving at the main hall of the ultimate, they all hurriedly went into seclusion to recuperate. However, Zhu Xiu's cultivation base was different, so the degree of his injuries were also different. Naturally, the spiritual medicine he needed was also different. Fortunately, the ultimate was already flourishing with plants and spiritual medicine. In addition, the spiritual medicine that Feng Xing had brought from the Xian domain had already been transplanted to the ultimate under Daphne's instructions. Now, they had already sprouted and a batch of them had survived. They could be harvested and used, so there was no shortage of them. However, even under such circumstances, the recovery of the younger generation of Nanzhan took a lot of time. The fastest was the Great Golden Crow. After being cooped up in the cave for 3 days, he could not help but come out. He used his status as the brother of the ultimate to wander around and act like a tyrant. On the 10th day, Li Ying came out of seclusion. On the 15th day, Haning also came out of seclusion. Li Hongyi and Wang Qiong, who were the most seriously injured, only came out of seclusion after 1.5 months. They were not fully recovered, but only managed to suppress their injuries. Among them, it was Feng Xing who almost never went into seclusion. He only wandered around all day. And during this period of time, Feng Xing played the role of a host. Every time someone came out of seclusion, he would bring them around the sinkhole. Fortunately, after the supreme Taoist orthodoxy had a successor, the sinkhole was no longer as chaotic as before. Instead, it was in good order. The speed of going back and forth was much faster, and the danger was much less. Feng Xing, with the identity of the master of the sinkhole, brought them to view the supreme ruins, see the ferocious beasts, and see the yellow spring sea, as well as the immortal herbs and immortal fruit gardens that the great Ping Evil King had meticulously built, causing everyone to be extremely envious. In their hearts, Feng Xing was just a petty bandit who plundered everywhere. Wherever he went, there would be chaos. Every time he stirred up a mess, he would return with great rewards. However, now that they saw the ultimate, they realized that he had created a vibrant mystic land in the South Sea. The resources were abundant and there were many experts. Even the sects in the divine continent could not compare to it. The only thing it lacked was an expert at the Yuanying realm or above to hold the fort. However, Daphne, together with the Grand Array in the ultimate, was enough to make up for that. While they were envious, they had to admit that the little devil had left them far behind. Among them, the one who benefited the most was Han. After learning that there was a Feng Tian clan in the ultimate, Han specially paid a visit to them. After an interview, he was shocked to discover that the Feng Tian clan that Han had joined in the divine continent had the same roots as the Feng Tian clan. Both their cultivation techniques matched each other, allowing Han to benefit greatly. His cultivation progress was extraordinary. When Feng Xing found out about this, he gave the sword left behind by ancestor Feng Tian to him. It was considered as returning the item to its rightful owner. A month later, the people that Daphne had sent out to gather information returned. They found out that the northern region of the divine continent was in a mess. The pilgrimage cauldron, which was used to stabilize destiny, had been lost. This shocked the entire divine continent. Countless people were frantically searching for Feng Xing's whereabouts. The Land of Demons and the Sea Clan took the opportunity to contact some of the immortal sects in the sea that urgently needed to enter the northern region to occupy an orthodoxy. They hit it off and entered the divine continent at the same time. They occupied the immortal mountains and spiritual veins to establish their own orthodoxies. The northern region sects were in a terrible predicament. As Daphne was ambitious, he discussed with the clan leaders of the various clans and decided to join forces with the Land of Demons and the Sea Clan to take the opportunity to establish a Taisheng orthodoxy in the northern region of the divine continent. This was to prevent the ultimate ruins from being unprepared when the great calamity that was rumored to come. When Daphne came to discuss this matter with Feng Xing only waved his hand and told him to handle it himself. He was really not in the mood to care about it. As Wang Qiong's recovery from her injuries had exceeded the expectations of the cultivators, the Ultimate Ruins banquet was postponed to a month and a half after they returned to the Ultimate Ruins. The leaders of the various clan leaders came to pay their respects to the Ultimate Ruins master with great sincerity. Under the bright moon, the cultivators drank to their heart's content on the immortal promotion platform. They talked about the plight of the divine continent and their grand plans for the future. Bandit boss, from today onwards, I, Li Ying, am convinced by you. During the banquet, Li Ying burped and came over with a wine bottle. He wanted to drink with Feng Xing until he was drunk. Haha, were you not convinced by me in the past? How could Feng Xing be someone who was afraid of alcohol? He immediately picked up a bigger wine jar and wanted to make this ghost child drink. Suddenly, Li Hongyi walked over and kicked Li Ying away. He raised his glass to Feng Xing and said, "Junior brother Feng, this is a toast to you. Sister, your injuries are not healed yet." Li Ying walked back while rubbing his butt. However, he did not dare to speak after being glared at by Li Hongyi. "Me too, a toast to you." The extremely arrogant Wang Qiong also came over. She raised her glass without a smile on her face. It was worth it to become sworn brothers back then. Han also came over with a wine jar. Croak, croak, when have I ever been afraid of anyone? But bandit boss, can you let me be the deputy chief? Naturally, the great golden crow squeezed in with a wine jar and cod. The five of them raised their glasses and drank to their heart's content. The surrounding cultivators cheered loudly and the atmosphere was intense. The banquet lasted for 3 days. On the morning of the third day, Zhu Xiu was already drunk and the banquet was a mess. Only Feng Xing was not drunk. His eyes were bleak. The great golden crow was also drunk and stayed by his side with sleepy eyes. "Send me away from here, Lu Zi," Fang Xing suddenly said in a low voice. His voice was somewhat depressed and bleak. "I've always felt that there was something wrong with you." "What's wrong?" Hearing Fang Xing's words, the great golden crow couldn't help but turn his head and look at Fang Xing seriously. Fang Xing didn't say anything. He just silently took out a pile of useless magic treasures, spiritual essences, Taoist scrolls, and broken weapons from the ivory tower. He threw them all on the banquet, and only took a few things that he couldn't bear to part with, which were still in the ivory tower. Then he glanced at the cultivators and waved his hand to signal the great golden crow to come over and sit on his back. One person and one crow left quietly without the cultivators noticing. A golden light swept toward the Taishang ruins like lightning. Although there were cultivators guarding around, seeing that Fang Xing was leaving, no one dared to ask. Looking back from the sky, the entire banquet was silent. Spiritual clouds floated about, making the place seem sacred and imposing. The cultivators at the banquet were still immersed in the relaxation of the great event, but no one noticed that Fang Xing had already left without a trace. "Where are we going?" The great golden crow sensed that Fang Xing was in a low mood, and his heart was full of emotions that he had never seen before. So he didn't speak casually until Fang Xing took him out of the ultimate array and activated the altar of the Taishang Orthodoxy ruins with the help of the bronze gate obtained by the Lingqiao sect. They left the ultimate array quietly and came to the vast South Sea. Then he couldn't help but ask. "Send me back to Nanzhan." Fang Xing said it very simply. He didn't seem to be in the mood to say more. "To destroy the Huangfu clan?" Hearing the words Nanzhan, the great golden crow immediately became a little excited. This time in the north region, he was bullied by the Huangfu clan. "No, send me to Nanzhan and find a place to live in seclusion." Fang Xing said it casually, but the great golden crow was so scared that he almost fell from the sky. "Live in seclusion? Are you crazy?" The great golden crow looked as if he had seen a ghost. He turned his head to look at Fang Xing and said, "How old are you? You want to live in seclusion? Moreover, now is the time for you to make a name for yourself. You've also heard about the evil king's plan. With the great cauldron of pilgrimage that you brought back, we can establish a Taoist orthodoxy in China. Even those Yuanning can't do anything to us. Yet, you want to go back to Nanzhan and live in seclusion?" Fang Xing did not answer it for a long time. The great golden crow had a bad feeling about this as well. After a while, he said, "Speaking of which, you must have been injured quite badly during the pilgrimage array. However, even if your body is extremely strong, you shouldn't have been able to heal yourself for a day, I'm afraid." "I won't be able to rob anymore," Fang Xing spoke after a long time. After a long time, he finally spoke in a low voice. The great golden crow did not speak, but there was a sense of fear in his heart. "Little bandit. You're not joking with me, right?" His throat was dry. He only managed to ask after a long time. Fang Xing did not answer him. Instead, he activated his qi with all his might. Third level of foundation establishment. It was not difficult to determine Fang Xing's cultivation level after he activated his qi. The great golden crow could tell right away. He was only at the third level of foundation establishment. The great golden crow's eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. He shouted, How is this possible?" Fang Xing cultivated the great sword demon technique. If he did not want to be seen, no one would be able to tell. After staying in the ultimate for so long, the cultivators only realized that Fang Xing's injuries were extremely light, but they did not suspect anything else. It was only then that the great golden crow realized that Fang Xing's cultivation had dropped to such a serious level. It had only been less than 2 months. When I challenged the 10th array formation, I used the Heaven and Earth Millstone to defeat Song Guichan, but I paid a huge price. The Dharma seeds in my core were shattered, and even my soul suffered irreparable damage. From then on, my realm began to drop. From mid-stage golden core to early-stage golden core, then to the foundation establishment realm. It's still dropping now. In the sinkhole, I've already tried all sorts of elixirs and methods, but to no avail. I'm only dropping more and more. Even my physical strength is drying up. Fang Xing's voice was very soft, as if he was talking about someone else's business. The great golden crow was so scared that he did not know what to say. After a long while, he swallowed with difficulty and said, "There will be a way." Feng Xing smiled bitterly. "I've learned the Taishang Dao scripture, and I know very well that I'm crippled. Don't panic. There must be a way. Mother asterisk Kerr, I'll take you to find the elixir. I'll take you back to the demon land to find Uncle Jen. Oh right, let's go to the Green Mountains tomb to find the eldest miss. She must have a way to cure you. How could you be crippled like this? *CK, our legend has just begun. I still want to fight with you for the whole Shenzhou. I still want to fight with you all over China." The great golden crow cried out. His voice was filled with extreme anger. However, Feng Xing had never been as calm as he was now. His voice was very calm. "It's useless. I know it myself." The great golden crow flew towards the direction of Nanzhan as if he had gone mad. Feng Xing, who was sitting on its back, actually felt a little cold. He took a cloak from the ivory tower and wrapped it around his shoulders. Looking at the stars in the sky, he felt a little disappointed. The great golden crow still brought Feng Xing to the Green Hill tomb in the end. Then, it desperately broke in to find young Mistress Lian who lived here in seclusion. It also knew that this young mistress was an extraordinary person. If there was anyone who could save Feng Xing, it was probably only her. After it risked its life to break into the Green Hill tomb 3 times, young mistress still appeared. This time, the one who was alarmed was still a doppelganger created by her original body. She looked similar to young Mistress Lian, but her expression was a little different. Her temperament was rather cold. "I thought you were the child of destiny. It turns out that I was wrong." After appearing, Lotus looked at Feng Xing with a rather complicated gaze. She let out a long sigh. "I've seen the twists and turns of your life spell. I've seen the ominous star forcing you to abdicate. I've seen you being betrayed by your friends and family. I've also seen you being abandoned. I've also seen you coming back from the dead end and transforming into a demonic body. I didn't expect that you still relied on your own ability to break out of the dead end. However, the price of reversing the fate of a province is too great. Now your Taoist foundation has collapsed, your physical body has withered, and your cultivation has lost its foundation. Naturally, you will wither day by day. I'm afraid that even your life, is it that serious?" The great golden crow was dumbfounded. "Young mistress, we're on the same side. Please think of a way." Lotus gently shook her head. "It's just that my background is different from yours. I don't have the means to reverse the cause and effect." After hesitating for a while, she turned around and summoned. 2 crystal-clear blood lotuses that were blooming with red light flew out from the Green Hill tomb. She reached out to catch them and placed them in Feng Xing's hand. She sighed. "After all, you've done me a favor. Therefore, we're stained with cause and effect. I don't want to see you die prematurely. I've refined these 2 life lotuses. Although they can't cure you, they can help you prolong your life. At the very least, they can let you live for 100 years like a mortal. As for the rest, I really can't help you. I can only wish you good luck." With a soft sigh, Lotus walked back to the Green Hill tomb. The formation rumbled and sealed the place again. Meanwhile, Feng Xing and the great golden crow who stayed outside the Green Hill tomb were silent for a long time. Neither of them said anything. "Go find Uncle Jen." After an unknown period of time, the great golden crow made up his mind and wanted to take Feng Xing away again. They wanted to cross the Nanzhan and go to the land of demons to find Uncle Jen. "No need, bring me to Bohai country." Feng Xing didn't make him go back and forth in vain. Now, he was very clear in his heart that he was only left with the cultivation of spirit formation stage 5. Moreover, it was still dissipating. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to withstand the long journey from Nanzhan to Beiju. Junior brother Feng, you, Bohai country's 100 Beasts sect, in the majestic Sea Demon City's central hall, the 100 Beasts sect's young sect master, Yu Sanliang, who was dressed in a brocade robe and had obviously put on a lot of weight, was stunned the moment he saw Feng Xing. However, he immediately realized that something was wrong with Feng Xing. His cultivation was only in the middle stage of foundation establishment, but some kind of intuition made him instantly realize that something was wrong with Feng Xing. "Senior brother Zhu, I can't go on living outside, so I came to find you to make a living. Feng Xing smiled and hugged Yu Sanliang, patting his thick back. Making a living isn't a problem, I can even help you marry 2 wives, but you wait, I have a spirit pill given to me by the sect master. It has been passed down in the 100 Beasts sect for hundreds of years. That is a good thing, I'll go get it for you and see if it's useful. After confirming his guess, Yu Sanliang rushed to the back hall in a hurry. However, Feng Xing grabbed him. Although his strength wasn't strong, Yu Sanliang didn't dare to break free and turned back to look at him. Are you looking down on me? How can 2 wives be enough? Marry me 10. Feng Xing heroically said, moreover, I want to eat and drink well and live comfortably here for the rest of my life. This, good is good, but you really, then it's decided. Feng Xing barged into the hall, leaned on the jade couch, picked a grape and stuffed it into his mouth. He was enjoying it very much. You take care of him during this period of time. Remember, don't let anyone know that he is in the Bohai Kingdom, or else don't even think about keeping your 100 Beasts sect alive. I will be the first one to not forgive you. I will go to the demon land, at most half a year, at least 3 months. Take good care of him, I will remember your favor. If you don't take good care of him, I will turn against you. The Golden Crow solemnly instructed Yu Sanliang. Then, it turned back to look at Feng Xing. With a solemn expression, it spread its wings and flew away. Ah, junior brother Feng, what is going on? Yu Sanliang, who returned to the hall, looked at Feng Xing's eyes. There was blame and concern in his eyes, it was extremely complicated. Hee, it's nothing. I went too far, Feng Xing said it in a very relaxed manner. He only smiled and didn't say anything else. He looked up to the sky, he could see that there was a world up there, filled with people who were superior to him. He used to be higher than all of them, but from now on, he had to slowly get used to the feeling of looking up to them. I haven't gone to pick up Xiao Man yet. After being stunned for a long time, he suddenly muttered, then remained silent for a long time. Feng Xing temporarily lived in Bohai country. Yu Sanliang was now at the middle stage of Zhuji realm, not inferior to Xianxia of the 100 Beasts sect. Moreover, he was young and could be regarded as a heavenly son of heaven. Xianxia had long handed over the power to Yu Sanliang and deliberately cultivated his ability to handle affairs. Therefore, at least in this small Bohai country, Yu Sanliang could be regarded as having hundreds of people at his beck and call. With his ability, of course, it was not a problem to raise Feng Xing in the small Bohai country. Soon, a small courtyard in the Yinting courtyard that Feng Xing personally chose was vacant. Feng Xing lived in it and rarely showed up. Instead, he moved the liquor in like a stream, drank day and night, and slept soundly. Although Yu Sanliang was worried, he could not do anything as Feng Xing did not say anything every day. Moreover, Yu Sanliang himself knew that this little junior brother, who was stopped by him at the door and then personally accepted into the Taoist sect, was far better than him, a young master of a small sect in Bohai country, in terms of cultivation and vision. Many things that Feng Xing had experienced, in his opinion, were almost like miracles. Therefore, although he saw that Feng Xing had encountered a problem, he did not know where to ask. However, he still subconsciously gathered some information, and when he visited Feng Xing, he intentionally or unintentionally told him. As for Feng Xing, he was like a drunk cat all day, listening to Yu Sanliang talk about the various news brought by the merchants who sold demonic beasts and beast crystals to Bohai country. For example, there was a sudden trend in the Nanzhan cultivation world to go to the Divine Land. There was a rumor that as long as one went to Dongxing Divine Land, one would have the opportunity to join a big sect in the Divine Land and reach the sky in one step. The Huangfu family, which had been hiding in Nanzhan for many years, suddenly showed up at the same time, gathered a large number of cultivators, and set up the Taoist sect. Later, there were even cultivators from Nanzhan who returned from the Divine Land who talked about the great changes that had happened in the northern region of Divine Land. It was said that the descendants of the Taishang Dao orthodoxy had appeared and used the pilgrimage cauldron to force the northern region of Divine Land to abdicate. They joined forces with the northern demon land, the Sea clan, and the rogue immortals of the sea. After many battles, they finally signed the Pilgrimage Alliance, which stipulated that the 5 forces would jointly rule the northern region of Divine Land. During this time, no one knew how many evil demons had appeared, killed, and plundered. The old sects and forces had disappeared, and new orthodoxies had been established. All in all, in a short period of a year, the situation in the northern region of Divine Land had changed greatly. It was no longer the situation where the northern three Dao could cover the sky alone. However, all of this, which was originally something that Feng Xing was very familiar with, now felt like it was far away. Every time he heard Xianxia talk about it, he would only smile and drink to his heart's content. After getting drunk, he would forget about it completely. After a few times, Xianxia could only give up on the idea of continuing to pursue the matter. He just let Feng Xing decide for himself. In this year, the Great Golden Crow had also returned a few times. The first time was when he came back from the northern demon land. He brought a tree with him. It was said that it was where Uncle Jen's 1,000-year cultivation base was located. However, after Feng Xing consumed it, the strong wood qi in it quickly dissipated, turning the 300 miles of desert around him into a lush forest. However, his own cultivation base did not change at all. He was still a useless person. Feng Xing had already told the Great Golden Crow that he was reaping what he had sown. He had forcefully controlled the great millstone of heaven and earth, shattering his golden core and destroying his Dharma seed. He was only able to keep his life because of the effect of the blood lotus flower given by the lotus girl. It would be extremely difficult to recover. It was like reviving a mortal who had already been beheaded. Logically, it would not work at all. However, the Great Golden Crow was very dissatisfied. After returning, he stayed for a few days. Seeing that the wood seed given by Uncle Jen was useless, he left again. After a few days, there were frequent reports of secret medicines being stolen and ruins being explored. After 2 months, the Great Golden Crow brought back all kinds of strange secret medicines and even martial arts manuals. He was full of anticipation and asked Feng Xing to try them out. In the end, his golden core was shattered, his Dharma seed was destroyed, his physical body and even his spirit were severely injured. His cultivation base fell to the bottom and he became immortal. This was almost an irreversible dead end. Feng Xing did not tell the Great Golden Crow that he cultivated the secret alchemy techniques of the Taisheng Dao orthodoxy. He knew his own situation very well. Under such circumstances, his spiritual realm had already collapsed. It could be said that all of his foundations had been destroyed. It was impossible to repair his Dao foundation. In other words, not to mention recovering, he could not even cultivate again. Even reincarnation was impossible. His spirit had already been severely injured. When his lifespan was exhausted, his spirit would leave his body and dissipate into the world. After failing for the second time, the Great Golden Crow was still dissatisfied. He kept going out. Sometimes, he brought a certain alchemy technique to Feng Xing. Sometimes, he brought some spiritual medicine. Sometimes, he brought an old man over and said that he was a divine doctor from a certain clan. However, the result was always the same. Finally, after countless failures, the Great Golden Crow made up his mind and decided to go to the central region of China to get a set of secret techniques that could possibly cure Feng Xing. He did not listen to advice and set off at night. He was ambitious and said that he would bring back the best techniques to cure Feng Xing. However, he did not return for a long time. Feng Xing had even gotten used to life in the mortal world. He would go to the streets of Sea Demon City when he had nothing to do. He would gamble in the gambling houses, drink in the restaurants, or rob a few prostitutes in the brothels. He could not be happier. Even Xianxia sighed and did not care about him anymore. He knew that he was not happy, so he let him vent. One day, 2 years later, Feng Xing, who was drunk in a brothel, heard the cheerful and joyful cheers of people running and cheering endlessly. He was so annoyed that he couldn't sleep. When he opened his eyes, he saw the group of prostitutes crowding around the balcony. Each and every one of them was jumping and cheering endlessly. Immediately, he became angry and lazily scolded, "What are you doing? It's broad daylight and you're not sleeping? Master Feng is awake? Master Feng, a fairy has descended in our Sea Demon City. Quickly come and see. You can also get some fairy qi and live a long life." When the prostitutes crowding the balcony saw Feng Xing coming over, they all swarmed over, laughing and teasing him. As the most extravagant guest in this brothel, Feng Xing was naturally welcomed by this group of prostitutes. Moreover, he was usually joking and did not put on any airs, so this group of prostitutes were not afraid of him. Occasionally, when he bragged about sleeping with a dragon and snatching a demon, they would just take it as playful laughter. "Fairy my ass. I'm the great sage. Call her over and I'll sleep with her." Fangxing did not care at all and scolded loudly. He looked out of the building and saw that the streets of Sea Demon City were decorated with lanterns and colored banners. There were incense tables everywhere, and there were crowds on both sides of the building. They must be the citizens of Sea Demon City who wanted to see the beauty of the fairy. On the city wall in the distance, mighty demonic beasts sat on both sides, looking extremely ferocious. However, it was unknown who came up with the idea to tie a big red ribbon around the beasts' necks, making these ferocious demonic beasts look a bit more silly, making people unable to restrain their laughter. This made Fangxing feel a little strange. Bohai country was founded by cultivators and mortals lived together. Most of the people born in Sea Demon City had shallow cultivation. Even if they had never cultivated before, most of them had seen cultivators flying through the sky on swords or riding on clouds. They were the type of mortals who had seen many things and were not the type of country bumpkins who had seen too much. "Io, Master Fang, don't speak nonsense. If you're talking about sleeping, all the ladies here are waiting to consummate their marriage with you. However, you've been living here for half a year and have been drinking every day. All the ladies are waiting for you to open your mouth. As for this fairy, don't even think about it. She was originally the little princess of our Bohai country, but she went to the divine continent to seek immortality. She hasn't been back for many years, and this is the first time she's come back to visit her family. At such a young age, it's said that her cultivation is even stronger than our sect masters." The brothel keeper's face was full of joy, as if she was talking about her own daughter. The cultivators of Nanzhan all took pride in going to the divine continent to cultivate, especially this little princess of Bohai country, who was one of the first cultivators to go to the divine continent. Naturally, her status was even more distinguished. Even the commoners of Bohai country yearned for it. "Bohai country, little princess." When Fangxing heard this, he was suddenly stunned, and his face was a little gloomy. At this moment, someone suddenly shouted from outside, "Fairy Xiao is here." Hua! The streets of Sea Demon City were filled with excitement. Some people were beating gongs and drums, and some people were shouting loudly as if they were worshipping a god. Even the prostitutes in this building were all in high spirits, jumping and cheering endlessly. In the midst of the hustle and bustle, Fangxing's face was pale, and he subconsciously looked out of the building. In the sky above Sea Demon City, above the eastern sky, there was a colorful auspicious cloud slowly descending. On the cloud, a petite girl was holding a jade zither and wearing a white dress. She floated lightly in front of the building and flew towards the western hall. Fangxing's gaze was slightly stunned, and he was a little absent-minded. And on the cloud, the fairy holding the jade zither seemed to have sensed something and turned her head to look over. Fangxing subconsciously turned around to cover his face, but how could a mortal's physique be faster than that little fairy in the Golden Core realm? Her eyes were like lightning, and she had already seen Fangxing clearly. At this moment, Fangxing only felt his heart pounding. He subconsciously wanted to escape, but he also faintly looked forward to it. After 3 years, did she forget me? If she recognized me, what should I do? All kinds of thoughts made his heart confused. His blood seemed to be pouring into the top of his head, and he was a little lost in thought. But after waiting for a long time, he only heard the cheers outside the street, one after another, and the atmosphere was warm, but no one entered the building. Fangxing subconsciously touched his face, only to feel that it was as thin as bones. He smiled bitterly in his heart, "I'm thinking too much. I have already changed so much, and my appearance is very different from before. I am just an ordinary person in her eyes now, so she naturally won't use her divine sense to sense my aura. Moreover, after I took the blood lotus, my aura changed greatly, so how can she recognize me?" In the end, Fangxing smiled bitterly, feeling that he was thinking too much. He sat back on the soft couch and continued to drink. He got drunk again for several days, but the girls in the brothel felt that Master Fang, who used to be heroic and lofty, seemed to be in a low mood. He stopped boasting about how he beat up the geniuses in China. He just drank, slept, ate, and drank until half a month later, when he heard the news that the little princess had left Bohai country. His mood gradually brightened up, and he returned to his old ways. Another few months passed. When Fangxing was almost drunk to death in the brothel, Yu Sanliang, the young suzerain of Hundred Beasts sect, finally came to see him in disguise. Because of the Great Golden Crow's order, many forces were looking for Fangxing's whereabouts. Yu Sanliang was, after all, a good friend of Fangxing in Blue Cloud sect. He was also afraid that he would be targeted, so he did not dare to look for Fangxing. He did not even reveal the news that Fangxing was in Bohai country to anyone. Occasionally, he came to see Fangxing, but he was also very careful. He came in disguise and covered his breath. Now, in the whole Hundred Beasts sect of Bohai country, he was the only one who knew that Fangxing was here. Junior brother Fang, if you continue to get drunk like this, you'll die. Seeing Fangxing shrunk into a wooden armchair, hugging a wine jar, drunk and lifeless, thin as a stick, Yu Sanliang's heart trembled incessantly. Hastily he reached out to pull Fangxing up, and without saying anything, he ordered the servants to help him wash his face. But as soon as he moved, Fangxing felt the alcohol surged up his head and he vomited violently. Staggering, he ran out of the room and leaned against the railing to vomit for half a day before he finally felt better. Like a pile of mud, he fell to the ground. The prostitutes next to him helped him back, wiped his face with a towel soaked in cold water, and fed him a hangover soup. During this process, Yu Sanliang's eyes were filled with deep worry. If this goes on, he will really become a cripple. Why are you here? Fangxing, who had sobered up a little, looked at Yu Sanliang with drowsy eyes and laughed. Yu Sanliang patted Fangxing's shoulder and sighed, "Junior brother Fang, you can't go on like this. I promised to help you marry a few wives. Today, I'll fulfill my promise. I'll help you marry a virtuous woman first and live a good life. It's better than being drunk in a brothel all day long. Come, I've brought your clothes. Quickly put them on and follow me to bow to heaven and earth to get married." "Marry?" Fangxing giggled. "Is it beautiful?" Yu Sanliang exclaimed, "Beautiful." Fangxing said, "Is his figure good?" Yu Sanliang smiled bitterly and said, "All right." Fangxing said, "Is his temper good?" Yu Sanliang. "Okay." Fangxing said, "Do you know how to drink?" Yu Sanliang. "Why are there so many things? Let's just marry her first." After saying that, he asked someone to help Fangxing change his clothes, and he pulled a cloud over himself, leading Fangxing to the northwest corner of Sea Demon City. He didn't know when, but a grand and spacious mansion had been prepared here. It was decorated with lanterns and banners, and it looked like someone was marrying a wife. However, it was strange that such a big mansion didn't have any guests, and there were only a few servants. It was a little cold and cheerless. "My husband is here." Yu Sanliang brought Fangxing down and smiled brightly. He was about to bring Fangxing into the hall. "Ck, we're really getting married." Fangxing was a little surprised and subconsciously resisted. Yu Sanliang turned around and said with a smile, "Isn't it a real marriage? Junior brother Fang, the beauty has been waiting for a long time. Hurry up and get married." As he spoke, he pulled Fangxing into the hall. With his current cultivation in the middle stage of the foundation establishment realm, Fangxing's fragile mortal body couldn't compare with him. When he pulled Fangxing into the hall, he saw a woman in red sitting quietly on the armchair on the left, motionless. It was unknown how long she had been waiting. Several old maids stood solemnly with their hands by their sides, and their expressions were a little strange. "Io, you're too slow. The bride has been waiting for more than an hour," one of the old maids said unhappily. She looked at Fangxing with an unfriendly gaze. Yu Sanliang smiled bitterly and apologized. "I have to let this drunk cat sober up first. Such a great fortune has landed on his head. Why doesn't he look like a human?" Another old maid snorted coldly. It seemed that the more she looked at Fangxing, the more she disliked him. "Hey, you look like a human, but you look like an egg full of wrinkles. How dare you make fun of me?" Fangxing was not a person who would be easily angered. He immediately retorted sarcastically. The old maids immediately became angry and shouted, "What an arrogant boy! How dare you be so arrogant in front of my miss?" Fangxing stood up with his hands on his waist and scolded, "You old b***** old maid, do you know how high the sky is? Then tell me how high the sky is. Tell me, tell me. If you can't tell me, why are you pretending to be a big shot? Nonsense, nonsense, how can Miss marry such a person? The old maid was so angry that her face turned blue. She pointed at Feng Xing and shouted angrily. If she doesn't marry a person like me, does she want to marry you? If you have the ability, marry him, Feng Xing retorted very quickly. This marriage must be cancelled. How can it be possible? This kind of thing, where did this bastard come from? How dare he behave atrociously here? How can he be easily forgiven? Being scolded by Feng Xing, the old maid was so angry that her hands were trembling. Seeing this, the other old maids also scolded one after another. The strange thing was that Xianxia was in a position above tens of thousands of people in Bohai country. But at this time, being scolded by these old maids, he just smiled bitterly and kept begging for mercy, but did not show any power. However, the bride sitting quietly on the armchair tapped her slender fingers on the table, and these old maids immediately closed their mouths with sullen faces. You old B***stars want to quarrel, right? Come on, I will fight 5 of you, but Feng Xing was not satisfied with the scolding. He rolled up his sleeves and was about to fight with them. But Xianxia could only hold him down with a bitter smile and whispered in his ear, Junior brother Feng, if you have the strength, use it in the bridal chamber. As he said, he pulled Feng Xing by force. When the bride got up, he pressed his head and asked him to bow to heaven and earth. F***CKU, fatty, how dare you force me to marry a wife? Young master will kill you. I haven't seen her yet. I won't marry her even if you beat me to death. Don't press my head, Feng Xing would rather die than submit. He struggled with his fists, but he really couldn't resist Xianxia's hands. Xianxia forced him to bow to heaven and earth, and then forced him into the bridal chamber. Feng Xing jumped up and was about to run out, but an impatient old maid threw a talisman at him and pressed it right on his head. He was frozen for a while and could only sit on the bed stupidly, waiting for the bride to come in. He didn't wait for a long time. The bride entered the bedroom and sat by the table with 2 candles. She rested her chin on her slender hand and remained silent. The old maids had all left, and the surroundings were extremely quiet. Feng Xing could feel a pair of eyes quietly looking at him under the red veil. I'm telling you, I won't yield. Feng Xing could still move his mouth. He was uncomfortable being stared at by the bride, so he shouted loudly. Alas, the bride didn't speak. She looked at him for a long time and then sighed softly. Her voice was slightly trembling, as if she was about to cry, but she forced herself to calm down. After a long time, she said again. How did you become like this? Feng Xing's heart trembled, and an inexplicable emotion rose in him. He subconsciously hurriedly said, I'm not Feng Xing. The bride was silent. After a long time, she opened the veil, revealing a white and delicate face. It was a very beautiful and plump face, but heavy makeup couldn't hide the hardships and sorrow on her face. She stood up and looked at Feng Xing without blinking. After a long time, she suddenly rushed over, hugged Feng Xing tightly, and cried loudly. Do you know how long we've been looking for you? I've been to the Blue Cloud Sect, to the South Sea, to the Northern Demon Land, and even to the Ghost Smoke Valley, but I couldn't find you. I've been looking for you for so long, and only when I came back to visit my father did I see you. The girl's voice was haggard, and her crying made people's hearts tremble, as if she had endless grievances. Feng Xing's body trembled. After a long time, he smiled bitterly and said, You've really got the wrong person. The bride raised her head and looked at Feng Xing. After a long time, she smiled and said, I know you're not Feng Xing. After a pause, she said, You're Feng Xiaojiu. Brother Xiaojiu, don't you remember me? I mean Xiaoqiao. She seemed to be answering Feng Xing's question. After a pause, she said, Actually, I recognized you at first sight that day. Your appearance and breath have changed, but I can still recognize you. You don't know how many places I've gone to in the past few years to find you. I was very afraid that I wouldn't be able to find you again. There have always been rumors in China that you've been killed. I was really worried that I wouldn't be able to see you again. The little girl poured out her heart like a tide. As she spoke, her tears had already wet the clothes on Feng Xing's chest. Feng Xing was speechless for a long time. After a long time, he said, "Of course I know it's you. When that damn fatty pulled me over, I guessed it was you. But why did you kidnap me here? Even if you want to sleep with me, you don't have to go through the wedding ceremony, right?" As soon as these shameless words came out, Xianxia blushed. She wiped her tears and stood up from his body. She said shyly, "I've already asked senior brother you. He told me everything about you. Brother Xiaojiu, it's okay. Even if I can't cultivate, I'll always be by your side. I want to be your wife. If you want to be my wife, you don't have to kidnap me." "You're a bandit." Fangxing was slightly startled. Then, he shouted angrily and glared at her, "Hurry up and take off the body-securing talisman." However, Xianxia blushed. After a while, she whispered, "I'm worried that you'll leave secretly." Fangxing laughed angrily, "Only the trash in the opera would leave secretly. If I don't leave, wouldn't I be an idiot if someone came to my door to be my wife? Hurry up and help me take off the body-securing talisman. If I don't move, how can I consummate the marriage?" "Consummate the marriage?" Xianxia was so scared that her beautiful face turned pale. After a long time, she became bashful. "There's no need to consummate the marriage in a hurry. If we don't consummate the marriage, how can we get married?" When Fangxing heard this, he became anxious. "Are you kidding me?" Under Fangxing's strong request, Xianxia finally untied the body-fixing talisman on Fangxing's body with a blush, and then sat on the edge of the bed with a flushed face. Fangxing moved his arms and legs, and approached Xianxia with a sneaky smile. His eyes were sparkling, and he pouted his lips lecherously and kissed Xianxia. However, Xianxia was so scared that her face turned pale. She did not know whether she should dodge or not. She was a gold core realm expert, but she could not stop Fangxing's mouth from reaching out to her face even though she stretched out her hands. The warm breath blew on her cheeks, making Xianxia's heart beat wildly, and she felt a little dizzy. Just like that, gritting her teeth lightly, Xianxia's mind was a little blurred, and she secretly made a decision. However, the scene she expected did not happen. At the same time when the mouth kissed her face, Xianxia's body froze. A purple gold talisman was pasted on her forehead. This was a half-god talisman. Even with Xianxia's gold core realm cultivation, she could not break it in a short time. Fangxing, on the other hand, crossed his arms and stood in front of her with a grin. He said, "I don't have much of my abilities left, but I still have some treasures." "You damned girl, you actually want to force me to become a prostitute? You didn't learn well in Shenzhou." As he spoke, he pressed Xianxia's head hard, and scolded her with disappointment. This purple golden talisman was much more powerful than the one that froze Fangxing and the talisman. Xianxia couldn't even speak. She could only stare at Fangxing with tears in her eyes and a pitiful look on her face. Fangxing was a little embarrassed. He pondered for a while and pinched Xianxia's face with a smile. He felt that it was smooth and moving, so he pinched it again. Then he said with a smile, "Don't pretend to be so pitiful. It was me who destroyed the Taoist root, not you. I don't need you to pity me. You are a Jindan realm cultivator, but you abandoned your cultivation to marry me. Are you stupid?" Haha. Amidst his laughter, he strode out the door. As he was about to leave, he rubbed his two fingers together, only to feel that her skin was smooth and alluring. In his heart, he was a little excited as he muttered, "A mortal taking liberties with a Jindan great cultivator. I suddenly feel that I'm quite powerful. Damn fatty, get out here." When they reached the courtyard, Fangxing let loose a torrent of curses, causing Xianliang, who was sitting alone in the reception hall drinking a cup of wedding wine, to poke his head out to take a look. Fangxing was also in a bad mood when he saw Xianliang. He rushed forward and kicked him as he scolded, "You damned fatty, have you grown up? How dare you force this young master to go through the wedding ceremony? Fortunately, she is a beauty. Otherwise, I would have suffered a great loss." Despite his cultivation, Xianliang didn't dare to fight back. He was afraid that he would accidentally kill this bandit. Anyway, Fangxing's fists were no threat to him now. He smiled bitterly as he punched him. "What are you doing here instead of going to the bridal chamber?" "Bridal chamber? F***CKU. Do you really think those people who came to me are fools? If it weren't for the first miss changing my breath with the blood lotus, I would have been pushed out." Now that the little princess of Bohai country has cut off her cultivation path and suddenly went to live in seclusion in such a shabby place like Bohai country, do you think those people can't see it? I think you've been the young lord for so many years in vain. You're still as stupid as a pig. Don't run. Come here and let me kick you 2 more times. Damn it, you run so fast. After chasing and beating Xianxia for a long time, he finally understood. After thinking for a while, he said seriously, Junior brother Feng, if it weren't for your advice, Xianxia, would still be a useless Taoist child of Blue Cloud sect. I might have died in the sect's internal strife. I've always remembered your kindness. You don't have to worry about those enemies. I've always been careful in doing things and didn't leak any information. If you're worried, I can arrange a safe secluded house for you and junior sistering to live in seclusion elsewhere. I'll definitely protect it well. Live in seclusion your ass. Feng Xing was angry again. He went up and kicked Yu Sanliang twice. Yu Sanliang's expression didn't change, and he didn't seem to care about it at all. Instead, Feng Xing was so tired that he was panting. After panting for a while, he said, Don't talk nonsense. Do you really think she owes me? Why did she give up such a bright future to live in seclusion with a useless person like me? Maybe she won't regret it in 2 or 3 years. Maybe she won't regret it in 8 or 10 years. But what about 30 or 50 years? What about 100 years later? I'll be in my grave by then. She'll still look like this. Speaking of this, he was also a little tired. He sat down, picked up the wine pot and poured half of it into his mouth. Yu Sanliang didn't know what to say. He frowned and looked at him with worry and pity. Come on, I know you're afraid that I'll get drunk in the brothel. But there's no need for that. Feng Xing waved his hand lazily. In fact, I've been here for nearly 3 years. I'm tired of it. It's time to go out for a walk. Junior brother Feng, your body hasn't recovered yet. Don't. Yu Sanliang was shocked and subconsciously wanted to open his mouth to stop him. My body can't recover. Feng Xing smiled indifferently and said, What's the difference between staying here and being imprisoned? Yu Sanliang didn't know what to say. He just didn't want Feng Xing to leave. The Jianghu was dangerous. Feng Xing didn't have any cultivation now. He really didn't feel at ease letting him go out for a walk. So he said that he would accompany him to relax, but Feng Xing refused. After drinking up the wine pot, Feng Xing put down the cup and stood up. He said with a smile, We have to go, or she'll break free. Yu Sanliang was embarrassed. He didn't know whether he should stop him or not. He could only buy his luggage according to what he said. Feng Xing cupped his fists at Yu Sanliang and slowly walked into the darkness. A green donkey, a straw raincoat, and a wine gourd. These were all the things Feng Xing needed. He leisurely sat on the donkey and walked along the stone path in Sea Demon City. Behind him, there were people looking at him. In front of him, the sky was filled with stars. There were simply too many interesting things in this world. Feng Xing felt like he was looking at this world once again. There was a smile on his face, and his mood was carefree. Don't follow me anymore. Don't look for me. If you can see me again one day, I will be even more powerful than before. After drinking a mouthful of wine, he shouted behind him. In the void behind him, Yu Sanliang, who quietly followed, stood there inside. His heart felt like it was being blown by the wind. Not far away, on top of the city wall, Xianxia, who was wearing a red wedding dress, looked at his back in a daze. Her face was also full of tears. After leaving Bohai country, he set off again. He didn't know where his destination was, but he was in a good mood on the way. He leisurely rode a green donkey and wandered into the territory of the Chu region. He drank to his heart's content in a small wine shop at the foot of the Blue Cloud sect's mountain. He watched as the green-robed Blue Cloud sect disciples elegantly chatted and laughed outside the wine shop as they flew past in the sky outside the wine shop. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly saw a group of Blue Cloud sect disciples with decent cultivation flying out of the mountain, riding on their magical artifacts and flying away. He saw many familiar faces among them. Qin Xing'er, the woman who liked to wear apricot yellow clothes, Pai Junzi of the Scholarly Valley, Feng Qingwei, whom he had many conflicts with in the past, and Wu Tongtong, who was a practical person, were all flying together. They haven't changed at all. Fang Xing smiled bitterly and drank the last cup of wine. He got on the green donkey and slowly walked on the mountain road. That person on the donkey looks familiar. In the sky, Qin Xing a true disciple of the Blue Cloud sect, said with a frown as she looked at Fang Xing's back. Yes, he does look familiar. Another true disciple, Lu Heihu, frowned and took over the conversation. He seemed to be observing carefully for a long time, but he suddenly laughed and said, "Junior sister, look at his crooked posture. Doesn't he look like the injured big black dog we saw a few days ago?" Pfft, Qin Xing'er laughed and rolled her eyes at Lu Heihu. "You're always so improper. There's a rumor in the Blue Cloud sect that the more improper one is, the more capable they are." Lu Heihu laughed and turned to the disciples. "Brothers, let's hurry up and go. We don't have much time." The group of disciples whistled as they left. Fang Xing slowly rode on the donkey below. After leaving the boundary of the Blue Cloud sect, he slowly wandered around and arrived at the mysterious domain where the mysterious coffin had landed. He saw that the mysterious domain, which was once full of opportunities, had already dimmed and the light of treasures had dissipated. However, there were still many cultivators wandering around the area, hoping to come across some kind of divine opportunity. Fang Xing sat at the place where he had killed Huangfu Daozi for 2 days before turning around and leaving. It was another long journey. The green donkey walked leisurely, but Fang Xing was not in a hurry. After 3 to 5 years, he slowly arrived at the area of the Snowy Mountain. The Snowy Mountain was now sealed off as the place where the 5 sages had taught their disciples, and the graves of the 4 sages. Ordinary people were not allowed to enter. Therefore, Fang Xing could only wander around the periphery of the Snowy Mountain for a few days. One day, the donkey was tired and refused to move. The wine in the gourd was also finished. Helpless, Fang Xing could only come down and lead the donkey into a farmer's house. "Is there anyone here? Passing guest, ask for some water to drink." Fang Xing stood at the door and called out. He saw a plain-clothed peasant woman with her hair tied up with a floral cloth open the door curtain and walked out. "Go get it from the well yourself. There's a bucket by the side." The woman carried a wooden basin used to wash rice and pointed to the southwest corner of the courtyard. Fang Xing suddenly froze. He did not move for a long time and only stared blankly at the woman. "Guest, is there anything else?" The peasant woman raised her head and looked at Fang Xing with some displeasure. Fang Xing suddenly laughed and said, "Do you have silver? I can rob you while I'm at it." The peasant woman was slightly startled. She raised her head and carefully looked at Fang Xing for a long time. Her gaze seemed to be a little shocked and surprised. After a long time, she relaxed and smiled. She turned around and opened the door curtain. She laughed softly and said, "I don't have silver, but I'm preparing to cook. There's also a pot of inferior wine. If it isn't for the fact that the house is small and the food is coarse, why don't you stay and eat with us?" This was indeed a very ordinary family banquet. The woman's cooking skills were very ordinary, and the dishes were also not very rare. There was only a plate of dried tofu, a plate of stir-fried vegetables, a plate of sliced bacon, a plate of peanuts sprinkled with fine salt, 2 bowls of brown rice, and a pot of inferior wine. In the dark room, Fang Xing and the woman sat opposite each other. They silently finished this meal and drank the pot of inferior wine. The woman stood up and cleaned up the plates and used a coarse earthen cup to brew a cup of tea for Fang Xing. Then, she gracefully sat beside him and looked at each other without saying a word. "Did you specially come to find me?" After a long silence, the woman smiled lightly, revealing a face that could not be concealed by her coarse clothes. Fang Xing shook his head with a smile and said, "Actually, I didn't know you were here." The woman nodded. After a moment of silence, she softly asked, "I've heard about you. Where have you been these past few years?" Fang Xing smiled and said, "I've only wandered around." The woman's gaze fell on him with some concern. She hesitated and said, Why do I feel that your aura?" Fang Xing raised his teacup and took a sip. He said, "Crippled." The woman's hand trembled and the sole of her shoe fell to the ground. She almost looked at Fang Xing in shock and said, "How could this be?" Fang Xing, however, was too lazy to answer. He giggled and said, "What about you? Why would the great female celestial Yiguin live in seclusion here? Hearing the two words female celestial, the woman became silent. After a long time, she sighed. My Taoist heart is destroyed. After a long time, she softly said, after you left the pilgrimage mountain, many things happened. So many cultivators from the divine prefecture were encouraged by you and senior sister Li to work hard in cultivation. But I don't know why, when I first went to the divine prefecture, so many people humiliated me and bullied me. I gritted my teeth and endured it. But after you broke the pilgrimage formation, everything started to develop in a good direction, but my Taoist heart became unstable. At that time I was already half a step away from the golden core realm, but no matter how hard I tried, I could not form my golden core. Instead, the more I cultivated, the more unstable my cultivation became. When I was anxious, I even showed signs of qi deviation. She softly bit her lips and was silent for a long time. Then, she softly sighed and said, I don't know what went wrong. I asked my teacher, but he was helpless. He only said that my Taoist heart was unstable and it would be very dangerous to continue cultivating. In the end, he gave me a way, and that was to become immortal and live in the mortal world for a few years. Maybe I can find my Taoist heart. So I can of my life. Of the celestial elders. And I came. Celestial. You've gotten used to it? Fangxing asked with a smile. Yiguin smiled bitterly and said, I couldn't get used to it at first. Even though I lived in the Ice Sound Palace and had countless people serving and taking care of me, I still got used to it. Later on, I gave up everything and treated myself as a village woman. I lived here alone and gradually got used to it. Yes, you'll get used to it eventually. Fangxing nodded and did not speak for a long time. When they finished drinking a cup of tea, night had already fallen. Fangxing put down his teacup, flicked his sleeves, and stood up. Yiguin also stood up and looked at the night sky outside. She hesitated for a moment and said, it's getting dark. Let's leave tomorrow. Fangxing turned to look at her. He pondered for a moment, smiled, and walked out of the door. Yiguin's body trembled, and she cried out involuntarily, you still won't forgive me? Fangxing turned around and said with a strange expression, no. Yiguin's eyes seemed to be a little bitter. She smiled bitterly and said, then why won't you even stay for a night? Fangxing's expression became even more strange. I haven't fed my donkey yet. Yiguin, who was blushing, went to tidy up the room. Fangxing walked slowly to the courtyard and chopped a bunch of grass that Yiguin had left to feed the pigs. He threw it to the donkey that was at odds with him from time to time, and then returned to the room. Yiguin had already tidied up the woodshed, but she planned to let Fangxing stay in her room while she stayed in the woodshed. Fangxing went into the woodshed without any explanation. The night sky was bright and the stars were sparse. The darkness shrouded the land, and it was terrifyingly quiet. Fangxing lay on the bed with his arms as a pillow. His body was covered with coarse cotton cloth, and he felt warm under the sun. After an unknown period of time, an illusion appeared in front of his eyes. A fairy in white descended from the sky. Her skin was whiter than snow and flawless. Half of her slender and beautiful legs were covered by the white dress, but they were faintly discernible in the hazy light. Her crystal clear and flawless feet stepped on the void and walked towards him lightly. It was as if she was leaning on him like a veil. Her beautiful face looked at Fangxing, and her gaze was gentle as she moved closer and closer to Fangxing. Is it worth it? Fangxing opened his eyes and looked at the person in front of him. Do you know why my Taoist heart is not stable? The woman's eyes were blurred as she gently moved closer to Fangxing. She seemed to be talking in her sleep, but she was so sad that she could not control herself. After the pilgrimage ceremony, the northern region of China was in chaos. No one could tell what the situation was like, but in short, it started to develop in a good direction. The Nanzhan cultivators have gone through many hardships, and finally, we have our own hope. You should know the remnant disciples of the Taisheng Taoism, right? They have helped the Great Snow Mountain a lot, and we finally have a foothold, allowing the Nanzhan cultivators to have a foothold. Because of this, there was once a senior scholar from the northern Divine Mountain who resisted the pressure from the Huangfu family and wrote a list of the 36 sages who made great contributions in the process of Nanzhan establishing the Divine Prefecture. I was also included in the list, but I was always troubled by this reputation. Junior brother Fong, I'm sorry. At that time, I could have also gone up the mountain to fight, but in the end, I chose to stand by and do nothing. I've regretted it for many years. Fong Xing was slightly stunned. Just because of such a small matter, your Taoist heart was destroyed? Yi Guin giggled. It just made me understand that I'm far from being as proud as I thought. Fong Xing did not speak, but for the first time, he felt that this long-legged lady was not so annoying. Let's not talk about this. When I returned to Nanzhan, Master once said that if I really want to understand the true Tao of the mortal world, forge a mortal heart, and master the true meaning of the mortal world, I should find a mortal to marry and live a peaceful life, but I can't bear to do that. Yi Guin slowly leaned on Fong Xing and said in a low voice, You're also immortal now, so everything is just right. Fong Xing smiled slightly and was about to speak, but Yi Guin covered his mouth. Don't make me feel embarrassed. Fong Xing did not speak anymore. Wouldn't he be embarrassing her if he continued to speak? The gentle white light gradually faded, but there was a faint moaning sound in the woodshed. After an unknown period of time, the movement in the woodshed gradually subsided, and only a faint fragrance filled the room. Suddenly, the room shone brightly. Yi Guin, whose body was crystal clear, pointed out a ball of light and illuminated the woodshed. She looked at Fong Xing in shock, then lowered her head to look at herself. Her brows were tightly furrowed, as if she wanted to say something. Fong Xing sighed softly and said, Do you understand? Yi Guin bit her lips and nodded slightly. She said, How did this happen? Fong Xing put his hands behind his head and laughed bitterly. He said, Although my Taoist foundation has been damaged, the changes in my body brought about by cultivation are still there. Back then, someone built a 9th meridian in my body outside of the 8 extraordinary meridians. With the existence of this 9th meridian, when I had cultivation in my body, the yin and yang fusion would feed back to my female body. However, now that I have no cultivation in my body, it's like an unfilled abyss that will extract the source of the other party's Taoist foundation. I could still control it when I had cultivation in the past, but now, I can no longer control this 9th meridian. You have cultivation, but you can only sense it slightly and can bear the loss. If you were a mortal woman, I'm afraid she would have lost her life by now. Yi Guin frowned tightly. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and she said, If that's the case, your cultivation. Fong Xing laughed bitterly and waved his hand. He said, This method won't work. Yi Guin did not speak anymore. She pinched her fingers, and the light gradually dimmed. In the room, Fong Xing's breathing suddenly became heavier. You don't have to restrain yourself. After all, I still have cultivation. Tonight, you can do whatever you want, sigh. Fong Xing sighed. After a while, he suddenly cursed, Damn it, then I won't hold back. Fong Xing stayed in the farmhouse around the Great Snow Mountain for almost half a year. He worked from sunrise to sunset every day. He chopped firewood, cut grass, weeded, hunted, and helped Yi Guin with some farm work. When he was free, he would talk to Yi Guin. However, he avoided all the people he was familiar with and the principles of cultivation. Every time, he felt that there was nothing to talk about. Instead, he felt that this woman, who was originally high and mighty, seemed to have changed into another person. Her calmness in the day and her craziness at night always made Fong Xing feel an unreal sense of alienation. After half a year, he knew that he could not stay any longer. Yi Guin's plump face had already become a little thin. Moreover, he also felt an indescribable sense of disgust towards this kind of peaceful life. This kind of bland and dull life was really not suitable for him. To put it bluntly, it is still because you are a proud person. You look down on yourself, so your Tao heart naturally cannot be stabilized. To put it bluntly, you still care about your pride. Actually, it is useless to use the method that you think is correct to compensate me. I did not think that what you did was wrong in the first place, so naturally, there is no need to talk about whether I forgive you or not. The one who cannot let go is not me, but you. Speaking of which, it would be good if you were more thick-skinned, and there would not be such an inner demon. However, if you really cannot be thick-skinned, then do more things that suit your heart. Otherwise, you will not be able to find your Tao heart even if you live here for 100 years. I'm leaving, take care. In the early morning, Fong Xing led the green donkey and set off again. Yi Guin, who was dressed in purple, sent him off at the entrance of the courtyard. Once again, Fang Xing headed towards the northwest of the Chu region. For some reason, he felt a little homesick. The Ghost Smoke Valley has not been taken care of for a long time. It should be full of weeds, right? The northwest of the Chu region was considered a blank area in the world of cultivation. Because of the lack of spiritual qi and the barren mountains and rivers, ordinary people could still work hard and build cities and villages here, but for cultivators who valued spiritual qi as much as their lives, it was completely unsuitable for cultivation. Because of this area with a radius of tens of thousands of miles had almost become a blank area in the world of cultivation. There was no news of any sect guarding it. However, because it was located at the border, the laws were lax, causing bandits to run amok. The people were quite tough, and martial arts were very popular. After nearly 20 years, Fang Xing felt a sense of unfamiliarity when he returned to this area again. He still remembered that although this area was barren, there were still many people. There was a village every 10 miles and a city every 100 miles. On the official road, merchants came and went. But now that he was back, it was desolate everywhere. He sat on the green donkey and shuttled between the mountain paths. After walking for a few days, he did not see a single person. Instead, he saw piles of corpses on the side of the road. Occasionally when he passed by some villages, he could only see that the houses were intact and quiet like a tomb, but he could not see a single living person. It was extremely strange. Fang Xing initially thought that it was a military disaster, but along the way, he did not see any traces of battle, and did not even see the shadow of an army. In the vast world, it was as if only the man and the donkey were alive. This kind of desolation made him feel that things were still the same, but the people had changed. He paid attention, slowly patted the green donkey, trying to find the direction of the Ghost Smoke Valley based on his memory. But after a few days, he gradually felt lost. He had not returned for nearly 20 years. Things were the same, but people had changed. He could not find anyone to ask for directions, so he could not find the direction. This made Fang Xing at a loss. He reined in the donkey and stood on the hillside, looking into the distance. Damn it, why can't I see a single person? I can't do robbing in the future. While he was smiling bitterly, he met someone familiar, or to be exact, someone he was familiar with. A group of horse bandits gathered and rushed down the slope. They were full of murderous intent. They swung the weapons in their hands, cursed loudly, and rushed into the distance. Oh my, I finally see someone of the same trade. Wait for me, Fang Xing hurriedly urged the donkey forward, but the donkey went on strike and refused to catch up. When he finally managed to drag the donkey and stumbled to catch up with them, he saw black smoke billowing in front of him. In the small village of 100 families gathered in the hollow, nearly 40 to 50 horse bandits were rampaging, brandishing knives to kill people and lighting fires. The bandit leader was naked from the waist up, shouting at the bandits to search for all the grain, pigs, and sheep, and loading them onto the mountain behind him. At the same time, he chopped down an old man who was kneeling in front of him and begging for mercy, and with a hideous smile, he spurred his horse and trampled on a village woman who was holding a baby to the ground. Move quickly, move quickly. We need food and livestock. With these things, it will be enough for us to comfortably reach Taizhou. Fang Xing, who was brimming with enthusiasm and wanted to rush forward to identify his peers, frowned. After a long while, he spat on the ground and sneered, "Damn you, looks like the saying that peers are enemies is true, rob." Rob, just as this group of horse bandits were happily robbing, they heard a loud shout coming from the hillside. The voice was loud and attracted the group of horse bandits. Turning their heads to look, they saw a man riding a donkey coming down the hillside. He was skinny and wore a bamboo hat. His chin was full of stubble and he held a shiny steel knife in his hand. One look and one could tell that it was made of steel. You are also here to rob? The bandit leader looked at this young man with a strange expression, his voice squeezed out from the gaps of his teeth. The surrounding horse bandits also looked at this young man with strange expressions, thinking to themselves, is he here to help the weak? Fang Xing came down the hillside with his hand on his steel knife. His gaze swept across the group of horse bandits and suddenly laughed coldly. Where did all of you bastards come from? How dare you rob here? Don't you remember that this 1,000-mile radius is the territory of the Ghost Smoke Valley? F***CKU, crossing the boundary is a death grudge. Moreover, have you forgotten the rule that the Ghost Smoke Valley does not rob poor people? Ghost Smoke Valley? The bandit leader was even more surprised. For a moment, he could not figure out the background of this newcomer. Beside him, an advisor with a handlebar mustache rode over on a skinny horse. He looked at Fang Xing with an indifferent gaze and sneered, "Ghost Smoke Valley, I do remember. 20 years ago, you were also a hero in this area. You even robbed the government's salary. However, it was said that you once offended an immortal and were slaughtered in one night. Even weeds grew on your graves. 20 years ago?" When the bandit leader heard this, he sneered even more, his mind slightly relaxed. Who said that they were slaughtered? Isn't there only me left? Fang Xing waved the knife in his hand and sneered, "From today onwards, the Ghost Smoke Valley has the final say in this area. Where did this madman come from? Don't disturb us as we escape. Little ones, kill him and dry him for food." The bandit leader was a practical man. Faced with this lunatic who had jumped out of nowhere to snatch his territory, he waved his hand and the ferocious and violent horse bandits rushed forward, laughing loudly as they slashed at Fang Xing. Seeing this, Fang Xing sighed softly, raised his gourd and gulped down a mouthful of wine. Then, he slapped his donkey's buttocks forcefully. A murderous aura suddenly rose, and then, he turned around and ran. The green donkey's 4 hooves flew as it ran away. The group of horse bandits were all shocked. "Damn, it's the other way round," Fang Xing cried out as he desperately tried to rein in the donkey. The donkey was really timid. Seeing the other party charging over so aggressively, it immediately turned around and ran. Fang Xing could not rein it in and could only jump down from the donkey's back. Waving the knife in his hand, he charged towards the group of bandits in front. One man, one knife, facing the 40 to 50 ferocious charging bandits. His spirit soared. "Haha, kill him. Trample him to death." The group of horse bandits laughed ferociously. With a rumble, their hoofs flew and they charged towards Fang Xing. Poof. One man and the group of bandits collided. Fang Xing's body was like a dragon as he charged into the group of horse bandits. The knife light swept across like a waterfall. The bandit at the front was cut into 2 along with his horse. Blood splattered like a wild spring. Although he had lost his cultivation, his battle instinct was still there. Moreover, after seeing Xianxia and Yi Guin, the knot in his heart was gradually unknotted. Fang Xing also felt some strength. At this moment, facing this group of fierce bandits that he could blow away with a single breath, he felt that he had found the feeling of facing a strong enemy again. There was a murderous aura on his knife. Every time he swung his knife, someone would die. The murderous aura was like that of a ferocious god. No one knew how many people he had killed. For a moment, this small village was like a sure battlefield, with blood flowing like a river. After all, they were just a group of disorderly people. Not to mention those well-trained Taoist disciples, they could not even be compared to the army of a mortal country. Although there were 40 to 50 people, when Fang Xing killed more than 10 people, they were already scared out of their wits. When the leader of the bandits saw Fang Xing charging towards him with a murderous aura, he was the first to turn his horse around and escape. The people behind him naturally did not stand on ceremony. One after another, they patted their horses and left the food and livestock that they had already snatched in their hands. They threw them all over the ground and escaped without hesitation. Consider yourself lucky that you escaped fast. After chasing for a few steps, Fang Xing was also tired to the point of dizziness. He was sweating profusely and stabbed his knife into the ground. After taking a few breaths, when he wanted to stand up, he suddenly felt dizzy. He staggered a few steps and laid down on the ground weakly. His vision was blacking out. Mother ***, I can't use this strength now. Hero, wake up, hero, wake up. Not knowing how long he had been unconscious, Fang Xing only opened his leaden eyelids when he heard a call. He saw a white-haired old man with a wrinkled face leading the villagers to kneel in front of him. They were calling him with gratitude and awe. Seeing that he opened his eyes, the old man was so scared that he cowed out again. Behind him, a group of people also knelt down. They said repeatedly, "This old man is the head of this village." On behalf of the entire village, I thank the hero for saving our lives. Hero? Saving our lives? He forcefully suppressed his anger and stood up. He scolded, "You're the chivalrous one. Your whole family is chivalrous. Old man, don't be so ungrateful. I'm not a chivalrous man. 20 years ago, I was already the 10th most powerful bandit in this area. Cut the crap. You've scared away those people who tried to cross the river. Now, it's my turn to rob." Really robbing? Najing was shocked. Behind him, some of the young men in the village also had angry expressions on their faces. Fang Xing scolded, "Of course I'm robbing. Otherwise, what will I eat?" As he said this, he pointed his knife at the old man and said with a murderous look, "Hurry up, serve the good wine and dishes. Slaughter the fat pigs, but not the fat ones. Don't think that I'm easy to talk to. If you dare to fool me, I won't forgive you, heir." Hero. No, sir, you're just robbing a meal?" Najing was a little confused and asked blankly. Fang Xing smiled and said, "Why? Do you want me to rob a few women in your village?" Najing was shocked and said, "No, no. Please wait a moment, sir. I'll prepare the food and wine." After saying this, he quickly got up and arranged for the villagers to prepare the food. All kinds of wild animals and vegetables were cooked. He even slaughtered a fat pig that had been tied to the cart by the robbers. Together with the village's homebrewed local wine, the food was served like flowing water and filled the table. Even the donkey was fed fresh grass. Fang Xing did not stand on ceremony. He sat down and ate and drank to his heart's content. "Sir, are you really going to leave after eating?" Najing accompanied by the side and carefully poured wine for Fang Xing. He asked with an anxious expression. "Of course I'm leaving. What's there to rob in this broken place of yours?" Fang Xing did not bother to answer. Naturally, he wanted to calm Najing down. However, he did not expect Najing to become even more worried when he heard this. He forced a smile and said, "Sir, don't you want to stay for a few more days?" When Fang Xing heard this, he laughed angrily and said, "Old man, you're really bold. You want robbers to stay in your village?" I don't dare, Najing was shocked. He wanted to say something but stopped. He did not dare to say anything else. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Fang Xing wiped his mouth and prepared to leave. But no matter how he looked, he couldn't find his donkey. Looking around, he saw that the villagers were all stuttering as they surrounded him. Wherever he looked, they all avoided his gaze, as if they were ashamed and didn't dare to look at him. In the distance, under the locust tree, his donkey, which he had just tied there, had disappeared. "Haha, I didn't rob you. Are you going to covet my donkey?" When the villagers heard this, they trembled and no one spoke. However, Fang Xing was annoyed. He sneered and suddenly pulled out his steel knife and slashed it on the table. There was a bright and dazzling clang. "Damn it, do you really think I'm a kind person? If you don't hand over the donkey, I'll slaughter your entire village." "Sir, please spare my life." Najing knelt down with a thud. Following his action, the people behind him knelt down. "If you want to live, hand over my donkey. I just want to beg sir to stay for a few more days. If you don't hand over the donkey, I'll slaughter the entire village." "Sir, please spare my life. If you want to live, hand over my donkey. I just want to beg sir to stay for a few more days." Sigh. "I'm calling you sir. Can you return my donkey?" After a meaningless conversation, Fang Xing almost cried. In the end, he didn't get his donkey back. After a fruitless conversation, Fang Xing admitted defeat. He sat back down on the table, rubbing his brows as he said, "This young master really has to hand it to you guys. I've faced so many storms and waves, slaughtering even the most difficult opponents. But today, I've fallen in the hands of you bastards. Fine. I promise you, I'll help you get rid of those bandits who crossed the border, okay? Those horse bandits were running for their lives. Now that they've been killed by you, of course they wouldn't dare to come back." Hearing Fang Xing's words, Li Jing was slightly startled and said with a wry smile. "Eh? It's not about that?" Fang Xing was stunned. He originally thought that the villagers hid his donkey and insisted on keeping him here because they were worried that the horse bandits would come back for revenge after he left. Unexpectedly, there seemed to be some other reason from Li Zheng's expression. Slightly curious, he lowered his head and looked at Li Zheng. What's going on? Tell me clearly. Yes, yes. Na Jing cupped his hands in obeisance again and cried out with a long face, Sir, I'm very grateful to you for saving our villagers from the sabers of the horse bandits. But if you leave, none of us will survive. Perhaps you don't know that these horse bandits usually disdain a poor place like ours. The reason why they came to rob the grains this time is actually to save up money and leave this area. Now, those who are capable have already escaped, even these horse bandits are preparing to flee for their lives, eh? Hearing his words, Fang Xing suddenly remembered that this area was desolate. He immediately frowned and asked, why? Li Zheng's expression became frightened. He subconsciously looked around and said in a low voice, it's because of White Demon. White Demon? What's that? Fang Xing was even more confused, but he was curious. He wished he could strangle Li Zheng's neck to get him to speak quickly. 2 months ago, it devoured a group of bandits who lived deep in the mountains. 3 months ago, the governor of Wild Goose City invited a mage to deal with the White Demon, but they were all devoured by the White Demon. Just a few days ago, it devoured a group of passing merchants. Now, everyone in this area is in a state of panic. Some have escaped, some have died. No one dares to stay here and wait for death. It's a pity that the village is poor, and there are many old and young, so they can't escape even if they want to. Once they leave the village, it's easier for them to be targeted by the White Demon, so they can only stay and wait for death. Li Jing cleared his throat and began to narrate, the White Demon is a man-eating fiendish demon that came here half a year ago. No one has seen what he looks like. In short, when he appeared, a white demonic wind swept past and dozens of people disappeared without a trace. Not long after, there will be mountains of corpses in the forest, all of which were spat out by the fiendish demon after he had eaten them. Half a year ago, the fiendish demon ate Xianxia village, which was 30 miles away from here. 2 months ago, he devoured a group of bandits who lived deep in the mountains. A man-eating fiendish demon? When Fang Xing heard this, he fell into deep thought. His gaze was slightly cold. After a while, he frowned slightly. I'm just an ordinary person. You want me to kill that fiendish demon? His tone was rather unfriendly. Half a year ago, Xianxia village was completely devoured by the White Devil, while Scalatree village, which is 2 or 3 miles away, was completely fine. It's said that it's because there's an old general who went to the battlefield living in seclusion in that village. His killing aura suppressed the White Devil, and 3 months ago, all the sorcerers who entered the mountain to kill the White Devil died. Only Butcher Li, who led the way, came back alive. It's also said that it's because he's killed pigs his whole life, so he has a strong killing aura. That's why the White Devil was suppressed and didn't take his life. Now, within 1,000 miles, the news has spread. If we want peace, we need a person with a strong killing aura to hold down the fort, so we. You think that I look cool when I kill people, so you want me to help you suppress the White Demon? Hearing this, Fang Xing already understood a little. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seemed that his bloody battle with the horse bandits had left a deep impression on this group of people. Did they really think that he was an omnipotent expert? He really didn't know what this group of people was thinking by only using killing intent to suppress the White Demon. For a moment, he didn't know how to explain to these people. If the White Demon was just an ordinary vengeful spirit, a person with a strong killing intent would naturally be able to suppress it. However, since the White Demon had the ability to suppress 100 people in one breath, how could an ordinary vengeful spirit compare to it? Even if it was a ghost with a high level of cultivation. For someone like Li Ying, the crown prince of the Southern Rain Ghost Kingdom, how could a butcher scare him? In his eyes, that butcher was probably just a scallion dipped in sauce. He did not know how this killing intent came to shock the White Demon, but Fang Xing thought that it was definitely not true. Maybe it was even fake. However, thinking about how the villagers were so inexperienced, there were probably not many people who had left the village in their entire lives. They were probably scared by the White Demon, so they spread these words to comfort him. It could be considered a bit of comfort. It's useless to count on me. If you want to live, you'd better move away as soon as possible. Chief, bad news, the White Demon has appeared again, Just as Fang Xing was thinking about how to explain to these people, he heard a shout and some villagers ran in panic. They were the villagers who had gone hunting in the afternoon. All of them were pale with fright and sweating profusely. Just now, we saw the white demon wind from afar and were so scared that we hid in the cave and didn't dare to come out. Then the demon wind disappeared. When we ran back, we saw that the horse bandits had been sucked dry by the white demon. A few of the villagers reported in panic, which almost made the villagers wet their pants in fear. For a moment, there was chaos. Those with children held their children in their arms, and those who hid in their houses closed the door with a bang. A burly man directly buried his head under the millstone. He was so scared that he couldn't pull himself out no matter what. The two words white devil were really asking for death. There really is one, bring me to see it. Fang Xing's interest was piqued, and he urged them to bring him to see. Although the two villagers who had just escaped were determined not to leave the village again, when Fang Xing placed a knife on their necks, they still braced themselves and left the village. When they were 4 or 5 miles away from the mountain village, they smelled blood in front of them. Fang Xing turned around the corner of the mountain and almost vomited. It was indeed an unsightly scene. The horse bandits were all dead. Not to mention the people, not even the horses survived. Most of their flesh and blood had been sucked dry. There were bloodstains on the surface of their bodies and their flesh was shriveled. However, there were still some left, attracting black flies to fly around the corpses. The stench rushed into the nostrils and made people want to vomit. He really practices evil magic, using a leaf to block his nostrils. Fang Xing squatted on the ground and observed for a while. He finally understood a little. That white devil, every time he attacks, he won't stop until he has less than 100 lives. This time, one of the villagers was already paralyzed on the ground, peeing in his pants. His cultivation doesn't seem that high. If I can get close and feed him a golden talisman, maybe. Fang Xing lowered his head and pondered, secretly pondering over the process. In the small pagoda at his waist, there were a few talismans and magic treasures that did not require spiritual energy to activate. It was not very useful in a head-on fight, as the opponent could kill him with a flying sword. But if he could get close, he might have a chance. But, what does this have to do with me? Fang Xing pondered for a long time, but then he felt lazy. Why would Bai Wudi fight them with all his might? Just as he was thinking of retreating, a villager beside him suddenly cried out, "Oh no, the white devil has entered the village." Fang Xing felt a chill in his heart. He turned his head to look and saw a white whirlwind appear in the distant sky, sweeping towards him. The wind was filled with a mournful evil intent, and from afar, he could feel the stranging qi that chilled his heart. The direction of the whirlwind was impressively towards the village where he was just now. Although he was 3 miles away, he could already faintly hear the howling and chaotic sounds coming from the village. Go! Fang Xing's brows furrowed tightly as he strode towards the village. He was curious, but there was nothing he could do about it. He really wanted to see what white devil was. When he arrived at the village, he couldn't help but be shocked. The corpses of the bandits that he had killed earlier and piled up in the eastern corner of the village had more than half of their flesh and blood sucked dry. The people, ducks, and livestock in the village had disappeared completely, as if it had been washed. This really made Fang Xing suck in a breath of cold air. It was really a demonic wind that blew past, leaving not a single living thing behind, but when he turned to look, there was no trace of the demonic wind. White devil had clearly left. Great immortal white, please have mercy, let my wife and child come back. Great immortal white, please have mercy, please have mercy. The villagers who ran back with Fang Xing were trembling in fear, kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. Damn it, come with me. Does anyone know where White Devil's nest is? Bring me there. Fang Xing was so angry that he kicked the villagers who were kowtowing on the ground. Hero, you should go to White Devil's nest to save them. The villagers grabbed onto Fang Xing's thigh as if they had found a life-saving straw and refused to let go. Save my ass. I'm going to ask that white devil where he got the guts to scare away my donkey. Fang Xing indignantly pulled out his knife and drank 2 mouthfuls of wine. Then, he walked into the mountains with a murderous look on his face. That white devil came and left quickly. In less than the time it took to drink a cup of tea, not even a shadow could be seen. If they wanted to find her, they could only go to his lair. After asking the two villagers, they found out that White Devil's cave was not a secret. White Devil had a habit of eating people. He would either suck away the flesh and blood on the spot, or he would scare them away and slowly enjoy them. Those who were sucked away on the spot were like the unlucky horse bandits who ended up with their corpses exposed in the wilderness. And those who were scared away by him, after eating, would pile up their corpses around a valley, forming a mountain of white bones. As a result, the pile of bones became the symbol of White Devil's lair. There were hunters who went hunting in the mountains and saw it from afar. Many people knew about it. Although these two villagers had never been there before, they walked in the general direction. When they saw White Bone Mountain, they knew that it was White Devil's lair. The two of them were just ordinary people without any cultivation or knowledge. When they encountered such a demonic thing, they were naturally as timid as mice. However, their own relatives had been scared away, so no matter how timid they were, they could still force out some courage. They really picked up the leftover wine from the table that Feng Xing had just drunk and poured it into their mouths. They gathered their courage and picked up the hatchet and hunting crossbow. They walked in front of Feng Xing to lead the way. Although they put on airs, their footsteps were weak. It was obvious that they were afraid. Following the mountain path, they walked for about 40 to 50 miles. Now that Feng Xing had lost his cultivation, and these two villagers were also ordinary people, they didn't have the ability to walk high and low, so they walked on with their feet. It was already nightfall when they finally arrived at an area. It was a stretch of wild mountains with strange rocks and cliffs. Low trees and weeds were everywhere. In the surrounding forest, there wasn't even the sound of birds or insects. It was as if all the living beings in this area were frightened by a kind of demonic energy and didn't dare to make a sound. White Bone Mountain. Suddenly, a villager cried out involuntarily, falling to the ground in fright. Feng Xing's heart trembled slightly. He raised his head and looked forward, only to see that 4 or 5 miles away, there was a small mountain made of white bones. The reason why he could see it so clearly in the night was because on top of the white bones, the scaled fire was flying chaotically, and the shadows were flickering. It was like a huge bonfire, illuminating the surroundings faintly. In this quiet and uninhabited wilderness, it gave off a feeling of the underworld of ghosts. I've seen White Bone Mountain. Behind it must be White Demon's lair. When the two villagers arrived at this place, the courage that they had built up by drinking wine had completely disappeared. They spoke in a trembling voice, and there was even a hint of sobbing in their voices. If it wasn't for the fact that Feng Xing's broadsword was always in his hand, it was estimated that the two of them would have turned around and fled. Why does it look so familiar? Then let's keep going. Feng Xing furrowed his brows and suddenly urged him anxiously from behind. The knife was slapping on his thigh. We're still going, one of the villagers said with a trembling voice, looking at Feng Xing with pleading eyes. Feng Xing immediately rolled his eyes. You saved your wife and let me sleep with her? The two villagers didn't know what to say. Seeing that they were afraid, Feng Xing could only encourage them. Don't worry, I'm here, he can't hurt you. As he said that, he took out a yellow talisman. With a light wave, the talisman lit up with a faint golden light, illuminating the pitch-black surroundings. This light had a spiritual nature, and it also slightly dispelled the evil atmosphere in the surroundings, making people feel slightly at ease. Magic. When the two villagers saw this scene, their eyes immediately lit up, and they looked at Feng Xing with even more respect. However, it was obvious that they were a little braver, and their feet were not trembling as much. It's nothing. I still have a flying sword. You guys just lead the way, I'll take care of it. Feng Xing pretended to be an expert and said with a cold smile. Okay, thank you, Immortal Master. The two villagers mustered up their courage, and with the help of the weak light of the yellow talisman, they walked forward step by step. As for Feng Xing, he leisurely followed behind, vigilantly observing the movements of the surroundings. Fortunately, after his cultivation had dissipated, the Yin-Yang Fiend God Mirror's ability was still preserved. He could see some simple restrictions and spiritual objects with some spiritual qi, but he couldn't identify higher-level spiritual objects. As they went deeper, Feng Xing looked relaxed, but his eyes gradually revealed a strange look. It was getting more and more familiar. A mountain range, a forest and a slope gradually came into view and began to match with some of the scenes in his memory. Just now, the world was dark and the surroundings were dark, nothing could be seen. However, as he got closer to the white bone mountain that was filled with ghost fire, the surrounding light became clearer and clearer, illuminating the surrounding scenery of the mountain. When he had a panoramic view of the mountain, a sense of familiarity rose involuntarily, lightly touching some memories in the bottom of his heart. I accidentally barged into my home, Fangxing smiled bitterly, and was more and more certain that this area was the Ghost Smoke Valley that he had been searching for a few days. Looking at the wild slope not far away, he had even caught wild rabbits on it, but even though he was a little excited, but in front of a strong enemy, Fangxing didn't show anything, and was even more vigilant. In his heart, there was even some hatred rising. If he guessed correctly, behind the White Bones Mountain should be the Ghost Smoke Valley. That year, his home was actually taken over by a demon. How dare he occupy this young master's lair? I must kill him, Fangxing thought to himself, and started to slowly calculate in his heart. After the White Bones Mountain, he could vaguely see a valley hidden in the mountains, but it was against the mountains, and was very well hidden. If it wasn't for the White Bones Mountain as a contrast, it really wouldn't be easy to find it. The two villagers, when they came here, had to work hard to find the path. Fangxing, on the other hand, let out a long sigh, and urged them to move forward. Familiarly, he found a small path, and then went around a slope, and after sliding down, he came to a valley surrounded by mountains. He stopped and sighed. Finally back, after a moment of absent-mindedness, Fangxing came back to his senses, and urged the two villagers to move forward. In front, there was a deep valley with a radius of 4 to 5 miles, hidden in the dark night. No one knew where the white fog came from, but it covered the valley faintly, almost like a dark place. If this was the origin of the two words ghost smoke, it was unknown why, but the temperature here was extremely low, as if it had suddenly entered winter. Their breath turned into frost, and the two villagers were so cold that they were shivering. Mortals' bodies are so weak, they can't even withstand a little cold. Fangxing looked at them with disdain, then took out a cotton coat from the ivory tower and put it on. Master, standing at the edge of the valley, looking at the broken mountain gate, the two villagers were so scared that they couldn't move. Go in. Fangxing did not stand on ceremony, and did not even try to hide it, as he urged the two of them to walk into the valley. How dare you? Who dares to break into my seclusion hall? As expected, they were discovered in an instant. A stern shout suddenly sounded, the rolling fog coiled over as if it had a life of its own. Without any explanation, it surrounded Fangxing and the two villagers in the middle. This fog was not material, but at this moment, it made people feel slippery and cold, as if they were being entangled by demon snakes. Chills from head to toe seeped into their bones. Master, help! The two villagers were scared out of their wits, and opened their mouths to scream. And Fangxing was also very straightforward. With a swoosh, he threw away the yellow talisman, raised his hands high, and shouted, "Don't get excited, immortal bye. I just brought you two fresh prey. Are you interested in a good chat, and in the future, we can work together in the long term, okay?" The two villagers, who had regarded Fangxing as their savior, were dumbstruck. Fangxing laughed aloud and kicked the two of them out first, while he himself followed behind them. Holding two yellow talismans in his hands, he followed closely behind. Originally, they were already entangled by that strange fog. As they pounced forward, they immediately triggered this kind of prohibition spell. All of the fog tightened in that instant, like ropes, they were tied up. At the same time, a strong force came over and forcibly pulled them forward at high speed. In the darkness, Fangxing could only see a white blurry shadow in front of him. The terrifying aura of the shadow made his heart jump. But the more it was at this time, the faster his brain worked. As he pounced forward, he had already turned his left hand and crushed the yellow talisman in his hand. At the same time, he let out a strange cry, "Great immortal bye, don't be hasty. I'm here to present a treasure. Look at what I have in my hand." When the yellow talisman in his left hand was crushed, a shapeless golden light flowed through Fangxing's body, and all the white fog that bound him was completely dissolved. And he followed the momentum of rushing forward, and directly rushed towards the white blurry shadow in the middle. He raised his right hand, and as he shouted, he pressed the purple gold talisman directly towards the white shadow. His mind was instantly tense, success or failure depended on this one move. His cultivation was gone, but his vision and knowledge were still there. He had long seen that the white fog restriction that BMO had set up did not have any killing intent. He also expected that when he saw that he and the two villagers had no cultivation, he would definitely not have any other defenses. And Fangxing took this opportunity to stick the purple gold talisman on his forehead. This purple gold talisman could even suppress Xianxia, who was in the Golden Core realm, let alone BMO, who was most likely only in the Foundation establishment realm. Everything progressed as expected. He successfully rushed in front of BMO, and the purple gold talisman in his palm slammed down. But at this moment, his pupils suddenly shrank, and he let out a strange cry, forcibly stopping the talisman that was slamming down. At the same time, a strand of white hair wrapped around a flying sword appeared out of thin air, pointing directly between his eyebrows, and did not continue to stab. Fangxing and BMO both looked like they had seen a ghost, and they looked at each other in disbelief. "How can it be you?" After a while, Fangxing smiled bitterly, "Seeing your sister Xiao." The white devil in front of them was a woman. She wore a silver-white robe and had white skin and white hair. She wore white shoes and white socks. She didn't even have any rouge on her lips. Her lips looked pale and cold, and even her expression was cold. It was as if they were looking at an impenetrable white frost. At the very least, in terms of color, there was no one present who looked more like the white devil than her. However, at this moment, there was a hint of surprise on her beautiful face that was as cold as ice. "How could it be you?" Fangxing looked at the white demon for a long time before he spoke with a dry voice and a bitter smile. "I didn't expect it to be you either. When did your cultivation become so weak?" The white demon also spoke with some surprise. A strand of white hair fluttered behind him, and the flying sword that was wrapped around him fell to the ground with a clang. "How is it weak to this extent? You simply don't have any cultivation at all." Fangxing put away the purple gold talisman, smiled bitterly, and sat down. However, he never thought that this white demon would actually be an old acquaintance. Great Snow Mountain Sword Washing Courtyard Dragon Sword Court successor disciple, Xiao Shui, who once fought for the injustice of the Nanzhan disciples in the Divine Continent, was crippled by Yundu of the Bitter Sea Yun family. It was rumored that after she was crippled, she was abandoned by the Divine Continent sect, and finally disappeared. No one knew whether she was dead or alive. Even Fangxing did not expect that so many people could not find her, and so many people could not find him. In the end, these two people who were crippled would actually meet again in such a strange situation at this time and place. For a moment, he did not know what to say. Looking at her current appearance again, it was different from the one rumored to be crippled. Although her aura was evil, she clearly had a cultivation close to the Golden Core realm. However, her appearance had also changed greatly. Her facial features, expression, and attire could still be recognized, but within the pure whiteness, there was an additional trace of hazy blood color. Especially within the head of white hair that was as white as silk, there was even a kind of strange blood color faintly revealed. At the same time that he sat down, Fangxing looked around without batting an eyelid. He saw that this valley was not big, and it was located in the middle of the valley. There was a white jade altar, and on top of the altar, there was a red copper cauldron floating. There were traces of blood qi drifting out from it. Under his yin-yang fiend god mirror, he could even see some resentful ghosts lingering around the cauldron. They refused to disperse and kept flying around the cauldron. From time to time, they would let out shrill screams that ordinary people could not hear. It could be said to be extremely evil. And around the white jade altar, a group of trembling villagers and animals, even Fangxing's cowardly and stubborn donkey, all surrounded the altar and knelt on the ground. Looking at their trembling appearance, they were like lambs waiting for their cubs. Although he had already guessed the truth in his heart, Fangxing did not say it out loud. He only looked at Xiao Shui with a bitter smile and said, "Senior Xiao, we haven't seen each other for a few years. I really did not expect it to become like this. You kidnapped these mortals, of course it's to refine the spiritual pill." Xiao Shui did not mind and said the three words that would cause ordinary cultivators to change their expressions. Spiritual pill. Even though he had already guessed it, Fang Xing could not help but be slightly stunned when he heard Xianxia say it with his own ears. He smiled bitterly. Of all the techniques in the world, nothing was more evil than the spiritual pill. The so-called spiritual pill was a pill that used all living beings in the world as medicine to refine a heaven-defying vitality-replenishing pill. In ancient times, it was very popular in the cultivation world. There was no cultivator who did not eat humans, which led to a great war between immortals and mortals, gods and demons. Blood flowed like rivers and the world changed. Later on, there was a benevolent saint who abandoned immortals to become saints, cutting off his own path to immortality and becoming enemies with immortals. He captured batch after batch of cultivators who refined the spiritual pill and killed them all on the immortal execution platform. It could be said to be the era with the most bloodshed in the history of the cultivation world. After that, he used his great power to separate heaven and earth and created the immortal realm. From then on, there was a saying that when cultivators reached a certain realm, they would ascend to the immortal realm. There were only cultivators left in the world, and there were no more mortals. As for the spiritual pill, it was also because of this matter that it was classified as the most evil pill in the world. It could be said to be the greatest taboo in the world. At this moment, Fang Xing naturally heard these three words from Xiaoxua's mouth. Even someone as evil as Fang Xing did not know what to say. However, Xiaoxua's expression did not change at all. She said indifferently, "Junior brother Fang, I once went out of the mountain and captured a well-informed cultivator, so I knew what you did in the divine continent. Speaking of which, I have to thank you. Firstly, you helped me take revenge by crippling that swordsman from the Yun family. Secondly, my master entered the pilgrimage formation and died. As his disciple, I did not even receive any news at that time, but I still relied on you to avenge my master. I have always remembered these two great favors in my heart, and I have no way to repay them. Since I saw that you crippled him, why don't I refine an extra portion of the spiritual pill and share it with you?" Fang Xing did not know what to say. After a long while, he smiled bitterly and said, "You are very generous, but forget it." Xiaoxua looked at Fang Xing with a faint smile. She vaguely used her divine sense to probe into Fang Xing's body. After a long while, she said coldly, "Your situation is similar to mine, maybe even more serious. My 8 extraordinary meridians were shattered by that swordsman from the Yun family, and my Taoist foundation was shattered. But your Taoist foundation was directly shattered, and your cultivation was completely lost. If it was not for a strange power that locked the vitality of your body, I believe that your lifespan would have been exhausted and you would have died. But even so, you will only be able to linger on with your last breath for a few decades. When your lifespan is exhausted, your spirit will definitely scatter, and you will not even have the chance to reincarnate." Listening to her talk, Fang Xing smiled bitterly. He knew that what she said was the truth. Xiaoxua did not have the slightest intention of being polite. She directly pointed at the villagers kneeling on the ground and said, "You and I both understand that the only way is to rebuild the Taoist foundation and replenish the Taoist source. The Taoist source is predestined. Even in the divine continent, there has never been such a heaven-defying method. Right now, the only way is the life elixir. These ordinary people are selfish, lowly, stupid, and despicable. Even if they live for a few decades, their Taoist source will be extracted and refined into the life elixir. After consuming it, their Taoist source will become your own. At that time, you and I will have the Taoist source, and our cultivation will also have a foundation. Recovering will not be difficult." All right. I know that you are knowledgeable. Don't say any more." Fang Xing was extremely speechless as he interrupted Xiaoxua's words. He seemed to be a little annoyed as he tightly knitted his brows. If his cultivation is crippled, then so be it. Could it be that he really can't live on? Then how did they live without cultivation? Must they eat people? Because of his words, the atmosphere in the area had become somewhat heavy. Xiaoxua also looked at him expressionlessly. After a long while, she coldly laughed and said, "You also look down on me for cultivating in evil techniques?" Fang Xing helplessly spread out his hands and said, "It's fine to cultivate in evil techniques, but it's not good to eat people." As he spoke, he slightly frowned. Although he did not continue, there was indeed some disdain in his words. Xiaoxua was slightly stunned and did not know how to respond to his words. However, she quickly sneered and said, "I only knew that you were different from the masses, but I never thought that you would also look down on my methods. If even you think like that, then there's no need to talk about others. Haha, junior brother Feng, you will suffer the same fate as me, or even worse. I don't believe that you have not suffered the coldness and warmth of the world after falling from the clouds into the mud. Lin Yuan? When Feng Xing heard that, he was also slightly stunned. After a long while, he deeply sighed and said, how can there not be, oh? Xiao Shue's brows slightly twitched, as if waiting for him to continue. As if he had made a great decision, Feng Xing sighed and said, sigh, it's really tragic. After I lost my cultivation, I went to Bohai country and hid in a brothel to drink for nearly 3 years. I drank as much as I wanted, and I didn't have to worry about danger like I did in the past. When I drank, my stomach would feel uncomfortable and I would vomit a few times a day. However, it was really satisfying. I've never drunk so much in my life. Hearing that the situation was not right, Xiao Shui frowned and glanced at him. Just drinking? Feng Xing said, not only that, it would be fine if I could drink to my heart's content. However, a female bandit came. She could do anything but look pretty, but she actually teamed up with a friend of mine to kidnap me out of the brothel and forced me to marry her? Tell me, is this too much? Do you think that this young master is a casual person? However, it's a pity that I didn't have enough strength and was forced into the bridal chamber. Xiao Shui was even more speechless. She interrupted his sigh and said, and then? And then I slipped away. Feng Xing's eyes widened as he said, after I slipped away, I rode on a donkey, the one that you tied up and roasted like donkey meat. I wandered around for a few years and enjoyed the scenery. However, good times don't last long. When I reached the snowy mountain, I met a demoness. Her long legs mesmerized me and she slept with me for half a year, causing my waist to ache every day. Xiao Shui didn't know how to reply. She forcefully suppressed the unhappiness in her heart and said, and then? Feng Xing said, and then, didn't I meet you? Xiao Shui was instantly speechless. This is the tragic experience you were talking about? Feng Xing seriously thought about it and nodded his head, that's right. Xiao Shui had a weird expression on her face. After a long time, she took a deep breath and said, junior brother Feng, let's meet again if fate allows it. I'm going to refine pills now. When she said the word refine pills, the surrounding creatures trembled and fear and grief surged. Even the donkey started to bray, Feng Xing was also startled. He hastily pulled Xiao Shui's sleeve and smiled, don't be like this, senior sister Xiao. It's not easy for us to meet. Why are you in such a hurry to chase me away? Why don't you tell me about what happened to you? Let's talk about our relationship. Xiao Shui turned her head and looked at him. There wasn't a single expression on her jade-like face. Her gaze was fixed on Feng Xing, as if she was thinking about something. After a long time, she seemed to have made a decision and lightly nodded her head. Junior brother Feng, you're a lucky person. Xiao Shui faintly said, I'm not as lucky as you. Xiao Shui understood that Feng Xing was trying to stall for time, so she did not expose him. Instead, she said calmly, back then, when I was in the northern region of the Divine Continent, in the Sea of Bitterness, I sparred with a genius swordsman from the Sea of Bitterness's Yun family. In the end, I was suppressed by his cultivation, so I didn't have the chance to display my understanding of swordsmanship. Thus, my cultivation was crippled. When I returned to the Divine Continent, I was despised and chased out of the sect. I was left stranded in the Divine Continent, too ashamed to meet anyone. I wanted to gather 1,000 tales of spiritual essence so that I could use the teleportation altar to return to my homeland. However, after visiting a few old friends of Nanzhan, I was still unable to gather the spiritual essence. Feeling disheartened, I no longer wanted to go to the northern region to look for Li Hongyi. Instead, I began to have thoughts of her. However, I was fortunate enough to meet an old senior from the central region of the Divine Continent who was wandering in the northern region. He pitied my swordsmanship and gave me 1,000 tales of spiritual essence before sending me back to Nanzhan. No wonder everyone said that they couldn't find you. So, you returned directly to Nanzhan. Feng Xing, on the other hand, understood a little and nodded lightly. Xiao Shui ignored him and continued, after returning to the Xiao family, I originally wanted to retire and not care about the affairs of the world. However, I didn't expect that my father and the other elders would fly into a rage at me. They blamed me for not appreciating the opportunity and ruined my bright future. I knew that they had placed the hope of the Xiao family's rise on me, so I didn't blame them. After that, they found countless elixirs and invited countless doctors to treat me. Unfortunately, my Dao foundation was damaged. How could it be so easy to treat me? Gradually, their attitude towards me changed greatly and became worse and worse. They even deliberately concealed the truth that my cultivation had been crippled. They also placed me under house arrest, not allowing me to have any freedom. Luckily, I don't have a family, Fang Xing muttered to himself, wondering if his 9 uncles would be like this if they were still alive. As she slowly spoke, the mocking smile on Xiaoshue's face grew deeper and deeper. I originally planned to live in seclusion. If I was placed under house arrest, then so be it. However, I never expected that not long after I settled down, the seniors of my family would come up with a rotten idea. They wanted me to marry a genius from a side branch of the Xiao family. They felt that although the Xiao family had a sword celestial in the past, it had already been a long time and the bloodline of the sword celestial had already faded. Since I've already been crippled, then the only hope lies with the person who inherited my bloodline. In other words, they wanted me to will become their puppets to produce offspring. As she said that, a trace of killing intent flashed in Xiaoshue's eyes. The surrounding air became even colder. Even Fang Xing furrowed his brows. If it was in the past, he would have already started thinking about killing someone. I didn't like their schemes. They had also underestimated my abilities after I was crippled. Therefore, they found an opportunity and I managed to escape. However, with just a mortal body, I couldn't escape anywhere. I wandered around in a daze and had to hide from the pursuit of my family. I suffered quite a bit. Xiaoshue faintly wrinkled her brows. Clearly, this quite a bit of suffering wasn't as easy as she made it out to be. It was just that she felt that these sufferings weren't worth mentioning. Indeed, as she continued to speak, Fang Xing's anger was ignited. Until one day, when I was escaping from the pursuit of my family, I was extremely tired. In the middle of the night, I slipped down a cliff and fainted. When I woke up, I had already been saved by a farmer in a mountain village. Junior brother Fang, do I look good? Xiaoshue suddenly stopped her narration and asked Fang Xing in a soft voice. Fang Xing was stunned for a moment. He nodded his head and said, Good, good, your face is fair. Xiaoshue faintly smiled and no longer asked him. She only said in a low voice, that farmer also thought that way. Gradually, an angry flush rose on her face. Originally, I was extremely grateful to the farmer who saved me. However, I never thought that this damned farmer would think that because he saved my life, I had to stay behind to be his wife. He even wanted to take advantage of my weak body to forcefully possess me. Luckily, I managed to snatch a pair of scissors and pointed it at my neck. This caused him to not dare to make a move. I stumbled out of the door and begged for help from everyone I met, hoping that there would be a kind-hearted person who would send me off. Ha 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 ha, Xiaoshue laughed and said in a low voice, Junior brother Fang, do you know what it feels like to be looked at with contempt by everyone? Fang Xing did not reply. He had already more or less guessed the rest of the matter. No one saved me, no one helped me. However, there were quite a few kind-hearted mothers-in-law who came to persuade me to stay behind and live a good life. They said that although Ada was crippled in one leg, blind in one eye, born with a face full of black spots, and had not taken a bath for 10 years, he was a simple and honest person. After I followed him, I would give birth to a child in a year and a half. Then, I would be able to live a good life and endure it. Xiaoshue's silver hair danced in the wind like thousands of silver snakes dancing in the air. She looked like a crazy demon. A pair of scissors couldn't protect me, so the strong young man in the village took a hunting net to catch me. Fortunately, although I was weak at that time, I still had some sword skills. Perhaps I was afraid, so I used some of my strength and used the scissors as a sword to break the hunting net and hurt a few of them. I stumbled into the forest, but they took the hunting dogs and chased me all the way. My legs were sore and I saw stars. I couldn't escape at all. Listening to them getting closer and closer, I couldn't find a way to escape, and my heart was filled with despair. Luckily, heaven never bars one's way. Before I fainted, I fell into this valley and saw this altar. I also coincidentally saw the method to refine the life spirit pill. Haha, I didn't hesitate at all. When those people who were chasing me barged in, I used my own blood to activate this cauldron and used those people as the medicinal ingredients for my first life spirit pill. I never thought that killing a few ignorant villagers would make me feel so happy. And from then on, I couldn't stop myself. Xiaoshue's voice gradually faded away. Fangxing also didn't say anything. It was unknown if it was because Xiaoshue's emotions were too agitated, but it caused the weather to change. Within the valley, there was actually snow falling. When the snowflakes landed on Xiaoshue's hair, they seemed to have fused together and couldn't be distinguished. An indescribable killing intent enveloped the entire place, causing the heaven and earth to become silent. Junior brother Feng, do you think that these people should be killed? After a long time, Xiaoshue suddenly spoke. They should be killed. Fangxing's reply was resolute and decisive. Do you think that I should recover my cultivation? Yes. Then do you think that I should refine this life spirit pill? You shouldn't. Fangxing's answer to the last question was a little hesitant, but he still answered it. Xiaoshui, who seemed to have calmed down after her explanation, released an indescribable killing intent at this moment. She turned her head to look at Fangxing with an indifferent expression. Her words were as cold as ice. I originally thought that you were different from others, which was why I told you those things. I never thought that you would also be such a stubborn hypocrite. Since the world bullies me and hates me, what's wrong with me using their Dao source to replenish my Dao foundation? Junior brother Feng, although you say it lightly, I don't believe that you don't know what it feels like to lose your cultivation. Now, I'll ask you one last time. I want to give you a chance and bestow this supreme evil technique to you. Together, we can refine the life spirit pill to replenish your Dao source and help you return to your peak. Are you willing to consume the life spirit pill with me? The strands of white hair were like sharp swords fluttering in the air, as if they would slash down at any moment. However, under this life-threatening situation, Fangxing knitted his brows and hesitated for a long time. In the end, he still shook his head and said, no. After saying that, he bitterly smiled and muttered, it really doesn't suit my taste. You, Xiaoshue seemed to be enraged. Her silver hair danced wildly and her killing intent whistled out, as if she wanted to slash down. However, in the end, the killing intent on her body receded like a tide. She sat down in exhaustion and said in a low voice, forget it, you can leave. People who walk different paths can't make plans together. After all, you've done me a favor and I can't kill you. As she spoke to this point, she paused for a moment and bitterly smiled. She looked at Fangxing in confusion and said, I just don't understand. Junior brother Feng, you were originally a little devil with a notorious reputation. You've committed arson, murder, and pillage countless times. Why did you lose your cultivation and change your character? You'd rather become a cripple then. Seeing that she had retracted her killing intent, Fangxing also heaved a sigh of relief. He removed his hand from the ivory tower and patted Xiaoshue's shoulder with a grin. Senior Sister Xiao, you've wrongly accused me. I'm not looking down on you for cultivating the demonic path. In any case, I'm not a good person. I've done many bad things in the past and I'm afraid that I won't be able to quit in the future. Then Xiaoshue could tell that he didn't seem to be lying and knew that he was speaking the truth. However, she still had some doubts. In reality, if she hadn't known that Fangxing wasn't a good person and that his situation was similar to hers, she wouldn't have said so much to him. Originally, when she saw that Fangxing wasn't willing to eat people, she thought that he was looking down on her. Thus, a sense of disgust rose in her heart. However, at this moment, she was at a loss. It's not that I'm kind that I don't eat people. It's just that I can't bring myself to eat them. I don't know where you obtained the method to refine the life spirit pill, but I don't need to refine the life spirit pill. I can still use the yin and yang to condense my Dao foundation. I can't do this. Think about it, how disgusting is it to suck the things from other people's bodies into your own body? Fangxing smiled bitterly and stood up. He pointed at a villager who was kneeling on the ground and peeing his pants. Especially when the people you found are all so smelly. Look at that one. He's already peeing his pants out of fear and it's dripping down his pants. Do you still have any appetite for people like that? And that one, his body is crawling with lice. Just looking at him makes me feel itchy all over. And that one's teeth are yellow like shit. He probably hasn't bathed for 30 years, right? How can you bring yourself to eat people like that? Enduring the disgust, Fangxing frowned and sighed. You really don't feel disgusted? I didn't feel it at first, but now that you mention it, I do feel a little disgusted. These words made Xiaoxue silent. Her expression became strange and her brows were tightly knitted together. Come on. Fangxing saw a hint of hesitation flash across Xiaoxue's expressionless face, but he laughed out loud. With his ability to read people's expressions, he could naturally tell that this senior sister Xiao disdained acting. She was truly disgusted. From the first time they met, Fangxing discovered that this senior sister Xiao's white clothes and white socks were terrifyingly clean, without a single speck of dust on her. She was clearly a person of extreme cleanliness. Even when she occasionally ate in the past, she ate vegetarian food and drank water. She was so clean that she did not eat the food of the mortal world. Thinking about it, it was obvious that this life spirit pill was something that was extremely difficult for her to accept. It would be strange if she did not feel conflicted. Now that she had experienced so many hardships and trials, it was hard for her to waver. Reasoning with her would naturally not be able to persuade her and would only anger her. However, although his words were not reasoning, it was the thing that could affect her decision the most. He heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. My donkey is finally safe. Based on their friendship in the Great Snow Mountain, he could not watch Xiaoxue fall into a demonic path and abandon her. After all, this 1,000-spirit pill was the most evil technique in the world. Although it could indeed help Xiaoxue recover a portion of her cultivation, no one knew what kind of hidden dangers it would leave behind. Furthermore, Fangxing was furious when Yi Guin entered the red makeup house. Xiaoxue's actions were even worse than entering the red makeup house. From the moment they met, he had been thinking of how to stop her. From the looks of it, it was temporarily effective, however, just as he heaved a sigh of relief, Xiaoxue suddenly raised her slender hand. Her long white hair flew out like silver sword lights. At the same time, it enveloped all the villagers and animals around the white jade altar. Her white hair fluttered in the wind and her expression was solemn. She said in a low voice, even if I feel disgusted, I still have to refine this batch of life spirit pills. Fuck, why? Did I just say that for nothing? Fangxing jumped up as if his buttocks were on fire. He was already a little exasperated. With Xiaoxue's current cultivation, if she wanted to forcefully refine these villagers, it was not something that he could stop her. Earlier, he could still catch her off guard. However, since they had already met face to face, there was no chance for him to make a move. Because compared to disgust, my own life is more important. Xiaoxue faintly spoke as if she had already made up her mind. Wait. It's not easy for us to meet again. Let's chat for a while more. Fangxing waved his hands to stop Xiaoxue from making a move. Helplessness could be seen on Xiaoxue's face as she faintly said, Junior brother Fang, I know that you have good intentions and want to stop me from becoming a demon. But it's already too late. Once I become a demon, I'll be a demon for life. Even if I stop refining the life spiritual pellet, will others let me off? Hehe, I'm very grateful that you've talked so much with me today. Thank you for your good intentions, but our paths are ultimately different. It's time for you to leave. I'm not leaving, Fangxing chuckled. At the same time, he boldly stretched out his hand and grabbed a strand of Xiaoxue's snow-white hair. Junior brother Fang, I've said all sorts of nice things. Do you really think that I won't put you into the furnace? Seeing him like this, Xiaoxue revealed a trace of impatience on her desolate face as endless killing intent rose from her. If you dare to put me in, I'll pee in there first. Fangxing's reply was powerful and resonant. He raised his head and looked at Xiaoxue with a rarely seen determination on his face. Xiaoxue was already abnormally furious. However, she did not break through her rationality and suppressed it bit by bit. Her voice was a little tired and impatient as she coldly said, if you can't stand my actions, you can leave now. Why must you stop me from refining these mortals into pills? They are not the first batch of pills that I've refined, nor will they be the last batch. You're not a kind person, so why must you stop me? That's because I'm also immortal, Fangxing bitterly smiled and said, Senior Sister Xiao, 20 years ago, if it wasn't for an accident, I would probably be like them, living here. In fact, I might even be worse off than them. I could only be like those bandits who had most of their flesh and blood sucked out by you. And this time, I've returned. Everything has changed. At the end of the day, we're not immortals, we're all mortals. You treated them as prey and used them to refine pills. What's the difference between that and eating yourself? If it was someone else, I'd think of a way to kill them. But you. Senior Sister Xiao, you helped me in the Great Snowy Mountain back then. I've always remembered this favor. You used to look so good in the past, with white clothes, white boots, white socks, and even your face was white. You were so clean that you made people like you. What's the difference between that and eating yourself? As Fangxing spoke, his voice gradually became louder. I can smell the blood on your body from 30 miles away. It's too disgusting. Xiaoshue's eyes widened as if she was about to explode in anger. However, she felt even more disappointed. The two direct disciples of the Great Snowy Mountain back then, one human and one demon, stared at each other, opposing each other with equal harshness. This is your homeland? After a long time, Xiaoshue's killing intent receded a little. However, she hesitantly asked. Fangxing nodded his head and smiled. In fact, the nest you chose is not bad. It just so happens to be my old nest. Your old nest? Nonsense. Xiaoshue was slightly stunned. She immediately scolded, as if she did not believe in Fangxing's words. This really is my old nest. Fangxing bitterly smiled and pointed to a ruined cave in the northwest corner. That's the loyalty gathering hall. He then pointed to the east. That's the kitchen. In the past, there was a woman who weighed over 100 pounds who was cooking there. She would often steal meat to eat. Later on, I discovered it and the two of us stole meat to eat. He then pointed to the west. Look over there, there's a large row of houses. The one at the southernmost is where I live. This really is your old nest. Xiaoshue was stunned for a moment before she shook her head. How is that possible? Even if people can live here, it's still a bandit's nest. Fangxing bitterly looked at Xiaoshue and did not speak for a long time. Xiaoshue also realized that she had misspoken and looked at Fangxing in disbelief. You grew up in a bandit's nest? Fangxing rolled his eyes and said, What bandit's nest? It's a mountain stronghold. Xiaoshue choked for a moment as she thought of Fangxing's way of doing things. She bitterly smiled. Indeed, it's because of your family's profound knowledge. However, after discussing this matter, Xiaoshue and Fangxing were suddenly stunned at the same time as they realized a problem. Xiaoshue blurted out, if this isn't a secret place of a demonic cultivator, then who left the life transformation pill and the demonic scripture here? Could it be that junior brother Feng, you were the successor of a great sage of the demonic sect in the past? Fangxing firmly shook his head and said, in the past, there were murderous demons and perverted demons here. However, there weren't any demons that ate humans. Regarding this question, the two of them fell into silence. Neither of them had a clue. After a long time, Xiaoshue lightly shook her head and said, let's not think about this question for now. Since I've already stepped on this path, I have to continue walking it. After consuming the first life transformation pill, my cultivation recovered by 30%. If I continue to consume it, my cultivation will gradually recover even more. Furthermore, I'll be able to use demonic techniques. However, if I don't consume it, my cultivation will drop at a terrifying speed. Speaking up to here, Xiaoshue lightly sighed and said, Junior brother Feng, thank you, but I have no other choice. From the looks of it, she was going to chase them away again. However, Fangxing immediately became angry and said, why don't you listen to me? Even if you want to recover your cultivation, do you have to eat humans? The life transformation pill doesn't only require humans to be living beings. It's fine for you to eat other things as well. Although the effects are slightly weaker, it should still be effective, right? You should just let these people go. I'll help you find some good ones in the future so that you can eat your fill. The life transformation pill requires humans to be the catalyst, Xiaoshue indifferently replied before she softly sighed. Furthermore, I don't have any more time. Fangxing was slightly stunned. He felt that she seemed to have something that she couldn't say. As expected, after a brief pause, Xiaoxue still said it, although this is a lawless place, the news of me refining demons here has already spread. Recently, many people have come to harass me. After they were repelled by me, I believe that a large number of demon-slaying cultivators will soon arrive. Haha, everyone has the right to kill demon-slaying cultivators. If I don't continue to raise my cultivation, am I just going to throw my life away? Fang Xing said, I'll just hide from them and flee before they come, I won't leave. Xiaoshue's reply was extremely indifferent, but her tone was firm. Among the cultivators that came to subdue demons a few days ago, one of them is from my Xiao clan. He came to find me because he wanted to capture me. However, he never expected that I would cultivate a demon. Even though I've recovered most of my strength, he's no longer my opponent. When he returns, he will definitely inform my Xiao clan of this news. I'm here to wait for them. The Xiao clan still wants to capture you? Fang Xing's eyes flickered as he asked in a deep voice. Xiaoxue faintly smiled. I believe that they don't want to capture me anymore. They just don't want others to know about the Xiao clan's previous reputation. The genius sword cultivator, Xiaoxue, has now become a man-eating demon-slaying cultivator, the white demon. Fang Xing was slightly stunned. He had already understood Xiaoshue's words. His brows sank as he pondered for a moment before he gently smiled. Senior Sister Xiao, do you believe me? Fang Xing chuckled as he asked Xiaoxue. Xiaoxue was slightly startled. She glanced at Fang Xing and faintly said, So what if I believe you? So what if I don't believe you? Fang Xing clapped his hands and smiled. If you believe me, then you don't need to endure the disgust of eating humans. You also don't need to worry about those fellows that came to subdue the demons. Leave everything to me. Haha, back then, we risked our lives in the divine continent and they took advantage of us. Now that we're crippled, I want to see if they still have any conscience. If they really don't care about our past relationship, haha, his voice suddenly lowered. I can give Nanzhan a chance to live, but I can't destroy their luck. Xiaoxue was slightly startled. She looked at Fang Xing with a confused gaze. This little demon that once gave others the impression that he was omnipotent. Although he no longer had his cultivation, no one dared to ignore him. Xiaoshue's heart was in turmoil. After thinking for a long time, she made a decision. I believe you. Fang Xing also nodded his head. That's good. In my territory, I'll protect you. In the end, the villagers and Fang Xing's donkey managed to escape with their lives. After the net was let off, they thanked him profusely and supported each other as they left. As for Xiaoxue, she was meditating on the white jade altar. As for Fang Xing, he wandered around the ghost smoke valley that he hadn't returned to for a long time. Everything he saw was both foreign and familiar at the same time. It also made him recall many things from the past. As he wandered around, he sighed. He wanted to find the corpses of the 9 uncles, but he couldn't find them. 20 years had passed. What he could dig out from the dust were only some broken bones. It was hard to identify them. So he simply piled the corpses into a huge pit and piled up 9 graves. He couldn't even be bothered to erect a tombstone for each of them. He only erected one tombstone with the words Fang Xing's 9 uncles written on it. After doing all of this, he sat down and stared blankly for a while before letting out a long sigh. At this moment, the sky turned bright in the east. The clouds gathered and a spiritual light appeared in the east. Xiaoxue, who had been meditating on the white jade altar, suddenly opened her eyes and lightly said, They're here. In the eastern sky, clouds filled with killing intent whistled over. They didn't try to conceal themselves and spread out. As they got closer, they spread out and vaguely surrounded the valley. It was obvious that there were experts in the other party's group. They had already found out that Xiaoxue was cultivating in the valley and were prepared to surround her to ensure that she couldn't escape. It's time. At this moment, Fang Xing also stood up. He looked at the 9 graves and smiled. You 9 bastards raised me up, so you naturally know my ability. After joining the Taoist sect, I learned even more skills. I also wanted to show you how mighty I am, but it's a pity that I was busy robbing and didn't have the time to come back. Now that I'm back, I'm a cripple, speaking up to here. He slightly paused and changed his words, but it's still very mighty. You guys just watch. After saying that, he walked up to the white jade altar and stood next to Xiaoshui. That demonic cultivator, White Devil, is in the valley. Fellow Taoists set up a formation to prevent her from escaping. The magic clouds swarmed over, and when they got close, they split into dozens of clouds. Within each cloud, there were disciples dressed in the robes of various sects flying down on their swords, surrounding the valley. As for those magic clouds, they covered the sky, faintly staring at the valley. It was obvious that the cultivation of this group of people who came to subdue the demons was not low. Judging from the number of magic clouds, there were at least 20 Foundation establishment cultivators rushing over. What was even more shocking was that in the distant void, there was a dim spiritual light. It was obvious that there were Golden Core Realm cultivators hiding in the shadows. White Devil abducts living beings to refine pills. His crime is unforgivable. We, the Xiao clan, will first enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. After the cultivators laid down their defenses, a powerful shout rang out, and 3 clouds descended. Their auras burst out, and the clouds dispersed, revealing 3 Foundation establishment cultivators holding magic tools. They were in the shape of a Chinese character as they closed in on the valley. There was no need for Feng Xing to explain. Feng Xing glanced at Xiaoshui's pale face and knew that these 3 people were cultivators from her clan. It didn't matter if the other cultivators came to kill the demon to make a name for themselves, to surround the demon to get the resources in the cave, or to kill the demon to plead for the lives of the people. They weren't in a hurry. Only the Xiao family cultivators were in a hurry to kill White Demon. Unless it was absolutely necessary, they didn't want the news that White Devil was Xiaoshui to spread. Xiaoshui turned her head and looked at Feng Xing. Although she was already prepared to kill, she had already promised Feng Xing that she would listen to his arrangements. Thus, she suppressed the killing intent in her heart and waited to see what Feng Xing was going to say. Hee, watch me. Feng Xing didn't retreat. He smiled at Xiaoshui and stepped forward. At the same time, he flicked his finger and a talisman floated up, emitting a red light. Feng Xing shouted at the talisman, "Everyone, stop. Damn it, Xiao clan cultivators, I'm talking to you guys. This White Devil has already been subdued by me. Could it be that your Xiao clan wants to steal my credit?" At this moment, he no longer had his cultivation, so his voice couldn't travel far. However, through the talisman, it traveled far, shaking the surroundings like thunder. When the cultivators heard it, they were all startled. This was especially so for the 3 Xiao clan cultivators who were about to kill Xiaoshui. They hesitated in their hearts and stopped their charge. They frowned as they looked into the valley. It wasn't easy to gather enough people to surround this White Devil. Could it be that someone else got ahead of us? The same thought appeared in everyone's mind. Who are you? A Xiao clan cultivator in the air frowned as he looked at Feng Xing and asked rudely. The other cultivator was a bit more calm. He clasped his hands and said, "How should I address this fellow cultivator and where is this dojo?" Although Feng Xing didn't seem to have any cultivation, they didn't dare to underestimate him. After all, they knew how strong this White Devil was. Although she was only at the Foundation establishment realm, she cultivated an evil technique. Even a normal Golden Core Realm cultivator wouldn't be able to take her down. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come here with so much fanfare. If this person was able to silently subdue her, then his strength was definitely not ordinary. As for Feng Xing, he was very skilled at controlling the talisman, so no one dared to think that he was a normal person. After all, in the cultivation world, there were many people who knew how to hide their aura. Perhaps this person was just hiding his aura. You're asking me who I am? Hee, you'll be scared to death if I tell you. Feng Xing sneered, but did not answer directly. He turned to the cultivators in the sky and said loudly, "Fellow Taoists, I was wandering around and happened to come here. I accidentally heard about the White Devil's rampage, so I came to this valley to subdue her. It was luck that the White Devil was possessed by the devil, so I easily subdued her and saved the people she had captured. Now she has no control over herself, so you don't have to be nervous. Let's discuss how to deal with this White Devil who eats people to refine pills." Berserk? When the cultivators heard this, they had an answer in their hearts. They could tell that this nameless cultivator's aura was weak and didn't look like he had a powerful cultivation. They were a bit suspicious about how he had subdued White Devil, but now that they heard this, they were relieved. It was easy for people who cultivated the demonic path to go berserk. Maybe this nameless cultivator was just lucky and got great credit for it. Of course, even though that was the case, Zhu Xiu wasn't a 3-year-old kid. Although they didn't see anything suspicious, they didn't easily remove the formation around the valley. Only a few people with high statuses came down from the clouds and talked to Feng Xing in the sky. "Thank you, fellow cultivator. Since White Devil has been subdued by you, hand her over for interrogation." An elder of the Xiao family became anxious and shouted, "This devil kidnapped people and refined life spirit pills. Heaven and earth can't tolerate it, so what's the point of interrogating her? Fellow cultivators, just kill her and destroy her soul, so that we can give an explanation to the people who were killed by her." Although he said it in a hurry, many people nodded in agreement. The cultivators gathered here to subdue the devil, not to interrogate her. Before they arrived, the news of White Devil refining life spirit pills was already conclusive. They had already decided to kill her. Just kill her? At this moment, Feng Xing suddenly raised his voice and scolded, "Bullsh*t. If I could kill her, wouldn't I do it myself?" Yu, the elder of the Xiao family, was angry and murderous after being scolded in front of him. If he wasn't unsure of Feng Xing's background and couldn't see through his cultivation, he would have already attacked. At this moment, he really didn't regard Feng Xing as an ordinary person without any cultivation. After all, under the suppression of so many great Foundation establishment cultivators' auras, an ordinary person's legs would probably be sore and weak, and they wouldn't even be able to speak. They definitely wouldn't have the courage to talk here. "Fellow cultivator, you said that White Devil can't be killed. What do you mean?" In the air, an old man with a fluttering white beard asked with a serious expression. His eyes were filled with doubt. Although they didn't know Feng Xing's identity and couldn't see through his cultivation level, seeing that he had subdued White Demon, they had some respect for him. When they spoke, they didn't put on airs and only asked questions in a normal manner. Feng Xing was waiting for this sentence. When he heard the old man's question, he took a deep breath and used all the strength in his body to transmit his voice in all directions. He said, "Because I originally thought that she was the unforgivable White Devil, but just as I was about to kill her, I suddenly recognized who she was. Fellow Taoists, not only is this person not an unforgivable evil cultivator, but she is also a great hero of our southern Zhan." Old Mr. Yang, a virtuous and respected senior of the Northern Divine Mountain, once wrote a Soaring Clouds register. He recorded the 36 people who made great contributions when southern Zhan established the Divine Prefecture. And the White Devil you all speak of, who is ranked 6th on the Soaring Clouds register, is Xiaoxue, a disciple of the Great Snow Mountain's sword-washing courtyard. These words were spoken extremely quickly. Furthermore, as he spoke, he also turned around and deeply clasped his hands towards Xiaoxue. This scene was out of everyone's expectations. Even Xiaoxue was stunned. She looked at Feng Xing with a strange expression. "Your method is to reveal everything about me?" At the same time, she sighed in her heart. These words would only make the Xiao family more anxious to make a move. Nonsense. Sure enough, after hearing these words, the 3 Xiao family cultivators were enraged and slashed their swords at the same time. At this moment, Feng Xing's back was facing them. He bowed to Xiaoxue, as if he didn't see the 3 flying swords. Xiaobai's skirt fluttered without any wind. It was obvious that she already had the intention to make a move. However, Feng Xing suddenly said in a low voice, "Don't move." Xiaoxue focused and suppressed the spiritual energy she had gathered. She quietly watched as the 3 flying swords slashed at her. The 3 flying swords, under the magic power of a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, created a terrifying wind and completely enveloped Feng Xing. In Xiaoxue's eyes, Feng Xing, who clearly didn't have any cultivation, had a cold expression on his face. It was as if he didn't care at all. This strange feeling also caused the woman to be slightly startled. Wait. Sure enough, when the 3 flying swords slashed over, a few of the cultivators surrounding Gui Yan shouted at the same time. The expression of the old cultivator who asked Feng Xing changed greatly. He waved his sleeve and a black whip flew into the air. It coiled around and pulled the 3 flying swords to the side. At the same time, he anxiously shouted, "Wait. Little friend, what did you say?" A trace of a smile rose from the corner of Feng Xing's mouth. After that, he expressionlessly turned around and said in a clear voice, "Just as I was about to make a move to kill her and get rid of an evil for the people, I recognized her. She is the famous Nanzhan Xiaoxue on the Lingyan list." Haha, the people on the Lingyan list have made great contributions to Nanzhan. I believe that I cannot decide her fate, so I can only quietly wait for the arrival of all the seniors. Lingyan list, this time, the cultivators heard it clearly and were in an uproar. In the past 10 years, what was Nanzhan's most famous for? It was not about which sect or sect had produced a genius, nor was it about which clan's elder had advanced to the Gold Core realm. It was precisely this Lingyan register. 10 years ago, the 5 elders of the Great Snow Mountain went to the Divine Prefecture to discuss the matter of Nanzhan establishing the Tao in the Divine Prefecture. No matter how ignorant the cultivators were, they knew that this matter was of great significance. Although there were many twists and turns, Nanzhan, with the Great Snow Mountain as the leader, still managed to establish a foothold in the northern region of the Divine Prefecture. It became the cultivation holy land in the eyes of the young geniuses of Nanzhan. It was also known as the place where the luck of the Nanzhan's cultivation world was located, and it was vaguely given the name of righteousness. Now, in the Divine Prefecture, to a certain extent, the Great Snow Mountain was synonymous with Nanzhan's orthodoxy. Because of this, there was a highly respected old cultivator of the northern Divine Mountain who used his blood as ink to record 36 cultivators who had made great contributions in establishing the Tao, so that future generations would remember the kindness of these 36 people. Among them were the 5 elders of the Great Snow Mountain, followed by the young generation of Nanzhan who had worked hard and even sacrificed their lives for the establishment of the Tao. Li Hongyi of the southern border Ghost Kingdom, Wang Qiong of the western desert, and even the true disciple of the Ice Sound Palace, Yi Guin, and the others. Ranked higher than these people was the first person among the young generation of Nanzhan on the Lingyun register. It was Xiaoxue, who had fought to prevent the cultivators of Nanzhan from being bullied when she first went to the Divine Prefecture. In the end, her cultivation was destroyed by a great swordsman from the Yun family of the Bitter Sea. Although her contributions were not obvious, she was ranked 6th under the praise of the young generation of Nanzhan, Li Hongyi. Every single one of these 36 people had become legendary figures in the cultivation world of Southern Site continent, and they were highly respected and praised by everyone. It was even to the extent that some zither masters had composed lyrics for them and storytellers had made them into stories that were circulated in the mortal world, causing them to become figures that were known to every household in the mortal world. On the other hand, the clans and sects behind these people obtained extremely great praise and benefits because of them, and their statuses were respected. Of the 36 people, most of them were dead. Those who were still alive were legends to Nanzhan. All the cultivators knew that Xiaoxue was not dead. However, it was rumored that after Xiaoxue was crippled, she went missing in the Divine Continent. No one knew whether she was dead or alive. No one had heard any news about her for more than 10 years. Who would have thought that they would see her here? First Elder Xiao, is this matter true? The old cultivator holding the black dragon whip was shocked and immediately turned his head to ask the Xiao clan elder. If he wanted to verify the authenticity of Xiaoxue's identity, asking the Xiao family was naturally the best option. Motherf *Ker, how did this happen? Under the surprised gazes of the crowd, the 3 elders of the Xiao clan secretly gritted their teeth in anger. The 3 Xiao clan elders really hated Feng Xing to the core. One sentence was enough to throw them into chaos. Why did they rush over to make a move? Wasn't it just to cover up the news of this matter? For the Xiao clan, the things that happened in the past 10 years were really unexpected. At the beginning, Xiaoxue entered the Divine Continent and had a promising future. The Xiao clan naturally worshipped her as a goddess with a supreme status. However, not long after, this woman returned dejectedly. Her cultivation was crippled. The Xiao clan was grieved and also somewhat disappointed that she did not live up to their expectations. They wasted so much of the clan's resources and vision, but destroyed their own future. Therefore, they put her under house arrest and even wanted to use her as a puppet to carry on the family line. They hoped that she could give birth to a descendant with the same quality bloodline as her, so that they could once again carry the banner of restoring the glory of the Xiao clan. However, this woman's escape naturally caused the Xiao clan to be furious. They sent people to capture her, and after that, they hid her for a few years. However, the development of the situation was something that even the Xiao clan did not expect. In the end, Nanzhan was still led by the Great Snow Mountain and successfully established the Tao in the Divine Continent. Xiao Shui, who was originally thought to have abandoned her future and was penniless, also brought endless glory to the Xiao clan because she was listed on the Lingyun register. She even gave the Xiao clan's disciples the qualifications to directly cultivate in the Divine Continent. It was an unexpected surprise. At this time, the Xiao clan naturally no longer thought of capturing Xiao Shui to carry on the family line. Instead, they sent a large number of people to welcome Xiao Shui back to the Xiao clan and worship her as their great-grandmother. As long as she was alive, the glory of the Xiao clan would not disappear. However, they did not expect that they would really find Xiao Shui this time. However, the current Xiao Shui had already entered the demonic path and was refining the life spirit pill. The Xiao clan's elders were surprised and panicked. They begged Xiao Shui to give up refining the life spirit pill and quickly return to the Xiao clan with them while there was still a chance for the situation to take a turn for the better. However, they were forcefully rejected by Xiao Shui, who had lost all hope for the Xiao clan. Those few elders wanted to forcefully bring Xiao Shui back, but they were injured by her and returned with hatred. After reporting to the clan, the entire clan was shocked. The former goddess, a famous hero on the Lingyun register, had now become a demonic person refining the life spirit pill. What kind of terrifying news was this? The Xiao clan panicked and realized the severity of the problem. However, the news of White Demon's disaster had already spread, and they did not have any other good ideas. They could only hastily come up with two plans and then join the demon-subduing alliance. Of the two plans, one was to directly kill White Demon and let the missing Xiao Shui continue to disappear. The second was to not be able to hold back the news, and not hesitate to place righteousness before family to prevent the Xiao clan from being implicated by Xiao Shui. At this moment, the three Xiao clan's elders saw that the situation had taken a turn for the worse and could no longer hold back. Even if they denied it now, it would be useless. Thus, they anxiously looked at each other and secretly made a decision. The Xiao clan's elder with the highest status replied. He walked forward with a heavy expression and said in a deep voice, "Fellow cultivators, my Xiao clan is unfortunate, family's misfortune my ass. If it wasn't for all of you old farts seeing that Flute Fairy didn't have her cultivation and continuously scolded and bullied her, would Flute Fairy have taken the path of no choice and cultivated an evil technique? Xiao clan, if you have the ability, then answer this young master in front of all the cultivators. Is this how people who have done a great service for me, Nanzhan, are treated when they return home?" Without waiting for the Xiao clan's elder to continue speaking, Fang Xing had already taken another step forward and loudly shouted, "Treat your sister. Treat your sister. My Xiao family's matters don't need you to interfere." The three Xiao clan's elders shouted in their hearts at the same time. They really hated Fang Xing to the bone. With regards to this matter, they really did not dare to announce it to the public. It must be known that in the past 10 years, the Xiao clan had used Xiao Shui's achievements to send 4 to 5 outstanding clan members to the Divine Prefecture Orthodoxy. Furthermore, according to the letters that were sent back, these clan members were highly regarded in the Divine Prefecture because of Xiao Shui's matter. If the things that the Xiao clan had done to Xiao Shui were to be exposed, not only would the glory of the Xiao clan be overshadowed, it was likely that the situation of the clan members in the Divine Prefecture would also change greatly. Is she really Fairy Xiao Shui? Among the younger generation of Nanzhan, she's the number 1 on the Lingyun list. Didn't I hear that she went missing? Why would she meet her here and even transform into White Demon? During this time, there were already countless Nanzhan cultivators looking at Xiao Shui in astonishment. The cultivators present were not fools. Naturally, they could determine the truth from Fang Xing's words and the expressions of the Xiao clan's members. They were momentarily shocked and astonished. Meanwhile, the Xiao clan felt that the situation was getting more and more complicated. In a moment of desperation, they exchanged glances with each other and immediately sent a message to the cultivators who were on good terms with them, instructing them to quickly refute it. In this kind of situation, the Xiao clan's best choice was to not speak up. No matter who this White Demon is, it's true that she did something that the heavens and earth do not tolerate and refined the life spirit pill. In the past, the Xiao clan was righteous and cultivated a younger generation who made great contributions to Nanzhan. Now, they are also determined to put their lives on the line for the sake of the heavens and earth. They are truly admirable. Fellow cultivators, even the Xiao clan has done this. Are we still going to let this demon who refined the life spirit pill live? Following that, a roar sounded in the group of cultivators, which immediately attracted a lot of agreement. Although the cultivators were shocked, the person in front of them was indeed an evil demon who refined the life spirit pill. Refining the life spirit pill is a taboo for the fiend gods. It is not tolerated by the heavens and earth. Anyone who touches it must be killed. Back then, on the immortal slaying platform, did the perfected immortals who lost their heads not contribute to the world? Refining the life spirit pill must be killed. We will remember Lady Zhao's contributions, but she has indeed violated the taboo of the fiend gods. For a moment, all kinds of voices rang out, but there were more shouts of killing. Even the old cultivator who stopped the three elders of the Xiao clan frowned and did not speak for a moment. In the midst of these shouts, Fang Xing's eyes gradually turned cold. His hands were hidden in his sleeves, and his gaze was as cold as a sword. Although I still don't understand why you did this, you have miscalculated if you want to use this matter to save me. Xiao Shui spoke softly and smiled at Fang Xing. However, I still have to thank you. As she spoke, her expression was indifferent, but it was obvious that she was prepared to fight to the death. When Fang Xing heard her words, he looked back at her with a strange expression and said, I'm not saving you. Xiao Shui was slightly stunned, but she saw Fang Xing calmly look at the surrounding cultivators and said in a low voice, I'm saving them. Everyone, please listen to me. Just as the shouts of killing resounded through the horizon, suddenly there was a roar, and a young cultivator with a majestic figure stood out and said loudly, I don't think I'm a good person. Ever since I embarked on the path of cultivation, I'm also a person who pursues benefits. However, I have not forgotten the last shred of conscience. It is true that Lady Xiao transformed into the white devil and violated the taboo of the fiend gods. However, she has contributed greatly to Nanzhan, and her contribution is even more true. It is clearly written on the Lingyun register. There are merits and demerits. Even if the merits and demerits cannot offset each other, it is not something that someone of my status can judge. To put it bluntly, among all of you here, who has the qualifications to judge? This sentence was like a huge hammer, suppressing the voices of the cultivators, and for a moment, no one spoke. Even the most powerful people who claim to slay demons and devils shut their mouths at this moment. That's right, she is a person who has contributed greatly to the Lingyun register. Everyone here has benefited from her, so who has the qualifications to judge her merits and demerits? In my opinion, if Lady Xiao makes a vow to never refine this life pill again, then let her go. No, if we let her go, then who will avenge those commoners who died in vain? Merits and demerits cannot offset each other. She has contributed greatly, so we should thank her. However, she has committed a grave mistake, so we cannot let it go. After a moment of silence, the quarrel started again, and it was even more intense. Fellow Taoists, please listen to this old man's words. At the critical moment when the cultivators were arguing endlessly, it was the old cultivator who held the black dragon whip who spoke in a deep voice. His cultivation was high, half a step into the gold core realm, and he was also highly respected. He suppressed the voices of argument and sighed deeply. This old man also never thought that the person who came in a rage to kill the white demon and eliminate the evil for the world would be Fairy Xiao Shui, who is on the Lingyun chart. Fairy Xiao, this old man thanks you first. You have done a great service for establishing the Tao for Nanzhan. This old man has a junior who is cultivating in the divine continent. It can be said that you have done a great service for my clan. As he spoke, the old man first bowed to Xiao Shui in a very respectful manner. Facing the old man's bow, even Xiao Shui was a little surprised and was even at a loss of what to do. She opened her mouth, but did not say anything. She only slightly lowered her head, which could be considered as returning the old man's bow. The expression on her face was also very complicated. The old man sighed and said, but refining the life spirit pill is a taboo of the fiend gods. Anyone who sees this evil cultivator has the right to kill him. This is a decree passed down by the ancient sages and no one can tolerate it. This old man is in a dilemma and really does not know how to choose. Forget it, this old man cannot decide this matter. What that fellow Li said earlier is right. I'm afraid that no one here has the right to decide Fairy Zhao's fate. From what I see, I can only ask Fairy Xiao to make a trip with me to ask Senior Hu Qin of the Great Snow Mountain to say something fair. Haha, in the entire Nanzhan, only Senior Hu Qin of the Great Snow Mountain has the right to decide Fairy Xiao's fate, that's right. Find Senior Hu Qin, this matter, only that Senior has the right to judge whether it's right or wrong, the crowd of cultivators discussed spiritedly. Even if there were still some who had doubts, no one refuted it. Who had the right to judge the life and death of the person on the Lingyun chart? Only Elder Hu Qin of the Great Snow Mountain's 5 elders, who was also ranked higher on the Lingyun list, was the only remaining elder. This elder was now the ancestor of the Great Snow Mountain. After experiencing the tribulation 10 years ago, his cultivation had become more profound, and there were faint signs of him forming a nascent soul. Now, whether it was his reputation, virtue, cultivation, or the importance of controlling the Great Snow Mountain, all the cultivators present were convinced. In the surrounding void, there were several golden elixir realm experts hidden. They did not intend to attack the demons, they were just guarding the area. After all, this group of Foundation Establishment realm cultivators was enough to kill White Demon. After hearing the old Foundation Establishment cultivator's suggestion, they didn't say anything. After all, they trusted the old man from the Great Snow Mountain's Hu Qin sect. Hee, not too bad. Hearing this result, Fang Xing lightly smiled as he turned his head and said to Xiao Shui. Xiao Shui's expression was miserable. She smiled, but in her heart, she also accepted this result. This time, she refused to run away because she wanted to fight to the death. It was for revenge, to vent the anger in her heart, and also to end her own life. It could be said that she had the intention to die from the beginning. However, humans have the desire to live. Fang Xing persuaded the cultivators to let Elder Hu Qin decide her fate, which was also to hide a chance of survival. More importantly, the reason why she ended up like this was because her life was full of twists and turns. After putting in so much effort for others, she was abandoned. That was why her heart was like dead ashes, and she hardened her heart to enter the demonic path. What Fang Xing did today allowed her to see that not everyone was a cold-blooded person. To her, who was completely disheartened, this could be considered as some comfort, and she did not feel so hopeless. However, just as the cultivators were about to let out a sigh of relief, they suddenly heard a thunderous voice in the surrounding void. Merit is merit, and fault is fault. How can you let a man-eating demon go just because of her previous merit? Isn't this too childish? I must get rid of evil completely. I can't let her. Rumble, above the sky, a terrifying black lightning that was like a swimming snake struck down without any warning. This technique was extremely sudden, and the person who made the move was a top expert. Before anyone could react, it landed on the location of Fang Xing and Xiao Shui in the Ghost Smoke Valley with a rumble. A kind of lightning that was mixed with ruthlessness, viciousness, strangeness, and many other terrifying powers exploded with a rumble. It was like a tidal wave that drowned the entire Ghost Smoke Valley. In an instant, the mountain rocks were overturned, and the violent power entangled. The entire valley was nearly razed to the ground. In the billowing smoke, a white figure suddenly broke through the broken rocks and flew up. A head of white hair fluttered, as if it covered half the sky. The demonic aura was dense. It was Xiao Shui. She rushed up from below, and the first thing she did was to look down. She saw the billowing smoke, and there was no sound. Thinking about how Fang Xing did not have any cultivation and was probably doomed, the rims of her eyes turned red. After her cultivation was crippled, the world was cold, her clansmen abandoned her, and her life was worse than death. Xiao Shui had already lost all hope in this world. And that little devil was the first person to say that he would protect her ever since she returned to Nanzhan. Furthermore, he was the one who really thought about her, but now, he actually died so suddenly, without any warning. A kind of ice-cold despair rose from the bottom of Xiao Shui's heart, burning her mind like a raging fire. I want your lives. A kind of anger caused the demonic aura on Xiao Shui's body to explode. Even her voice had become hoarse and terrifying. Her silver hair moved without any wind, and like silver flying swords, she madly flew towards the direction of the person who made the move. Eh? Wasn't he already treated? The voice that came from the void was also slightly surprised. Then, he sneered, forget it, it's just a little trouble. As his voice fell, 3 black figures had already rushed out from the cloud, and each of them used a spell to block Xiaoshui. A huge battle unfolded without any warning, turning the void into a battlefield. Who is it? Who is so daring to make a move? Why did you directly kill her? Didn't we say that we would send her to Huqin Sr. to be judged? The scene also became chaotic. Countless people shouted and glared at the cultivator who made the move. This unforeseen event had indeed exceeded the expectations of the cultivators. They were all dissatisfied with this cultivator who made the move. At this moment, they were even prepared to make a move to save Xiaoshui. It was me who made the move. In the midst of the clamor, a cold voice sounded, but it suppressed the chaos in the scene. When the cultivators who were originally angry saw this cultivator, their hearts trembled at the same time and they became silent. Even those who didn't know this person were held down by the people beside them, not daring to speak carelessly. In the sky, a cultivator wearing a light yellow robe stood with his hands behind his back. His white beard fluttered in the wind, and his expression was cold and arrogant. Behind him, the clouds churned, revealing 2 golden core cultivators wearing black robes. Their auras were extremely strange, and their appearances were also different from ordinary people. They had fox ears and eagle beaks. It seemed that they actually had the demonic barbarian bloodline. The Huangfu clan, it's the Huangfu clan. Why haven't I heard that the Huangfu clan also came here to slay the demon? No matter how strong their anger was, they were scared back into their stomachs by this person's identity. For a moment, the cultivators were as quiet as cicadas in winter. As for the old man, after making the move, he looked down at the cultivators below with a cold smile and said in a deep voice, "What nonsense. Even if you came to slay the demon, you still have to evaluate the merits and demerits first? What great merit for Nanzhan. Could it be that you've done good deeds before, so you're just going to let her kill the living? My Huangfu clan has a heart for the heavens and earth, following the decree of the ancient saints. Since this demon has violated the taboo of the fiend gods, she must not be allowed to live in this world. In this old man's opinion, you've already fallen into the path of the fiend gods when you're slaying the demon. After thinking about it, you've already fallen into the path of the fiend gods." This, after being scolded by the Huangfu clan, the cultivators below were all silent for a moment. Even if there were people who felt that the Huangfu clan's actions were inappropriate, they didn't dare to refute at this moment. After all, how could the Huangfu clan, the hidden sovereign of Nanzhan, be ordinary, even though the Great Snow Mountain had established itself in the Divine Continent and the Huangfu clan had many restraints, they were still the #1 aristocratic clan in Nanzhan. If it was any other cultivator recklessly making a move, it would undoubtedly incur the wrath of the masses. However, when the Huangfu clan's cultivators made a move, it gave people a feeling that it was only right and proper. In the chaos of the void, Xiaoshui was fiercely fighting the 3 black-clothed servants behind the Huangfu clan's old man. For a moment, they were actually evenly matched. Even so, it was enough to astonish people. Firstly, the 3 black-clothed servants were actually at the initial stage of the Gold Core realm. To the Huangfu clan, they were only servants. It could be seen that the Huangfu clan's foundation was truly deep and terrifying. They were indeed worthy of being called the #1 aristocratic clan in Nanzhan. Secondly, Xiaoshui's current aura was released. In the eyes of others, her cultivation was only at the peak of the foundation establishment realm. However, when she brandished her sword and emanated dense demonic aura, she was actually evenly matched with the 3 Gold Core realm cultivators. Others couldn't help but sigh. This genius sword cultivator who was ranked #1 among the younger generation in Nanzhan had now entered the demonic path. Not only did her strength not decline, it seemed to have become even stronger. If she really entered the path of the demonic path and formed her gold core, how terrifying would her strength be? However, her condition seemed to be extremely unstable. After fighting for 100 moves, the demonic aura on her body faintly showed signs of dissipating, and she was gradually suppressed into a disadvantageous position. Even though she seemed to be furious and had the intention to fight with her life on the line, she was still suppressed by the 3 black-clothed servants. She couldn't even get within 100 feet of the Huangfu clan's old cultivator. She could only shout in anger and seemed to have lost her mind. Although her attacks were ferocious, it was inevitable that they were full of flaws. Her aura was faintly able to resist the 3 black-clothed servants, but her techniques were clearly chaotic. Soon, the three black-clothed servants who were fiercely fighting with her seized the opportunity and attacked viciously. Bang! One of the black-clothed servants took out an iron rod and struck Xianxia from behind, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood and fall to the ground. However, she quickly rushed up again. Her white hair fluttered in the wind as she charged at the Huangfu clan's old cultivator. Crack, crack, crack. One of the black-clothed servants executed a lightning technique and struck her down from the sky once again. Xianxia roared and rushed up again. Senior Huangfu, please be merciful. Fairy Xiao has shown great kindness to our Nanzhong cultivators. Please be lenient and don't harm her life. Xianxia was being suppressed by the Huangfu clan's cultivators. In the sky, all the cultivators watched as she fought with the Huangfu clan's cultivators like a madman. However, in the silence of indifference, there were still people who couldn't bear to watch. Even the cultivator surnamed Li, who was the first to say that he didn't have the qualifications to decide Xiaoxue's life and death, hesitated for a while before stealing his heart and begging for mercy from the Huangfu clan's old cultivator in the sky. That's right, Senior Huangfu, Fairy Xiao is a famous person on the Lingyun list after all. As for how to deal with her, we still need to discuss it properly. We don't want to cover up for her evil deeds. We just want to give her a chance to live on account of her great contributions in the past. The only person who can judge the life and death of a person on the Lingyun list is the Great Snowy Mountains Huqin Elder. Please be merciful and give her a chance. As one person spoke, there were more people who steeled their hearts and bravely stood out to plead for mercy. The Huangfu clan's old cultivator had an arrogant expression and didn't take the words of these people to heart. Only when the last person mentioned the words Huqin Elder in front of him did his expression suddenly change and reveal a trace of anger. His large sleeves fluttered as he turned around with his back facing the blazing sun in the sky. There was a vague feeling of covering the sky and sun. His voice seemed to have been fished out from the netherworld and was bone-piercingly cold. Huqin Elder? Haha, my Huangfu clan's extermination of demons is a matter of course. When did we need that old man's consent? He became angrier and angrier. Even his eyebrows and beard fluttered. He suddenly turned around and pointed at Xiaoxue in the sky. If we're talking about Great Snowy Mountains disciples, then this girl was originally a Great Snowy Mountains disciple. She even deceived the world to gain fame and was regarded as a meritorious servant of Nanzhong. However, all of you have seen it for yourself. Ask that Huqin Elder. Hehe, this old man wants to ask him. My Huangfu clan wants to ask him in front of the world how the Great Snowy Mountains disciples were raised. Other than demons, there are more demons. So what if she has turned into a demon? I'm 100 times more selfish than your Huangfu clan. At this moment, there was a roar. Xiaoxue finally found an opening and charged at the old cultivator from the Huangfu clan without any regard for her life. Her silver sword turned into tens of thousands of silver swords that pierced towards the old cultivator from the Huangfu clan. Bao Spawn, surrender! At this moment, the old cultivator from the Huangfu clan suddenly let out a roar and a core luster appeared around him. It was as if invisible flying swords were slashing over, slicing Xiaoxue's hair into snowflakes. At the same time, he swooped down and stomped down. After all, he was a golden core realm cultivator, so he didn't give Xiaoxue the slightest chance to resist and stomped her to the ground. Bang! A crater appeared on the ground as Xiaoxue's body sank into the mud. Her snow-white clothes were stained with dust. Roar! In Xiaoxue's body, there was a terrifying demonic aura constantly attacking her as she struggled to stand up. However, the old cultivator from the Huangfu clan's stomp was like a mountain, suppressing Xiaoxue to the point where she couldn't even raise her head. As she struggled, some of the Zhu Shou in the air revealed a happy expression, while others couldn't bear it. However, no matter who it was, when they discovered that the old cultivator from the Huangfu clan was enraged, they didn't dare to open their mouths and only turned their heads to avoid looking at her. Vile spawn, you refined the life spirit pill and slaughtered lives. Your sin is unforgivable. I originally wanted to kill you, but now I've changed my mind. Since you're a disciple of the Great Snow Mountain and a person on the Lingyun list, I'll first bring you back to the Huangfu clan to be suppressed. I'll wait for that old man from Huqin to come and ask him in front of him how the Great Snow Mountain still has the face to claim to be the orthodox lineage for producing such a disciple. As the old cultivator spoke, 2 iron chains with hooks appeared in his hands. With two poochie sounds, the iron chains flew down as if they had a life of their own and pierced through Xiaoshue's left and right shoulder blades. At the same time, the cold intent refined by the tens of thousands of demonic spirits from the Blackwater Lake entered Xiaoshue's meridians and firmly locked the demonic aura in her body. "Let's go." A hint of joy flashed between the old cultivator's brows. He turned his head and looked at the surrounding cultivators. With a cold shout, he flew into the sky. Xiaoshue was lifted up like a paper kite. She floated in the air and was forcefully taken away. This is a bit too much. Xiaoshue, or rather, White Demon, was taken away by a cultivator from the Huangfu clan. However, the scene became silent. The expressions of the cultivators were complicated. They all felt a strange emotion emerge from the bottom of their hearts. She is, after all, White Demon who committed the taboo of the gods and demons. It's understandable that the Huangfu clan wants to exterminate the demon. Is it to exterminate the demon? After the Great Snow Mountain established the Divine Continent, all the cultivators of the Nanzhan had the qualifications to enter the orthodoxy. Only the Huangfu clan was isolated. This hatred has long been deep and cannot be resolved. I think the Huangfu clan wants to use this opportunity to cause trouble for the Great Snow Mountain, right? After all, the Divine Continent is the place where the Tao originates, so they pay great attention to the demon. I heard that Song Guichan, the divine son of the Pure Yang sect in the northern region of the Divine Continent, was imprisoned for 1,000 years because he was tainted by the demonic nature. The Pure Yang sect was also implicated and criticized by the sects of the northern region. They had no choice but to seal themselves for 100 years as an apology. If the sects of the northern region are like this, what about the Great Snow Mountain that has yet to gain a firm foothold? Amidst the chaos, an old cultivator with an ordinary appearance but extraordinary knowledge spoke up and dispelled the mystery in Zhu Shou's heart. If the Great Snow Mountain can't gain a firm foothold, what will happen to the cultivators of the Nanzhan? Someone already turned pale with fright when he heard this and cried out in fear. What are you worried about? Without the Great Snow Mountain, do you think the Huangfu family won't be able to establish their Tao? That's right. If the Huangfu family used any tricks, we won't be able to tolerate them. But this time, the Huangfu family did it openly. This fairy Xiao might have really done meritorious deeds in the past, but now that she has turned into the White Demon, it is also a fact that she has destroyed lives. Even the laws of the mortal world don't pay attention to the balance of merits and demonic deeds, not to mention that we are cultivators. What did Xiaoshue violate the taboo of the fiend gods? Discussions broke out among the cultivators, but no one was able to come up with an answer. This matter was already chaotic, and with the addition of the Huangfu family, there was even a conflict between the Huangfu family and the Great Snow Mountain. It was even more impossible for them to interfere. Although there were people who felt sorry for Xiaoshue, they only scolded her angrily. Gradually, some of the cultivators dispersed, but some moved closer to the Ghost Smoke Valley and were ready to make a move. The White Demon has already been captured by the Huangfu family's senior. The things she left behind are ownerless. How about we dig them up and split them evenly? Someone hesitated for a long time, before softly suggesting. That's fine. But the items used to refine the demon cannot be kept for ourselves. We must hand them over to a respected senior to deal with. After the discussion was settled, cultivators rushed into the valley and cleared out the buried valley, searching for the resources left behind by Xiaoshue. They were all people with cultivation, so clearing out the valley was as easy as flipping their hands. Large pieces of rocks and wood were all moved out. Just as they were about to dig out the center of the valley where Xiaoshue was, there were cultivators that were slightly startled, looking towards a certain direction. Cough cough. I was almost disposed of like a fish by someone. Beneath a huge slab of stone, there was a coughing sound. Then, the slab of stone trembled slightly, and a black figure crawled out. His body was covered in a thick layer of blood and dust, and his original appearance was almost unrecognizable. Such a light and nimble movement of crawling out seemed to be abnormally strenuous. Around his body, there was a protective talisman, and its light was getting dimmer and dimmer. It seemed that when he was trapped inside, it was this talisman that saved his life. It's him, everyone recognized him. He was the nameless cultivator that captured Xiaoshue in the beginning. They originally thought that he had died from the Huangfu clan's spell, but they never thought that this person would be so lucky to survive with a protective talisman. However, if he only relied on a talisman to survive, then his cultivation wouldn't be very high. Especially looking at his difficult movements, he seemed more like a mortal. Bastard! You deserve to die for protecting White Demon. When the other cultivators saw this person, they were a bit surprised. However, there was also someone who fiercely shouted and was about to slash at him. It was one of the 3 elders of the Xiao clan. They hated this nameless cultivator the most. They originally wanted to silently kill White Demon and protect the Xiao clan's reputation. However, because of this, Xiaoshui's identity was known by others and they couldn't hide it anymore. To the Xiao clan, this was already a hidden danger with unpredictable consequences. No one knew if it would affect the Xiao clan's fate. Seeing that he was able to escape with his life but had no cultivation, the Xiao clan elder immediately wanted to kill him to vent his anger. However, just as he was about to take out his flying sword, the nameless cultivator suddenly turned around and looked at him. It was just a cold gaze, but it caused the Xiao clan elder's heart to turn cold and he didn't take out his sword. This was a very strange feeling. It was clear that this person did not have any cultivation, but the look in his eyes caused the Xiao clan elder, who was in the late stage of foundation establishment, to feel fear. It was as if he was being stared at by an ancient beast, and even his body and head were not listening to him. Hee, you're in a hurry to dig up treasures? The nameless cultivator only glanced at the elder of the Xiao family before moving his eyes away. He sat down on a smooth piece of rock and took a deep breath. Then, he looked at the surrounding cultivators with a faint smile. There was a hint of disdain on the corner of his mouth as he sighed softly. If Senior Sister Xiao had known that all of you were like this, she might not have used that sword in the Divine Continent. The cultivators all felt a bit embarrassed. Their thin-skinned faces were burning. The Huangfu clan is after all slaying demons. Even if their methods are a bit fierce, we can't say anything, a cultivator explained helplessly. I won't count on you guys. If I didn't stop Senior Sister Xiao from using those villagers to refine pills, her cultivation probably wouldn't be unstable and she wouldn't have been captured so easily. It was me who caused her to be captured by the Huangfu clan, so I should go and save her. The nameless cultivator didn't argue with anyone. He took 2 deep breaths, shook his head helplessly, and stood up. The surrounding cultivators all looked at him in surprise as if they were looking at a huge joke. Even with his body that couldn't even stand steadily, he still wanted to go and save someone from the Huangfu clan. The nameless cultivator was silent for a while, as if waiting for someone to speak. However, no one answered. He laughed at himself and no longer paid attention. His gaze became even more bleak as he lowered his head and looked at the pill in his hand. It was a green pill the size of a longan and emitted a very strange aura. When he was buried underground, he collided with the cauldron and accidentally caught the pill that rolled out of the cauldron. At that time, he only needed to lower his head to take a look to know what it was. Xiaoshui had been refining the life spirit pill for quite some time. This pill was the core that had been in the cauldron, waiting for the last batch of flesh and blood to be refined. If it wasn't for Feng Xing stopping her, that batch of villagers would have become the last batch of sacrifices for this pill. This pill would have reached major completion and become the strongest life spirit pill that Xiaoshui had ever refined. After consuming this pill, Xiaoshui would completely fall into the demonic path, but her cultivation would also recover and she would even be stronger than before. However, Feng Xing's appearance made Xiaoshui no longer refine this life spirit pill, nor did she consume this incomplete core. Instead, she chose to believe in Feng Xing and let him deal with the current situation, so the pill was left behind. But now, as if fate had dictated, this pill had fallen into Feng Xing's hands. If he consumed it, he didn't know how much of his cultivation would recover, but at least he wouldn't be like this anymore. Feng Xing looked into the distance and his face gradually sank. He had already raised his hand, but just as he was about to put the pill into his mouth, he hesitated for a moment. Thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind like flowing shadows, causing Feng Xing, who had always been swift and decisive, to be momentarily unable to make up his mind. Am I going to fall into the demonic path? Uncle 11 once said that people will only fall into the demonic path when they are at their most desperate. Even the demonic cultivators in the demonic abyss will do everything possible to preserve a trace of their true nature. But if I consume this life spirit pill, I will be even more powerful than the people in the demonic abyss. When I was in the Bohai kingdom, I thought that those people had forgotten about me. Although I was hiding from them, I still hoped that they would come and find me. Fortunately, I had senior brothers Zhu and Jean Liuzi to help me, so I didn't become completely depressed. After that, Xianxia also came. That silly girl at least told me that many people were still looking for me. She was also willing to give up the path of immortality to accompany me, so the knot in my heart was finally untied. When I was wandering around the world, I'd always felt that I was looking for something, but I couldn't find it. That was until I met Yi Guin in the Great Snowy Mountain. Everyone saw her as Nanzhan's legend, a great hero, but this woman's Tao heart was actually destroyed because of a small matter that I didn't help back then. It seems that no matter how good a person is, they can't deceive themselves. What is a Tao heart? It was also in this half a year that I finally understood why I was so unhappy. It was the Tao heart. I'm really stupid. Without cultivation, I'm just back to square one. What's there to be unhappy about? Eldest young mistress already said that she gave me 2 blood lotuses. If I consume one every 50 years, it will ensure that I live to 100 years old. This is already very good, alright? In the past, eldest uncle always said that in our line of work, living to 50 years old is already considered a long life. If I can live to 100 years old, I'll be very lucky. That be *tche Guin, on the other hand, used her damaged Tao heart to help me find my Tao heart. Damn it. Those people make it sound so mysterious, but in reality, the Tao heart is very simple. To have a clear conscience is the Tao heart. I've always had this thing, but after I lost my cultivation, I almost lost it too. If I swallow this pill, I might recover my cultivation, but my Tao heart will be lost again, and I'll probably never be able to find it again. Am I going to destroy my Tao heart in order to find my cultivation? Fang Xing was extremely distressed with all kinds of complicated thoughts. Layers of cold sweat seeped out of his forehead, drenching his clothes. He raised his hand, but did not put the pill into his mouth. However, he did not put it down either. The surrounding cultivators did not understand what he was doing. They all looked at him in silence and strangely. There were even people who looked at the pill in his hand. Their eyes shone brightly, and no one knew what they were thinking. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Just as Fang Xing was in a daze, a donkey suddenly came out of nowhere and slowly ran in front of him. It got close to his face and snorted. It was his mount. It was lucky. When the valley collapsed, this fellow was eating grass far away and avoided the fate of being buried inside. Now that it came to look for its owner, Fang Xing came to his senses. Only then did he realize that his clothes were almost completely drenched. Turning to look at the donkey's face, Fang Xing also instantly smiled. He patted its head and laughed softly. At least there's you. With such a wake-up call, Fang Xing only felt much better. He suddenly exerted force and threw the pill far away. Go to hell. Uncle 11 already said that people will only become demons when they are in despair. If I swallow this pill, doesn't it mean that I've been scared to the point of despair by the Huangfu clan? If this spreads out, it'll be too embarrassing. I'll lose face, so I'll still use that method to save people. After throwing away the life spirit pill, Fang Xing's mood became more and more carefree. A cold smile hung on his face as he looked into the distance. He gritted his teeth and muttered to himself, Huangfu clan, subduing White Devil. This is the first time I've seen your clan do something good. Then today, for this good deed, I'll exterminate your entire Huangfu clan. Boom, his voice wasn't soft, and many cultivators around heard it. They were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Was this person crazy? He clearly had no cultivation and almost died in the valley, but he actually dared to say that he would exterminate the entire Huangfu clan, even if the cultivators of the Huangfu clan had already left. This wasn't something that anyone would dare to say, right? Most importantly, he said it very seriously. After hearing his words, the cultivators subconsciously thought that he could do it, riding on the donkey, carrying the blade, and picking up the wine board from the ruins. He slowly but firmly rushed forward. Fellow cultivator, I wonder, how should I address you? After hesitating for a long time, someone among the stagnant cultivators reacted and hurriedly asked. This young master is Fang Xing, also known as the Devil. The cultivator on the donkey didn't even turn his head as he replied indifferently and went further and further away. Fang Xing, that little devil Fang Xing who disappeared for close to 10 years, with a bang, the minds of all the cultivators seemed to explode, and it was as if there was a thunderclap resounding in the sea of consciousness. They were shocked into silence by this sentence. For a moment, some people were so shocked that the flying swords in their hands fell to the ground with a clang. Some people's mouths were so wide open that they could swallow 2 eggs. Some people even subconsciously shivered for a moment, only to feel a burst of dizziness and almost fainted. Little devil Fang Xing appeared again? In the southwest of the Nanzhan state, in the depths of the western desert, there was a forbidden area. This place was isolated by layers of great formations, making it impossible for cultivators from the outside to explore it. They also did not know how big it was. The internal structure seemed to be tens of thousands of miles wide from the outside, but there were rumors that within the forbidden area, there was a power of law that changed the space. In fact, the space inside was more than 10 times that of what it looked like from the outside. There was abundant spiritual qi everywhere, so dense that it turned into rain, nourishing every inch of the land. Spiritual medicine and immortal nurseries were everywhere. It could be said that every inch of the land was a paradise that cultivators dreamed of, a paradise for cultivators. And for thousands of years, this place only belonged to one family. Outsiders never dared to have the slightest intention to pry into it. Even though this area attracted more than half of the spirit veins in the Nanzhan state, continuously supplying this place with spiritual qi, it was equivalent to robbing more than half of all the spiritual qi that belonged to the Nanzhan cultivators. Even then, the Nanzhan cultivators did not dare to say anything, they did not even dare to get angry, they just let it be. All of this was because this place had a surname, Huangfu. It was originally a great family in the Divine Prefecture. Later, it moved to the Nanzhan, and played a supreme role in the demon-hunting battle of Nanzhan 3,000 years ago. It was a unique behemoth in the Nanzhan, and it called itself the Hidden Emperor. It was a super-ancient cultivation family that controlled the fate of Nanzhan. However, this supreme glory had slightly dimmed in the past 10 years. Since the chaos in the northern region 10 years ago, the prestige of the Huangfu family had been repeatedly attacked. First, the Great Snow Mountain successfully established itself in the Divine Prefecture, becoming the first orthodoxy established by a cultivator of Nanzhan. It was known as the place where the fate of Nanzhan was. However, Huangfu Zizhu, who was sent to the Divine Prefecture to discuss the establishment of the Dao, not only did he fail to do so, but he also angered Zhu Xiu of the northern region, causing the relationship between Zhu Xiu and the Huangfu family to break. Later, Huangfu Zizhu was summoned back and imprisoned in the family as punishment. The 5 Yuanying ancestors of the Huangfu family, who usually lived in seclusion by the Black Water Lake, also sensed that there was a change in the world. They woke up within a year, becoming the first generation in 2,000 years where the 5 ancestors appeared at the same time. After that, the 5 ancestors issued decrees. For the past 3,000 years, any golden core experts of the Huangfu family who were in seclusion or were sent to other regions to deal with family affairs were summoned back. Then, they issued decrees and recruited a group of golden core experts. For a time, the strength of the Huangfu family skyrocketed. There were many experts, and this was the tip of the iceberg. Now, Huangfu Shentong, the ancestor with the highest seniority among the 5 ancestors, had brought 3 ancestors, as well as many young talents of the Huangfu family and the 8 groups of dragons to the Divine Prefecture to discuss the establishment of the Dao. They had not returned yet, and the progress was unknown. In the ancestral land of the Huangfu family, there were still a considerable number of golden core cultivators, which made people feel even more depressed. Ancestor, there's news from the Divine Prefecture. In the center of the ancestral land of the Huangfu family, inside a black palace, on a vermilion corridor, a little child who had just been on duty at the altar of the family was holding the corner of his robe and stumbling toward the Hall of Dao in the middle of the main hall. The little child had white teeth and red lips, and his skin was like carved jade. His voice was shrill, and he was selected from 10,000 children. He was cleansed and his Dao source was changed, so that he would forever maintain the appearance of a 10-year-old. He was called an immortal slave, and after serving the Huangfu family for 100 years, he was allowed to be dismembered and reincarnated. What do you mean? In the Hall of Tao, an old man with wrinkled cheeks and a withered face opened his eyes and looked at the little child. In this Hall of Tao, there were a total of 10 old men sitting cross-legged. They were all existences who ruled over a region, but now they were on duty in the Hall of Tao. Ever since the chaos in the northern region of the Divine Prefecture 10 years ago, the Huangfu family had not relaxed for even a moment, and there were many experts here at all times. Fourth Ancestor said. Great Ancestor personally issued a decree, ordering us to retrieve 40 Blackwater Lake essence from the bottom of the Blackwater Lake, as well as 30 secret manuals, 6 artifacts, and dried spirit essences. We are to send them to the Divine Land as soon as possible. Without delay, the little child panted and reported a list of names. 40 Black Lake essence. Hearing this, Zhu Xiao, who was in the Hall of Tao, was stunned and did not look good. The Black Lake essence is the treasure of the Huangfu family. It came from the Black Lake, and only 100 have been condensed in the past 3,000 years. It has the ability to resist the lightning tribulation. Usually, the 5 ancestors have used 13 of them for cultivation. 10 years ago, the 4 ancestors went to the Divine Prefecture and took another 10 with them. There are only 77 left in the family. This time, we are going to take 40. Is it? Hearing the words of the little child, an old golden core cultivator who was in charge of managing the Huangfu family's resources smiled bitterly. His tone was somewhat pained as he hesitantly said to the skinny ancestor. Give it to them. The skinny old man was silent for a while before he said in a hoarse voice, the Black Lake essence can be regenerated. However, if we lose this opportunity to establish our Tao, or if we can't obtain the fortune we deserve, no one can say for sure if the Huangfu family can survive 100 years later. Sigh, we can only blame that little devil for being too ruthless. He took the cauldron with one move and caused chaos in the Divine Prefecture. He even caused the 3 northern Tao to lose control of the northern region of the Divine Prefecture. The Taisheng Tao remnant disciples, the Sea clan, the Demon clan, and the Sea Rogue immortals invaded at the same time and seized control of the northern region of the Divine Prefecture. The Great Snow Mountain also established its Tao with the help of those tribes, but the Huangfu family has no place to stand. After listening to these words, the elders of the Huangfu clan who held real power were filled with hatred and anger. At the end of the day, it's all because of that little devil. It's a pity that he has disappeared these few years and no one knows where he is hiding. Someone gritted his teeth and said, otherwise, we would have captured him and suppressed him at the bottom of the Black Lake. Haha, the skinny old man shook his head and did not want to say anything more. In these 10 years, he had acted ruthlessly too many times. Even with his status, he felt embarrassed. The Huangfu family and the 3 northern Tao had really put in a lot of effort to find that little devil. They even invited a true disciple of the Tianji Palace from the central region of the Divine Continent to deduce the location of that little devil. In the end, they still failed. There were already rumors that said that the little devil was good at hiding the secrets of heaven. Unless the Tianji elder of the Tianji Palace personally made a divination, or the Lingshan temple took out the Buddha's meditation scripture, no one could dig that little devil out from among the masses. And these 2 were not people that the Huangfu family could invite. Forget it, forget it. I'll go get the Black Lake essence and arrange for people to set off in a month's time. We'll rush to the Divine Continent. The skinny old man sighed and made a decision. He was full of helplessness. In these 10 years, the Huangfu family's thousands of years of foundation has been emptied by more than half. They are constantly sending out treasures, but this matter of establishing the Tao is still not satisfactory. I really don't know when such days will come to an end. Since the old ancestor had already spoken, the others could not do anything. They could only sigh and make arrangements. Old ancestor, great news. Amidst the dejection, a voice suddenly came from far away. An old cultivator came back as fast as lightning. Mu Ling is back. Within the Hall of Tao, a few Golden Dan elders revealed looks of surprise as they looked outside. All the elders of the Huangfu family with some ability had their own tasks. Some allocated resources, some suppressed riots. But this elder Huangfu Mu Ling had ordinary ability. He was assigned to contact the various sects of the Nanzhan to obtain the recognition of the various sections. Simply put, he wanted to compete with the Great Snow Mountain for the title of the legitimate Nanzhan. Unfortunately, the Huangfu family had always been the hidden emperor of the Nanzhan. It was not so easy for them to put down their arrogance. That Huangfu Mu Ling had been working for 10 years without any results, and now his heart was cold. At this time, the Huangfu family's situation was getting worse by the day. Why did he have good news? While Zhu Xiu was surprised, he went out to greet him. He saw Huangfu Mu Ling descending from the sky with 2 metal chains. On the chains was a white-haired girl in white. He dragged her in as if she was a dead dog. Huangfu Mu Ling was a little proud and laughed heartily. How lucky. I heard that a white devil appeared in the northwest of the Chu region and refined a life spirit pill, causing 1,000 miles of scarlet land. Everyone was in a state of panic, so I wanted to kill this devil and bring glory to the Huangfu family. I didn't expect to reap such a great harvest. Old ancestor, brothers, and uncles, guess who she is? Zhu Xiu looked at him as if he was looking at an idiot. Huangfu Mu Ling laughed loudly. This girl is the direct disciple of the Great Snow Mountain's sword-washing courtyard. She was ranked first among the younger generation on the Lingyan list, Sword Celestial Xiaoshui, Xiaoshui? In the Hall of Dao, the powerful figures of the Huangfu family were slightly startled. They immediately understood the importance of this girl and stood up. A disciple of the Great Snow Mountain actually went to cultivate the demonic Dao? How dare the Great Snow Mountain claim to be the orthodox Nanzhan and specialize in cultivating the disciples of demons? It's fine if there's a little demon who doesn't shrink from any evil, but now there's a man-eating demon? Haha, the identity of the white devil has been revealed. The Lingyan list is simply a joke. After a moment of shock, all the elders burst into laughter at the same time. The boulder that had been pressing down on their hearts also loosened a little. Even the skinny Yuanying ancestor revealed a trace of a cold smile. This is a heaven-sent opportunity. Mu Ling, this girl's demonic aura isn't enough. Go suppress her at the bottom of the Black Water Lake and use the resentment of 10,000 spirits to help her become a demon. When we go to the Divine Prefecture in a month, bring her along. Haha, with this girl as a hostage, let's see if the Great Snow Mountain still dares to claim to be the orthodox Nanzhan. Huangfu Mu Ling was immensely proud and immediately brought Xiaoshui to the back of the mountain. Hall of Dao's Zhu Xiu was also in a good mood. However, it seemed that the Huangfu clan, who had been down on their luck for close to 10 years, was quite lucky today. Before the news had even passed, the little Xianxia ran in joyfully and excitedly stuttered, "Ancestor, great news, just now, a spy from our Huangfu clan came back with news, that little demon Fang Xing, who deserves to be cut into 1,000 pieces, has appeared." The Hall of Dao was silent for a few breaths of time before it exploded with a loud bang. That little demon, where is he now? Even the skinny Huangfu clan Juanying ancestor couldn't suppress the shock in his heart. Xianxia rushed into the Hall of Dao and pressed her hands on her knees. She panted heavily. It's our Huangfu clan that comes. He came to the Huangfu clan? This answer caused Huangfu clan's Zhu Xiu to be slightly stunned. Why does he dare to come to our Huangfu clan? Is he courting death? Xianxia panted a few times and said, He said he's here to annihilate our Huangfu clan. Annihilate our Huangfu clan? This sentence simply made the Huangfu clan's cultivators feel as if they had heard a heavenly book. How many years has it been since someone said such words to the Huangfu clan? Or rather, how many years has it been since someone has gone crazy like this? Even the guy who forced the Huangfu clan to the southern region back in the Divine Continent and the various clans in the northern Demon Land who hated the Huangfu clan to the bone didn't let go of such bold words. However, the following words made the Huangfu clan even more dumbfounded. After Xianxia caught her breath, she hurriedly said, "The cultivators who are loyal to our Huangfu clan found him in the Ghost Smoke Valley in the northwest of the Chu region. At that time, he was with Elder Mu Ling who captured White Demon. No one expected it to be him. According to the scouts, this guy's appearance has changed greatly and his cultivation is completely gone. If he didn't admit his identity, no one would have thought that he was the legendary demon. Now that he admitted his identity, he is already riding a green donkey towards the Huangfu clan. Mu Ling, what exactly is going on?" The surrounding people's gazes instantly turned towards Elder Mu Ling. I don't know. This scene also stunned Elder Mu Ling. He was only concerned about capturing White Demon, who knew that the more important little demon was right under his nose. Damn it, the merit that he had just made in front of the elder was instantly washed away. Just now you said, that little demon has no cultivation at all? The skinny elder didn't care about these minor details and asked in a deep voice. Xianxia said, the messenger said that there was no fluctuation of Dharma power in that demon, and he was almost killed by the aftermath of Elder Mu Ling's spell when he captured and killed White Demon. He was very lucky to survive, but I don't know if it's a disguise. The skinny elder rolled his eyes a few times and sneered, it might not be a disguise. That little dog fought with the pure young demonic son Song Guichan on the Worship's End Mountain. Although he won by luck, Song Guichan is known as the number one among the younger generation in the northern region. How could he be easy to deal with? He probably also paid a great price. After that, he stole the cauldron and didn't show up for 10 years. If it wasn't for the huge change, how could he bear it? If that's the case, it makes sense. He most likely destroyed his cultivation, and that's why he hid his identity. At this point, his face turned serious and he said coldly, this kid's appearance is really a gift from the heavens. No matter whether he said that he was going to provoke our Huangfu family or not, we must capture him. No, what if he doesn't come? All elders immediately give up all the tasks at hand and split into 3 teams. One team will guard the ancestral land, one team will go out and wait for that little demon outside the ancestral land, and the third team will set off immediately. We must find that little demon and capture him, in case he escapes. Yes. All the cultivators of the Huangfu family responded loudly with a shocking momentum. There was an indescribable excitement in their hearts. Finally, it was time to deal with this little demon head-on, starting from when the Huangfu family robbed the sword catacomb in the mysterious domain, then the Blue Cloud sect tortured and killed Iron like madness, and then outside the mysterious domain, the little demon suddenly attacked and killed the Huangfu family's Daoist with a single sword strike. Then, he went to the pilgrimage mountain and caused a huge mess. The hatred between the Huangfu family and this little demon was too deep. It was not something that could be explained clearly with just a few words. This hatred was unresolvable. For the past 10 years, the Huangfu family had never given up on looking for this little demon. Now that he had voluntarily appeared, it was undoubtedly a blessing from the heavens for the Huangfu family. Boom. Boom. Boom, the formation was activated, and all the golden core cultivators were like fish swimming in the water, flying on clouds. The colossal Huangfu family was now fully mobilized because of a person's name. While the Huangfu family's Zhu Xiu was extremely excited because of Feng Xing was leisurely riding a donkey. There are people watching us. This is not a good sign to exterminate a family. Feng Xing did not turn around and spoke to the donkey as if nothing had happened. The donkey shook its big head and ignored him. Wasn't this nonsense? Riding an ordinary green donkey, not to mention walking slowly, even if it ran at full speed, how fast could it be? The people following him were all cultivators of the Foundation establishment realm and above. They soared through the clouds, moving as fast as lightning. Furthermore, because they had heard of Feng Xing's name, they were shocked. None of them were willing to simply leave, and so they followed behind him. After walking for a while, more and more people began to follow him. However, because of the deterrence of Feng Xing's name, no one dared to really chase after them. They just followed closely. You really are a lucky guy. Feng Xing looked at the donkey's big head and laughed softly. How long have you been carrying me since we came to Bohai country? Almost 7 years, right? Although I don't have any cultivation, the realm I once cultivated is not for show. You have been by my side for 7 years. Even if you are just an ordinary green donkey, I'm afraid that you will gradually gain intelligence. Moreover, you are a divine mount with the demonic beast bloodline that senior brother Zhu specially picked out from the Bohai country for me. Of course, other than being a coward, I don't find anything special about you. Snore, snore. The donkey snorted and completely ignored what Feng Xing was saying. The more Feng Xing spoke, the happier he became. With a face full of smiles, he said, I've been tossing and turning in the cultivation world for so long, but I haven't formally accepted a disciple yet. Now that I don't have much longer to live, I'll let you have it easy, you beast. I'll give you a chance. If you can perform to my satisfaction, then from today onwards, you'll be Feng Xing's eldest disciple. The donkey's ears perked up. Feng Xing took out a bloody elixir from the ivory tower and put it under the donkey's mouth. Eat it. The donkey hesitated for a moment. As if by nature, it turned its lips and bit into its mouth. But Fangxing was not finished. He took out another elixir and put it under the donkey's mouth again. The donkey ate it again. After the elixir, there was another elixir fruit. Although he had no cultivation, no one knew how many good things there were in Fangxing's ivory tower. Now, Fangxing took out spirit medicines and elixirs that were enough to make a golden core realm cultivator go green with envy, and he fed all of them into the donkey's mouth without holding back. It was simply more wasteful than feeding a pig. Fortunately, the cultivators behind him followed from afar and didn't dare to come close. Otherwise, if they saw what he did, they would definitely be enraged to the point of going mad, and they might even be unable to restrain themselves from making a move to rob him. Even a great cultivator of the Golden Core realm would have to slowly cultivate and refine such elixirs, let alone an ordinary donkey. Moreover, Fangxing fed it continuously. He fed it more than 10 kinds of elixirs at once. Gradually, the donkey's fur began to heat up. There seemed to be a blood-like aura seeping out from under its brown fur. Its nostrils also began to emit hot air. The aura was actually spiritual energy visible to the naked eye. It was bright red as if 2 flames were spewing out. Under such circumstances, the donkey's body was also trembling. Its forehooves swung and it walked faster and faster. Remember this mnemonic chant. Fangxing was also somewhat solemn. He said coldly, the supreme spiritualization scripture. Swallow the heavens and devour the earth. Refine essence into qi. The donkey seemed to be resisting the incomparable pain, but its large ears perked up. It listened to every word of Fangxing's. The strong spiritual energy in its body almost made it explode. It was experiencing the greatest calamity in its 100 lives, but it also encountered the greatest opportunity in its 100 lives. Gradually, its body trembled, and its blood, flesh, and meridians were experiencing earth-shattering changes. Every living creature has its own innate divine ability. Beasts are even more obvious. After Fangxing finished imparting the supreme spiritualization scripture, his voice sounded again. If even what I've done is not enough to activate your special ability, then it means that you are destined to have no fate with immortality. Go back to Bohai country and be a donkey that lives for 100 years. Phew, the donkey spat out 2 red flames and shook its head in dissatisfaction. The changes on its body seemed to have been locked in its body. It no longer showed itself, but its body trembled more violently. Da-da-da, it ran faster and faster, as if it was venting the excess spiritual energy in its body that was about to explode. There seemed to be no limit to this speed increase. From a jog at the beginning, it became a wild gallop. Its speed continued to increase, and the things on both sides retreated like lightning. In the end, the donkey suddenly cried out to the sky. It lowered its head, and its front hooves stepped up, and it charged up into the sky. Then, it stepped on the wind and clouds, and just like that, it ran up into the sky. It moved faster and faster, and gradually disappeared. What's going on? Is that donkey some kind of divine beast? Why is it flying away? Oh no, we can't catch up. Hurry, 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 go straight to the Huangfu family. This strange scene frightened the cultivators that were following behind. All of them turned pale with fright and rushed with all their might on the clouds. Deep within the western desert, outside of the forbidden area, a 300-meter-tall platform had been erected. On the platform, 3 Huangfu clan cultivators who had reached the peak of the gold core stage stood there, their sleeves fluttering in the wind. Their gazes were cold as they stared ahead. Below the platform were the Huangfu clan's 8-division army. They stood in formation, their bodies radiating dense killing intent as they stared calmly toward the north. In the surroundings, there were a few wandering cultivators who were here to watch the ceremony. According to the Huangfu clan's information, the little devil would come from the north. Because Fangxing had publicly announced in front of all the cultivators that he was going to annihilate the entire Huangfu clan, the Huangfu clan acted according to the rules of the cultivation world even though they didn't issue a decree. They built a high platform, and the current patriarch of the Huangfu clan, who was also the father of Huangfu Daozi, Huangfu Qingtian, led 2 great elders to welcome the great enemy who came to challenge them. At the same time, according to the rules of the cultivation world, they invited some cultivators of equal status as spectators to show their fairness. Of course, in private, as a precaution, They had already sent another group of cultivators to secretly leave to capture that audacious little devil. It wasn't that the Huangfu family was overthinking things. It was just that the little devil often did unexpected things, so the Huangfu family had no choice but to make more preparations. What if he said he was coming to destroy the Huangfu family but ran away halfway? It wasn't like he hadn't done such a thing before. There's news that we didn't manage to capture that little demon. The green donkey he was riding on seemed to be a strange beast as well. It suddenly soared into the sky and shook off our Huangfu clan spies and other cultivators. The people we sent hurried over but didn't encounter him. However, according to our calculations, that little demon is definitely heading for our sacred land. He's just deliberately using the strange beast's speed to avoid the people blocking his way. Based on his speed, he should arrive in a few days. A subordinate received the message from the Jade Talisman and came to report. Strange beast? On the high platform, the three old cultivators of the Huangfu clan glanced at each other with deep gazes, and then one of them said, "This kid is becoming more and more terrifying as he goes on, and he's using all sorts of methods. Even my Huangfu clan has no choice but to be on guard against him. We must be careful." Huangfu Qingtian was a little disdainful, and his eyes were cold. "It's just a donkey. Why are you making such a fuss?" The third person sighed and said in a low voice, "A donkey is nothing, but the most important thing right now is to confirm this brat's cultivation. He has already matured, and we can't look at him with the eyes of an ant from back then. I feel that since he said that he wanted to destroy our Huangfu clan, he most likely isn't bluffing. After all, Biamo is still suppressed at the bottom of Blackwater Lake, and this brat is most likely here for her. However, what I don't understand is why the information from our spies all say that this brat has no cultivation at all. Is he really crippled? According to the fifth patriarch's deduction, this brat is most likely crippled. But if he's crippled, where does he get the confidence to come to my Huangfu clan to rescue him?" They whispered a few words, and then fell into silence at the same time. This problem had been bothering the Huangfu clan for a few days. Not to mention them, even the fifth patriarch couldn't figure it out. Let's ignore him. Not to mention that this brat is most likely crippled, and he's just throwing away his life by coming to our Huangfu clan. Moreover, even if he has a Yuanying, he doesn't have the ability to destroy our Huangfu clan. Since we didn't take him down in advance, let's just wait here and settle the old and new grudges together. I don't believe that we can't kill this. Huangfu Qingtian said with a cold gaze. Suddenly, he was startled, and then his pupils constricted as he looked ahead. On a stretch of sand dunes in the north, a gust of wind blew, stirring up gray sand that covered the sky. And in the endless yellow sand, there was a black shadow slowly walking over. Although it was covered by sand, with their cultivation, it was not difficult for them to discover that it was a man riding on a donkey. He wore a bamboo hat on his head and was wrapped in a cloak that could block out the wind and sand. There was a saber at his waist, and he sat straight on the back of the donkey. He allowed the donkey, whose aura was so violent that it was about to go out of control, to slowly walk towards the high platform. His aura was not strong, but it seemed to have brought along a monstrous sea of blood. "He's really here?" An old cultivator said in a deep voice, his eyes as cold as a blade. Riding a donkey, carrying a saber, and his aura was ordinary like a mortal. It was the same as the information from the informants. There was no mistake. The three old cultivators looked at each other, and Huangfu Qingtian took a step forward and asked in a clear voice, "Is he the devil Fengxing?" His voice was like rolling wind and thunder, and every word turned into a void turbulence visible to the naked eye, whizzing towards the donkey-riding man who was still 5 kilometers away. After passing by, it even caused a gust of wind, stirring up the sand on the ground to both sides, causing a terrifying gully that was more than 10 meters deep to appear between the high platform and the donkey-riding man, as if it was slashed by someone with a saber. This sound was not only a challenge, but also an opportunity to test the little guy's cultivation. Although Fengxing and Fengxing had a feud of killing his son, after all, so many years had passed, and Huangfu Qingtian was the patriarch of the Huangfu family, so he handled things calmly. Even if he hated Fengxing to the core, he still prioritized stability and did not act rashly at this time. Son, however, Huangfu Qingtian's test did not go as smoothly as he had imagined. Just when his voice was like thunder, the manifested gust of wind almost rushed in front of the man. The man did not respond, but the donkey under his crotch suddenly raised its big head and brayed at the gust of wind. It was clearly an ordinary donkey's bray, but it sounded a little different when it was brayed. It sounded like it was calling its son, but the voice was abnormally loud, as if it was spitting out a bomb of thunder. Boom! The two huge forces caused by the sound collided in the middle and exploded, causing the sea of sand to collapse, and the wind and sand swept all over the sky. In the wind and sand, the man on the back of the donkey raised his hand and pressed the bamboo hat, quietly waiting for the wind and sand to pass. After a long time, he unhurriedly took out a spiritual talisman and opened his mouth with the power of the spiritual talisman. His voice came from afar, "It's me." He did not test his strength, but his actions and demeanor were like that of an ordinary person. The three old cultivators of the Huangfu family on the stage looked at each other, and Huangfu Qingtian spoke again. "We heard that you were coming to our Huangfu family as a guest, so we built a high platform to wait for you. It has been 3 days. I wonder why you didn't come here by flying over the cloud, but chose to travel so slowly? Haha, can't you tell?" The passenger on the donkey drove the donkey forward and said indifferently, "I'm different from you. I can't fly. I heard that you've been crippled." Huangfu Qingtian suddenly said directly with a cold voice. The man on the donkey said bluntly, "If you're not blind, you should be able to judge it yourself." Humph. Huangfu Qingtian was blocked by his words. A trace of anger flashed across his face, and he shouted sternly, "Very well, then I'd like to see whether you, who have been crippled, are here to destroy our Huangfu family or to throw away your life." As he shouted, he suddenly raised his palm high and then slammed it down forcefully. At the same time, a divine thought was transmitted to the bottom of the high platform. Among the 8 troops stationed below the high platform, 4 Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators immediately shouted and flew up on the cloud. Each of them rode on their flying swords and rushed toward the man on the donkey with a murderous aura. Before they arrived, 4 flying swords had already intertwined and slashed out, blocking all the way in front of the man. There was really nothing to say between the two sides when they couldn't see eye to eye, and they couldn't even talk about face anymore. Moreover, although the Huangfu family subconsciously regarded Fang Xing as an enemy that couldn't be underestimated, they always felt that he was too young, didn't have much money to cultivate, and didn't have a powerful background. Thus, they were unwilling to treat him as an equal opponent. They always felt that when dealing with Fang Xing, they should directly suppress him so that the dignity of the family wouldn't be tarnished. The man on the donkey did not panic. Facing the flying sword, the strange donkey beneath him began to gallop faster and faster, like a shooting star. After a distance of 300 meters, the donkey leaped into the air. 1 man and 1 horse, they charged toward the high platform. The 4 flying swords emitted an amazing divine light and murderous aura, and they strangled him. During this process, the man on the donkey faced the 4 flying swords and his voice didn't waver, it was unusually calm. "If I hadn't become a cripple and come to destroy your Huangfu family, wouldn't I be giving your Huangfu family too much face?" By the time he finished speaking, the 4 flying swords had already slashed in front of him, but he didn't even have the slightest intention of blocking them. He just waved his hand, and suddenly a scroll appeared in front of him. He unfolded it calmly on the back of the donkey, and then pressed on the scroll. In the void, there was an astonishingly loud cry. Unexpectedly, a huge green eagle with a circumference of 300 feet appeared in front of him. With a flap of its giant wings, it had already caused an astonishing violent turbulence, like thousands of knives. Ding ding, the 4 flying swords were shattered in response, but the momentum of the knives didn't stop. They turned into an astonishing violent wind, sweeping toward the 4 Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators. The 4 Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators were really just like ants in front of this green eagle that was comparable to a late-stage golden elixir realm cultivator. They couldn't resist at all. Moreover, the chaotic wind came so quickly that they didn't even have the time to think of dodging before they were directly cut into pieces by the wind. Then, the huge eagle turned around and spread its wings, flying steadily to the left of Fang Xing, its eyes filled with killing intent. But it wasn't over yet. Fang Xing held the 100 Evils portrait in his hand and slashed again. The void shook again, and suddenly, a giant ape more than 10 feet tall jumped out of the void. Its fists hammered the ground, and fierce wind overflowed in all directions. It leaped and jumped to the right of Fangxing. After that, there was a giant red tiger with red fur that was completely blood red, a three-eyed wolf with wings on its back, and a demon crocodile covered in black armor. Originally, it was a single rider charging toward the high platform, but at this time, more and more were summoned. There were more than 10 of them, like an army. The donkey, under the influence of the secret method and the secret medicine, was already extraordinary, but at this time, its momentum was suppressed to the point where not a drop was left. Ferocious beasts. The rumor that this kid can command fierce beasts is indeed true. On the high platform, the 3 old cultivators of the Huangfu family frowned tightly. Huangfu Qingtian glanced to the side, and Xian Nu, who was standing on a small hill next to the high platform, immediately waved a big flag. With a forceful wave, the flag actually released billowing black gas, and within the black gas, there were fierce and violent demon spirits manifesting. Below the high platform, nearly 100 people of the 8 troops also rushed out, side by side with the demon spirits, riding on the clouds. More and more people rushed out, and the gloomy Yinqi was terrifying. The billowing black clouds came in a mighty manner, almost covering the sky and the earth. Compared to the hundreds and thousands of demon spirits that were faintly discernible in the black aura, the ferocious beast beside Fangxing instantly seemed weak and weak. Haha, little devil, you really don't have cultivation, so you can only rely on your ability to command fierce beasts to fight against the enemy? On the high platform, an old cultivator of the Huangfu family sneered and said, "It's a pity that you chose the wrong opponent. Although my Huangfu family doesn't have fierce beasts, there are tens of millions of demon spirits in the myriad spirit flag for me to command. I'd like to see how many fierce beasts you can send to refine the flag for us." The Huangfu family's myriad spirit flag was refined in the black water lake, and it could control the demon spirits, making it mysterious and unpredictable. In the past, when Fangxing refined the fake myriad spirit flag under the guidance of Daphne, its power was already terrifying, not to mention this real flag. In the monstrous black gas, the demon spirits with terrifying auras were no different from real great demons, and their individual strength was not inferior to the fierce beasts. However, facing the mighty army of demon spirits, Fangxing only sneered in a low voice and put away the 100 villains portrait. The Huangfu family killed demons to refine the flag, and refined the clan's treasure using the extreme poison technique. It's indeed powerful. I've refined the dozens of fierce beasts on the 100 villains portrait, but there are too few of them, so I might not be able to deal with you, but, what if I use this item? He suddenly sneered and patted the small ivory tower with his palm. Then, he took out another item. A bronze door quietly stood in the void. The door slowly opened, as if it led to another world. A monstrous ferocious aura was released from within. It was a formless aura, invisible and formless. But because the aura was too terrifying, it formed ripples that seemed almost corporeal, affecting the space around it. From a distance, the area in front of the bronze gate was a blur. Howls could be heard coming from within the bronze gate, as if the ferocious devils within had been summoned. They howled madly, and after a few breaths of time, the ferocious aura grew even stronger, and black shadows shot out from within the gate. Fierce beasts again, but this time, the fierce beasts were stronger, and there were more of them. When the black shadows landed on the ground, their figures soared, and then they roared and rushed forward, as if they wanted to tear everything apart. At this time, the billowing black smoke from the 10,000 spirit flag was only about 3 miles away from Fangxing compared to the momentum of the 10,000 spirit flag. Fangxing's momentum was pitifully weak. However, as the bronze gate opened and countless ferocious beasts rushed out, their momentum became stronger and stronger. More and more ferocious beasts joined the army of ferocious beasts, almost forming a boundless sea of beasts. Rumble. The army of demon spirits summoned by the 10,000 spirit flag collided with the beast tide, immediately causing a huge chaos. The sky and the earth changed color, and the vast desert suddenly became a terrible battlefield. The cultivators of the 8 tribes, who were mixed in with the 10,000 spirit flag, were simply complaining at this time. They were involved in this chaotic battle between fierce beasts and demon spirits. It was like a paper man in a fire, and they could be torn apart at any time, but they couldn't even touch the shadow of the little devil. Even the expressions of the 3 old cultivators of the Huangfu clan who were at the Golden Core realm on the high platform changed. They no longer cared about putting on airs, and immediately rushed out with all the 8 tribes. At the same time, they activated the greatest power of the 10,000 spirit flag in their hands. They just wanted to block the terrifying beast tied outside. If they were allowed to rush into the ancestral land, it would be a disaster for the Huangfu clan. Hurry up and kill that little devil, quick, order someone to bring the main 10,000 spirit flag, or we can't stop this beast tide, we must stop it, we must stop it. Amidst the loud roars, all the forces of the Huangfu clan that were guarding this place rushed out, setting up formations and charging. Unfortunately, under the attack of the endless beast tide, whether it was the demon spirits summoned by the 10,000 spirit flag or the defensive line set up by the cultivators of the Huangfu clan, all of them seemed so weak. This time, the fierce beasts weren't summoned by Fang Xing, but something he had prepared in the bottomless abyss. He had built a passage between the bronze gate and the bottomless abyss, which was equivalent to a gap in the bottomless abyss. In other words, opening the bronze gate was equivalent to releasing this group of ferocious beasts. Although Fang Xing had lost his cultivation, he was still the Grand Elder's remnant disciple. Vaguely, he was the master of this group of ferocious beasts. Although he didn't have the strength to command these ferocious beasts wouldn't let him get hurt. Now that he was locked on by the Huangfu clan's demon spirits and cultivators, he had offended these ferocious beasts' reverse scale and had to be torn apart. Under this ferocious attack, the Huangfu clan's defensive line was simply a joke. Even with the 3 golden core Mahayana stage cultivators leading the 8 groups to defend with all their might, the fierce beast tide easily broke through. The dense army of fierce beasts was like a wave crashing towards the Huangfu clan's ancestral land with unstoppable momentum. In the midst of this beast tide, Fang Xing placed a blade on the neck of the green donkey and said with a faint smile, "My good disciple, this is the most crucial moment. Don't play dumb with me, run away. This is probably my last battle. Before I came, I wanted to find a new legacy for the sovereign Taoism orthodoxy, but unfortunately, after seeing the faces of millions of people, I still decided to pass it on to a donkey like you. I'll say the ugly words first, as long as you send me to that place, I'll let you go and give you the legacy. However, if you really encounter any danger in the process, it'll be your fate." 2. The donkey trembled in fear and had its tail tucked between its legs like a dog from the ferocious beasts surrounding it. After hearing Fang Xing's words, it could only let out a trembling cry. It didn't dare to ignore the glaring blade and could only grit its teeth as it charged inside. Fang Xing was surrounded by the fierce beasts that he had summoned using the 100 Fiends portrait. The cultivators and demon spirits of the Huangfu clan that came to stop him were all swept aside by these fierce beasts that acted as his personal guards, ensuring his safety as he charged inside. As for the fierce beasts that were directly released from the bronze gate, they weren't something that he could control at will. Let them be, rumble. After galloping for 50 kilometers, they could already see the heaven and earth grand formation in front of them. They had arrived at the Huangfu clan's ancestral ground. This grand formation was mainly used for sensing and sealing spiritual qi. After all, this ancestral ground was too vast and could almost be considered a domain of its own. The Huangfu clan didn't have the strength to set up a grand formation that could firmly envelop the entire ruins like the Taisheng orthodoxy. Thus, this grand formation could only sense the invasion of enemies and allow the clansmen to react quickly. It couldn't be used to directly stop the invasion of powerful enemies. Moreover, the Huangfu clan didn't need this grand formation to stop enemies. They didn't care about enemies that could be stopped, and those that were worthy of being enemies of the Huangfu clan weren't people that this grand formation could stop. It was a long story, but it was also because of this reason that a large group of ferocious beasts rushed over. However, they charged in almost effortlessly. Even though some of them were injured by the restrictions set up at the edge of the formation, less than 10% of them were injured. Fang Xing even instructed the green donkey he was riding on to charge in from a place where there were no restrictions. The ancestral ground of the Huangfu clan that had been peaceful for thousands of years was now welcoming its first catastrophe. What a good place! As soon as they entered the grand formation, the scenery in front of them changed. There was endless yellow sand outside, and not a single blade of grass grew. However, the inside of the grand formation was like a paradise. There were spirit gardens and celestial fields everywhere. Rare and strange beasts roamed everywhere, and the spiritual qi was so abundant that it was almost tangible. Even someone like Feng Xing, who had good eyesight, felt that this was a top-notch paradise. He couldn't help but praise in his heart before sneering. Destroy it all. Of course, there was no need for him to give the order. After being trampled by the invincible fierce beasts, no matter how good the place was, what would be left? The ancestral ground of the Huangfu clan that had been peaceful for thousands of years was now welcoming its first catastrophe. In front of them, the cultivators of the Huangfu clan who had received the news had already rushed over in large groups. There were many cultivators in the Huangfu clan's ancestral land. Any man who was farming in the spiritual herb field could be a powerful cultivator with amazing cultivation, and any red bird that was lying lazily under the willow tree could be a demonic beast with the bloodline of the Red Luan. Seeing the large number of ferocious beasts crazily rushing in, they were stunned for a moment before immediately revealing their violent nature, roaring and rushing over. Where did so many terrifying demonic beasts come from? Quickly stop them. My spiritual herb field, not good, these should be ferocious beasts. Everyone, attack together and suppress them. In the Huangfu clan's ancestral land, it was already a complete mess. Countless cultivators rushed out and saw the ferocious beasts wreaking havoc in the ancestral land. All of them were angry and anxious, and their eyes were red. They desperately rushed forward to stop them. Unfortunately, under this ferocious and crazy army of ferocious beasts, those whose cultivation had not reached the middle stage of gold core or above didn't even have the strength to protect themselves. Once they entered, they would be torn apart. The battle immediately began. Torrential waves of blood swept in all directions. Looking at the spiritual herb field that was enshrouded in immortal qi become a mess, looking at the graceful immortal beasts being smashed into meat paste by the stupid and fierce ferocious beasts, looking at the Huangfu clan cultivators being torn to pieces by the ferocious beasts, and looking at the ancestral land being dyed with blood. Looking at this area that was as beautiful as a painting turning into the netherworld, Feng Xing felt extremely satisfied in his heart. He couldn't help but laugh loudly. Kill, 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 kill them all for me. Haha. Amidst the loud laughter, he rode his donkey and took advantage of the chaotic situation to rush in a direction with his group of guards. His goal was very clear, and he rushed straight in a direction. When he beheaded Huangfu Daozi and used his head to fish for sharks, he got a lot of information from him, including some secrets of the Huangfu clan's ancestral land. At that time, he didn't think too much about it and just thought that he might have a use for it one day. And now, it was indeed useful. The little devil is over there, quickly kill him. After charging into the ancestral land, the fierce beasts had already scattered. Feng Xing didn't have the ability to control so many fierce beasts, so he could only use his identity and the characteristics of the fierce beasts to give them a general direction. Now that he had successfully lured them into the Huangfu family's ancestral land, it was no longer easy to control them. He could only separate himself from the army of fierce beasts and charge in a certain direction. However, this also caused him to lose a lot of cover. Soon, someone discovered him charging toward the center of the ancestral land and immediately shouted as they rushed over. Some chased after him while others blocked his way. Behind him, there were waves of spirit light intertwining with each other. Boom, a torrent of raging flames was blocked by the Azure Eagle, and the eagle clashed with the cultivator from the Huangfu clan who had unleashed a fire technique. Roar! The 30-meter-tall giant ape swung its fists like lightning, crushing two Huangfu clan cultivators who were blocking its way into a meat patty. Then, two more Huangfu clan cultivators rushed toward it and entangled it. Bolts of divine lightning wrapped around it like ropes and struck at it with great force. Charging into someone else's ancestral land was no different from falling into a perilous situation. Layers of dangerous waves were constantly crashing down on him. As for these flies, Feng Xing did not even spare a glance at them. He was only focused on rushing inside. If someone really approached, he would naturally be blocked by the fierce beasts around him. From time to time, fierce battles would break out around him, but he turned a blind eye to them. Those fierce beasts that were summoned by him using the 100 Villains portrait and were loyal to him also disappeared from his side one by one, but they protected him all the way to the depths of Huangfu ancestral land. The green donkey knew how serious the situation was, so it kept its head low and ran forward with all its might. Da-da-da. In just the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Fangxing had already charged nearly 50 kilometers, but the fierce beasts around him had almost all disappeared, leaving only him and the azure donkey. Little devil, how dare you lead the fierce beasts to destroy the ancestral land of my Huangfu clan? I will suppress you at the bottom of the Black Water Lake, never to be reincarnated. At this time, Fangxing had already broken through the 7 or 8 defensive lines set up by the Huangfu clan cultivators who had hurriedly rushed to the ancestral land. There was almost no one in front of him, but it was also at this time that the 3 Huangfu clan cultivators who had been waiting for him outside, led by Huangfu Qingtian, finally caught up. The 3 of them looked extremely miserable, and one of them was even injured with an arm torn off by an unknown fierce beast, while another had a terrifying bite on his chest and abdomen, but they still chased after him while shouting angrily. Suppress your sister. Come and chase me if you can. Fangxing looked back at them and immediately burst into laughter. He slapped the azure donkey's buttocks twice to make it run faster. Little devil, if you have the ability, turn back and fight. Even if you want to escape, where can you escape to? Once you enter the ancestral land of my clan, only death awaits you. Huangfu Qingtian and the old elder madly chased after him with monstrous killing intent, but at the same time, they were also a little surprised, not knowing where the little devil would run to. After all, going deeper into the ancestral land of the Huangfu clan would be impossible for him to escape. Of course, they had no time to think about this now. They, who were bent on killing, could only clench their teeth, shout, and rush forward with Dan light in their hands. Now they just wanted to kill Fangxing as soon as possible and then deal with the fierce beasts. Boom! Boom, boom! The strange donkey desperately ran with its 4 hooves, and the dignified Golden Core Mahayana cultivators couldn't catch up with it for a while. They could only bombard it with all kinds of long-range spells and magic treasures. It was just like a violent storm, raining down on the donkey and Fangxing. The chaotic spiritual power almost tore them apart on the spot, and even the void was distorted, too. The azure donkey screamed in panic, and it was so scared that its tail was tucked between its legs. It dashed left and right while howling, dodging all kinds of magic treasures and spells behind it. If it could speak, it would definitely be cursing now. It deeply felt that it didn't come easy to get this immortal fate. How could it be dragged here to die as soon as it worshipped a master? Was this a disciple or a coolie, Chi? A scattered wind blew over and cut off half of the donkey's ear, making it tremble in pain. Boom! A piece of God's stone was taken out and blasted from afar. It smashed one of the donkey's hind hooves, causing it to howl in pain. Then, it hopped forward with all 3 of its legs, causing Fangxing, who was sitting unsteadily, to fall off the donkey. Even Fangxing, who was on the donkey's back, suffered a lot of injuries. Even though the donkey had already displayed extraordinary performance, it still couldn't avoid all the attacks. Some of the minor shockwaves rushed over, and Fangxing could only grit his teeth and bear it. Back then, he and Di Guin had been absurd for half a year, and they had absorbed some of the Tao source in their bodies, so they could only lock some of the spiritual energy in their bodies. However, there wasn't much spiritual energy left, and after using the spirit summoning talisman, summoning hundreds of beasts, and sacrificing the void gate along the way, there wasn't much spiritual energy left. Right now, he could only rely on the donkey to dodge left and right, and at the same time, he prayed that he wouldn't die along the way. Little devil, die. After all, the donkey's injuries were getting more and more serious, and its speed had already slowed down. The Huangfu family cultivators were getting closer and closer. Their attacks were even more ruthless, and they were about to capture the little devil in their hands. However, it was also at this moment that a large lake finally appeared in front of him. This large lake was located under a towering mountain, and it was vast and had a radius of at least 1,000 miles. The lake water was actually pure black, and it was bobbing up and down. It was unknown how many demonic spirits were struggling in it, and it had been like this for thousands of years. There was even black mist rolling and rolling on the surface of the lake, and it looked extremely terrifying. It was the polar opposite of the immortal Qi in other places of the Huangfu family's ancestral land. This was the most famous foundation of the Huangfu family, the Black Water Lake. This was the Black Water Lake where tens of thousands of demonic spirits were sealed, and it had turned 1,000 miles of lake into a lake of resentment. And this was also Fangxing's goal. After seeing this large lake, he laughed and ignored the Huangfu family cultivators who were frantically chasing after him. He raised his hand and patted the small ivory tower, and a lotus seed flew out from it. It emitted a dense spiritual light and floated above the black lake, right in the center. He then used the green donkey's strength to charge towards the lotus seat. On the lotus seat, he sat still and sighed, and a huge weight was lifted from his heart. Beside him, the green donkey was almost paralyzed from exhaustion. One of its 4 legs was broken, and 2 of its big ears were missing. Its body was covered in injuries, and its skin and flesh were twisted and bloody. Its big tongue was hanging out of its mouth like a dog, and it was panting heavily. Sweat and blood mixed together. "My good disciple, you can go now. When you have time, report to the ultimate ruins." Fangxing smiled and waved at the green donkey as if he had no more wishes. At the same time, he threw a jade scroll to the green donkey. "Take this supreme register and go to the ultimate ruins. You will be my successor. Old Heretic knows how to obtain the Supreme Tao Scroll's general principles. Jin Liuzi has the Supreme Immortal Scripture, and I have given the Supreme Sensing Scripture to another person. If you have the ability, go and find it. If you can't do it, just be a true disciple in the ultimate ruins. Also, help me tell them." Behind him, the Huangfu family's golden core experts who had finally arrived were already charging towards him in anger. Not only the 3 golden core experts led by Huangfu Qingtian, but there were also dozens of people rushing over from all directions. In their rage, they attacked furiously. All kinds of elixir lights, spells, and magic treasures covered Fangxing and covered the sky. When faced with the flames of rage of these golden core realm experts, Fangxing chuckled as he formed seals with his hands. Suddenly, the air beneath the lotus platform became blurry as surging spirit energy surged into his body like tidewater, and it filled every single inch of his meridians and body, causing his cultivation that had already dried up for a long time to actually rise once more at this moment, and it was practically overflowing as his aura rose steadily. Spirit formation, foundation establishment, golden core. Mahayana, rumble. All of a sudden, dark clouds gathered in the sky. Then, countless terrifying lightning bolts descended from the sky, covering an area of thousands of feet. One lightning to break all laws. Even though Fangxing had lost his lightning seed, after gathering his magic power, the heavenly lightning that fell from the sky with the Dragon Clan's lightning technique had an even more terrifying power. Wherever the lightning went, all elixir lights, spells, and magic treasures were swept away by the lightning. Moreover, all the cultivators of the Huangfu clan who rushed into the Black Lake were shrouded in this terrifying lightning. The thunder roared, and Fangxing's voice was even louder than the thunder. "This is my last battle, it's very impressive. Isn't he already crippled?" Just as they arrived in front of the little devil, they unleashed a myriad of spirit lights with the intention of shattering the little devil into pieces. However, they suddenly saw the little devil controlling a myriad of lightning bolts to descend from the sky with terrifying might. Even though the Huangfu clan members were all late gold core stage cultivators with extraordinary strength, they were still scared witless at this moment. At the same time, they flew back, intending to withdraw from the battlefield and observe the situation first. There was no other way. The little devil's reputation was too terrifying. Every change in him had to be treated seriously. Want to escape?" At this moment, Fangxing, who was sitting cross-legged on the lotus platform, also chuckled and then put his hands together. In the center of his palms, a mass of chaotic force suddenly appeared. This mass of chaotic force was extremely mysterious. When Fangxing put his hands together and squeezed this mass of chaotic force, the surrounding void changed at the same time and rapidly collapsed in the middle. Everything in the surrounding void was pulled by an invisible force and flew toward Fangxing. Even with their cultivation of the golden core realm, they could not resist it. "Little devil, you. One of them who had rushed to the front was Huangfu Ziyue, the first elder whose status was second only to Huangfu Qingtian among the 3 grand cultivators who had welcomed Fangxing. At this moment, Fangxing put his hands together and pulled him over to face Fangxing at a very close distance. "Do you think I'm awesome?" Fangxing glanced at him and burst into laughter. In the midst of his laughter, he formed a mother and child fist print and punched toward Huangfu Ziyue's head. It was just a simple punch, but with the infusion of supreme Dharma power, It was like a fist print that could split a mountain. It surged through the void and even tore the void apart in the process of punching. A black lightning was drawn out and directly hit Huangfu Ziyua's head. Puff, the head of a golden core realm in the Mahayana Gold Core realm, one of the best hidden cultivators of the Huangfu clan, was directly smashed by this punch. The divine soul hidden in his head was also smashed by this punch. He did not even have a chance to escape. This was the fierceness of the devil. I haven't killed anyone for a long time. Not only have I not become rusty, but I'm even more skilled. Fang Xing was also a little surprised, but then he laughed even more happily. Now that his cultivation had been destroyed, he used the lotus seat that the great golden crow stole from the northern region of China and then gave to him to replenish his dharma power. His corporeal body was like a wooden bucket that had fallen to the bottom. His cultivation base had been exposed, but the lotus throne had poured new magic power into his body, allowing him to temporarily recover to the peak of his former self and prepare to fight against the enemy. He had thought that since he hadn't fought with anyone for 10 years, he would be out of practice. But when he really started fighting, he had a very strange feeling. That was, all the spells, all the killing methods, did not become out of practice. Instead, he had a new understanding of them. Now that he was casually waving his hands, he actually felt that he could use them with ease, and his spells were gradually reaching a realm where they were won. Elder Ziyue, little devil, how dare you kill my uncle? I'll kill you. This sudden bloody scene made the cultivators of the Huangfu clan around Fang Xing red-eyed. For a moment, dozens of Golden Core Realm cultivators of the Huangfu clan, Golden Core Realm cultivators of the Huangfu clan, Golden Core Realm cultivators hired with a lot of money, and Golden Core Realm cultivators from the 8 groups came from all directions at the same time. Each of them used their Dharma artifacts and rushed at Fang Xing while roaring. Every Golden Core Realm cultivator was not ordinary. The pressure and momentum from their bodies overlapped and rolled Fang Xing in the center like angry waves. Under the attack of the angry waves, not only was Fang Xing not afraid, but he also became spirited and laughed. I'll use you as a sacrifice for my last battle, Great Sword Demon Technique. Fang Xing raised his right index finger and lightly drew a circle in the air. Within the small circle, a black dot appeared and rotated. Then, the black dot suddenly became bigger, and the edge of the dot emitted strange sword light that filled every inch of space within 1,000 feet. It cut through the void like cutting through tofu. This technique was actually similar to the white hair sword thread technique that Xiao Shui cultivated after becoming a demon. It was just that Fang Xing's sword thread was black and seemed to be more flexible. When the sword thread was swung, it was even more profound. Chi. 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 A stream of blood splattered in the air and flowers of blood rose high into the air before falling down like a rain of blood. The broken limbs of the Huangfu clan's Golden Core Realm cultivators fell into the Blackwater Lake below. The demon spirits that had been trapped in the Blackwater Lake for 3,000 years roared and rushed over at this moment. They leaped high into the air like fish that were being fed and fought for the flesh and blood of the Huangfu clan's cultivators. This was simply a massacre. Under Fang Xing's Great Sword Demon Technique, the Huangfu clan's cultivators had no ability to resist at all. Whether it was the exquisiteness of the technique, the strength of the technique, or even the range of the technique, the two sides were not on the same level. Other than those who had reached the Golden Core Realm or those who possessed powerful magic treasures, the others couldn't escape being enveloped by the sword light of the Great Sword Demon Technique when they approached the Blackwater Lake. Then, their bodies would be cut and their souls would be shattered. Little devil, what do you think the Huangfu clan's cultivators are? How dare you kill like this? In the miserable battle, the ordinary Golden Core Realm cultivators only wanted to escape. However, it was not so easy to escape after being enveloped by the sword light of the Great Sword Demon Technique. However, in the chaos, there were also several Golden Core Realm cultivators with red eyes. Led by Huangfu clan's master, Huangfu Qing Tian, they roared at the same time and leaped into the air from all directions of the battlefield. At the same time, they slowly moved their hands and chanted difficult ancient incantations. There were a total of 5 people with uneven cultivation. The highest was Huangfu Qing Tian, who was at the Golden Core Realm, and the lowest was only a half-step Golden Core Realm. However, at this moment, these 5 people rushed out at the same time, showing an extraordinary momentum that was far above ordinary Golden Core Realm cultivators. Moreover, after surrounding Fang Xing in the middle, their starting gestures and chanting ancient incantations were exactly the same. Huh? At this moment, Fang Xing's heart also shuddered. He turned his mind and focused on defense. The 5 of them chanted the incantation for a while, and a gray smoke appeared in front of them. Then, the 5 of them opened their eyes at the same time and let out a roar. They pressed their left palms forward, and the gray smoke on their bodies whistled toward them. Divine Destruction Technique. A roar that resounded through the heavens and the earth resounded above the Blackwater Lake, reverberating back and forth like rolling thunder. It was the ultimate technique of the Huangfu clan, the Divine Calculation Destruction Technique, which was famous even in the Divine Land. It was a top-notch divine calculation technique. Only the cultivators of the main bloodline of the Huangfu clan could comprehend this technique. Therefore, when all the Golden Core cultivators were suppressed by Fang Xing's Great Sword Demon technique, these 5 cultivators, who seemed inconspicuous among the cultivators, flew out. With Huangfu Qing Tian as the leader, the 5 of them were all cultivators of the main bloodline of the Huangfu clan. Be it their status or their strength at the same realm, they were not comparable to ordinary Golden Core cultivators. Under the activation of the Divine Calculation Destruction Technique, the gray aura looked ordinary, but at this moment, it revealed an astonishing and strange effect. The 5 gray auras turned into a cage-like existence that enveloped Fang Xing from 5 directions. Then, they pressed forward at the same time. Wherever they passed, the Great Sword Demon technique and other techniques that Fang Xing had cast were simultaneously dissolved by the 5 wisps of smoke. It was a kind of withering power, like the desolation after all things had withered and the withering of exuberance. The word destruction had already described the characteristics of this technique. Evolve the divine calculation and destroy all techniques. Little devil, let's see how you're going to cause trouble again. Among the 5 cultivators, Huangfu Qing Tian, who was the leader, had red eyes as he shouted loudly with a certain sense of relief and venting. It had to be said that this little devil led the ferocious beasts to attack the ancestral land of the Huangfu clan and fled to the Blackwater Lake, where he sat cross-legged on the lotus platform and slaughtered the cultivators of the Huangfu clan. This was simply a heavy slap in the face of the Huangfu clan. In particular, all the cultivators knew that this little devil was in the situation where his cultivation was destroyed. Now, he just used some unknown secret technique to temporarily obtain magic power and was able to activate the techniques. Fortunately, it seemed that the Divine Calculation Destruction technique worked. The 5 cultivators of the main bloodline of the Huangfu clan should be able to trap him together. The 5 wisps of gray smoke rapidly shrank toward the center. When they destroyed all the techniques that Fang Xing had cast and locked onto him, this little devil would be sealed and could sink to the bottom of the Blackwater Lake to suppress him for tens of thousands of years, 108,000 swords. Fox God Fire. Rain Summoning Technique. Fang Xing also had a cold expression on his face as he unleashed a few spells in quick succession. Feather swords, flames, and raindrops covered the sky and the earth as they surged outwards. However, it was useless. Under the attack of the gray smoke, all of the divine light that contained spiritual power was obliterated, losing its divine might. The gray smoke that the 5 of them cast together could simply destroy all techniques. Fang Xing's heart suddenly turned cold. Now that his Tao origin had collapsed and his Dharma seeds had been obliterated, even though he was temporarily relying on the lotus platform to help him absorb magic power, he still had many damaged Dharma seeds in his Dantian after all. He no longer had the foundation to cast spells, so there weren't many spells that he could cast. Even if he cast a few spells, they wouldn't have enough power. In the face of the Huangfu clan's divine art, he suddenly had a feeling that his will was willing, but his strength was insufficient. At this time, fleeing as quickly as possible was the correct choice. However, he sat cross-legged on the lotus platform and couldn't easily get up. Art of Annihilation. Fang Xing watched as the 5 wisps of gray smoke rolled toward him. He suddenly stopped and sat cross-legged on the lotus platform, motionless. He murmured and seemed to have moved. However, it was only a trace of inspiration and he couldn't capture it clearly. This little devil is really at his wit's end. He's trapped by the divine art that the 5 of us cast together. Let's see where he can escape to. The cultivators of the Huangfu clan already had cold smiles on their faces as if victory was already in their grasp. The 5 wisps of gray smoke had already wrapped around Feng Xing. There was no way to escape. Even the little monkey in their palms couldn't escape. He even stopped casting spells to prevent the 5 wisps of gray smoke from shrinking. It looked like he had resigned himself to his fate. However, when the 5 wisps of gray smoke were only 30 feet away from Feng Xing and had even obscured Feng Xing's figure, the cultivators of the Huangfu clan heaved a sigh of relief. Feng Xing suddenly raised his head with a smile on his face. He also slowly moved his hands and murmured an ancient incantation. A few breaths later, he shouted, "Art of Annihilation." Boom, the void suddenly trembled. A wisp of gray smoke appeared between Feng Xing's hands and shot into the sky. It was like a giant umbrella covering Feng Xing's head. The smoke caused the void to tremble and distort. Even the laws of the world changed irrevocably. All the spirit lights in the surroundings were assimilated by the gray smoke and disappeared. Among them, there was even the gray smoke conjured by the 5 golden core cultivators of the Huangfu clan. The 5 wisps of annihilation divine power and Feng Xing's wisp of annihilation divine power were scorched in the air. Then, they were torn apart and refined. The spell cast by the 5 of them at the same time was far inferior to the one cast by Feng Xing alone. How is this possible? When the 5 of them realized that their annihilation divine power was being pulled away, they were extremely shocked. Their expressions were more terrifying than seeing a ghost. This was the Huangfu clan's most treasured divine art. Only the disciples of the main bloodline could cultivate it. How did this little devil know it? Haha, Feng Xing clenched both of his hands in the air, pinching the 6 destruction divine powers that were floating in the void of all heavens. He smiled very proudly. This destruction divine mystery art has been learned by this young master 15 years ago, but I didn't want to cultivate it at that time. It was only until today that I discovered a problem. That is, if I were to use chaos divine powers, this destruction divine mystery art is really the most suitable divine mystery art. All of you are cultivating the wrong way. If this young master is given another chance, I will let all of you see what is the true destruction divine powers. Unfortunately, there is no time. Boom. Boom, boom. He suddenly swung his hands, and the 6 wisps of annihilation divine power lashed out like 6 whips. But it doesn't matter. As long as I can help senior sister Xiao, I'll thank the Huangfu clan with the calamity of annihilation. Boom, the 6 wisps of annihilation divine power swept out, and the first to bear the brunt of it was Huangfu Qingtian. The patriarch of the Huangfu clan, a golden core stage cultivator who was half a step into the nascent soul realm, was enveloped by this destructive divine power and was immediately whipped into the black water lake by the tremendous force contained within it. During this process, he cried out in panic, but his body still rapidly withered. It was as if he had become the bark of an old tree that had lived for God knows how many years. He gradually withered, cracked, and his hair fell inch by inch. "Little devil, you deserve it," Huangfu Qingtian roared, but his voice turned hoarse and old. In the end, it was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Whoosh, just like a carp leaping over the dragon gate, a python-shaped demon spirit jumped up from the black water lake and rolled Huangfu Qingtian into the lake. Then, tens of thousands of demon spirits surged up together, tearing and biting each other. In just a short moment, Huangfu Qingtian's body was torn apart. Huangfu Qingtian's divine soul was exposed. This divine soul wanted to escape, but the surrounding demon spirits immediately rushed up and devoured it. Oh! What a tragic death, Feng Xing shivered and sympathized with Huangfu Qingtian's fate. Speaking of which, this golden core cultivator's fate was similar to his son's. They were both devoured by demon spirits. "Little devil, you actually killed our clan master." In the void, countless golden core cultivators were stunned and almost couldn't believe the scene in front of them. This was the Huangfu clan master who had been in charge of the Huangfu clan for 100 years. He had even been promised by the patriarch that he would be bestowed the Black Water Lake essence and become the next generation Yuanian cultivator of the Huangfu clan. But at this moment, he was killed so easily by that little devil? "Waha, it's your turn now." Feng Xing turned his head and saw them again. He turned his head and waved his hand, whipping out 6 destructive divine powers. For a moment, screams were heard on the black water lake, and a sea of blood surged into the sky. With 6 destructive divine powers in hand, Fang Xing whipped the golden core cultivators of the Huangfu clan, making them wail like ghosts and howl like wolves as they desperately ran away. The destructive divine power evolved into chaos, and it was sinister and mysterious. Anyone who was hit by the whip would have their bodies scorched, and they would quickly die of old age. Even their spiritual light and spells would become dim because of this. Before the destructive divine power, all the cultivators' defenses and protective magic treasures lost their effectiveness. They held in grief as their lifespans were forcibly changed, and they fell into the black lake with the appearance of a withered old man. The destructive divine powers were the Huangfu clan's most treasured divine powers. They could deduce divine powers and destroy all spells. Fang Xing had obtained this mental cultivation technique when he interrogated Huangfu Daozi's head all those years ago. However, he didn't think much of the destructive divine powers at that time. Coupled with his vigilance, even if Huangfu Daozi was completely under his control, he still didn't feel at ease. He felt that it was very likely that Huangfu Daozi harbored evil intentions and gave him a divine power that wasn't easy to cultivate. So he only used it as a reference and comprehended the grand Daos and profound techniques within it, but he didn't truly cultivate it. After he lost his cultivation, he thought about recovering his cultivation at all times. He carefully studied all the techniques he could think of, and he studied the destructive divine powers over and over again for many years. However, he was unable to completely comprehend it, and he was unable to obtain the technique to recover his cultivation. Of course, his understanding of this divine power had already surpassed numerous ordinary cultivators of the Huangfu clan. At this moment, when he saw the 5 main bloodline cultivators of the Huangfu clan execute the divine power and destroy all spells, he was slightly moved. A flash of inspiration arose in his heart, and he felt that he might be able to cultivate a great technique if he used this divine power as a foundation. Presently, he was in a battle and time was of the essence, so he didn't have the time to carefully think about it. He just instinctively circulated the same technique and activated the chaotic energy that was unintentionally born on the Ascension Mountain all those years ago. It was blessed by nature and complemented each other, so it erupted with shocking might as soon as it was executed. Of course, it was only a flash of inspiration, and he didn't have a deep understanding of it. This technique could only bring out the characteristics of a certain aspect of the chaotic energy, and it couldn't bring out its power to the extreme. However, for the current Fang Xing, it was completely enough. Under the various coincidences, a shocking scene appeared. The 5 golden core cultivators from the Huangfu clan used the art of divine armament annihilation, but they were also countered by the little devil with the art of divine armament annihilation. Under the wave of 6 destructive divine powers, the 5 golden core cultivators from the main meridians, along with the golden core cultivators who had survived the Great Sword Devil technique, were killed at the same time. Like raindrops, they fell into the black water lake. The cultivators who were originally flying around the little devil like flies on the black water lake were killed by the Great Sword Devil technique, and the rest were swept away by the destructive divine powers. For a moment, the void seemed to have been cleansed, and not a single figure could be seen. They were completely stunned, those cultivators of the Huangfu clan who didn't enter the lake to fight due to their insufficient cultivation, or those who arrived a little too late, were shocked speechless by this scene. In such a short time, how many people did the little devil kill? 40? 50? Or nearly 100? It should be known that these weren't cabbages, they were all F***king living people. Moreover, they were golden core realm cultivators of the Huangfu clan, 1 in 10,000 with extraordinary skills. After the 5 forefathers recovered, they recalled all the golden core realm cultivators of the Huangfu clan who were either in the open or in the dark. After that, Huangfu Shintong brought a large number of them to the divine continent, leaving the rest in the ancestral land. It could be said that they were the last backbone of the Huangfu clan, but now, they were all killed in one breath. This was simply making the Huangfu clan vomit blood. Wah! Little devil, the Huangfu clan will not rest until one of us is dead. Indeed, someone vomited blood. An old Yuanian cultivator flew over from afar with a ferocious and indignant expression. It was the old Yuanian cultivator, Huangfu Duanjing, who was in charge of the Huangfu clan. This old man had already made a move before the fierce beasts entered the ancestral land. However, he originally wanted to protect the Huangfu clan's Pill Cavern, Scripture Temple, Tianzi Court, and other important places to prevent them from being destroyed by the rampaging fierce beasts. Then, he would come back to deal with the little devil. However, he suddenly received a piece of news that frightened him. He originally thought that even if those Golden Core Realm disciples couldn't take down the little devil, it wouldn't be a problem to trap him. In the end, they were all killed by the little devil. This was simply making his old heart vomit blood. For a moment, he couldn't care about anything else and rushed over with bloodshot eyes. Moreover, he came with his true body, and he swore that he wouldn't rest until he killed the little devil. "I've been fighting the Huangfu clan to the death for a long time, and now you know?" Fang Xing grinned and clenched his fist in the air. 6 divine forces of destruction whipped toward the Yuanying ancestor at the same time. "How dare you use the divine technique of my Huangfu clan against me? Die!" Huangfu Duanjing's pupils constricted rapidly when he saw this. He didn't make a gesture or chant an ancient incantation. He just clenched his fist in the air, and then 2 enormous claws of destruction divine force appeared and clawed at the 6 divine forces of destruction. Bang, bang. Bang, bang. The 2 enormous claws each grabbed 3 divine forces of destruction, and then Huangfu Duanjing forcefully tore them apart. Bang, a string of sounds that sounded like a pipa being played resounded. The 6 divine forces of destruction suddenly collapsed and struck the sky, and the sound was ear-piercing and disorderly. "Stop." Fang Xing was almost pulled flying by Huangfu Duanjing, but he only swayed for a moment before he relied on the strength of the lotus platform to stabilize himself. The lotus platform sat in the sky, so his body didn't sway and his magic power flowed endlessly. Even the Yuanying ancestor couldn't move him. "Get your ass over here." Huangfu Duanjing was a Yuanying ancestor, and he had come here in his physical body, so he had extraordinary strength. However, he failed to move Fang Xing when he tried to pull him. He was stunned for a moment, and then a little annoyed rose in his heart. He let out a roar and swallowed a mouthful of breath, causing his physical strength to increase by hundreds of times. He then pulled with both hands again and used the force of the mountain to pull at the divine force of destruction. "Will of the pilgrimage mountain, suppress my body." Fang Xing's eyes turned cold, and he activated the will of the pilgrimage mountain. Although the Dharma seed had been destroyed, and the essence power from the pilgrimage mountain had been ground into his primal chaos magic, he cultivated the lawless pill, which allowed him to control all kinds of magic. The will of the pilgrimage mountain he had once comprehended was still firmly imprinted in his sea of consciousness, although its power was much weaker. Now, he immediately drew on the will of the mountain. At the same time, large amounts of spiritual energy from the lotus throne flowed into his body, causing him to look like an unchanging mountain that stood firmly in the air, motionless and unshakable. Pa 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 pa, the 5 divine forces of destruction collapsed at this moment, causing black turbulence to appear in the sky. Only 1 divine force of destruction that Fang Xing had personally activated was still in the hands of him and Huangfu Jingduan, and they were evenly matched. So it's that lotus platform. Huangfu Jingduan was, after all, a nascent soul cultivator. He was experienced, knowledgeable, and had a profound cultivation base. Although he was enraged, he realized the problem after not mentioning Fang Xing twice. He swept his gaze around and saw the lotus platform Fang Xing was sitting on. In his Dharma eyes, he could clearly see the situation of the spiritual chi of the heavens flowing into Fang Xing's body through the lotus platform. All kinds of thoughts in his mind were verified one by one, and his pupils shrank fiercely. "So that's how it is. Little devil, your cultivation base has long been crippled, and you have no magic power at all. You're actually using this lotus platform to provide magic power for yourself. Don't you realize that with your half-crippled body, operating such a powerful lotus platform is like a small stream drawing the water of a river into a small stream? You can reach the peak of your cultivation base for a while, but after that, your meridians will collapse, and you'll immediately lose your life. Don't you find it annoying?" Fang Xing shouted coldly. He grabbed the divine force of destruction with one hand, and flicked the tip of his other finger. Thousands of black sword chi burst out, almost surging like a tide. Swoosh, Huangfu Jingduan's figure flashed, and he disappeared in front of Fang Xing in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already behind him. His hand formed a sword seal, and his figure was like a ghost. In a flash, he slashed out several shocking sword chi, all of which were actually aimed at the lotus platform that Feng Xing was sitting on. His voice came from all directions. Do you want to drag my Huangfu family down with you with this little ability? Your lotus platform needs to sit still in order to absorb spiritual qi into your magic power. This old man wants to see how you can act mighty after breaking the lotus platform. Boom. 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 As he spoke, Huangfu Jingduan spat out a mouthful of natal true blood. Unexpectedly, the blood essence turned into his appearance. For a moment, there were hundreds of clones, filling the void and slashing at the lotus platform from different angles. Even though Feng Xing had the divine force of destruction in his left hand and the great sword demon art in his right hand, he couldn't catch Huangfu Jingduan's shadow at this time. F***ck, aren't you embarrassed? A Yuanian great cultivator is circling around me like a monkey. Can't we have a proper fight? Feng Xing cursed angrily, and used the great sword demon art to firmly guard the lotus platform. He. What right do you have to fight with this old man? Watch me destroy your lotus platform, Huangfu Jingduan laughed coldly, and the sword light that slashed at the lotus platform became even more vigorous. You shameless, Feng Xing waved the divine force of destruction and cursed angrily. You're ignorant. Huangfu Jingduan scolded coldly, and his attacks weren't slow at all. This simply drove Feng Xing mad with anger. Now, he was truly worried about this method of battle. Huangfu Jingduan was a great Yuanian great cultivator. If he didn't fight him head-on, he really wouldn't be able to catch this old man with his current abilities. Even if the great sword demon art and the divine force of destruction grazed him a little, it wouldn't hurt him at all. Although the lotus platform was extremely mysterious, it was made of extremely fragile material. If this old man hit it, it would shatter. At that time, he would be completely defeated. You're shameless. You're ignorant. You're shameless. You're ignorant. You're ignorant, you're the fucking ignorant one. Both of them were extremely busy as they fought and scolded each other. In the end, Feng Xing couldn't bear it anymore. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Old bastard, do you really think I can't do anything to you?" As he shouted, he took out a blood lotus flower and pressed his palm against the lotus platform. Rumble. It seemed like the entire world was trembling. The almost material spirit energy in the Huangfu clan's ancestral grounds surged towards the lotus platform that Feng Xing was on like tidewater. It simply formed a tempest of spirit energy that was drawn over by the lotus platform and poured madly into Feng Xing's body. This had simply exceeded the limits of Feng Xing's current cultivation, and it was even to the extent that he wouldn't be able to endure such violent spirit energy when he was at his peak in the past. In an instant, he'd already transformed into the three-headed six-armed demon image. It wasn't to defend himself, but to use this method to consume a large amount of the excessive spirit energy in his body. At the same time, he put the blood lotus flower in his mouth and flew up. He'd already left the lotus platform, and he held the enormous black sword in one hand and blood drinker in the other. His robe fluttered as he charged straight towards Huangfu Duanjing. Huangfu Duanjing was so shocked that his eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets when he saw the scene. Why did this little devil really leave the lotus platform? Haha. Look at how ignorant you are. Feng Xing charged into the sky, and his sword and saber danced like the wind as he annihilated Huangfu Duanjing's clones one by one. Blood Lotus. It was one of the 2 blood lotuses that Miss Green Hill Burial Lotus gave to Feng Xing in order to prolong his life. Feng Xing had already eaten the first blood lotus back in the Green Hill tomb. It was that blood lotus that allowed him to lock the remaining origin after his cultivation was almost exhausted, so he did not forcefully exhaust his life. Now, when Feng Xing saw that he had no hope of winning at this rate, he made up his mind and used the lotus platform to absorb a huge amount of spiritual energy into his body. He then locked the blood lotus in his body and regained his freedom. He put away the lotus platform and charged straight at Huangfu Jingduan in the void. This method tripled the burden on his body and was simply playing with his life. However, in Feng Xing's opinion, since he was about to die anyway, he might as well play to his heart's content. Huangfu Jingduan's guess was right. Feng Xing was playing with his life by using the lotus platform to extract spiritual energy for himself. The lotus platform was an external force after all, and Feng Xing's current body was too weak to withstand it at all. In other words, this was an opportunity that could only be used once because he would die after using it once. In the Ghost Smoke Valley, Fangxing did not choose to become a demon. He chose to gamble with his life. He used this last battle to put an end to himself. Now that the Lotus platform extracted nearly 30% of the spiritual energy in Huangfu ancestral land and sealed it in his body with the blood lotus, Fangxing felt that the spiritual energy in his body was so strong that it was even much stronger than when he had his cultivation. However, under the impact of the raging spiritual energy, he also felt that the meridians in his body were gradually collapsing like the strings of a zither. About the time to drink a cup of tea, Fangxing felt the changes in his body, and then his gaze suddenly became as sharp as a sword. But that's enough. For a moment, whether it was the giant black sword or the bloodsucker manic saber, they both emitted a shocking divine light that could destroy everything. In the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, I will kill you, Yuanying. Amidst the shrill howl, Fangxing charged forward with his sword and saber, slaying Huangfu Jingduan's countless clones. At the same time, the vertical eye on his forehead opened, piercing through the fog of heaven and earth. Identifying the location of Huangfu Jingduan's true body, he charged over like a black rainbow. How dare you, little devil! Huangfu Jingduan roared incessantly as he slapped his forehead with his palm. A ray of brilliance appeared in front of him and quickly turned into a 30-meter-tall giant clad in black armor with a single horn on its forehead. Its body was shrouded in layers of gray smoke. Impressively, it was their Huangfu clan's Dharma idol of annihilation that was born when they cultivated the annihilation godly secret art to the extreme when they formed their nascent soul. With a withering aura, it charged straight at Fangxing. Boom, Fangxing's sword and saber slashed down, clashing with the Dharma idol's palm. Immediately, huge waves thousands of feet high were created in the black water lake. A chaotic force field visible to the naked eye spread out from the point of contact between their palms and saber, enveloping the entire black water lake. Pa, Huangfu Jingduan's arm, under the collision of the power of the sword and saber, actually shattered like glass, bit by bit until it reached his shoulder. Roaring loudly, he steeled his heart and cut off his arm with the power of a divine ability, then staggered back, and Fangxing's arms, which were holding the sword and saber, were also contaminated with the destructive power of Huangfu Jingduan's Dharma idol. His skin and flesh were rapidly deteriorating, as if in an instant, his two arms had become the arms of an old man. Not only were they as thin as firewood and covered in wrinkles, but they also became a little weak. Even the sword and saber in his hands became extremely heavy at this moment, almost falling out of his hands. In terms of the cultivation of the divine power of annihilation, after all, he was still not as profound as Huangfu Jingduan. He also felt the horror of the divine power of annihilation. But fortunately, he now had 6 arms, crisscrossing and pulling, and firmly holding the sword and saber. Again. Fangxing did not stop for a moment, and rushed forward again. At the same time, he also activated the divine mystery annihilation art, gray smoke billowing around him. Although in terms of the cultivation of this art, he was far inferior to Huangfu Jingduan, but after activating it, at least the divine power of annihilation shrouded his body, and he had a certain resistance to the divine ability contained in Huangfu Jingduan's Dharma idol. The Dharma idol of annihilation not only had infinite strength and countless divine abilities, but it could also make the opponent it was fighting age. This was also one of the most terrifying aspects of the divine mystery art of annihilation. Unless one had passed the thunder tribulation, and their body was crystal clear, they would not be affected. And now, Fangxing could only protect his body with the divine power of annihilation to resist the opponent's divine power of annihilation. Now, he knew that he was pressed for time, and he did not hold back as he rushed forward. Majestic power was unleashed as if he did not care for his life. The black giant sword and the bloodthirsty saber each strike brought with it a terrifying brilliance, like a black and a red flag. On the entire black water lake, he and Huangfu Jingduan fought back and forth, and every time they collided, the violent wind that shot out rolled up monstrous waves, and even tore the void. Damn, I'm a Yuanying cultivator, am I really going to lose to a Golden Core Junior today? Fangxing had firmly suppressed Huangfu Jingduan, and the battle was bitter. The little devil actually knew the divine mystery art of annihilation, which was beyond his expectations. Moreover, the little devil used some kind of magic power to activate this art, and its power was actually not much weaker than his, a Yuanying's. This also caused his Dharma idol's divine ability to not have much effect on Feng Xing. As for Feng Xing, the more he fought, the more ferocious he became. Under the astonishing power, his Dharma idol was broken into pieces, and he almost did not look human anymore. Fortunately, it was a Dharma idol. If it was a physical body, it would have been torn to pieces. Today, I will use the lives of a Yuanying from your Huangfu clan and millions of clansmen as a sacrifice for my final battle. Having regained the feeling of having great power, Feng Xing felt more and more satisfied as he fought, and he was simply to his heart's content. He had never felt so comfortable when he slashed with his sword and saber, and he had never felt so good about the transformation and flow of power. He knew that he had indeed spent the past 10 years trying to recover his cultivation and comprehended the principles of a stronger spell. If it was 10 years ago, he would not have needed to use the great millstone of heaven and earth to defeat Song Guichan. Unfortunately, this would be his last battle. Shattering Ice River, with a loud shout, Feng Xing's sword and saber swept out. Driven by a strange force, the sword and saber cut through the void, forming a broken black area. It looked like a black lotus that had suddenly bloomed in the void, but also like a frozen river that was gradually breaking. With a swing of the sword and saber, the black lotus continued to rush forward. Wherever it passed, the space was broken, spanning more than 100 feet. Damn, it feels so good. Just a casual attack is a beautiful move that I can rely on to show off. Feng Xing looked at the black lotus that bloomed in front of him and landed on Huangfu Jingduan's body. Little devil, you son of a b*tch. Huangfu Jingduan could not dodge and could only resist while howling. The huge Dharma idol was sent flying, and it was extremely miserable. You forced me, I'm going to kill you. After being sent flying this time, Huangfu Jingduan wailed desperately. He knew in his heart that if this continued, he would really be killed by this little devil. In this world, there really were monsters who could defeat nascent soul cultivators with tyrannical great techniques or terrifying combat techniques without cultivating Dharma form. He was unlucky to have met such a freak at home before going to Shenzhou. Since he was forced to this step, he could not care about anything else. He made up his mind, and the Dharma idol returned to his body. Then, he opened his hand. Bring the flag, this shout was like a decree. It passed through the invisible formation that covered the Huangfu clan's land and spread to the depths of the clan. Rumble, in the distance, rocks flew and dust filled the sky. A towering mountain was slowly moving to the side. At the foot of the mountain, a terrifying aura emerged. Just the aura alone was enough to pierce a hole in the Huangfu clan's grand formation. Then, it continued to charge into the sky, tearing apart a green cloud in the sky. The aura even formed an illusion in the sky, as if there were millions of powerful great demons appearing in the sky, waiting for the arrival of the Huangfu clan's grand formation. Just as this aura appeared, the black water lake suddenly became silent. Not even a ripple could be seen. After a while, the lake suddenly began to churn, creating countless giant waves that were hundreds of feet high. The demonic spirits in the lake had all gone crazy. Then, a tattered black flag slowly rose from the foot of the mountain and flew towards Huangfu Jingduan. The flag was about 3 feet long, and its surface was full of holes caused by axes and swords. There were even some terrible black spots that seemed to be blood stains. This flag couldn't even be looked at directly. Otherwise, if one looked at it, they wouldn't be able to move their eyes away. It was as if there was a deep black hole on the flag that could attract one's gaze all the way until it was firmly locked in the flag, and it was difficult to pull away. For those with unstable souls, this was true. There was a terrifying sealing power on the flag. If one looked at the flag for a long time, their entire soul would be sucked out and sealed in the flag. Little devil, you can be proud that you forced me to use this flag in the ancestral land. Holding the flag, Huangfu Jingduan revealed a cruel smile. The murderous intent in his eyes was biting cold and terrifying. Holding the flag with both hands, he waved it in the air. Suddenly, a large net formed by rays of spiritual light appeared on the huge black water lake. This was the restriction on the black water lake. It firmly locked the lake water and the tumbling demons in the lake. Then, Huangfu Jingduan waved again. At the center of the lake, 4 stone lions rose. All the spiritual light on the lake extended from the 4 stone lions. It seemed that these 4 stone lions were the 4 great town lords who sealed the thousands of demons in the Black Water Lake. When Huangfu Jingduan waved the flag for the 3rd time, one of the stone lions suddenly closed its eyes. Rumble, a stone lion closed its eyes, and the waves on the Black Water Lake suddenly surged up more than 10 times its original height, surging towards the distant sky. Oh my god, I suddenly have a bad feeling about this. Fang Xing swallowed his saliva as he hovered above the lake. He was a little flustered. Spirit of the Black Water Lake, listen to my command. Follow the flag and slay the demon to atone for your sins. Huangfu Jingduan waved the flag 3 times and summoned the 4 stone lions that suppressed the thousands of demon spirits in the Black Water Lake. He then ordered one of the stone lions to close its eyes. As soon as the lion closed its eyes, it lost its divine power on behalf of the town master. The power of the great ancient restriction on the Black Water Lake was weakened by nearly 30%. The 3,000 demon spirits that had been trying to break through the restriction and reincarnate for days and nights immediately roared silently. They let out mournful cries that ordinary people could not hear, but cultivators would feel dizzy. They struggled to rush out. Haha, pull that little brat into your world and let him stay for 10,000 years, Huangfu Jingduan let out a heart-wrenching laugh. He held the flag and pointed it at Fang Xing. In the next moment, the black smoke that was as thick as a mountain, as well as the demon spirits that were densely packed like flies, all rushed towards Fang Xing. The way they looked at Fang Xing was like a hungry ghost looking at a fat piece of meat. The Black Water Lake that sealed thousands of demon spirits. In the past, the Nanzhan demon clan was extremely prosperous. There were nearly 100 Yuanying cultivators, countless golden core cultivators, and even a few of them had passed the heavenly tribulation. However, after the demon-chasing war, the demon masters died, and only a few of them escaped back to the northern demon land. More than half of the dead demon cultivators were captured by the Huangfu clan and suppressed at the bottom of the Black Water Lake. They became the treasuries that the Huangfu clan relied on to recuperate in the Nanzhan for 10,000 years. They did not have to worry about being left behind by the resource-rich families of the Divine Land. The illusion of yin and yang could last forever. If the ancestral land of the Huangfu clan was said to be comparable to a fairyland because of the many spirit veins in the Nanzhan, then the Black Water Lake was the exact opposite of the fairy-like atmosphere of the ancestral land. They were yin and yang, constantly changing and producing divine power. The Black Water Lake essence condensed in the lake was a rare treasure even in the Divine Land. At this moment, Huangfu Jingduan saw that Fang Xing was too fierce and had no choice but to open 30% of the seal on the treasury. Previously, the Huangfu clan had always given strict orders that if they wanted to open the seal of Blackwater Lake to defend against the enemy, they would need at least 3 Yuanying-level patriarchs or Huangfu Shentong, who had the highest cultivation, to be present. However, Huangfu Jingduan couldn't care less. He drew out a portion of the demon spirits in the lake and directed them at Fang Xing with the 10,000 spirit flag. Boom! Fang Xing was hit head-on by the black wave-like demon spirit army and was knocked a few hundred feet away. When he stopped, the demon spirits that filled the sky pressed down on him. Even he could only desperately use the great sword demon technique. Rays of demon sword light crisscrossed around his body, forming a sword domain that was 10 feet wide. It constantly cut the surrounding void and kept him in a safe area. Once the surrounding demon spirits got close to him, they would be crushed by the void cut by the sword domain. They would howl and collapse, turning into nothingness. This kind of use of the shattered void was a method that only the elites of the Golden Core realm could comprehend. There was no defensive power in the world that was more effective than the shattered void. The difficulty of constantly shattering the void and turning it into a domain was hundreds or even thousands of times more difficult. Among the Golden Core cultivators, there were not a few who had the ability to shatter the void. Those who had some achievements in physical cultivation could more or less make a few attacks. However, there were definitely not many who could casually wave the sword light like Fang Xing and constantly shatter the void according to his will, turning it into a domain to protect himself. Even Fang Xing didn't have enough understanding of the great sword demon technique before, so he couldn't use this kind of method. But now, in the face of danger, he naturally used it and even felt like it was very handy. Haha, to be able to shatter the void with swordsmanship and turn it into a sword domain, little devil, your ability is indeed extraordinary. Even in the Divine Land, the number of golden core cultivators who can do this is probably less than a handful. To be able to use a sword domain with such a range, you can really be considered a peerless genius. Huangfu Jingduan looked at Fang Xing from afar with a sneer on his face. It's a pity that under the attack of the demonic spirits, your efforts are futile. With a roar, the flag was waved again, and the demonic spirits that were charging towards Fang Xing became even more frenzied. The black gas became thicker by a fold. This old bastard is so despicable, Fang Xing gritted his teeth, and his heart turned cold. He knew that Huangfu Jingduan was right. Although the sword domain was considered the most powerful defensive method, this method was also famous for consuming energy, and it couldn't be used for long. The demonic spirits in the Black Water Lake were too powerful, and they weren't afraid of death. They charged towards him in groups, surrounding him and biting him crazily. This gave him a great deal of pressure, and his spiritual power was being drained at a crazy rate. The 100-foot sword domain was also rapidly shrinking due to the pressure, and after a few breaths, it was less than 50 feet. Hee, Huangfu Jingduan laughed sinisterly, and a hint of ruthlessness floated in his eyes. Little devil, my Huangfu family has had many opponents in the past 3,000 years, and even Yuanying was killed. But you're the first person who was fortunate enough to be directly suppressed by the demonic spirits in the Black Water Lake. How does it feel? At this moment, Fang Xing's 50-foot sword domain had already been compressed to about 30 feet by the rolling black smoke. His flustered and exasperated voice came from the layers of demonic spirits. Won't you know once King come in and try? Haha, this old man isn't interested in this taste. You can just tell me. Huangfu Jingduan laughed loudly, and waved the flag a few more times. More demonic spirits charged out and surged towards Fang Xing. I must let you have a taste of it. Fang Xing, whose sword domain was constantly shrinking, was also anxious. He could only watch helplessly as so many extremely ugly demonic spirits charged at him, and after they were slashed by the black light in the sword domain, new ones would charge over. They were simply courting death, and there was no end to them. He was also scared. He knew that once these demonic spirits got close, he would end up being devoured by tens of thousands of ghosts. He also heard Huangfu Jingduan's sarcastic remarks outside. This was something he couldn't stand the most. He panicked, and a bold idea came to his mind. Who asked you to make sarcastic remarks? Today, I'll let you have a taste of my methods. Fang Xing made up his mind. He could only watch as the sword domain shrank again, and was about to be compressed to 10 feet. Since the domain couldn't become a domain, he simply let out a loud roar and retracted the great sword demon technique. At the same time, he clenched his fists and circulated the Samadhi true fire. His body actually turned into a man of fire in an instant. The surrounding demonic spirits were naturally afraid of this kind of extreme yang fire, not to mention the Samadhi true fire, which was the sacred fire that gathered the 3 fire essences of desire, and anger. Even though their hearts were filled with viciousness and resentment, and they were only acting on their instincts, they still subconsciously scattered outwards. Taking advantage of this gap, Fang Xing had already rushed out with a whoosh. Eh? What kind of fire seed does this little devil cultivate? Huangfu Jingduan was also slightly startled, and then he waved the 1,000-spirit flag even more fiercely. You sealed demonic spirits, attack. Even if he controls an immortal fire, extinguish him for me. As he shouted, he retreated to prevent this little devil from charging at him and risking his life. After the previous battle, he had made up his mind not to engage in close combat with Fang Xing unexpectedly. When Fang Xing rushed out of the encirclement of demonic spirits, he didn't rush in his direction. Instead, he screamed and directly charged towards the surface of the Black Water Lake. The sword and saber in his hand danced like an astonishingly powerful windmill, scattering the demonic spirits that were blocking his way. With a single leap, he covered a distance of hundreds of feet, rushed to a certain spot in the sky, and fiercely slashed down. The direction of the sword and saber was towards one of the 4 stone lions that suppressed the tens of thousands of demonic spirits in the Black Water Lake. This move had indeed exceeded Huangfu Jingduan's expectations. Before he could react, Fang Xing had already slashed at one of the stone lions. It must be known that with Fang Xing's current strength, even the Yuanying body Huangfu Jingduan wouldn't dare to take it head-on. The stone lion was carved from an unknown material that was harder than iron, but under this slash, cracks still appeared on it, making it look like an ice sculpture. Damn, it's quite sturdy. Another slash. Fangxing cursed. Seeing that his first slash had failed, he slashed down again. Rumble, this time, there were no accidents. A muffled sound of shattering came from within the stone lion, and then it split into two halves, slowly dispersing. You dare to destroy the four-direction lion seal left by my Huangfu clan's divine ancestor? Huangfu Jingduan was already dumbfounded. He stammered and rushed towards Fangxing. So what if I destroy it? Fangxing laughed heartily, turned around, and rushed towards another stone lion. Huangfu Jingduan was about to chase after Fangxing when he saw a black lake surging up from the stone lion that Fangxing had destroyed. Above the black water lake, the ruthless and cold aura instantly doubled. He was so frightened that he immediately waved the saber spirit flag, making the stone lion that he had ordered to close its eyes open again. Then, he rushed towards Fangxing as if he didn't care for his life. Little devil, please stop. You've broken the seal, and tens of thousands of demonic spirits will be born. You won't be able to escape. Huangfu Jingduan's anxious voice even carried a trace of begging for mercy due to fear. Waha, I don't have much time left. Who's afraid of who? It was a pity that he had encountered someone like Fangxing. Hearing him beg for mercy made him even happier. He shouted and laughed heartily as he slashed at the second stone lion. At this time, the time to drink a cup of tea was almost up. He also felt that his internal injuries were indescribably severe. He knew that this was his last chance. As he laughed heartily, he fiercely slashed at the second stone lion without any hesitation. With a crash, the second stone lion exploded, and he rushed towards the third. Huangfu Jingduan rushed over with a large flag in his hand, and a terrifying divine light swept towards Fangxing from afar. Fangxing actually laughed heartily. He had 3 heads and 6 arms, and the 2 hands behind his back pushed the chaos great millstone. He forcefully blocked it, and at the same time, slashed at the stone lion. Didn't your Huangfu clan seal tens of thousands of demonic spirits in the Blackwater Lake? These stone lions have been imprisoned by you for 3,000 years. I don't believe that they don't have any resentment towards you. Even if they only have their original nature left, this hatred will be deeply imprinted in the depths of their demonic spirits. Since you want to release a portion of the demonic spirits to deal with me, then let's release all of them. The sky changed color and the lake water rose to the sky. The 3 stone lions that guarded the Blackwater Lake, or the 4 divine chains that locked the thousands of demon spirits in the Blackwater Lake, had 3 of them broken in an instant by Fangxing. Huangfu Jingduan couldn't even catch his breath. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Even though he saw it with his own eyes, he didn't want to believe it. How could this be possible? The 4-directional lion sealing technique that was set up by the Huangfu clan's ancestor was known as an eternal forbidden technique that would last for tens of thousands of years. How could it be broken so easily by this little devil? It must be known that there were 99 restrictions on each of the stone lions that could not be broken by the eyes of the Dharma Eye. No matter how strong the little devil's physical strength was, it was impossible for him to cut down the stone lions so easily. The 99 restrictions on the stone lions were more than enough to dissolve his strength. Only someone who had a deep understanding of the 4-sided lion seal knew that the more complicated and ever-changing the restrictions were, the more it was inevitable that they would have a weak spot. Then, every slash would hit the weakest spot of the stone lions and destroy the great restrictions. Otherwise, no matter how strong his strength was, it would be futile. But now, this little devil was like a ghost, crazily like a devil. The sword and saber slashed and the stone lions actually shattered. How did he know? Could it be that he was a forbidden technique master and could see through the weakness of the stone lions with a single glance? Huangfu Jingduan was so frightened by this shocking scene that his Dao heart was almost shaken. Now that 3 of the 4 stone lions had been broken, it meant that most of the seals on the Blackwater Lake had been broken. It was like a 1,000-mile-long dike being dug open. Once the surging tide was formed, it could no longer be easily suppressed. The demon spirits in the Blackwater Lake only felt the pressure on them lessen. They all roared crazily and desperately rushed out of the gap. Boom! 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 3 volcanic eruptions appeared. Within the Blackwater Lake, 3 shocking water pillars soared into the sky and transformed into countless demonic clouds. Under this kind of monstrous force, the fourth stone lion didn't even need to be chopped down by Fangxing. Under the impact of the demonic spirits in the Blackwater Lake, the fourth stone lion collapsed on its own. Another shocking pillar of water soared into the sky and exploded like a mushroom. It covered the sky above the Huangfu clan like a huge umbrella. Layers of demonic aura soared into the sky and dissipated into demonic clouds. As the demonic clouds dispersed, the entire lake was covered in demonic clouds. Countless demonic spirits roared in unison as black tides surged up from the bottom of the lake and rolled in all directions. It seemed as if there was no end to it as it spread towards the entire Huangfu clan. As soon as the demon spirit that had been suppressed for 3,000 years regained its freedom, it was immediately driven by its instincts to kill living beings and absorb their flesh and blood to fill up the emptiness of its instincts for 3,000 years. It also vented the resentment and hatred that had accumulated for 3,000 years, turning this fairyland into hell. In the Huangfu clan, regardless of their cultivation, age, women, children, old, or weak, they all became the prey of these demon spirits that broke out of their cages. Crying, struggling, roaring, screaming, the sky was dark and the demon spirits were everywhere. Even a real hell was nothing more than this. 3,000 years of foundation, destroyed by your hands. Grief and resentment appeared on Huangfu Jingduan's face. He seemed to have a kind of despair as he roared at Fangxing. He seemed to want to rush over and tear Fangxing into pieces. However, in the end, he didn't rush out. Instead, he gritted his teeth and raised the destruction divine force around him. His figure flashed and he seemed to want to rush into the black water lake to retrieve something. However, when he saw the demon spirits in the lake, he immediately felt his scalp go numb. He didn't want to take the thing at the bottom of the lake anymore. It was more important to escape. Thus, he gritted his teeth and carried the 1,000-spirit flag as he rushed into the sky. As for his clansmen who were being slaughtered around him, he chose to ignore them and didn't want to stay a moment longer. He knew in his heart that the Huangfu clan was finished. Millions of demon spirits were wreaking havoc, and no one could stop this momentum. If the 5 Yuanying experts of the Huangfu clan were in the clan grounds, then under the leadership of Huangfu Shintong, they might be able to seal the millions of demon spirits again. However, if he was the only one left, then forget it. If he was surrounded by the demon spirits, even if he was in the Yuanying realm, he would only end up having his soul devoured by the demon spirits. He had to take advantage of the demonic cloud formed by the resentment of the millions of demon spirits to escape before it covered the entire sky. Otherwise, this place would be the netherworld, and he wouldn't be able to escape. Ancestor, save me, ancestor, save me, ancestor, don't leave us. Below, in the Huangfu ancestral grounds where the demon spirits were wreaking havoc, mournful cries resounded through the sky. There was his most beloved great-great-grandson in the mouth of a demonic wolf demon spirit, crying and struggling, calling for him to save him. There was also a young genius who had already shone brilliantly at a young age, desperately resisting the attacks of 4 to 5 powerful demon spirits while shouting. At this moment, he was already covered in injuries and was about to be devoured by the demon spirits. There was also his Dao companion who had accompanied him for many years, waving her dragon-head staff and fighting to the death to protect the pill store. The cries made people cry. Huangfu Jingduan, whose Dao heart was as firm as iron, couldn't help but tear up at this moment. He couldn't even bear to look at them. His hands were trembling, but in the end, he steeled his heart and flew away before the demonic clouds covered the entire sky. Little devil, you're too ruthless, you're really too ruthless. You're taking advantage of the absence of the 4 ancestors of the Huangfu clan to destroy the foundation of the Huangfu clan. Now that the Blackwater Lake has been completely sealed, the ancestral grounds of the Huangfu clan are already finished. You will definitely die here, but it won't be so easy. This hatred can't be erased even after 10,000 years. Your masters, clansmen, and friends will all be slaughtered because of what you've done today. I won't let you die so cleanly. I want you to cry day and night in the netherworld and regret your actions. The voice of Huangfu Jingduan, who was fleeing in panic, seemed to be crying and laughing at the same time. Haha, do you think my friends are nobodies? Hearing Huangfu Jingduan's voice, Fangxing's face turned pale, but he forced a smile and said, they will help me eliminate the remaining members of the Huangfu clan. As he muttered to himself, he used the last of his cultivation's energy to form a sword domain that was 3 meters long and forcefully charged downwards. Now that the myriad of demons had escaped, the black water lake had nearly dried up, revealing a prison at the bottom of the lake. Fang Xing had already heard from Huangfu Daozi that this was the most secure prison of the Huangfu clan. If Xiaoshui was captured, there was a high chance that she would be trapped in this prison. He swooped down and slashed with his sword and saber, breaking open a piece of profound iron at the bottom of the lake. He lowered his head to take a look. Boom! A strand of demonic aura rose from the top of the profound iron. It was eerie and terrifying, as dense as the poisonous smoke from hell. After the demonic aura passed, he saw hundreds of stone pillars below. Every single pillar had a skinny cultivator chained to it. Some of them had already turned into bones, while others were skin and bones. It was unknown if they were dead or alive. These were all cultivators that had offended the Huangfu clan and had been suppressed under the Black Water Lake for an unknown number of years. In the middle of this group of stone pillars, the white-haired Xiaoshui was covered in demonic aura. Her head was lowered and her body was bound by layers of cold iron chains. At this moment, it was impossible to tell if she was dead or alive. Her aura was terrifyingly weak. "Senior Sister Xiao, have you slept enough?" Fang Xing chuckled as he flew into the stone prison. Brandishing his sword and blade, he broke the iron chains and carried Xiaoshui, who had fallen to the ground. Xiaoshui's body was withered. She struggled to open her eyes and saw Fang Xing's smiling face. "You really came?" Xiaoshui's voice was as soft as a mosquito. She seemed to be a little surprised. Fang Xing chuckled, "Didn't I say that I would protect you? Can a man's words not be counted?" Xiaoshui's expression seemed to be crying and smiling at the same time. Her eyes were red and her aura was weak. I know. You can be trusted." "Of course. This young master is very capable," Fang Xing laughed heartily. With a turn of his body, he broke the chains on the stone pillars around him. After that, he carried Xiaoshui and soared into the sky. Right now, the meridians in his body were practically all broken. The blood lotus's effect of sealing a large amount of qi was also disappearing. In other words, he only had one last breath left. Borrowing this last breath, he carried Xiaoshui and soared into the sky, directly facing the demonic clouds in the sky. "Not only did I save you, I've also found a way to restore your cultivation." As he soared into the sky, Fang Xing lowered his head and looked at Xiaoshui's pale face. He chuckled and sent his divine sense into Xiaoshui's mind. This cultivation technique was comprehended from the Huangfu family's divine technique. I didn't have the time to name it and I didn't comprehend it thoroughly. However, it should be able to find a chance of survival in the midst of destruction. I don't have much time left, so it's up to you whether you can comprehend it or not. After Xiaoshui received the divine technique, her dim eyes gradually regained some luster. "Sigh, don't eat people, it's so disgusting," Fang Xing said in a low voice. At this moment, he had already soared a few thousand feet into the sky. Above his head was the terrifying demonic clouds. At this moment, layers of demonic clouds had already gathered above his head. It was only a sliver away from covering the entire sky. Fang Xing gathered all his remaining spiritual energy and threw it towards Xiaoshui through the sliver of space. However, his own strength had dissipated and he was rapidly falling. "Junior brother Fang, what are you doing?" Xiaoshui was startled as she anxiously turned her head to look down. At this moment, God knows how many demon spirits had rushed over from the void, surrounding Fang Xing. "Junior brother Fang," Xiaoshui's voice was heart-wrenching. Her figure had already involuntarily flown out of the demonic clouds. Sunlight shone down from her back and her white dress was like snow. "I'm rushing to reincarnate, let's chat next time." As for Fang Xing, he gradually sank into the darkness. Countless demon spirits had already latched onto his body, violently tearing at his flesh. Fang Xing acted as if he couldn't feel the slightest bit of pain. He muttered as he changed to a more comfortable position. As he dug his nose, he waved his hand towards Xiaoshui in the sky. After he finished speaking, he let out a long sigh as if his actions were inconceivable. "Motherfucker, I actually did a good deed before I died?" As he sighed, he muttered to the demon spirit that was charging over. However, the demon spirit didn't care about what he said. It lowered its head and bit towards his crotch, scaring Fangxing into trembling. He lifted his leg and kicked it away as he loudly cursed, "Motherfucker, even if I'm about to die, you can't bite there." The demonic cloud had completely gathered, and the world was dark, as if it had fallen into an eternal night. Fangxing fell straight down. However, there were simply too many demon spirits around him. They surrounded him, biting and tearing at him, causing his powerless body to float in the air. He had no one to rely on, causing the speed of his fall to slow down. Fangxing knew that there was no chance for him to survive. He let go of his worries and changed to a more comfortable position. Crossing his legs, he allowed those ferocious and violent demon spirits to gather around him and send him to the next world. Xiaoman, Jin Liuzi, Senior Brother Zhu, Silly Xiao, Old Evil King, Big Dragon Lady, and that honest girl Chu Ci. I heard that she has been waiting for me in the Chu Royal Court, but I have no time to go there. Sigh, forget it. Originally, I wanted to go back to the past, but when I thought about it, I felt that there were too many memories, so I simply stopped thinking about it. But even though I said I don't want to think about it, I still can't help thinking about it. I thought about senior sister Ling Yun, who went to the northern demon land to find me, and later fought with Fox Fairy in front of the demon palace, and finally won. I also thought about Big Dragon Lady, who has become the goddess of the four seas. I also thought about Uncle 11, who is somewhere, dead or alive, and the 10 wives he promised me. I still don't want to die. The more he thought about it, the more unwilling he felt. Fangxing couldn't help but murmur, "I haven't married the 10 wives, Uncle." 11 said, his originally quiet heart, at this moment, became restless again. "Damn it, I can't die. There are beauties in this world, beautiful and charming, and I haven't slept with them all. How can I be willing to die? There are treasures in this world, priceless treasures, and I haven't robbed them all. How can I be willing to die? There are bitches in this world, sinister and ugly, and I haven't killed them all. How can I be willing to die? This is a colorful world, and I haven't had enough of it yet. You guys can die if you want, but I won't die anyway." As soon as one thought arose, thousands of thoughts arose. Fangxing's originally dim eyes suddenly lit up. Some strength rose from his body and he shook off the countless demon spirits that were rushing towards him. He gathered his strength. He began to shout, "Help!" If there was really no other way and he didn't want to die, he could only call for help. The sound waves rolled out and spread in all directions, but no one answered. Almost all of the Huangfu clansmen had died, so who would come to save them? However, just as he was shouting for help, there was a sudden change in the sky. The demonic clouds that had gathered above his head and blocked out all the light in the sky started to surge again. A sword light flashed, and a gap was cut open in the demonic clouds. A man walked in slowly with his hands behind his back. The man was dressed in white and had white hair. His sleeves fluttered in the wind, making him look like an immortal. And behind the man, there was someone else. A monk with a height of 8 feet and a body covered in golden light walked in. He walked towards a spot in the void, sat down cross-legged, and chanted scriptures. After the monk, there were more people. One by one, monks entered the demonic clouds and occupied a spot. There was a total of 18 people, and all of them had invincible golden bodies. They sat in the void, and the ancient scriptures echoed in the void. Even the surging demonic intent in the Huangfu clan's territory was suppressed by their chanting. The thousands of violent demon spirits actually had a trace of clarity at this moment. As for the white-robed man, he took a step forward. With a wave of his sleeves, he swept away the demon spirits around Fangxing's body that were tearing at him. Then, he carried the crippled Fangxing in his arms. On his incomparably handsome face, there was a gentle smile as he lowered his head to look at Fangxing 10. "Uncle 11, why are you here?" Fangxing tried his best to open his eyes wide to make sure that he was not hallucinating. He stammered after a while. Uncle 11, by Qianzhong, whom he had not seen since they parted ways in the Blue Cloud sect, suddenly appeared in front of him. The scene was too dreamy, and Uncle 11 did not look like a mortal. For a moment, Fangxing could not tell if it was real or not. "My disciple is asking for help, how can I not come?" Bai Qianzhong said mockingly. There seemed to be an infinite force on his arms, and it was channeled into Fangxing's body to suppress his pain. This is so embarrassing." Fangxing wanted to raise his hand to cover his face, but his arms were so sore that he could not cover his face. Haha, Bai Qianzhang laughed out loud, and his voice was extremely joyful. You are from the spiritual mountain temple. Do you want to be enemies with the Huangfu family? From the side, a panicked and angry voice rang out. The demonic clouds in the sky parted once more, and a figure fell into the clouds in panic, holding a large flag to protect himself. He roared angrily at the golden monks in the sky. It was Huangfu Jingduan. This old man had also returned into the demonic clouds, and it looked like he had been forced back by someone. And above his head, there was indeed a 3 zhang tall monk in grey robes, holding a white-haired girl in his arms. He was staring at him, his aura surging, gathering and dispersing into nothingness. Wine and Meat Monk. It was the Wine and Meat Monk that he had met once in the Blue Cloud sect. You still want to leave after bullying my disciple? Bai Qianzhang looked at Huangfu Jingduan with a faint smile, but his eyes were cold. Your disciple? You, little devil, since when did you have anything to do with the spiritual mountain temple? Huangfu Jingduan's expression was as if he had swallowed a fly. The veins on his neck were bulging, and his voice was hoarse. And he came to destroy our Huangfu family, saying that I bullied him. Nonsense. Does the spiritual mountain temple want to help the evildoer? At this moment, his heart was burning with rage, and he was simply enraged. Earlier, after he escaped from the demonic clouds, he was blocked by Monk Jiu Rou. After a few moves, he was unable to escape and was forced back into the demonic clouds. He was extremely shocked, and he could not help but have a terrifying thought. Could it be that the spiritual mountain temple was finally going to break off relations with the Huangfu family? Bring me this little devil. With all these thoughts intertwined, he did not have time to think carefully. He roared and rushed towards Bai Qianzhang, reaching out to grab Fang Xing. As the Yuanying patriarch, he was clear-headed and knew what to do at this time. Seeing that the situation was not good, he immediately took action to snatch Fang Xing and use him as a threat. Wine and Meat Monk, who blocked his way, had a profound cultivation base. He knew that he was no match for him, so he wanted to snatch Fang Xing from the white-haired man's hands. As long as he got the little devil in his arms, he would have a chance to live today. Rumble, the destruction Dharma form was activated to the extreme, and the big hand covered the sky and earth, causing ripples in the void. The power was shocking, and it directly locked a part of the void. Like a giant palm, it fiercely grabbed the slender man in white. The situation was too serious, so he used all his strength. However, in the face of this palm, the man in white did not even look at him. He just freed a hand and pointed a finger in the air. It seemed light, but it was full of Tao and mystery. It was obviously impossible to hit Huangfu Jingduan, whether it was the distance or the size of the shape. However, this finger pointed over, and Huangfu Jingduan's head came closer and was hit. All of Huangfu Jingduan's roars were stuck in his throat, and the huge Dharma form stiffened. With this finger, his Dharma form rapidly shrank and flowed back into his body. Then, cracks appeared on his body, and after a while, it suddenly shattered like porcelain. The fragments turned into flying sand and disappeared into the void. In the place where the body stopped, there was only a small Huangfu Jingduan left. His hair and beard were still there, and his body was covered in purple light, and his expression was dull. In the past 3,000 years, the biggest joke in Nanzhan is the Huangfu clan. The white-haired man said lightly, and then with a flick of his finger, even this Yuanying Dharma form was destroyed. From the beginning to the end, he had only moved one finger, and a nascent soul cultivator was killed without anyone noticing. You killed the Yuanying patriarch? Fang Xing was already very tired, but when he saw this scene, he couldn't help but cry out in a low voice. Bai Qianzhang smiled faintly and looked down at him. It has nothing to do with me. You killed him. Damn, you want me to take the blame for you? Fang Xing rolled his eyes. Uncle 11, I don't want to criticize you, but what you did was really not right. How can you live up to your demeanor as an expert? After so many years, I still think of you as a good person. When you're not busy robbing people, I miss you quite a bit. In the end, when we meet, you make me a big scapegoat. Tell me, how am I supposed to feel? Other than your hair is white, your heart is black. Fang Xing couldn't stop talking. Bai Qianzhang couldn't help but smile bitterly and pointed his finger. You'd better shut up. Fangxing glared at Bai Qianzhong, wanting to object. However, his eyelids couldn't help but feel heavy and sleepy. On the other hand, Bai Qianzhong held Xianxia in his arms as they slowly descended to the bottom of the lake. Right at the bottom of the lake was an inconspicuous 3-level altar at the side of the black prison that Fangxing had broken open. On the first level of the altar were a few tens of black pearls that revolved around. Every single one of them was crystalline and translucent, yet strands of strange black qi surged ceaselessly within them. They seemed to be extraordinarily profound and contained powerful Tao energy. Bai Qianzhong waved his sleeves and kept the dozens of pearls into his sleeves. After that, his movements paused for a moment and 2 more pearls flew out from his sleeves. One was stuffed into Fangxing's mouth, while the other was stuffed into the mouth of Xiaoshui, who was surrounded by a monk's golden Buddhist aura. After that, he circulated his mana and wrote a line of flamboyant words on the first layer of the altar. This matter was done by Fangxing. After he finished writing, he lowered his head and looked at it. After feeling very satisfied, he waved his sleeves again. The first layer of the altar was opened by him, revealing the next layer of the altar. It was a shallow layer of liquid, radiating with a treasure light. Bai Qianzhong took out a porcelain bottle and kept the shallow layer of liquid, leaving not a single drop behind. After that, he wrote another line of words. It was done by Fangxing. After taking the items from the second layer of the altar, Bai Qianzhong smiled and looked at the third layer of the altar. He said in a low voice, "The Huangfu clan sealed thousands of great demon spirits in the Black Lake. It was equivalent to suppressing the once prosperous demon clan's foundation in this lake. For thousands of years, they extracted their essence for their own use. Firstly, it could be used to help the Huangfu clan's cultivators comprehend the power of the withered netherworld and cultivate the art of divine destruction. Secondly, it was used to nurture the rare Black Lake essence, which could help the cultivators resist the lightning tribulation. Thirdly, it was the world's most precious spiritual liquid of creation that could heal one's soul. 10,000 spiritual essences couldn't be exchanged for a single drop. However, the most precious one was the one that was sealed at the bottom of the lake from the beginning. With a wave of his sleeves, the second layer of the altar was revealed, revealing the lowest layer of the altar. At the bottom, there was only a piece of irregularly enshrouded treasure light. It was only the size of a fist, and it changed its shape from time to time. As soon as this light appeared, the demonic clouds that filled the sky were swept away. The tens of thousands of demon spirits that were originally violent and killing each other, but were suppressed by the 18 golden arhats in the sky, and their devil will was greatly restrained. At this moment, it seemed as if they had suddenly regained a bit of consciousness. The devil will became stronger, and the entire sky was shaken by the devil will. However, at this moment, the chanting of the 18 golden arhats in the sky also became stronger, and they suppressed the tens of thousands of demon spirits again. Bai Qianzhong didn't even look at the group of demon spirits. He only looked at the treasure light that was constantly changing, and his voice was low and deep. Bit by bit, it was transmitted into the consciousness of the unconscious Fangxing, the Tao source of 10,000 spirits. The reason why the Huangfu clan was able to seal the tens of thousands of demon spirits in the Blackwater Lake and prevent them from escaping was because of the ancient seal passed down by their ancestors. However, to ensure that these dead demon spirits wouldn't dissipate after 3,000 years, they relied on this ball of Tao source that was extracted from the bodies of the tens of thousands of demon spirits. The illusory birth of yin and yang, and the changes are endless. Everything in the world doesn't have a foundation. If there wasn't this Tao source that was born to the extreme, how could the Blackwater Lake spirit be born to the extreme? At this point, his expression suddenly became solemn. He raised his desolate voice and spread across the void, "My friends from the demon race, my disciple helped you break the seal for 3,000 years. In return, how about you use the Tao source from when you were alive to repair his Tao foundation?" Roar. In the void, the suppressed demon spirits seemed to know that they were about to lose their most precious thing even though they had lost their consciousness. At this moment, they roared in unison and struggled with all their might, as if they wanted to stop the white-haired man from taking their most precious thing. That kind of crazy struggle burst out at the same time, and it was almost impossible for the 18 arhats to suppress them. However, Bai Qianzhong didn't care. With a wave of his sleeve, the ball of treasure light flew up and went straight into Fangxing's body. At this moment, a strange change occurred in Fangxing's body. Wisps of spirituality seemed to be rushing out of his body. As Bai Qianzhong's 10 fingers flew across his body, numerous runes were branded on the surface of his body. They were like layers of spider webs that wrapped around Fangxing's body, completely sealing the ball of treasure light that contained spirituality inside his body. After that, he chuckled softly and waved his sleeve, leaving a line of words on the altar on the third layer. Fangxing's master did it. Can he make it? While Fangxing was in a daze, he heard some people talking. One of them was Bai Qianzhong. The other one's voice was deep and solemn. One of them didn't seem to be optimistic about Fangxing's current situation, but the other one was very confident. After 10 years of frustration, he has made up his mind and made up his mind. There are many forks in the road ahead of him, but he has proved that although he behaves like a devil, he will never be possessed by it. Only with this kind of willpower can he endure this devil seed panacea, which is said to be the most evil pill in the past 100,000 years. It's not that simple. This elixir is the Taoist source of 10,000 demons. If you want to use this elixir to help him repair his damaged Tao foundation, it might work, but it won't go smoothly. Firstly, this elixir is from the Taoist source of 10,000 demons, and it needs a strong seal to stay in his body. This is the first difficulty. Secondly, it's not enough for him to accept this elixir. Secondly, he needs to understand the freedom of all things before he can turn this Taoist source into his own Taoist source and turn the vitality of 10,000 demons into his own. This is the second difficulty. Thirdly, the myriad spirits elixir is not different from the life elixir in essence. Because the myriad spirits elixir is the Taoist source of more than 10,000 demons of ancient times, it's not comparable to refining the life elixir that was refined by hundreds of thousands of mortals. Firstly, it's for the sake of saving 10,000 demons, and secondly, it's for the sake of saving the lives of 10,000 demons. He won't be willing to sink into this world, and neither will I. This child has already seen through you. It is you who are unwilling to let go. I've taught him for 3 years and watched him for 20 years. I understand his nature. Seeing through him is one thing, but being willing is another. In his dreams, Fangxing couldn't help but shout, "Uncle 11, you're the best. You're absolutely right. If it weren't for the fact that there's no other way, who would King see through it? That nagging old monk, shut up. You're the one who saw through it. Your entire family saw through it." The other voice was silent for a long time, as if it had made the final decision. "Well, since you're determined, how about we, the Lingshan Temple, accompany you on this child? The restriction you branded on him is not enough to suppress the panacea. I will help him suppress the source of Tao with 108 Arhats formation, and then guide him to the Lingshan Temple. I will pass on the Rolai Sutra to him and help him comprehend the true meaning of freedom and transform the source of Tao. If this can be done, he will have a greater chance of success with Xianxia on the trip to the Devil Abyss a year later." After that, Fangxing fell into a deep sleep again. He didn't know how long he had slept, but he only felt nightmares. Sometimes, he turned into an ancient demon, fighting on the battlefield and slaughtering the enemy cultivators. Sometimes, he turned into a scholar in white who had the destiny in his hands and deduced the destiny of heaven and earth. Sometimes, he turned into a demon beast who cultivated hard in the deep mountains. He didn't come out for 1,000 years, but when he finally came out, he was directly involved in a great battle that swept through the Nanzhan region. He didn't even have time to experience the taste of the mortal world before he was captured and the source of Tao seal was extracted. In countless dreams, he incarnated as countless people and experienced thousands of lives. After an unknown period of time, countless voices sounded in his mind. Good luck, I'm going to use this kid to be reborn and conquer the world again. Luck, with this body, why would I need to reincarnate and cultivate again? This body is mine. It's mine." All kinds of noises came one after another in Fangxing's head. It was a mess, as if there were countless people quarreling. Fangxing really couldn't stand it anymore. He suddenly roared, "All of you, stop quarreling. This is mine." The voices paused for a moment, then became chaotic again, as they tried their best to talk to Fangxing. "Kid, surrender to me, and I'll help you repair your Tao foundation, so you can stand above all living beings again." Someone's appearance appeared in Fangxing's divine sense. He wore a green robe and had a white beard, like a kind old man. Fangxing looked at him disdainfully. If I wanted to stand above all living beings, why would I need to look for you? Kid, surrender to me, and I'll give you all the 3 great secret treasures that I've left in this world. Another person appeared, wearing a golden robe with big sleeves, like an emperor. Fangxing was even more disdainful of him. If I don't need you to give me, won't I rob you? Hee, little brother, I'm a fairy of the demon race, my beauty has been unparalleled for thousands of years. If you surrender to me. An indescribably beautiful woman appeared. She was charming and enchanting. Fangxing directly crossed his arms and looked at her with disdain. I've even slept with a dragon, why would I like you? Ha 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 ha. If you're not willing to surrender, you can only be a useless person for the rest of your life, and you'll disappear after you die. Thousands of voices mocked and laughed, their voices harsh. Fangxing put his hands on his waist and scolded them. Being a useless person is still better than you guys. Why don't we take off our pants and have a competition? Wah, you're pissing me off. Shut up, kid. Your body is mine for sure. If you're so awesome, why don't you go to heaven? Outside the Sea of Consciousness, there was a mountain valley shrouded in mist. On the cliffs of the mountain, there were many monks with golden bodies sitting cross-legged, chanting sutras. There were a total of 108 of these monks, and their cultivation was impressively at the Golden Core realm. At the bottom of the valley, Fangxing was sitting cross-legged in a clear pond. The water around him sometimes turned blood red, sometimes it turned black, and sometimes it turned milky white. And at the top of the valley, a short and fat monk in a purple cassock and a man in white with silver hair were sitting cross-legged on a futon, but in front of them was a scroll of sutras, on which all the phantoms in Fangxing's Sea of Consciousness were displayed. When they saw Fangxing scolding all the demonic intents in the thousand-spirit pill in such an awe-inspiring manner that the group of demonic shadows couldn't even open their mouths, the short and fat monk and the white-haired man both fell silent. Their expressions were strange, and they didn't say anything for a long time. After a long while, the short and fat monk coughed softly and said hesitantly, his Tao heart is firm, and no evil can invade him, right? The white-haired man sneered and said, you don't have to make it sound so nice, he's just good at scolding people. The short and fat monk couldn't help laughing, shook his head helplessly, and said, it's my miscalculation. He can be possessed by the devil? Haha, on the road of cultivation, sooner or later, there will be a devil. This man is one of the least likely to be possessed by the devil that I've seen in my 3,000 years of cultivation. At this time, Fangxing naturally didn't know that all the reactions of resisting the demonic thoughts in the illusion had been seen by others. The panacea that Bai Qianzhong put into his body was the Taoist origin of thousands of demons, which also represented thousands of consciousness. When this pill was put into the body, it was equivalent to facing the possession of thousands of demons. All kinds of thoughts were the devils in the heart, trying to lure Fangxing to lose his original heart and fall into the devil's hands. However, even the chief monk of Lingshan Temple and Bai Qianzhong didn't expect that these devils in the heart were all scolded by Fangxing to the point that they couldn't say a word. Until now, the devil shadow, which was formed by the obsession of the female fairy that was once seen in 10,000 years in the demon clan, was still squatting and drawing circles at the edge of Fangxing's ocean of consciousness. He actually said that I'm not as beautiful as a dragon. What's so beautiful about a four-legged snake with horns on its head? I've seen people who passed through the devil's tribulation, but I've never seen anyone who scolded the devil's tribulation. However, during this process, as Fangxing's curses grew fiercer and fiercer, and the more he cursed, the slower the color of the spring water around him changed. It changed from a variety of different colors to a few different colors. In the end, the spring water gradually became clear, and then stabilized. After an entire hour, the spring water was clear and pure, without any impurities. At this time, at Fangxing's chest and abdomen, a ball of light enshrouded by a treasure gradually emerged. It seemed to be anxious to escape, and kept jumping around. However, a few runes blocked it, preventing it from breaking through Fangxing's body. The 108 golden arhats around him started chanting at the same time. They chanted sutras with great cultivation base, and the sutras appeared in their mouths. They even turned into golden runes one after another, covering the sky and the earth, densely descending towards Fangxing in the middle of the valley. They covered the surface of Fangxing's body, and other than his head and face, not a part of his body was left. They were the size of flies, like tattoos all over his body. The Infinite Sutra sealed the ball of light that had been trying to break through Feng Xing's body, causing it to gradually stabilize. The light gradually softened, and finally faded away. It obediently stayed in Feng Xing's body, and never appeared again. It settled. The short and fat monk in the purple kasaya gently sighed and turned to look at the white-haired Bai Qianzhong. As long as he agrees to join my Lingshan temple and become my arhat, I will teach him the Mahavairochana Sutra, and even help him understand the true meaning of Buddha's freedom. At that time, he can turn this panacea into his own Tao foundation. Not only will he recover his previous cultivation base, but he will also be able to go one step further and reach the cultivation base of half-step Yuanying. At that time, I think he will really have the ability to fight against the few divine sons of the central region and the group of devils in the devil abyss. He is your disciple, so you should persuade him. I want to see that woman. Jiao Rou is going to use the method of cultivating devils in the devil abyss to train a true immortal. This method is much riskier than this boy's. Go ahead, chief monk. Bai Qianzhong clasped his hands and sent the chief monk of Lingshan Temple off. Then, he waved to a stone cliff not far away. Xianxia, come here. Hidden behind the cliff was a young monk wearing a white monk's robe. He had a handsome appearance and an otherworldly aura. At this moment, he was hiding behind a boulder, sneakily peeking down into the valley. Only after Uncle Eleven's shout revealed his location did he timidly walk over. Bai Qianzhong smiled and pointed to the valley below. That's your senior brother. Go and shave his head. Where's my hair? In the northern divine mountain of the Nanzhan tribe, there was a place that almost everyone was familiar with, but no one knew exactly where it was. There was a celestial mountain that was filled with Zen sounds and Buddhist doctrines. It was said that if one stayed here for a long time, even the rocks would nod. If a cultivator encountered a mental barrier, after cultivating here for a period of time, they would naturally have a clear mind and understand the great path. Because this place was filled with incredible spirituality and was the birthplace of the Mahayana Buddhism, people called it Spirited Mountain. It was one of the most sacred places in the world. In the middle of the Spirited Mountain temple, there was an old temple with green pines and strange stones. Smoke curled up from it. For thousands of years, it had been quiet and peaceful. Even the cries of apes and birds were soft and gentle, not disturbing the peace of the place. Instead, it added a sense of calmness to the mountain. Of course, that was in the past. Now, in the Spirited Mountain temple, there was a sudden wail that sounded like a pig being slaughtered. It scared away a flock of mountain sparrows and destroyed the peace. Don't worry, senior brother. Since you're going to join the Spirited Mountain temple, you naturally have to shave off your hair, a panicked voice kept trying to dissuade him. It sounded like he was frightened. Don't worry my ass. Who the hell shaved my hair? In a large hall on the mountainside of the Spirited Mountain temple, there was a solemn and sacred Buddha statue. Below, a monk in gray robes was full of hostility. He was holding a knife, ready to fight to the death. Although he was called a monk, he did not look like one. There were no scars on his round head, and the skin on his neck and wrists were densely covered with black scriptures. It looked like he had tattoos all over his body. Senior brother, it's just shaving my head. You don't have to kill me, do you? Opposite the monk in gray robes was a little monk in white robes. He was secretly holding the razor in his hand and hiding it behind his back. Why not? I'll chop off the head of whoever shaves my head. Even Buddha won't give me face. The monk in gray robes was so anxious that he looked like he really wanted to chop someone with a knife. No wonder Uncle Bai lied to me to shave senior brother's head. I'm doomed, the little monk in white groaned in his heart. He cursed Uncle Bai who lied to him. Damned bald donkey, were you the one who shaved my head? The gray-clothed monk's eyes were sharp. He saw the white-clothed monk's hidden hand and asked vigilantly. No, how could it be me? This humble monk only knows how to recite scriptures and meditate. I've never touched a sword or a spear, then what's in your hand? He, it's just a scripture. Take it out for me to see. Senior martial brother, are you going to read Buddhist scriptures? I'll go to the sutra depository to get it for you. F***ck, let me see. Damn bald donkey, it really was you who shaved my head. I'm going to chop you to death, ayaya, senior brother, please spare me. I won't dare to do it again. Two silhouettes, one gray and one white, chased and fought fiercely around this 10,000-year-old ancient temple. The handsome and holy little monk screamed miserably like a pig being slaughtered. They chased and fought for a full hour before they finally stopped. Luckily, the little monk did not lose his head. However, the two dark circles under his eyes on his handsome little face looked extremely comical. He carefully approached the gray-robed monk, who was lying on the incense burner table with his legs crossed, with a flattering smile on his face. "Senior brother, have you calmed down? If you have, I still have something to say to you. *CKU. Where's my wine gourd? Give me some wine to moisten my throat first. We're a monk temple. There's no wine here, senior brother, why are you looking at me? I just don't like the way I look at you. Then I'll wait for senior brother to calm down first. Then hurry up and spit it out. Senior brother, your words are so vulgar." The gray-clothed and white-clothed monks finally calmed down after some time. The white-clothed little monk had a good temper. Finally, after getting permission from the gray-clothed monk, he smiled and said, "Senior brother, you've been unconscious for a month. Uncle Bai predicted that you'd wake up today, so he asked me to come and see you. I also saw that you've grown some hair on your head, so I shaved it for you. If King want to chop someone again." The gray-clothed monk could not hold it in any longer and scolded angrily. The gray-clothed monk was, of course, Feng Xing. He had just woken up after a month of sleep. At first, he was very excited. He felt that his strength was amazing, and the long-lost feeling of cultivation had returned. Moreover, the serious injuries that he had suffered during the battle with Huangfu Jingduan had miraculously healed. His body felt even better than 10 years ago. However, before he had time to rejoice, he saw a bald head in the bronze mirror in the Buddha hall, and he was scared out of his wits. He was a dignified and handsome husband. How did he become a bald donkey? As a little bandit who liked to show off his good looks from time to time and pose according to the bronze mirror, his beautiful hair was shaved clean and changed into an ugly and rustic gray frock. Moreover, there was a little monk in white who looked like a rabbit in front of him, forming a strong contrast. This was simply going too far. The little bandit was so angry that he almost cried. How could he not kill people? If you have anything to say, then hurry up and get out of my sight. Where's my Uncle 11? He pointed at the little monk angrily, but he could not do anything to this good-tempered guy. He could only speak angrily. Uncle 11? Oh, you're talking about Martial Uncle Bai, right? He left Spirited Mountain 10 days ago and went to the Divine Land. I don't know exactly what he's going to do. He only left me with his life and told me to take care of you. He also said that you'd wake up in 10 days, and you really did wake up. My task is about to be completed. After I shave your head, I can leave the mountain to play. Uncle 11 left? Feng Xing was slightly stunned. He was about to continue asking when he suddenly realized another problem. Shave? What shave? The little monk was full of smiles. Of course, to be a monk with me. You've just entered the Lingshan temple, so your seniority should be at the bottom. However, the chief monk said that you have the affinity with Buddhism, so you won't be ranked according to the ordinary seniority. You and I are in the same generation. As long as we receive the Kasaya and the monk scar, we'll both be monks of the Shen generation in the Lingshan temple. Your elder Jiao Rose Jr. brother. *CKU. Only a ghost would want to be a monk. Feng Xing's complexion became more and more unsightly. In the end, he exploded, and slashed at the white-robed monk with his knife. Fortunately, the little monk's reaction wasn't slow. He crouched down with a whoosh sound, and the knife brushed past his scalp. It scared him so much that his small face, which was as white as jade porcelain, became even paler. Tears seeped out of the corners of his eyes, and he was dumbstruck. Senior brother, please spare me. Do you still dare to mention shave to me? Senior brother, you really need to shave. **Cur, I wanted to kill you for shaving my head. I won't forgive you this time, but senior brother, you will die if you don't shave. The little monk in white had never encountered a bandit like Feng Xing. He was so scared that he stuttered. I will die? Feng Xing was stunned for a moment. He put away his knife and waved at the little monk. Come here and explain to me, since it was related to his life, he did not dare to be careless. After all, his spirit was strong, and he was very sensitive to some hidden dangers in his body. Although he had not recovered his cultivation for a long time and had not reached the peak of his spiritual sense, he could faintly feel that there seemed to be some hidden danger hidden under his extremely strong body. It was just that he could not tell what it was. Hearing his question, the little monk finally heaved a sigh of relief. He calmed himself down and explained with concern, "Oh, Senior Marshal brother, you have no idea. When Uncle Master Bai brought you back, you were like a ragged sack. Your meridians were all broken, and your body was bitten so badly that you didn't even look like a human. You were covered in wounds and bloodstains. Moreover, your Taoist essence had dried up. You looked more like a dead person than a dead person. Even a piece of rags looked better than you. When I looked at you, I felt so distressed that I couldn't eat for 3 days." Fang Xing gritted his teeth and raised his knife. "Let's get down to business." The handsome little monk was so scared that he shrunk his head and hurriedly said with a smile, "You really couldn't have survived, but Uncle Master Bai used the Huangfu family's greatest treasure, the myriad spirits pill, and injected it into your body. You're still alive now because of the vitality emitted from the pill. To put it simply, every breath you're alive now is borrowed by Uncle Master Bai for you." Later, our Lingshan Temple's chief used 108 Arhats formation and chanted sutras to seal the 123,600 acupoints in your body. Only then was the myriad spirits pill suppressed in your body. However, the chief monk also said that this is only temporary. The sutra seal will weaken over time. If you can't cultivate the Mahavairokkana Sutra before the seal disappears and comprehend the freedom intent in the sutra and completely refine the myriad spirits pill into your own Tao foundation, when the power of the seal is not enough to suppress the myriad spirits pill, the pill will break free and escape, and then you'll vanish into thin air. Fang Xing listened carefully and did not doubt the little monk's words. After being stunned for a while, he could not help but say, "Then why don't you hurry up and refine the myriad spirits pill? Why do you have to become a monk? I still have a wife to marry." The little monk's expression turned solemn and he said in a low voice, "Senior brother, there's really no other way. If you want to comprehend the true meaning of nirvana, you have to comprehend our Lingshan Temple's most treasured sutra, the Mahavairokkana Sutra." But after the battle of Buddhist annihilation, the Lingshan Temple has already strictly instructed that if you don't join our Buddhist sect, we will not easily impart the sutra to you. Chief Monk has already said that if you are not willing to become the Buddhist son of the Lingshan Temple, we will definitely not impart the sutra to you. Fang Xing panicked when he heard that. So I really have to become a monk? Then what's the difference whether I recover my cultivation or not? Whether to be a monk or not was a difficult decision to make. For the past 2 days, Fang Xing had been deep in thought about a problem. In his opinion, a monk who ate vegetables, guarded the lamp, and sat still all day and recited scriptures could never be a monk. A man had to eat meat, marry a wife, and roam around. None of these could be omitted. Although the wine and meat monk had taught him that a monk might not necessarily be unable to eat meat, the wine and meat monk did not have a wife. Besides, Uncle Fang was a bandit who liked to look good. Wouldn't he look a little ugly if he shaved his head and wore a monk's robe? How difficult life was. In the past few days, Fang Xing's sad figure appeared everywhere in the Lingshan Temple, and his mood was endless. The handsome little monk, who was ordered by his master to help Fang Xing shave his head, knew that his senior brother was worried, so he followed behind him all day long to persuade him. He followed Fang Xing to the temple hall, and he followed Fang Xing to the back of the mountain, nagging Fang Xing to death. "Senior brother, women are the source of trouble. They are the easiest to be contaminated with karma. Isn't it better not to marry a wife? If you want peace, why don't you just become a eunuch? Well, being a monk is empty, away from the chaos of the world, and it is good for cultivation. What's the point of cultivation if you are empty? Isn't it better to die? Well, when a monk gets rid of the 3 poisons of greed, anger, and obsession, there will be less unnecessary troubles." Troubles? That's fun. Well, senior brother, what do you mean? Do you know how good it is to have silver in your pocket? You can buy anything you want. You are the boss if you have money. Is that greed? Do you know how good it is to beat up people you hate? You can punch them until they can't tell north from north, and you can vent your anger. Is that anger? Do you know how good it is to be a master in the industry? You specialize in robbing the rich to help yourself. Is that stupid? Well, senior brother, I think there is something wrong with your understanding. It's your way of thinking. You are a poor guy who grew up in a monk's nest, and you still have the nerve to persuade me? Let me tell you, at the foot of the mountain, the colorful world is really fun. You eat vegetables and tofu every day without adding oil. How pitiful is that? When I was at the foot of the mountain, I could eat fish and meat to my heart's content. One bite and my mouth would be covered in oil. That's what I call cool. In the brothel, beautiful girls wearing skirts that exposed their legs would dance and sing songs around you. Also, in the cultivation world, there were countless treasures and all kinds of valuable things. Others would fight for them, but you kept them all in your own pocket. They were all yours. Do you know how it feels? His words made the handsome little monk, who had obviously come to persuade him to shave his head, palpitate with eagerness, and his eyes were shining. Senior Marshal brother, it's a blessing to have these things, but it's a pain to not have them. Master once said that the most painful thing in the world is not being able to get what you want. It's precisely because of these thousands of temptations that people can't get what they want. That's why all living beings are destined to be bitter. That's why Buddha said to cut off all ties with the mortal world. After a long time, the small monk managed to restrain himself and earnestly advised Feng Xing, you can't get what you want because you're useless. You can get it if you work hard, right? Feng Xing was unhappy and looked at the little monk with disappointment. He was also in high spirits. He swung his cheeks and talked to the little monk for the entire afternoon, causing the little monk to sigh in despair. In the beginning, he even retorted a few words, but in the end, his eyes lit up. He couldn't help but ask Feng Xing questions so that he could explain in detail. He was already ready to make a move. How could I be adopted by a monk as soon as I was born? They talked until dusk. The handsome little monk was fascinated and muttered something in his mouth. Ha 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 ha. Do you regret it? Let me tell you, there are more interesting things at the foot of the mountain than what I've said. Feng Xing was very proud and continued to encourage the handsome little monk. He was so enthusiastic that he couldn't even take out the erotic pictures. The handsome little monk was quite moved, and his eyes became brighter and brighter. A trace of shining saliva hung on the corner of his mouth, but he felt that something was wrong. After holding back for a long time, he whispered, Senior brother, no matter how good it is at the foot of the mountain, you still have to be a monk. These things you said are interesting, but you can't play casually when you become a monk, but you can't play at all when you die. His words silenced Feng Xing. His mouth was slightly agape, and his excitement was completely gone. His face was filled with dejection. Feeling the deep sorrow coming from him according to his past experience, Xianxia knew that he would definitely beat him up. Before his sorrow turned into anger, he jumped up in fright and said, Oh, no, senior brother, you've aroused my evil thoughts. I'm sorry, no, I'm going to go to the Buddha and recite the Prajna Sutra 10,000 times to clear my heart. After saying this, he ran away with a squeak, leaving Feng Xing alone to grieve. Yes, I can still violate the precepts when I become a monk, but if I don't become a monk, I won't even have the chance to violate the precepts, Feng Xing thought sadly in his heart, and his face was full of sorrow. Feng Xing still couldn't solve his own problem. The handsome little monk became a monk because he was born in a monk's temple, but he was trying to save his own life. Feng Xing didn't know how to solve his own problem. The handsome little monk became a monk because he was born in a monk's temple, but he was trying to save his own life, so should this monk do it or not? Feng Xing finally had some peace and quiet. He clasped his hands behind his back and sighed as he strolled around Lingshan Temple. In fact, there were very few monks in this huge Lingshan Temple. Unlike other famous sects, which often had thousands of disciples, although the Lingshan Temple was the last Buddhist land, there were only 100 monks in the temple. Under normal circumstances, the doors were closed and they rarely appeared, which led to the Lingshan Temple being a bit too quiet. From morning to night, not even a shadow could be seen. In addition, now monk Jiao Ro was leading 72 monks to help Xiao Shui refine the evil spirit in the back mountain, and the chief monk of the Lingshan Temple was also there. Uncle 11 had left the Lingshan temple before he woke up and rushed to the divine land, leaving Fangxing with no one to talk to. After all, he had to slowly figure out this problem by himself. In the Mahavira Hall, the ancient Buddha's Taoist field, the Bodhi Pagoda forest, the Sutra depository, Fangxing's lonely figure was left everywhere. In the past few days, he had also carefully investigated the condition of his body and found that, as the little monk Xianxia had said, his condition seemed to have completely recovered, but in fact, the hidden dangers were great. The panacea in his body wanted to escape all the time, and he could maintain his vitality now, all because of the majestic vitality contained in the panacea. When the panacea left his body, it would be the time of his death. Right now, he was relying on the scripture on the surface of his body to lock up the 1,000-spirit pill. However, the power of the scripture would gradually weaken over time. When the power dissipated to a certain extent, the 1,000-spirit pill would definitely escape. Unless he cultivated the Vairocana Sutra, this question firmly locked Fangxing, and he could not be at ease. During this period of time, in the Lingshan temple, except for the little monk Xianxia, no one really asked him. First, because the problem of Xiaoshui had not been completely solved, and second, probably the Lingshan temple had never thought that Fangxing would have a second choice. People always wanted to die. Alas, being a monk is very boring, but for the sake of my life, facing the deep dusk, Fangxing, who had hesitated for many days, finally patted his thigh and made a decision. He made up his mind, touched his bald head, and immediately walked slowly towards the depths of the Lingshan temple with heavy steps. He was very hesitant, and his speed was not fast. After half a cup of tea's time, he swayed to the front of the Sutra depository in the Lingshan temple. According to the little monk Xianxia, this pavilion collected many Buddhist scriptures that survived the destruction of Buddhism. They were not specific spells, but they contained the great Tao. For cultivators, it was a supreme treasure. All the monks in the Lingshan temple could enter and borrow it, except for Fangxing. Because he had not promised to shave his head and his identity was unknown, the chief monk of the Lingshan temple had issued a decree that he was not allowed to enter at will, unless he had received the Buddhist commandment scar. There was no one in the Lingshan temple, but in such an important place as the Sutra Depository Hall, there was still an old monk who had reached the Golden Core Mahayana stage. Since Fangxing entered the temple, he had always seen him sitting there cross-legged, more stable than the stone lions guarding the door. This old monk must have received the decree from the chief monk. When he saw Fangxing coming over, he opened his yellow eyes and looked over. The old monk did not speak, but it was obvious that he had already expressed his attitude. If one did not receive the Buddhist precept scar and did not enter Buddhism, then one could not enter the Sutra Depository Hall. In the past, Fangxing would only look at it pitifully before leaving. Today, he had made up his mind, but he seemed a little impatient. He rolled his eyes and walked over to the old monk, scolding, "Look at a young lady. Is it fun to guard against me like a thief every day? Although I really don't want to be a monk, but for the sake of my life, I have to enter the Sutra Depository Hall today." Even this old monk who was as steady as a stone lion, when he heard what Fangxing said, a faint smile appeared on his face. He slowly raised his hand, intending to stop Fangxing. He wanted to tell him that even if Fangxing had already decided to join the Buddhist sect, he still could not enter the Sutra Depository until he had received the Buddhist ring scar and become a true disciple of the Buddhist sect. However, just as he raised his hand, Fangxing, who was walking over with an impatient expression, suddenly made his move. He took a step forward and pressed his palm down. What kind of cultivation level was Fangxing now? He was not yuanying, but he was stronger than yuanying. This sudden attack was abrupt and unusual. His body directly broke through the short distance of several feet between the two of them. He held a purple gold talisman between his fingers and pressed it firmly on the old monk's forehead. At the same time, when this palm pressed down, there was a part of the terrifying palm force that directly caused the old monk's spirit to become unstable. After being suppressed by the purple gold talisman, in a short period of time, even if his cultivation was extraordinary, he would not be able to struggle free. And Fangxing, on the other hand, looked around suspiciously. Seeing that it was quiet and there was no one around, he rushed into the Sutra Depository Hall with a whoosh. He pulled out a cloth bag that he had prepared long ago and rushed towards the shelf that stored the countless remnant scriptures and treasured scriptures. He swept them here and there into the bag. There was no time to distinguish between good and bad, the yin-yang fiend god and demon mirror took whichever was good. After a short while, he sneaked out of the scripture depository hall, activated the breath concealment spell, and his body fluttered like smoke. In one breath, he skillfully avoided the few but very powerful prohibition spells in the temple, and went straight to the outside of Lingshan Temple. Don't think that I won't rob you just because you saved me. The most effective way to solve a problem was still to do what he did best. In these few days, although he was indeed sad, Fangxing's nature allowed him to explore the spiritual mountain temple. Although there were still some forbidden areas that he could not go to, he was more or less familiar with the layout of the spiritual mountain temple's formation and personnel. In the jargon, he had already found a good spot. Therefore, when he finally realized that if he wanted to live, he could only walk the path of being a monk, Fangxing painfully made a decision and resolutely ran to the sutra depository to rob it. Of course, for Fangxing, when he made this decision, his heart was actually against it. He just inadvertently found a good spot and happened to prepare a big bag, then he made a mistake on impulse. Now, he madly ran towards the periphery of the spiritual mountain temple. The process was very smooth. It was not that Fangxing really had the ability to enter and exit the spiritual mountain temple as if there was no one around. The main reason was that the spiritual mountain temple was so big that there were very few people. In addition, most of the people who entered the spiritual mountain temple were pitiful people who had no way out in the cultivation world. Even if these people entered the spiritual mountain temple, their hearts would be dead and they would cultivate in seclusion all year round. Unless there was a decree from the head of the spiritual mountain temple or a strong enemy invading to destroy their last shelter, they would not care even if the sky fell and the earth split. As for the few arhats that were personally trained by the spiritual mountain temple, most of them were now following monk Jiao Ro to help Xiao refine the demon. Although the remaining few were not weak, in front of a half-step yuanying thief like Fangxing who also had a brilliant breath-concealing technique, their defense was really not very useful. Moreover, the monks of the spiritual mountain temple probably did not expect this little demon to be a thief, due to various factors, in addition to the yin-yang fiend god mirror, as well as the fact that he had a good foothold. He managed to avoid all the restrictions and rushed out of the temple. The walls of the spiritual mountain temple were not high. Fangxing carefully chose a place with the weakest restrictive spells and carefully jumped onto the top of the wall. He looked back and saw that the entire spiritual mountain temple was immersed in darkness and silence. It was obvious that no one had discovered that the scripture depository had been stolen. His heart was instantly filled with ecstasy. He shouted excitedly in his heart and directly jumped out. This jump was really like a fish leaping in the open sea and a bird flying in the high sky. At this moment, he felt the greatest satisfaction he had in the past 10 years. The feeling of robbing Lingshan Temple was really different. He leaped over the walls of the temple and leaped into the air, flying toward the moon that was as large as a wheel. He was so excited that he wanted to let out a long cry. However, just as he leaped up, a surprised voice sounded behind him. "Senior brother, where are you going?" F***ck, Fangxing almost fell down. He looked back in panic and saw the curious face of the handsome little monk. "Damn bald donkey, are you trying to kill me?" Fangxing came back to his senses and slapped him. He really wanted to beat this bald donkey to death. "I'm a thief." "Damn it, such a scream will scare people to death, okay?" "Ouch, senior brother, don't hit me." The handsome little monk subconsciously hugged his head and begged for mercy. "Damn you, aren't you going to chant scriptures? Why did you float over here like a ghost?" Fangxing kicked the little monk's buttocks with hatred. He was afraid that the monk would shout too loudly, so he didn't dare to hit him hard. During this period of time, Xianxia was used to being kicked by Fangxing. He just thought that the two kicks were itchy. Seeing that Fangxing had stopped hitting him, he patted his buttocks and stood up. He looked curiously at the big bag on Fangxing's back and said doubtfully, "I was chanting scriptures just now, but I still felt that I couldn't calm down. It seemed that there was something wrong with my reason, so I wanted to talk to you, senior brother. As soon as I came out, I saw you running here, so I followed you to have a look." "Where are you going? What's on your back?" Fangxing was thick-skinned. He smiled and touched Xianxia's little bald head, saying, "I'm going out for a walk. You can go back first." As he spoke, he carried the bag and was about to slip away. Xianxia looked at him strangely and said, "Senior brother, why do you look so sneaky, as if you're a thief?" When he said the word thief, Xianxia's eyes suddenly widened. He reached out to cover his mouth and said, "Thief." Fangxing's face immediately turned cold. He looked at Xianxia maliciously and said, "If you don't want to be killed by me, shut up." Xianxia was really panicked. He hurriedly said with a sad face, "Senior brother, it's not right for you to do this. I'm going to tell the chief, you." Fangxing was anxious as soon as he saw this. He knew that this little monk Xianxia looked silly, but in fact, he could not be underestimated. He had beaten him every day and had long found that this bald monk was very powerful, but he was afraid of him and did not dare to fight with him. If they really fought, it was not certain who would clean up who. Moreover, this place was so close to Lingshan Temple. It would not be good to alarm others. With this in mind, he sneered and said, "You go. If you go, I'll say that we did it." This statement stunned the little monk Xianxia. He said with a sad face, "Senior brother, you can't do this. The chief won't believe you either." Fangxing picked his nose impatiently and said, "Then how do you explain being here with me in the middle of the night?" Xianxia said, "I'm here to look for you." Fangxing said, "Then why did you come to look for me?" Xianxia said, "I think there's something wrong with my Taoist heart, so I came to look for you." Fangxing interrupted him. "What if the chief asks you what's wrong with your Taoist heart?" Xianxia said, "When I was chanting the scriptures and meditating, I kept thinking about the fat meat, girls, and treasures that you mentioned." "Haha, you're a monk. How dare you think about these things in front of Buddha? You've been possessed." Fangxing's words stunned Xianxia. He said in horror, "I didn't." "Ha ha ha." Fangxing looked at him with disdain. The little monk Xianxia couldn't lie to him. He really felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Fangxing looked at him with a smile. He thought that if he escaped now, the little monk would definitely not stop him. However, if he returned to Lingshan Temple in a daze, someone would definitely find out. It would be bad if the monks in Lingshan Temple chased after him. So he simply made up his mind and continued to bewitch him. Think about it. If the chief finds out that you have evil thoughts in your heart, what will he do? The little monk Xianxia's face was full of fear. 10,000 times of the Prajna Sutra? Fangxing said disdainfully, "That's a small one. I'm afraid that you'll be possessed by the devil. He won't let you go down the mountain again." The little monk Xianxia's face was already gray. When he had a deep conversation with Fangxing before, he had told him about his life. He had grown up in the monk's temple, comprehended Buddhist scriptures and practiced Buddhist magic under the guidance of the eminent monks in the temple. He had never gone down the mountain. Only 10 years ago, with the special permission of the chief, did he go down the mountain and go to the northern region to seek an opportunity to establish Taoism in Lingshan Temple. However, that extremely difficult task for him was aborted midway because Fangxing stole the great cauldron of pilgrimage. Then, he was summoned back to Lingshan Temple by the chief, and had never left. After returning to Lingshan Temple, he could not stop thinking about his experiences outside the temple. Although to Fangxing, the things that the little monk experienced, such as the sunset at the end of the field, some strange beasts that he had never seen before, the waves on the sea when he crossed the divine land, the enlightenment of a few man-eating demons, and the peasant woman who gave him a bowl of water to drink behind the woodshed, were all very ordinary things. But for Xianxia, these experiences had been on his mind for 10 years. He had always been thinking about having a second chance to go down the mountain. Now that he was hit in the heart by Fangxing, he was so scared that he couldn't even speak for a while. When Fangxing saw the time, he smiled and said, "So you only have one way now." The little monk Xianxia was slightly stunned and hurriedly begged, "Senior brother, please teach me." Fangxing rolled his eyes. "Come down the mountain with me. Let's go now." The little monk Xianxia was shocked. "I didn't get the chief's decree." Fangxing said, "Just say that I kidnapped you down the mountain. You won't be responsible for catching me." The little monk Xianxia was stunned. He seemed to be quite moved, but he still hesitated and said, No, the chief will curse." Fangxing chuckled coldly and said, "After we descend the mountain, I will force you to eat fat and juicy meat." The little monk Xianxia swallowed his saliva, but still shook his head firmly and said, No, that will violate the precepts." Fangxing chuckled and said, "After we go down the mountain, I will force you to snatch those shiny treasures." The little monk Xianxia was completely confused. After a while, he said, "I still don't feel good," Fangxing sneered disdainfully. "After we go down the mountain, I will force you to peep at women bathing." The little monk Xianxia was completely uncalm. His face was full of struggle, and his expression was changing constantly, just like a battlefield. After a long time, he finally made up his mind. His expression was as solemn as Buddha, and also like a hero who had died for a righteous cause. He put his palms together and murmured Buddha in a low voice. Then he stretched out his hands in front of Fangxing, closed his mouth tightly, and did not say a word. Fangxing was stunned. "What are you doing?" The little monk Xianxia said righteously, "Tie him up." This time it was Fangxing's turn to be stunned. He looked at the little monk carefully and felt that he was a little strange for a moment. The little monk Xianxia said seriously, "Senior brother, when you force me, I will resist." Fangxing said subconsciously, "Then I will beat you until you agree." The little monk Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Then I am relieved. Tie him up quickly." A simple low-level magic weapon, the immortal tying rope, tied up the little monk Xianxia, who was most likely to become the Buddha of spiritual mountain other than Fangxing. He raised his hands and let Fangxing lead him forward easily, as if he was going to die for a righteous cause. On the other hand, Fangxing carried a big bag full of Buddhist scriptures on his back. As he walked, he muttered, "Damn, I just want to steal Buddhist scriptures and I have to tie up a bald donkey?" In the back mountain of the Lingshan temple, there was an existence like a devil's land. In a huge cave, there was not a trace of sunlight all year round. It was dark all year round, but at the bottom of the cave, the exposed ground was filled with magma and poisonous smoke. All kinds of strange dark forces caused this place to be devoid of life. If a cultivator below the Golden Core realm entered, they wouldn't be able to stay for more than 10 minutes before their vitality would be extinguished. At this time, there were dozens of people in this huge cave. In the middle of the magma, on a black lotus platform, a white-haired woman in a white dress was sitting cross-legged. Below the black lotus platform was the scorching heat from the underground magma, constantly burning the woman's body. Every breath of time, there would be a heart-wrenching pain. However, the woman was sitting cross-legged with a Bodhi seal in her hand, forcefully enduring this pain. On the hillside opposite the woman, there were 2 monks sitting cross-legged. Of these 2 monks, one was 30 feet tall, with finger-long black hair that was like iron halberds, and the other was a short and stout monk in a purple-gold kasaya. His expression was solemn, his head lowered, and he was constantly pulling out the prayer beads in his hand. Around the cave, there were dozens of golden arhats chanting Buddhist sutras in a low voice. After another 24 hours, the tall monk Jiao opened his deep eyes and coldly looked at the woman. He shouted, "Which Xiaoshui, you abandoned yourself and became a demon by eating humans. You have committed the great taboo of the gods and demons. I will use the underground demonic flame to refine you, wash you with the cold spring, stab you with a sharp knife, hit you with thorns, and bury you with a thick soil. I will let you suffer the 5 sufferings of the netherworld to atone for your sins and return you to peace. Do you have any resentment? Do you hate? Do you feel unwilling to accept this punishment?" On the Black Lotus platform, Xiaoshui opened her eyes. There seemed to be endless suffering in her eyes, but her gaze was clear. She formed a Bodhi seal in her hand and forcefully suppressed the trembling in her voice. She slightly bowed her head and said in a low voice, "Xiaoshui accepts her punishment." Monk Jiao's voice was deep as if it came from the depths of the earth. "What is the crime?" Xiaoshui gritted her teeth and said in a low voice, "I'm sorry for eating something dirty." Such an answer clearly exceeded the expectations of the monks. Even some of the golden-bodied arhats sitting cross-legged in the air opened their eyes and lowered their heads to look at the demonized woman below. The chanting in the air weakened slightly. Jiao nodded slowly, seemingly satisfied with this answer. He slowly clasped his hands together and said in a deep voice, "Then remember your answer. Cultivate the demonic path, cultivate the body, cultivate Buddhism, and cultivate the heart." Xiaoshui lowered her head again and bowed, "This disciple will remember it." Monk Jiao's eyes turned cold and he said in a stern voice, "It's useless to remember. You have committed a great taboo, so you need to accept your punishment." Each breath of the 5 sufferings of the netherworld is more intense than a mortal's entire life of suffering. For each person you harm, I will refine you for 1 day. If you can endure it and pay off your punishment, I will return your banishing immortal lotus body and become a bodhisattva. Are you willing to continue to accept your punishment? Xiaoxue replied, disciple is willing. Monk Jiao nodded and waved his sleeve, continue to refine the demonic path. Above the black lotus below, golden swords appeared in the air and pierced towards Xiaoxue. Each sword pierced into Xiaoxue's body. It didn't hurt her Taoist robe or leave any traces of blood, but it directly pierced into Xiaoxue's soul. Xiaoxue, who was holding the Bodhi seal, was in so much pain that she clenched her fingers so tightly that her nails almost dug into her flesh. However, she frowned and gritted her teeth, enduring the pain without making a sound. You used the 5 sufferings of the netherworld to refine this woman's heart. This is a bit too much, the chief monk spoke in a low voice and looked at Xiaoxue with some pity. Monk Jiao said coldly, not everyone can be like that child and easily pass the devil's tribulation. This woman has fallen into the demonic path without any defense, but her heart is tainted with the demonic nature, which is a big mistake. I used the 5 sufferings of the netherworld to help her refine the demonic intent in her heart, but at the same time, I also helped her refine the true demonic body. If she didn't have the will to pass the devil's tribulation with great perseverance, she wouldn't be able to control this demonic body and achieve bodhisattva karma. The chief monk of Lingshan Temple didn't comment. After a while, he sighed softly and said in a low voice, there is a rumor in the demon abyss that the demon head under the 9 underworlds sensed the unusual movements of the 9 coffins in the sky and opened its right eye, indicating that the true demon of this generation is about to be born. Moreover, the true demon of this generation has never been born in the demon abyss. All the sects in the divine prefecture are looking for the whereabouts of the true demon of this generation. Previously, we all thought that it would be Qianzheng's disciple, but who would have thought that the true demon of this generation is actually this girl who had been crippled long ago? Fate makes fools of people. Jiao monk nodded and asked in a low voice, how is the child now? The chief monk said, he is still in the Lingshan temple. As Qianzheng said, even if it was a matter of life and death, he wouldn't agree to be the arhat of Lingshan so easily. However, I think it is only a matter of time. I have already prepared the Vairocana scripture for him. Jiao monk heard this and sighed, what about Xianxia? The chief monk said indifferently, the arhat of Lingshan is not a true Buddha. He is only a Dharma protector of Buddhism. He is destined to bring great prosperity to Buddhism after the great decline. After the great prosperity of Buddhism, he will naturally leave quietly. After the prosperity of Buddhism, we still need a true Buddha to rule over all Buddhas and spread the Dharma. Xianxia is this true Buddha. For him, it is the same whether he is the arhat of Lingshan or not. Jiao monk frowned slightly and wanted to say something, but in the end, he shut his mouth. The atmosphere was slightly gloomy, but at this moment, suddenly, a Buddhist chant came from outside and went straight into the grotto. Immediately, a somewhat urgent voice sounded, Ku Mu, request to see the chief monk. I have something important to report, Ku Mu. The chief monk and Jiao monk were slightly startled, but they knew that Ku Mu monk had always been responsible for guarding the scripture hall of Lingshan Temple. He had never left for hundreds of years. For him, guarding the scripture hall was cultivation and meditation. Why did he make an exception today? Could it be that the child finally agreed to join Buddhism? Jiao monk even had a flash of doubt on his face. The chief monk seemed to think so too. He opened a big restriction with his big sleeves and said, come in. Whoosh! A gray figure rushed into the grotto. There was a trace of anxiety on Ku Mu monk's face. In a flash, he had already appeared in front of Jiao monk and the chief monk. He put his palms together and said in a low voice, something big has happened, did the child finally agree to shave his head? Ku Mu smiled bitterly. No, he won't join our Buddhist sect, why? The chief monk was slightly startled, thinking that the child did not seem to put morality above his life. When he was in the Huangfu clan, he still didn't forget to call for help even though he was already in such a state. It could be seen how strong his desire to live was. Could it be that such a fellow would abandon his life just because he didn't want to become a monk? He directly robbed the scripture hall. Ku Mu monk had been silent all year, so it was not convenient for him to speak. but he still managed to say it out of anxiety. What? Jiao monk and the chief monk of Lingshan were stunned at the same time. Even with their high cultivation, they were still a little stunned. An arhat who heard the conversation couldn't help but pick his ears and tilt his head to this side. He did not agree to join Buddhism. Instead, he knocked out the old monk and robbed the scripture hall. Kumu monk seemed to be choking with anger. His voice was full of grief and indignation, and he did not even stutter anymore. CK, the short and stout body of the chief monk of Lingshan Temple jumped up directly, revealing his nature when he killed pigs to make a living in the mortal world. With a fierce look on his face, he rolled up his fat sleeves and shouted with a fierce look in his eyes, "What did he take away?" "All Buddhas. Meditation Sutra. Buddhist Scripture. Prajna Sutra. Dipamkara. Demon-subduing Scripture. Only copy." Kumu monk stammered out a series of names of Buddhist scriptures, and finally concluded, "A total of 13 volumes, oh my god, there are only a few good things left," but he took them all. The chief monk of Lingshan Temple was so anxious that he directly took out a knife from his right sleeve. It was more than 3 feet long, with a single edge and a sharp edge. There was a bleeding groove in the middle of the knife, which was exactly the knife used to kill pigs in the past. At the sight of him, the golden arhat in the air next to him felt a little uncomfortable, but he knew that once the chief monk took out this butcher knife used in the mortal world, he really wanted to kill people. Even Wine and Meat monk could not help but smile bitterly. He pulled the sleeves of the chief monk and advised, "Please calm down, chief monk. The defense of our Lingshan temple is originally to guard against gentlemen but not villains. That kid is not a gentleman at all. It's not good to say anything about this. Who asked us to bring this robber from the cultivation world into the temple? Haha, when junior brother Bai left that day, didn't he say that we wanted this kid to become a Dharma protector of Lingshan temple, but it probably wouldn't be so smooth. I'm afraid that there would be trouble." Later, he went to the divine land in advance. I guess he also guessed this result and went to hide to avoid arousing suspicion. "Oh, I was wondering why that kid laughed so slyly at that time, but I didn't expect it." The chief monk was still angry and distressed. Wine and Meat monk smiled bitterly and said, "There are rubbings of all Buddhist scriptures, so it doesn't make much sense to lose them. Even if it's a scripture with divinity like the All-Buddha visualization scripture, he wouldn't dare to destroy it. We can just get it back another day." More importantly, he didn't steal the Vairocana scripture, did he? The chief monk was slightly stunned and his anger subsided a little. He put the butcher knife back into his sleeves and said bitterly, "This little bastard dared to steal the true scripture of Lingshan Temple. We can't let him off easily this time. If he doesn't cultivate the Vairocana scripture, he can't refine the panacea elixir. He won't live for more than a few months. I think he will come back for the Vairocana scripture sooner or later. At that time. Haha, I'll teach him a good lesson. Oh, damn, I'm so angry that I forgot to maintain my image. Chief monk. He didn't just steal the scripture." Kumu monk couldn't help but speak again. The chief monk of Lingshan Temple, Wine and Meat monk, and the arhats in the air all turned their heads and looked over. Even Xiaoxia, who was refining the demon below, quietly raised her eyes and looked in this direction. Kumu monk almost cried. Although he didn't steal the Vairocana scripture, he took Xianxia down the mountain. You know, Xianxia has been studying the Vairocana scripture since he was a child. He took Xianxia away, which is more useful than stealing the scripture. The Lingshan temple was in a complete mess. The chief monk held a butcher's knife and circled around to kill people. A group of arhats desperately hugged him to prevent him from going out. Master Wine and Meat also frowned tightly inside. It was understandable that the little devil ran away after stealing the Buddhist scriptures. As someone who had met Feng Xing once, he knew that the little bastard's character was so strange. Moreover, Bai Qianzhong suddenly rushed to China ahead of schedule. To some extent, it had already sounded the alarm for the Lingshan temple. However, the little monk Xianxia, who regarded the Lingshan temple as his lifeblood, had been abducted, which made him worry. Junior brother Xianxia is such a kind boy. Who knows what he will become after being abducted by the devil? Now that the chief monk had shouted to send out 18 of the strongest golden arhats to kill the little devil and bring back the Buddhist scriptures, monk wine and meat was speechless. He knew that it was not the time for the golden arhats to appear in the world. After thinking about it, he finally returned to the underground devil's cave. Facing Xiaoxue, who was still suffering from the pain of refining the devil, he pointed a finger on her forehead. A red mark as red as rouge appeared on Xiaoxue's forehead. It looked like a mole at a glance, but it was a rune at a closer look. Xiaoxue's body shook violently. She knew the value of this finger and bowed. "Thank you, Master, for your kindness." Moreover, in the spirited mountain temple, the 10,000-year Buddhist connotation helped him suppress the 1,000 panacea pill in his body. Now that he has left the spirited mountain temple, no one knows how long the scripture seal on his body will last. I want you to leave the mountain to find him in the name of taking back the Buddhist scriptures, but in fact, I want to tell Xianxia that the Vairocana scripture can be passed on to him. More importantly, a year later, there will be changes in the demonic abyss. All the rare talents below the Tianyuan and Yuanying stage will go to the demonic abyss to compete. At that time, whether it is you or the two of them, you must all appear there. Xiaoxue was a little flabbergasted. She had clearly seen how furious the Lingshan temple's first seat was and thought that the little devil had really offended the Lingshan temple. However, looking at Monk Jiurou's expression, he didn't seem to be offended at all. Instead, he seemed to be protecting the little devil. Monk Jiurou seemed to know what she was thinking. He smiled and said, "Buddhism has been in decline for a long time. We are all waiting for the day when Buddhism will rise." Previously, the head monk used the Buddha's eye and deduced that the rise of Buddhism has something to do with this child. That was why he wanted to take him as the arhat of Mount Lingshan. Even though he rejected us so decisively, he stole the scriptures and left. Doesn't this prove that Buddhism will flow to the world through his hands? Buddhism is the Heart Sutra. The human heart is unpredictable, but at least it can be trusted. Lingshan Temple is indebted to him. Xiaoxue was startled and understood Monk Jiurou's meaning. She once again bowed and accepted the Buddhist decree. Monk Jiurou lightly nodded his head. With a thought, a ray of Buddhist light rushed out from the top of his head and instantly covered the entire Lingshan Temple. Insects, birds, beasts, and fishes were all reflected in his mind. With a thought, a white snake that had just hatched from a snake egg 1,000 miles away was summoned by his dharma. It wriggled and wriggled in his palm. He then brought the little white snake to Xiaoxue. Xiaoxue received it in astonishment and raised her head to look at him in confusion. Monk Jiurou solemnly said, "From the day you left the mountain, this snake is your curse. As long as the white snake doesn't die, even though you cultivate the demonic body, you still have the Buddhist heart. The day the white snake dies, you will completely fall into the demonic path. Even the gods will not be able to save you. Remember this and never forget it." Xiaoxue's expression turned solemn as she solemnly held the white snake in her palm. Previously, she had stayed in the divine continent sects and heard many secrets about the demon abyss. She knew that Monk Jiurou's actions were similar to the cultivation method of the demon abyss. This white snake that had just hatched was the weakest one in the nest and was about to die the moment it was born. However, Monk Jiurou took it in and it became her curse. She would save its life and it could be considered as an immortal fate. She would also borrow this white snake to firmly protect the little bit of divinity in her heart. As long as the white snake doesn't die, she will not fall into the demonic path. However, as long as the white snake dies, she will also lose the little bit of divinity in her heart. Cultivators are like walking on thin ice, and those who cultivate the demonic path push this danger to the extreme. Go. After Monk Jiurou finished speaking, he waved his sleeve and released all the restrictions in the demon abyss. Xiaoxue bowed and was about to leave when she suddenly frowned. She suddenly thought of something and asked Monk Jiurou with a wry smile, "Reverend, it is not difficult for Junior to find Junior Brother Feng, but, with Junior Brother Feng's temperament, if he doesn't want to go to the demon abyss, then there is nothing Junior can do." Monk Jiurou was startled for a moment, then he smiled and said, "Yes, after 10 years of loneliness, once he recovers his cultivation, he will definitely run to various places to run wild for a while. Just asking him to go to the demon abyss might not be enough." However, his master, Bai Qianzhong, left behind a brocade pouch before he left. He said that if he doesn't want to go to the demon abyss, then he should open the brocade pouch and show it to him. He will definitely run away faster than anyone else. With that said, he took out a brocade pouch from his sleeve and handed it over to Xiaoxue. Xiaoxue directly opened the brocade pouch and only took a glance before smiling bitterly. She bowed to Monk Jiao and flew away. Senior brother, after leaving the Lingshan temple, the scripture seal on your body has obviously weakened a lot. What should we do? At this time, Fang Xing and the little monk Xianxia had already fled to the Chu region, which was tens of thousands of miles away. They found a bustling dashing city and happily turned into two wild monks. They had a big meal in a restaurant, which made two wild monks who drank and ate meat appear in the human world. Xianxia, needless to say, was only willing to eat meat when Fang Xing put a knife on his neck. Fang Xing also found that the monk's robe that Uncle 11 had casually put on him at that time also had extraordinary divine power. It could maintain the seal's power and prevent it from dissipating so quickly, so he did not change it. Coupled with his big round bald head, he looked like a wild monk. The little monk Xianxia still had a bit of conscience. He did not forget to care about Fang Xing when his mouth was full of grease. Master Fang was open-minded and waved his hand casually. I know what I'm doing. You don't have to worry about it. His words made the little monk Xianxia feel no psychological burden at all. He ate and drank as he should, but he did not care at all. He really did not have the trembling spirit he had when he went down the mountain for the first time. Anyway, it was the bandits who forced him to eat, right, and Fang Xing was also complacent and did not care about the seal at all. He was very ambitious. A man and a monk rushed to the south, eating and drinking all the way. They ate and drank delicacies. If they had no gold and silver in the mortal world, they found a rag and ran to the rich families to rob them. That really scared the rich families. They had seen people robbing money, but they had never seen two bald immortals flying down from the sky to rob money. They were anxious to get the silver and burn incense to pay tribute at the same time. They were so excited. Along the way, the little monk Xianxia worshipped Fang Xing more and more. According to him, when he went down the mountain for the first time, it was simply a torture. Basically, from Nanzhan to Shenzhou, he did not eat much along the way. He ate wild fruits when he was hungry and drank mountain springs when he was thirsty. He climbed the mountain by walking and crossed the sea by flying. He enlightened a few monsters in the mountain village, but only got the villagers a meal of cornbread and pickles. It was not as good as coming out with Fang Xing. Every day, he ate delicacies, drank wine like water, and played with a lot of silver. This also made the little monk Xianxia more and more obedient. He did whatever he was told, which was much better than the donkey in the past. However, when the two bald donkeys arrived at the western desert, the handsome little monk finally became disobedient. He was flying in the sky, but suddenly he didn't want to fly anymore. He stealthily pressed down on the cloud, and no matter how hard he tried, he wouldn't leave. Fang Xing kicked him angrily. We are in a hurry. What are you doing? The little monk Xianxia glanced into the distance and whispered, Did you forget what you promised me? Fang Xing laughed angrily. I have promised you many things. I will do them when I am in the mood. Who knows which one you are talking about? The little monk Xianxia blushed. He pointed to the front and said, Look, what is that? Fang Xing took a look and saw that in the mountains in front of him, there was a vast water vapor, but there was a big lake, which was clear and transparent. It happened that there was an abundant spiritual vein at the foot of the mountain, which made the lake as clear and transparent as jade. Not to mention the water source in the mortal world, even in the cultivation world, it was difficult to find such good water. At first sight, people could not help but jump in and swim. After looking at the big lake for a while, Fang Xing's expression became serious. He tentatively said, Did I promise to accompany you to take a bath? The little monk Xianxia was speechless. After a while, he said, I'm not talking about taking a bath. Looking at the bald donkey's twinkling eyes, Fang Xing suddenly remembered. Oh. I promised to force you to watch women take a bath. The little monk blushed, lowered his head and did not speak. Fang Xing angrily pushed his bald head. Bathing is something that should be done in the city. If you see someone's wife or daughter is beautiful, you just hide by the window and squat there. You are in the wilderness, where can I find a woman to bathe for you? The little monk Xianxia blushed even more. After a while, he said in a mosquito-like voice, I don't need to go to the city. I don't need you to help me find one. I just, accidentally saw, a beautiful fairy falling from the clouds and heading in the direction of the big lake. Oh, Fangxing took a deep breath and looked at the little monk in a circle. His eyes were full of disbelief. He was speechless and said, Lingshan Temple is a holy land of Buddhism. How could they teach such a thing like you? Even the bandits couldn't stand it anymore. What kind of monk was this? When he saw a beautiful female immortal flying toward the big lake, it meant that she was going to take a bath. What if she was going to fetch water? What if she was just looking for a secret place to relieve herself? How could there be so many beautiful female immortals in the world who would casually find a lake to take a bath in the wild? According to experience, those who took a bath outside were generally men, okay, however, Xianxia also analyzed it clearly and logically. Xixiang, you didn't see it when you were dozing off on the cloud just now, but I saw it clearly. If she was going to fetch water, she definitely didn't need to set up so many restrictions around the valley, right? If she was going to relieve herself, she definitely wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. Moreover, I also saw that before she fell, she took a large number of petals and herbs from the plum forest on the top of the mountain next to the big lake. Why did she take so many things for no reason? It was obvious that she was going to take a bath. Don't call me Xixiang. I'll call you Xixiang. You saw it too carefully, didn't you? Xianxia blushed and said shyly, that fairy is so beautiful. I couldn't help but look at her a few more times. Fangxing rolled his eyes and looked at Xianxia. Xianxia looked at Fangxing expectantly. After a long time, Fangxing had no choice but to kick Xianxia's butt. Go and see. Xianxia almost jumped up. He rubbed his hands and said, okay. As he said this, he rushed to the big lake. After running a few steps, he turned around and said to Fangxing, you forced me to do this. Damn you. Fangxing was so angry that he almost rolled up his sleeves and rushed up to beat him. But on second thought, he thought that it would be a waste not to see such a good opportunity. He also chased after Xianxia, who was about to fly directly to the big lake, and pulled him down on a nearby mountain. Then he bent down and went into the forest. Like a snake and a mouse, he sneaked toward the big lake without anyone noticing. Around the lake, there was nothing unusual at first glance, but upon closer inspection, there were wisps of white mist. After activating his Dharma eye, he could follow the source of the mist and see a few formation flags. This was a restriction that had been set up by someone. Under the influence of this restriction, mortals and beasts would not be able to reach the lake. Once they got close, they would become dizzy. If a cultivator with a low cultivation saw such a powerful restriction, he would inevitably turn around and run, not daring to approach. If a cultivator with a high cultivation insisted on approaching, the person who set up the restriction would immediately notice in advance and make preparations. Speaking of which, it could be regarded as a foolproof arrangement. However, when she met Fangxing and Xianxia, who had high cultivation and were peeping maliciously, the fairy was out of luck. Under the activation of the yin and yang devil mirror, this kind of arrangement was child's play in the eyes of Fangxing. He easily took Xianxia to avoid all the restrictions and came behind a broken piece of rock on the shore of the lake. Then both of them secretly poked their heads out and looked into the lake, only to see that the lake was as calm as ever, and the mist was vast. Layers of mist containing abundant spiritual qi turned the whole lake into a fairyland. Through the layers of mist, they could vaguely see a vague figure in the center of the lake, raising his arm to stir the water like an immortal. Oh, it's so beautiful. Xianxia was a little excited. He couldn't help looking into the distance, and 2 streams of red blood slid down from his nose. F***ck, you can't even see if it's a man or a woman from such a long distance. Why the F***ck are you bleeding? Fangxing was simply contemptuous and speechless. He lowered his voice and scolded. Xianxia wiped his nose and said aggrievedly, I've never talked to a woman in my life. Fangxing didn't know what to say, so he patted Xianxia on the shoulder to comfort her. It's so beautiful. Xianxia turned his head again and looked at it for a long time before saying, it's just that I can't see it. Fangxing suddenly felt a little speechless. This lake was located on the spirit vein, and the water mist contained spiritual qi. This kind of water mist could not be penetrated by the eyes at will. At this time, they were far away, and they did not dare to use the magic eyes or divine thoughts to break through the layers of water mist. Because in this case, it was easier to be noticed by others if they used the magic eyes or divine thoughts to see people. Naturally, they could not see clearly. I have a way. Seeing that Xianxia was so pitiful, Fangxing decided to be a good person for once. Of course, it was also because he really wanted to see what the fairy looked like. After all, this was Master Fang's belief. If he wanted to rob, he naturally had to peek at a woman taking a bath. Otherwise, he would have been a thief for nothing. Thinking of this, he pulled Xianxia's arm, used the breath-concealing skill, and quietly went into the water. A cloud of blue mist enveloped him and Xianxia, firmly locking their breaths so that they would not leak out and be detected by others. Their movements were also extremely light. They lay on the water surface, like two quiet pieces of wood, quietly drifting toward the center of the lake. During this process, they had already used the super water-controlling ability of the dragon tribe's rain-summoning technique. As they floated on the water surface, not even a ripple could be seen. Regardless of whether it was breaking through the various restrictions earlier, or the current aura concealment technique, as well as the method to float on the surface of the water without creating any ripples, they were all extraordinary abilities. Perhaps even an ordinary nascent soul stage cultivator would not be able to do it so skillfully. However, at this time, such a top-notch technique had been used by these two to peep at a woman bathing. If word of this got out, it would probably be a huge joke. But because of this, the two of them really touched the center of the lake and got closer and closer to the vague shadow. Bang! 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 The little monk Xianxia's heart beat faster and faster, and his handsome little face was now as red as a hawthorn. A large lotus flower had appeared in front of them, its stems standing upright on the surface of the lake. Because of the rich spiritual qi in the lake, the lotus flowers were also much larger than in other places. The huge lotus leaves were like millstones covering the surface of the lake, and in the middle of the lake, the figure of the woman was becoming clearer and clearer. If they went around a cluster of lotus flowers, they would be able to see her true face. The two bald donkeys were a little excited. Slow down, slow down. They were getting closer, getting closer. Just as the two of them were about to bypass the huge lotus leaves in front of them like two pieces of wood, there was a sudden splash behind them. A huge strange fish quietly broke through the surface of the lake and came out from behind them. This strange fish was 10 feet long, with a purple forehead and golden beard, a mouth full of strange teeth, and eyelids. Half of its body came out of the lake, and its big head looked down curiously. Fangxing and Xianxia, who were on the surface of the water below, did not cause any ripples. The green mist had locked their qi, and there was no leakage at all. With its cultivation, it could only see a faint mist. However, Xianxia's nose was bleeding all the way, and he floated into the lake bit by bit. He smelled the smell of blood and followed the faint blood to the green mist. At this time, below, Fangxing and Xianxia were calmly moving forward. This strange fish was born with water spirit. When it was close to the water, its every move was not easy to be noticed. In addition, the two of them were too concerned about the erotic scene behind the lotus leaves in front of them, so the two top masters among the younger generation did not notice that there was such a monster behind them. As for the strange fish, it also looked at the green mist below in surprise, and its big head tilted. It did not have the intelligence of a human, but it was also very intelligent. Its pair of strange eyes carefully looked at the green mist below, and then looked in the direction of its master. It seemed to have guessed something, and its eyes gradually became alert. After hesitating for a moment, it decided to test the waters, and its huge mouth full of ferocious fangs gradually opened up, boom. All of a sudden, a white water sword shot out from the depths of the strange fish's throat. It was extremely powerful. With the naked eye, it seemed that this water sword had pierced a hole in the air. It was almost comparable to the power of a divine-level magical item. With a rumble, it penetrated the green mist that could only cover its breath but had no defensive power. Then, it went straight into the lake below, rolling up a huge wave that was hundreds of feet high. Oh my god! Hidden in the green mist below, Fangxing and Xianxia, who were almost defenseless, screamed loudly. Who would have thought that there would be such a strange fish behind them? Unexpectedly, the water sword had already sprayed down. Fortunately, their cultivation was profound. As soon as there was a crisis, they were immediately alert, and the water sword could not hurt them. The two of them flashed to the left and right at the same time, avoiding the dangerous water sword. However, unexpectedly, they were still swept up by the waves. Two figures, one gray and one white, were caught in the waves and fell to both sides with strange cries. One of them flashed to the left, and the other to the right, but they were just washed in different directions by the waves. Xianxia screamed and fell toward the strange fish, and the strange fish also fell into the water with a plop. He was also stunned, and then he screamed in fear, turned around, and ran away. The strange fish behind him rushed into the water and chased after him angrily. Fangxing, on the other hand, was even more unlucky. He actually fell straight into the lotus bushes. Initially, he wanted to ride a cloud to control his body, but he didn't expect that the circulation of his cultivation now depended entirely on the myriad spirit pill. This also meant that his control over his Dharma art was not very stable. When the myriad spirit pill caused a huge ruckus, the circulation of his Dharma art would slow down. Coincidentally, at this moment, the myriad spirit pill fluttered, causing his spiritual chi to be unable to circulate for a moment. His body fell like an ordinary person, and as he let out a strange cry, his hand subconsciously grabbed wildly. All of a sudden, his hand felt warm and slippery, and Fangxing subconsciously hugged it. Then, he pressed down with one hand, trying to stabilize himself, but then he felt his hand pressing down on something soft. His body paused for a moment, and he hurriedly turned his head to look, only to see a beautiful, lifeless face right in front of him. Her cherry lips were so wide open that one could swallow an egg. She must have been frightened, and was staring at him blankly. And he, at this time, was holding her shoulder with one hand, and the position of the other hand. Looking down, oh, it was not small. Coincidentally, when they were hit by the strange fish's water sword, Fangxing and the handsome little monk, one to the left and the other to the right, fell in two different directions. The handsome little monk hit the strange fish, and then he was bitten fiercely all the way. The direction in which Fangxing fell was in the lotus bushes, where the beautiful figure was. In addition, his all-panacea elixir made him unable to exert his supernatural power in time, so he subconsciously waved and grabbed like a mortal, and then he caught a person. Thus, a strange scene appeared in the lake that was filled with the aura of a celestial Taoist. Outside the lotus bushes, the little monk in white was being chased and bitten by a big strange fish that was more than 100 feet long, screaming. Inside the lotus bush, Fangxing was hanging onto a naked girl. He had one hand around her neck and the other on her chest. He even pinched her chest a few times subconsciously. A strange smile subconsciously appeared on his face. The girl was also frightened. Her mouth was wide open, and her eyes were filled with shock as she looked at the wild monk who had jumped out of nowhere on her chest. The girl's whole head became blank, and she did not kill him at the first time. This strange situation lasted for nearly 3 breaths of time. Ah! Damn it! Fangxing took advantage of the momentum of rushing out to catch his breath. After running his cultivation, he flew up to the sky. In a flash, he had run hundreds of miles away. He did not even look back. Not long after he escaped, the handsome little monk also caught up with him, panting. Behind him, a strange fish fiercely chased after him. The handsome little monk hurriedly asked while running, Is it beautiful? Look at you, bald donkey. Hurry up and run for your life. Fangxing really wanted to press the little monk Xianxia to the ground and beat him, but he couldn't. The murderous aura rose behind him. Damn Baldy, I'm going to dig out your eyes and chop off your hands. A murderous dark cloud rose from the direction of the big lake. In the cloud, a woman in a white dress chased after them with a murderous look on her face. She didn't even have time to tie up her hair and just rushed over with her hair hanging loosely over her shoulders. Little bald donkey Xianxia, it's all your idea. Now I'm going to kill you, Fangxing shouted as he ran. He hated the little monk who came up with such a wicked idea. Senior brother. You forgot that you're also bald now. The handsome little monk also moved his legs very quickly. He didn't even ride on the clouds and fled in the air. He was even faster than Fangxing. F***ck. Fangxing looked back and saw that the woman was holding 2 knives in her hands. The murderous aura really locked on him and chased after him. He felt a chill on his back and ran faster. At the same time, he shouted, "Miss, you're only wearing a skirt and forgot to wear pants, really?" Not far away, the handsome little monk hurriedly looked back, but he was hit by the strange fish that followed closely behind him and flew away. As for the woman behind him, she lowered her head to take a look. Indeed, a pair of fair legs were exposed beneath her skirt. She had been in such a rush that her skirt had fluttered up. Perhaps her killing intent was too heavy and she had actually forgotten about this. Her angry face was instantly flushed with anger. She casually changed into a new set of clothes from her storage pouch. Then, she gritted her teeth and increased her speed even more. She had already pushed her cultivation to the limit and dyed half the sky black. She stepped on the dark clouds and flew extremely fast. Fangxing, who had already activated the 108,000 swords to the extreme, couldn't get rid of her. Xianxia was even more unlucky to be hit by the strange fish. He was directly entangled and couldn't get away for a while. In the blink of an eye, the woman had already caught up with him. Looking at the woman holding 2 knives, Xianxia was also scared and shrank his head. Seeing that he couldn't escape, he jumped up in a hurry and pointed to Fangxing, who was running away quickly and had no intention of turning back to save him, and shouted, "Catch that pervert." The woman with the twin blades in her hands originally wanted to chop this white-clothed monk into pieces as well, but she suddenly heard him shout. She also saw his white clothes fluttering in the wind, his handsome face, and his upright and plain-spoken righteousness. Compared to that lowly and wretched grey-clothed monk, he really did not seem to be on the same side. She also saw that the grey-clothed monk was really not slow, and was about to leave her line of sight. She was slightly startled. Seeing that the woman didn't kill him directly, Xianxia immediately said seriously, "I've been chasing this devil for 3 days and 3 days, but I didn't expect to meet him here. He even dared to do such an evil thing to you. Please help me. We can't let him go." His disguise was too strong. The woman was not a stupid person. At this time, she subconsciously regarded the monk in the moonlight robe and with a righteous face as a good person. She also saw that the bald donkey in grey had almost escaped hundreds of miles away, and the monk in white had even flown up with his big sleeves fluttering, as if he wanted to chase the enemy with her. She had no time to think about it and was on guard. Then, she angrily chased after Fangxing. After all, in her heart, she still regarded Fangxing as the #1 perverted monk. Moreover, she didn't see this monk in white in the lake just now. "Oh my god, Xianxia, damn bald donkey, I'll kill you sooner or later." He thought that the little monk Xianxia could help him slow down the footsteps of the woman with the double knives. He didn't expect that the 2 of them, together with the strange fish, would chase after him at the same time. Fangxing was so angry that he was crying all the way, rumble, like thunder and lightning crossing the void, for streams of light could be said to be as fast as lightning, and the sound of the wind could be heard for thousands of miles. It had already alarmed the cultivators who passed by. They thought that it was Yuanying fighting above their heads, which caused such a big movement. They sneaked into the air to take a look, only to see a beautiful girl, a handsome monk in a white frock with a solemn face, and a strange big fish desperately chasing a wild monk in a grey frock who kept cursing. Not to mention the strange fish, the 2 monks and the woman didn't look very old. Cultivators were always young, and the 3 of them looked to be in their 20s. However, their strength wasn't just for show. Their speed alone was beyond the imagination of the cultivators, and they were not inferior to nascent soul cultivators. As they ran, they brought with them a strong wind that swept through the surroundings, and even foundation establishment cultivators couldn't stand steadily in the air. "Catch that perverted monk. Don't let him escape." The handsome little monk found that he had won the trust of the woman with the double knives when he scolded Fangxing, so he scolded more vigorously. It was really effective. Even the strange fish, which had intelligence but was only a beast after all, did not bite him. When it saw that its master did not pay attention to the white-clothed monk, it also regarded him as a good person. It only shook its head and wagged its tail, chasing the grey-clothed monk like lightning. However, Xianxia's shout had also aroused the attention of some cultivators who had been alarmed to the front and back. "What? This is a perverted monk?" Look at what bad things he has done to make the fairy so angry. Catch him. The fairy and the monk in white don't seem to be ordinary people. There must be a great reward. With this idea, there were more people who acted bravely for a just cause. Of course, they did not dare to directly stop in front of the monk in grey. With the momentum of his rushing forward, he could hit them to death. However, it was still possible to cooperate and throw a few magic weapons into the air to block his way. Anyway, doing such a good deed was not only good for their reputation, but also good for the white-robed monk and the dual knives fairy who were chasing behind. The most important thing was that the monk was weak. If they caught the monk in grey, they were not afraid that his disciples would come to take revenge. There were too many people with this idea. For a moment, there were countless magic weapons blocking the way in front of Feng Xing. With the strength of Feng Xing, he really would not pay attention to these magic weapons, which were only at the upper grade of the profound stage. However, with his short temper, how could he stand this? It was enough to be chased by others. In addition, Xianxia, the damned bald thief, was still pretending to be a good person behind him, which made him even more angry. Seeing that he could not get rid of the dual knives fairy, he simply stopped running and turned around with a strange cry. F***ck, are you chasing a rabbit? I will fight with you. As he shouted, he rushed back. His hands formed a seal, and he used many great skills. His spiritual power tore the void and pushed back. Perverted monk, you still dare to play hard at this time? The dual sabers fairy shouted. Her slender hands crossed, and there seemed to be an unstable but extremely powerful force exploding in her body, covering her face with a layer of black gas. At the same time, the dual sabers suddenly burst forth with heaven-splitting saber chi, surging over like a wave. Boom! 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 In the blink of an eye, the two of them exchanged 3 blows in succession. The tremendous force detonated 3 incomparably violent balls of chi in the air, sweeping through the surroundings like a hurricane. With just the aftermath of these 3 balls of chi, the magic treasures of the various cultivators in the air exploded in large swathes, turning into fine powder that scattered to the ground. Some of the cultivators that were relatively close were even sent tumbling several times. Feng Xing and the dual knives fairy, who had fought 3 times in a row, looked at each other solemnly at the same time. This evil monk has such cultivation? Why is the power of this little girl so strange? It seems that there is something hidden in her body that is not to be trifled with. 2 thoughts flashed through each other's minds. Neither of them dared to take it lightly. They immediately focused their minds and prepared to attack again. One was in the south and the other in the north. Violent spiritual chi gathered around the 2 figures, and they were about to release their strongest spells. However, it was also at this moment that a shadow that was so white that it was not tainted by the secular world floated over from behind the dual knives fairy. The handsome little monk, with a solemn expression, took out a huge wooden fish from his sleeve. While the dual knives fairy was fighting with Feng Xing and did not dare to be distracted, he suddenly raised it up high and hit her on the head with the wooden fish. The dual knives fairy really did not expect this. She could not use any of her skills at all. Her body swayed a little, and she fell to the clouds with a blank expression. Not only was the dual sabers fairy stunned, but the strange fish was also stunned. Feng Xing was also stunned. The surrounding cultivators who were watching the battle were also stunned. What the hell, what was going on, under such circumstances? The handsome little monk looked at Feng Xing with a smile. Senior brother, I did a good job as a spy, didn't I? The scene that occurred in the sky above the western desert was hard to imagine. It was simply too much for the eyes to take in. Originally, they thought that there would be a scene of a righteous monk joining hands with the fairy maiden to kill the evil monk. No one expected that the scene would suddenly change. The white-robed, untainted young monk would suddenly become a shameless undercover spy. He joined hands with the evil monk in the grey robe to launch a sneak attack, knocking out the fairy maiden, and then tying her up. This scene was truly beyond the expectations of the surrounding cultivators. No matter how big the hole in the brain was, they would never have imagined it. When the strange fish saw this, it was stunned. Then, it angrily charged forward, ready to fight to the death. In the end, the grey-robed monk punched it into the ground and tied it up. The 2 monks blindly took the fairy and the strange fish with them. Before the Western Desert cultivators could recover from their shock, they fled, leaving behind a group of dumbfounded Western Desert cultivators, unable to recover for a long time. Had the world changed to the point where you could kidnap a beautiful fairy in broad daylight? Senior brother, what should we do? They found a quiet call and threw the tied strange fish and the fairy to the ground. Fangxing and Xianxia had a headache. Things had developed too fast. Before they could react, they had two hostages in their hands. Well, the strange fish could be roasted and eaten, but how should they deal with this fairy? Xianxia and Fangxing fell into deep thought at the same time. Xianxia didn't say anything, but Su Fangxing was even angrier. He stood up hatefully and kicked him twice. Damn bald donkey, thief monk, bastard, I'll let you watch a woman bathe, I'll let you watch a woman bathe, I'll let you watch a woman bathe. Xianxia felt wronged. Senior brother, you forced me to watch. Fangxing kicked him again. I let you say that I forced you, I let you say that I forced you. I even became a spy for you, I let you be a spy, I let you be a spy. For a while, Xianxia didn't dare to speak. He held his bald head and squatted far away, peeking under his arm. If you can't do it, kill him. Fangxing crossed his arms and muttered, as if he was thinking very seriously. Xianxia, who was holding his head, was startled and hurriedly jumped up. You can't kill him. Fangxing glanced at him and asked, why? The handsome little monk said, she's so beautiful, how can she be killed so casually? Fangxing said, then why don't you rape her first before I do it? Xianxia was stunned for a long time. She became bashful and said, it's too fast. I can't accept it. However, just as he was blushing, he raised his head and saw Fangxing looking at him with contempt. He knew that this senior brother's anger had not subsided and was making fun of him. Thus, he muttered in a low voice and squatted to the side. During this period of time, he had been hanging around for so long, but he also knew that this senior brother had remarkable abilities. Basically, no matter what he encountered, he would have a countermeasure in his heart. There was no need for him to worry. Bitch, you chased me so hard. Fangxing also glanced hatefully at the fairy who was tied up and unconscious. He saw that her hair was disheveled and had yet to dry under the sun. Her facial features were soft and beautiful, her lips and nose were raised, and her complexion was as fair as porcelain. However, under her fair skin, there was a strange black aura that gathered and dispersed. Even in her dreams, she was still gently gritting her teeth. It was unknown if she was chasing after him in her dreams. When he thought of being chased by her like a rabbit just now, he wanted to kick her to vent his anger. However, as soon as he raised his foot, he couldn't bear to do so. Instead, he kicked the strange fish. The strange fish was so scared that it flopped twice and looked at Fangxing pitifully. Forget it, we can't kill her or beat her. Let's just leave her here. With her cultivation, as long as she wakes up, this immortal binding rope won't be able to do anything to her. Let's take advantage of the fact that she hasn't woken up and quickly escape. After thinking about it, Fangxing made a decision. He turned around and called Xianxia to leave, but he hesitated for a moment. He turned around and lowered his head to look at the woman's face. Under her porcelain-like skin, there was a faint black chi that appeared from time to time. This black chi seemed to come from her body. It was squeezed out bit by bit and rushed to her beautiful face. It seemed that with her heartbeat, it was constantly emitting a strange evil chi. In addition, when fighting with this woman in mid-air, Fangxing also noticed that the magic she used was upright and mysterious, but under the majestic divine power, he could clearly feel an indescribable evil power, so he was even more uncertain. There's something wrong with this bitch's body. Fangxing had always been a very curious person. He couldn't help but stretch out his hand again and touch the woman's heart. Where the heart is, I think everyone is very clear. The little monk Xianxia next to him saw Fangxing's action and was stunned. Are you really going to rape her? Just as he was hesitating about whether to step forward and help, suddenly two shouts rang out at the same time. God knows why the woman woke up at this time. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw a claw slowly grabbing her chest. This shock immediately woke her up. She screamed, raised her eyebrows, and bit him. Haven't you touched enough? Fangxing was also shocked. He quickly retracted his hand and patted his chest with lingering fear. You scared me to death. Damn baldy, stinky monk, big pervert, if you have the ability to let go of me, I will cut you into 8 pieces. The woman raised her head and looked at Feng Xing. The murderous look between her eyebrows was so gloomy that water was about to drip out. She scolded harshly, which startled the birds in the mountain. Flocks of birds fluttered into the air. The handsome little monk saw the opportunity faster. The moment he saw the woman wake up, he ran away with the sound of Qi Lu. Only Feng Xing was left, staring at the angry woman blankly and speechlessly. Hey, little lady, don't misunderstand. For the first time in his life, Feng Xing felt wronged. After a long time, he finally said such a sentence. Damn baldy, you still want to quibble at this time. It's too late to say anything. I will not stop until I kill you 10 times. The woman looked at Feng Xing with irreconcilable hatred. F*ck, I won't let you kill me once, and you want to kill me 10 times? You are the most vicious woman. I told you it had nothing to do with me. It was all done by that gigolo, damn baldy. It was he who proposed to peep at you taking a bath. I am innocent. Feng Xing's explanation paled in comparison to this woman. Her gaze was filled with hatred as she looked around her surroundings. However, she did not see any sign of the white-robed monk who had helped her earlier. Her gaze suddenly turned cold. Where's that little master? Did you kill him? Kill my ass. God. Feng Xing turned his head and shouted. At first glance, he was stunned. Xianxia had already slipped away. This son of a bitch runs really fast. Feng Xing began to gnash his teeth with hatred again. He suddenly realized that it was not this woman who should be tied up, but the damn baldy. But now he had no choice. After calling twice, Xianxia did not come out, so he could only explain earnestly, I say, it's not right for you to do this. You can't just look at the surface. Think about it, when you were chasing me just now, I didn't have the heart to kill you. It was that damn baldy who sneaked up on you from behind and knocked you out with a wooden fish. I admit that I have done a lot of bad things, but I really didn't do this. For him, at this time, he did not care whether he had been wronged or not. He just couldn't stand the result of being wronged, while Xianxia, the damn baldy, was regarded as a good person. They peeped at others taking a bath together, so they should be scolded together. He thought that if he brought up the matter of the woman being knocked unconscious, the woman would definitely come to her senses. After all, there was only that strange fish and that thieving baldy behind her at that time. However, he didn't expect that the woman would sneer after hearing it. You want to smear that divine monk with dirty water, but you don't have to make it up. I'm a great Jindan cultivator, so how could I be knocked unconscious? If it weren't for the fact that the seal in my body suddenly malfunctioned and my soul was impacted, which made me pass out, I would have chopped you into pieces long ago. How could I tolerate your nonsense? This. Feng Xing was stunned. His mouth was agape, and he didn't know what to say. The woman shouted again, and you tried to do something bad to me while I was unconscious. Do you think I didn't see it? What the F*ck is this? Feng Xing, who could not speak clearly, squatted on the ground and held his head, not knowing what to say. Damn baldy, you'd better let go of me quickly. I can still leave you a whole body. The woman was obviously furious. Even at this time, she was still cursing and struggling with all her might. Bitch, you only know how to scold me. I only ask you, do you know who I am? As if he had been scolded, Feng Xing suddenly raised his head and scolded fiercely. The woman was not frightened by him. She looked at him without showing any weakness and said, no matter who you are, I will kill you. Ha 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 ha. Feng Xing suddenly reached out and grabbed the woman's chest. Then he flew up and jumped into the sky. His laughter came from afar, with a trace of pride. I am Xianxia, monk of Lingshan Temple. If you have the ability, come and fight me. As he laughed, he escaped into the void and was about to fly away on a cloud. He was very proud of himself. Xianxia, damn baldy, you run when you encounter trouble. I'll let you run. Bastard. Feng Xing's last move was beyond the woman's expectations. She was about to go mad with anger and curse, but she did not expect that just as Feng Xing was about to fly away, she would hear his arrogant and proud laughter. Her expression changed drastically, and she stared in shock at his figure that had jumped into the void. After a moment of shock, she let out a loud cry that shook the surroundings. Feng Xing, you bastard, I've been looking for you for 10 years, and you touched my chest as soon as you saw me. Oh, F***ck Feng Xing, who had just jumped on the cloud, shivered in fear and fell from the sky. How did he get exposed? At this time, Feng Xing, who felt proud of tricking Xianxia, was the most comfortable time in his heart. As soon as he jumped onto the cloud and was about to escape, the woman below suddenly called his name. He was so scared that he fell from the sky with a cry and almost fell on his face. Fortunately, his reaction was very fast. When he was in the air, he had already somersaulted and landed steadily on the ground. However, his eyes were full of horror when he looked at the woman. How did this woman recognize him? No matter how he looked at her, she didn't look like an acquaintance. Moreover, now he had shaved his head and was wearing a grey monk's robe. When he looked in the mirror, he felt that he was much uglier than before. How did this woman recognize him, who used to be handsome and elegant, from such a monk's outfit? Obviously, this woman didn't want to explain to Feng Xing at all. After discovering that the wild monk in front of her was Feng Xing, she became even angrier and almost shouted, Feng Xing, you bastard. 10 years ago, you carried the big tripod on the pilgrimage mountain and ran away. I have been looking for you for 10 years because of a promise. I almost went all over Nanzhan. Because of a rumor, I went to the land of the Huangfu family, which had become a demonic place, to look for your body. Because of this, the immortal fetus in my body was infected by the devil qi and almost broke the seal. But you touched my chest as soon as you saw me. You even caused me to interrupt the process of using the spirit lake to wash away the devil qi, and I even forcibly used my spirit qi to chase after you, you bastard. Are you worthy of my immortal fetus, which is now not stable? Are you worthy of the 2 big blisters on my feet? Are you worthy of the ugly fish who accompanied me to look for you for 10 years? The woman's small mouth opened and closed incessantly as she cursed at Feng Xing. Feng Xing was stunned by her curses. He was obviously a master of words, but under this woman's rapid-fire scolding, he couldn't get a word in edgewise. The most hateful thing was that when the strange fish that was tied up like a dumpling heard his name, it also nodded its head repeatedly and looked at Feng Xing with an extremely resentful gaze. But, why are you looking for me? After a long while, Feng Xing took advantage of the moment when the woman was gasping for breath to interrupt speechlessly. He could see that the woman was not lying, otherwise, she wouldn't be so aggrieved. Why do you think I'm looking for you? The woman was even angrier when she heard this. Since I know you're alive, of course, I have to take you home. Feng Xing was even more stunned. Go home? Why take me home? Still playing dumb. The woman was so angry that her eyes turned purple. Your mother is my father's sister. Why do you think I'm taking you home? Boom, as soon as this sentence came out, it was like a muffled thunder in his ears. Feng Xing was stunned. For a moment, his head was a little dizzy. All kinds of thoughts grew from the bottom of his heart like weeds, making him speechless for a moment. After a long time, he squeezed out a sentence with his mouth wide open. Who is my mother? Didn't I tell you? Your mother is my father's sister, my biological aunt. Who is your father? Of course my father is my father. Are you looking for trouble by asking this? The woman was so angry that she couldn't speak coherently. If she wasn't tied up, she would definitely jump up and fight with Feng Xing. However, Feng Xing still didn't understand. He asked woodenly, then. Who are you? Who am I? You're asking me who I am? I've been looking for you for 10 years. Now you're asking me who I am? The woman was about to explode with rage. She asked a series of questions in a rage that couldn't be stopped. In the end, she seemed to have thought of something and her rage suddenly disappeared. She looked at Feng Xing in disbelief. You really don't know who I am? Feng Xing nodded hurriedly. You haven't introduced yourself, big sister, it's my cousin. The woman corrected him seriously and asked again, then you don't know who my father is? Feng Xing nodded. You don't know who your mother is? Feng Xing was about to cry. Can you stop talking nonsense? The woman's expression was completely serious this time. After a while, she said carefully, then you don't know anything about your background? Feng Xing said, "Fourth uncle once said that I was born from an old sow in the pen. I fought with him because of this." Nonsense. The woman was also angry when she heard that. She told Feng Xing very seriously, "You're definitely not born from an old sow. I also *King know that I'm not born from an old sow." Feng Xing was so angry that he took off his monk's shoes. He was prepared to use the soles of his shoes to beat the woman if she didn't speak quickly. "So you really don't know anything about your background?" The woman's expression became a little strange. She looked at Feng Xing with some pity and asked with concern, "Do you want to know?" Feng Xing waved the soles of his shoes. "If you don't say it, I'll really beat you," the woman said seriously. "Don't be anxious. If you want to know, then." Feng Xing's ears straightened up, and his face was full of anticipation. "Then beg me," the woman said the second half of her sentence, but suddenly a look of pride flashed across her face. Then, she laughed loudly. Feng Xing, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. He almost tripped because of her heavy breathing. "Ha ha ha ha, little B****, you made me go from the divine land to Nanzhan, from Nanzhan to Beiju, and from Beiju back to Nanzhan. I've been looking for you for 10 years. Now that I've finally found you, you touched my chest and caused my immortal fetus to have problems. Just now, you even wanted to beat me with the soles of your shoes. Come on, beat me if you can. It's a big taboo in our family to kill each other. You didn't know before, so I don't blame you. But now that you know and still dare to hit me, the elder ancestor will definitely beat you back for me." The woman was proud of herself. She raised her face with infinite arrogance, as if she had gotten her revenge. You, Feng Xing was so anxious that he walked in circles. He was really controlled by this woman. "Hurry up, untie me, and find a few precious herbs to suppress the seal. Then, stand still and let me slap you twice. Apologize to me properly. When I'm almost appeased, I'll tell you about your background." The woman raised her chin, and her posture was already that of an elder. Feng Xing had never been threatened like this. He was so angry that he raised the soles of his shoes again. But halfway through, the woman raised her head at him provocatively, and he really couldn't hit her anymore. Was this really his family? Looking at her despicable appearance, she really did look like one. He couldn't hit her with the soles of his shoes, and he couldn't vent the anger in his heart. Feng Xing was so angry that he spun around twice. Suddenly, he shouted at the sky, "Xianxia, you damn baldy, if you don't get out now, I'll go back to Lingshan Temple and complain about you." Alas. I'm here, just next to him, behind a big rock. Xianxia's bald head popped out. He looked at Feng Xing in surprise, and then looked at the woman on the ground. His eyes were almost shining. "Senior brother, you actually found your family." "No, it's your family who found you. Congratulations. It's a pity that I was born in a monk temple, and I don't know." Alas, before he finished speaking, he was pulled out by Feng Xing and said to the woman, "I tell you, this monk is full of bad ideas. It was his idea to peep at you when you were taking a bath just now. Even if you fainted because of the reverse impact of the seal on your sense, it was also because he knocked on your wooden fish. In short, I'll kill this bald donkey for you, and we'll write off our grievances, okay? Hey. Senior brother, impulsiveness is the devil." The little monk Xianxia was so scared that his face turned pale, and he screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Feng Xing looked at the woman on the ground with sincerity, his eyes full of expectation. The woman on the ground was also stunned. Seeing the appearance of the little monk in white and the monk in gray, how could she not understand that she had really misjudged them just now? For a moment, she was surprised and shocked. After a while, she became angry and said shyly and angrily, "You two are not good people. Kill this monk for me, and I'll cut you 2 more times. Then we're even." "It's not fair. I didn't see anything, but I have to pay with my life." Before Feng Xing could answer, the little monk Xianxia screamed. "You can only kill the monk, but you can't cut me, and I won't apologize. No, kill the bald donkey, and then let me cut you 2 more times to vent my anger, and then apologize to me. A real man should not apologize." Yi Zichen sighed. "You have to apologize." All of a sudden, Feng Xing and his cousin stared at each other like fighting cocks. Their words were fierce, and they argued endlessly. "Hey, I really don't believe that I can't deal with you. After the initial shock, Fangxing's mind became a little sober. He waved his hand and threw away the little monk Xianxia. He chuckled and pointed to the woman, saying, "Xianxia, tie this bitch up for me and take her back to the ultimate first. When I solve the problem in my body, I will slowly waste time with her. Anyway, you've been looking for me for 10 years. I don't believe that I can't outlast you." Alas, okay, the little monk Xianxia escaped with his life and walked toward the woman happily. However, the woman glared at him, and he immediately shrank back and did not dare to go forward. He looked at Fangxing awkwardly. "As a hostage, how dare you rebel against her? Take her away by force. As long as she doesn't obey, then beat her," Fangxing said rudely. When he said the word beat, he hesitated a little, pointed to the side, and said, "Beat this ugly fish." The woman was so angry that her eyes turned red. The strange fish next to her raised its head aggrievedly and complained silently. "Do you really think that I can't deal with you?" Fangxing put his hands behind his back and said disdainfully, "I believe that you're my family. What if you kidnap me?" A strange team set off. Fangxing flew in the front with a distressed face. His hands were behind his back, and he was holding an immortal tying rope in his hand. Behind the immortal tying rope, the 2 whiskers of the strange fish were tied up. On the back of the strange fish, his elder cousin was tied up and sitting horizontally. The handsome little monk, Xianxia, was holding a freshly cut stick in his hand and staring at his elder cousin with a smirk. As long as she glared at him or scolded him, he would hit the strange fish's head hard with the stick. 1 person, 3 people, and the strange fish, all had different moods. The happiest one was Xianxia. He had never had such a new experience since he could remember. The angriest one was his elder cousin. She had already hacked her cousin and the little monk to death hundreds of times in her heart. The most aggrieved one was the strange fish. It was already very obedient. How many times had it been beaten along the way? The most confused one was Fangxing. He had grown so much in one breath and was used to the feeling of being alone and lawless. But suddenly, he heard that he had a family. Although he was not sure whether it was true or not, his heart could no longer settle down. Now he seemed to be competitive and did not want to admit defeat to his elder cousin. In fact, he also wanted him to think carefully about what he should do if this thing was true. If this thing was false, what should he do? He, who had always been swift and decisive, was also a little uneasy at this time. After all, this matter was too big. With 4 kinds of moods, they were all depressed and rushed to the South Sea on a cloud. Now, after the battle in the Huangfu clan, Fangxing turned that fairy-like place into a devil's land. The panacea was sealed in his body by Uncle 11, but those demon spirits that had lost their origin still stayed in the Huangfu clan. Their resentment soared to the sky and covered the sun. It was impossible for them to dissipate in 100 years. This matter had already spread, and everyone knew that it was the little devil Fangxing who had disappeared for 10 years. It was a devastating blow to the Huangfu clan, both in terms of reputation and heritage. It was not an exaggeration to say that Fangxing had destroyed the heritage of 3,000 years, and almost all the members of the Huangfu clan were killed. It was not an exaggeration to say that the whole clan was destroyed. However, Fangxing also suffered a lot. All his magic treasures were lost and broken. Although Uncle 11 later helped him recover a lot, he directly took away the ivory tower when he was in a coma. As a result, when he woke up in the Lingshan temple, except for this frock, Fangxing was almost penniless. Even when he spent his time in the human world, he and Xianxia robbed a large family in the Chu region. If he wanted to go to the ultimate in the South Sea, he could only travel on a cloud. He could not use the bronze gate to directly break the void and step into the ultimate. "Senior brother, can we really solve the problem when we reach the ultimate?" Occasionally, when they landed on the cloud and rested in the mountains, Xianxia came up and asked, "I see that when you ride the cloud recently, your control of the power seems to be less and less smooth as before. This is because the all-spirits pill in your body has found that the power of the Buddhist scripture seal on the surface of your body is weakening and is causing trouble for you. This is a big hidden danger. If we really can't do it, we should quickly turn back to the Lingshan temple. We can use the Buddha's power of the Lingshan temple to suppress the all-spirits pill, and we can also help you cultivate the Mahavairokkana Sutra as soon as possible and refine the all-spirits pill." Furthermore, that barbaric cousin of yours has quite a serious problem as well. She didn't wash away the evil aura she was infected with when she was searching for you in the Huangfu family's territory, and she forcefully circulated her spiritual energy when she was chasing after you. Now, the gap in the seal in her body is getting bigger and bigger. When I get close to her, I can faintly hear the shrill cries coming from her body. Damn it, she says it's an immortal fetus, but I don't believe it even if you beat me to death. Now, we have to find enough precious medicine and spiritual liquid to wash away the evil aura and strengthen the seal. Fangxing turned his head and glanced at his big cousin, only to see that she was sitting cross-legged and breathing alone, and the black chi between her eyebrows was even heavier. However, he was a little angry in his heart and glared at Xianxia fiercely. It was all because of this damn bald donkey who insisted on watching the fairy take a bath that he got himself into big trouble. Fortunately, when this big cousin was about to fight with him angrily, this damn bald donkey hid behind her and knocked her out with a wooden fish. At that time, the big cousin couldn't use too much spiritual power at all. She just tried to chase him, but it had already caused a gap in the seal. If she fought with him again, the seal would definitely collapse completely. Xianxia knocked her out with a wooden fish, but it also prevented the seal from further collapsing. At this time, it seemed that he had saved her in time. At the thought of this, Fangxing felt a chill down his spine. He almost caused a big disaster. It was really a case of being a bald donkey who was not afraid of being beaten up. Facing this damn bald donkey who was not afraid of being beaten and was also shameless, he felt helpless. Don't worry, there are many spiritual essence and precious medicine needed to strengthen the seal in the ultimate, and I also have a way to remove the evil chi in her body. As for the myriad spirit pill in my body? Hee, I have a way long ago. Although it's a little risky, I can only do so. Who told me to steal so many scriptures, but there is no Vairocana Sutra among them. Let's go back to the ultimate first. Fangxing answered lazily, but he also had his own idea in his heart. Even if you don't steal the Vairocana Sutra, you can find someone who knows the Vairocana Sutra to teach you. When Xianxia heard this, she suddenly threw a few flirtatious glances at Fangxing. Fangxing's heart was burning with anger. He grabbed Xianxia and was about to hit her. Damn bald donkey, are you provoking me? Xianxia was shocked and cried out, I'm innocent. I'm hinting at you. Fangxing punched him and said, hinting at your uncle. Do you want me to go back and turn myself into the monks of Lingshan Temple? Senior brother, I'm really innocent. Along the way, he passed through the western desert and came to the Bohai kingdom on the Sealine. However, he hid his identity and met with Yu Sanliang. At this time, Xianxia had already left Bohai kingdom. It was said that after hearing about the disaster of the Huangfu clan, she was worried and went out to look for Fangxing, but she happened to miss Fangxing. However, when Yu Sanliang saw Fangxing, who was said to have died together with the Huangfu clan, and his cultivation had been restored, he was really overjoyed and hugged him tightly. But then he regretted it. This little B***** was here for revenge. At the banquet, he pinched his nose and poured 2 pots of wine into his mouth. Obviously, he wanted to take revenge on me for forcing him to go to the heaven and earth. Yu Sanliang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. On the second day, he went to the brothel where he had lived for 3 years. Wearing the same monk robe, he led the little monk Xianxia, who had bright eyes. After messing around with those girls for a whole day, he finally took 10,000 taels of gold and silver from Yu Sanliang as the dowry of these girls. Then, he borrowed a spiritual boat from Bohai Kingdom and set sail for the ultimate ruins in the South Sea. Although the sea was dangerous, it was not a problem for the 2 eminent monks. On the way, they chased seabirds in the 9 heavens and roasted them, and they went down to the 5 oceans to catch turtles and stew them. Finally, they came to the end of the South Sea and saw the ultimate ruins in front of them, which was connected to the sky above and the sea below. Haha. We are in my territory. Let's go. Facing the lightning restriction spell and whirlwind wall that shot up into the sky like a cage, Fangxing wasn't afraid at all. He injected a powerful spiritual force into the spiritual source of the spiritual boat, and the boat immediately rushed into the chaotic region with rumbling noises. The godly little monk on the boat was so scared that he hugged his bald head and shrieked as he shrank against the wall of the boat. The weird fish even coiled around Big Cousin Sister with a squeak, and Big Cousin Sister yelled in fear, "Are you crazy? How dare you rush in directly? Wahahaha. Don't be afraid. This is my territory, Fang Xing looked back and said while laughing wildly. Unfortunately, before he could finish his sentence, the spiritual boat had rushed into the lightning restriction spell. Then, the rumbling lightning restriction spell and sharp hurricane swept over, and the top of this mid-tier mystic spiritual boat was lifted off the boat in an instant. Without any protection, the lightning restriction spell and hurricane crashed toward Fang Xing, making Fang Xing scream. When he squatted down with his arms around his head, it was too late, and he was struck for a long time. After almost half an hour, when he felt that the surroundings had quietened down, he carefully put down the sword realm he had set up around him. He saw that his cousin, the handsome little monk, and the cheap strange fish were all looking at him pitifully at the same time. Sensing that something was wrong, Fang Xing flew to the surface of the sea immediately. When he looked into the water, he was almost scared by what he saw. A pitch-black face and a tattered monk's robe. How was this a human? It was clearly a ghost. He was also unlucky. His cousin and the little monk had been careful in advance and put up a defense. Only he was too careless. When he put up the sword domain, he had already suffered a few hits. It was a pity that he, the master of the ultimate, had lost so many people on a trip home. Well, he was so excited that he forgot that he didn't have the Grand Elder register with him. Don't tell anyone about this, or else I'll kill them all. After washing his face in the sea, Fang Xing said to Xianxia and his cousin with a serious expression. He, except for the weird fish, who nodded repeatedly, the sneaky monk and his cousin both laughed uneasily. Who broke into the ultimate ruins? Just as Fang Xing was about to beat up the sneaky monk to warn his cousin, several groups of cultivators with strong qi suddenly came from afar. They were all holding magic weapons in their hands and wearing white robes. Their auras were extraordinary and they came extremely fast. In a moment, they had already arrived near the beach. They circled in the air and surrounded Fang Xing, Xianxia, and the others in the middle. Oh, the old heretic is doing well now. His reaction is quite fast. Fang Xing still remembered that when he first came to the ultimate ruins, he stayed for 2 years without being discovered. But now, as soon as he came in, he was immediately noticed. It could be seen that the old heretic had built the ultimate ruins like an iron plate, which had the demeanor of the Grand Elder sect. He was very satisfied. He greeted them with a smile, waved his hand and shouted, "Little guys, I'm back. Did you miss me?" With a face full of excitement, he greeted the group of cultivators in white happily. Unexpectedly, a group of cultivators in white looked at each other strangely. One of them said, "Where did this wild monk come from?" Pfft, Xianxia and his cousin couldn't hold it in for a moment and laughed at the same time. Fang Xing's face was so black that it was uglier than being struck by lightning. This group of little guys didn't give him face at all. You don't know me? Take a closer look at my handsome face. Fang Xing was a little angry. At first, when he saw this group of vigilant cultivators in white, Fang Xing was quite happy. It meant that old heretic had managed the ultimate well. At least, his reaction speed was much better than when the ultimate was in a state of disunity. However, when he saw that this group of bastards did not recognize him at all and attacked him without distinguishing between right and wrong, he was immediately annoyed. The last time he returned to the ultimate, old heretic had already summoned all the tribes in the ultimate to visit him. It could be said that all the cultivators above the golden elixir realm had met him. Even if it was only once, they should be familiar with him. In addition, Xianxia and Big Cousin were right beside him. Who could he ask for compensation for losing face? He decided to give this group of bastards one last chance to take a good look at who he was. However, he did not expect that the leader of the group of cultivators in white did look down at him, but it was just a cold glance, and he shouted coldly, "I don't care where you come from, wild monks. The ultimate is no longer as free to come and go as before. It is already a big crime for you to trespass the mountain gate of the ultimate. Immediately surrender and be sent out. If you dare to resist, kill without mercy." Boom! When the other cultivators heard this, they immediately took out their magic weapons and attacked. However, this made Fang Xing jump up in anger. F***ck, you guys are going against the heavens. Not only did they not recognize him, but they also dared to attack him. This really made the little devil unhappy. Boom. Boom. Boom, at least 7 or 8 beams of divine light shot down at Fangxing at the same time, while the others attacked Big Cousin and Xianxia. F***ck, if I don't show off my power, you guys won't know who I am. Fangxing gritted his teeth with hatred. His figure suddenly flashed and disappeared from the ground. When he reappeared, he was already behind a cultivator in white who attacked him. He raised his hand and pushed, and the cultivator in white fell out, almost like a top, knocking over 4 or 5 cultivators around him. For a moment, the formation of the cultivators in white was in chaos, and there was a chorus of exclamations. What level of cultivation does this wild monk have? How is his speed so fast? Seeing Fangxing's action, the white-robed cultivator broke out in cold sweat. He secretly held a jade talisman in his hand. Which clan are you from? Even if you can't recognize me, you should at least know my name. After Fangxing made his move, he didn't take any further action. He just stood in the air with his hands behind his back and spoke to the white-robed cultivator with an unfriendly expression. After all, to him, he was only teaching a lesson to this bunch of blind people. It was impossible for him to kill them. After all, the people of the sinkhole had something to do with him. I'm your master Fangxing. After saying that, Wen didn't move at all. He put on the airs of a big boss and waited for this group of people to kneel down and shout, "You have eyes," but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Unexpectedly, when this name was said, the white-robed cultivators with lower cultivation levels didn't react at all. Instead, the middle-stage golden core cultivator trembled and accidentally crushed the jade talisman between his fingers. He said with a trembling voice, You're called Fangxing? You bunch of bastards, isn't my senior brother the famous Fangxing? Hurry up and pay your respects." Before Fangxing could reply, the handsome young monk had already jumped up and shouted arrogantly. Good. Good. I'm LV Xianmong. Greetings. Master of the sinkhole, the middle-stage golden core cultivator's eyes flashed a few times. He slowly bowed and said respectfully. With him taking the lead, the rest of the cultivators also bowed and hesitantly bowed. Fangxing furrowed his brows, but his expression did not change. He simply put on airs and said, "Where is the old devil? Bring me to him." LV Xianmong said, "The evil lord is in charge of the northern region supreme path and is not in the sinkhole. I'll invite the sinkhole master back to the palace first." He. Alright, Fangxing agreed, glanced at the little monk Xianxia, and took the lead to walk in front. Below, the eldest cousin, who was sitting on the back of the strange fish, wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, she didn't say anything and followed with a sneer. The white-robed cultivator, LV Xianmong, rushed to lead the way. A group of more than 10 people protected Fangxing, Xianxia, and the eldest cousin as they rushed into the depths of the sinkhole. At this moment, there were much fewer ferocious beasts in the sinkhole. It was likely that Fangxing had released many ferocious beasts to attack the Huangfu family's territory. More than half of them had yet to return, causing the forest to be much quieter than before. On the way, Fangxing looked around as if nothing had happened and was full of curiosity. Xianxia was even more surprised. Everything he saw had a look of surprise on his face. He touched his big bald head and exclaimed in admiration. On the other hand, the eldest cousin was calm. She sat on the strange fish and lowered her eyes, looking indifferent. Not long after, there was a celestial wind in front of them, and 4 or 5 auspicious clouds came up to welcome them. On the clouds were 4 or 5 old men in white robes. They were all at the mastery stage of the golden core realm. All of them had smiles on their faces as they bowed to Fangxing from afar. One of the old men with white hair and beard even came up to him with a smile and said from afar, "The return of the sinkhole master today is a huge relief for us." Fangxing looked at him expressionlessly and stretched out his hands, as if he wanted to talk to him, but he did not move. A sliver of displeasure flashed across the old man's face. However, the hands that he had extended did not stop. When they were 10 feet away from Fangxing, the hands that seemed to be grabbing onto Fangxing's arms suddenly flipped and formed a seal. The spiritual energy in his body violently surged, and the light from the core was like an incomparably sharp sword as it sliced towards Fangxing's chest. His hands had turned into sharp claws as he forcefully pierced towards Fangxing's chest. In that instant, he had actually decided to kill Fangxing, not leaving him any path of retreat. At the same time, LV Xianmeng, who was behind Fangxing, suddenly pressed his hands together, but it was a dark iron chain, and it went toward Fangxing's neck. At the same time, hundreds of flying swords flew out of his sleeves and stabbed toward Fangxing's back. And in the face of this sudden change, Fangxing, who was indifferent, did not move at all, as if he did not react at all. LV Xianmeng and the old man at the mastery stage of the Golden Core realm showed a trace of joy on their faces. But it was also when their spells were about to fall on Fangxing's body, Fangxing suddenly moved slightly, clenched one hand into a fist, and smashed it toward the old man at the mastery stage of the Golden Core realm in front of him. This punch looked ordinary, but it contained indescribably terrifying power. Just the wind from the punch was enough to destroy the elixir light that swept over, and then the punch met the old man's claws. Boom! The fist and the claws collided firmly. But the result was that the sharp claws of the old man at the mastery stage of the Golden Core realm and Fangxing's seemingly ordinary fist collided, but did not tear his 5 fingers as expected. Instead, his nails, which were sharper than the magic weapons, were broken inch by inch and bounced in all directions. And Fangxing's fist, as if it was unstoppable, directly hit the old man's chest, smashing a hole. After that, his palm lifted up again, and before the old man flew backward, he grabbed his neck and pulled him back from 10 feet away. As for the flying swords behind him, Fangxing did not pay any attention to them. At this time, the Xianxia monk happened to say a Buddhist prayer and slowly put his hands together. The iron chain and even the flying swords in the hands of LV Xianmeng were suddenly pulled by an indescribable strange force, and at the same time, they flew toward the 2 fat sleeves of the Xianxia monk. All of them disappeared into them, and there was no more movement. In just one move, the Great Elder had been captured, which shocked the surrounding Zhu Xiu. He could hardly believe his eyes. Fangxing did not even look at them. He clenched his 5 fingers and lifted the old cultivator by the neck into the air. He looked straight into his eyes and said coldly, "In the ultimate, when did the cultivators at the mastery stage of the Golden Core realm become so worthless? There are actually 4 or 5 of them that I have never seen before. Tell me, who are you, and where is Old Evil now? The Ruins Master has decreed that those who trespass into the ultimate will be killed without mercy." Little monk, you, the white-bearded old cultivator's pupils constricted. He secretly channeled his spiritual power and shouted coldly in a low voice, as if he wanted to threaten him. "Who is the Ruins Master you are talking about? A donkey?" Fangxing ignored him. When he heard the 2 words Ruins Master from his mouth, his eyes were slightly stunned, and he said mockingly, "How dare you insult the young master of my clan? I will tear you into pieces." When the old cultivator heard Fangxing's words, his brows were overflowing with anger, and he opened his mouth to shout. "Not a donkey?" Fangxing's eyes suddenly turned cold. Suddenly, he exerted force with his 5 fingers and directly tore the old cultivator's neck. He then raised his palm and slapped it directly on the top of the old cultivator's skull, destroying even the spirit that was trying to escape. Then, he retracted his palm and clapped his hands as if nothing had happened. He looked at the other cultivators and said, "If he refuses to say, then you guys will say it. Tell me, who is the Ruins Master you are talking about?" At this moment, he was angry in his heart and his voice was piercingly cold. He really wanted to kill. You actually killed the Great Elder?" Zhu Xiu, who was next to him, was so scared that his voice was trembling when he saw this scene. No one would have thought that this demon would kill a mastery stage Golden Core realm cultivator without saying a word. Did he really think that he was a beggar on the street or a cabbage in the field? He killed him so casually. After the shock, there was indescribable anger. Another mastery stage Golden Core elder was the first to react. He immediately opened his sleeves and took out 2 magic treasures. At the same time, he shouted, "Attack together, quickly capture this demon, regardless of whether he lives or dies, kill." The surrounding cultivators in white did not have the slightest bit of politeness towards Fangxing. In an instant, they attacked at the same time. "What the F***ck is going on?" Fangxing gritted his teeth in anger. He clenched his fists tightly and without saying a word, he directly attacked. For no reason, a wave of anger rose in his heart, and it was the most unbearable anger he had ever felt. in the entire ultimate, besides himself, who else dared to call himself the ruins master? Could it be that after 10 years of absence, the ultimate no longer belonged to Feng? With the power and situation within the ultimate, who could have quietly become the master of the ultimate? Thinking of this, Feng Xing could not help but shudder, as if he had thought of a bad possibility. Even in the 10 years he had been wandering in the world, he had often heard of the Taisheng orthodoxy. He knew that the Taisheng orthodoxy had established itself in the northern region and was allied with the land of demons and the four seas. It was a behemoth, and it was impossible for it to be quietly destroyed or taken over by someone. In that case, there was only one possibility, and that was that the ultimate was willing to serve that person as its master. Who in the world had such a great ability? Old heretic, you bastard. I trust you so much, but if you dare to play tricks with me, I'll kill you. The rage in Feng Xing's heart was so heavy that he had even secretly started to grit his teeth. Facing the group of white-robed cultivators who were obviously the personal attendants of the Ruin Lord, Feng Xing was even more merciless. 2 golden wings appeared on his back. It was the Rock Clan's 108,000 swords. After the golden feather swords appeared, they quickly turned into rays of black light, and the golden wings turned into black wings. It was a new spell that Feng Xing had created by combining the 108,000 swords with the Great Sword Demon technique that he had recently comprehended. With the Great Sword Demon technique as the foundation and the 108,000 swords as the form, it still looked like 2 wings after it was displayed. However, be it its power or speed, or even its transformations, it was far from what it was before. The 2 black wings spread out and extended infinitely. In the end, each wing grew to a length of 10,000 feet. When they spread out, they were like 2 dark clouds that covered the sky, and all the white-robed cultivators in front of him were trapped in the sword wings. It's always been me stealing from others. Which bastard is your Ruin Lord? How dare he steal from me? Boom, as he spoke, he flapped his left wing, and suddenly, endless sword light fell from the sky like a rain of swords. Under the cover of the rain of swords, cultivators below the middle stage of the Golden Core realm were almost instantly slashed to pieces. As for cultivators above the middle stage of the Golden Core realm and those who had their Golden Core realm left, they all roared furiously and raised their strongest defenses to block the unfathomable sword light. After all, no matter what, the current Feng Xing couldn't be said to be the same as he was in the past. After 10 years of being tempered by the mortal world, he hadn't fully comprehended the so-called Tao, yet he'd strengthened his Tao heart during these 10 years. During this process, he'd gradually deepened his comprehension of the techniques of the various Taos. Presently, when he executed the techniques of the various Taos he'd learned in the past, his divine might had more than tripled, and he'd practically attained the state of wielding something heavy as though it were light. He had once estimated that if he were to challenge the Pilgrimage Mountain from 10 years ago, he would have a 70% chance of winning even if he were to fight head-on with the pure Yang Sect's divine son, Song Guichan, without using the great chaotic millstone that would harm both himself and the opponent. For someone who would usually only had 30% chance of winning, their Tao technique, he had dared to fight with his saber, would be. To put it simply, it was not difficult for him to kill Yuanying, let alone these Golden Core cultivators. Tell me, where is that donkey? Where is old heretic? Come out and see me. Amidst the fierce roar, the 2 large wings enveloped all the Aura's core stage cultivators. Not even a fly could fly out. Feng Xing, on the other hand, waved his large wings as he roared fiercely, not showing any mercy at all. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 people had already fallen under the sword demon's large wings. Demon, how dare you kill the disciples of the Taihao clan? The white-robed cultivator and the other 3 Golden Core Mahayana cultivators were shocked and angry. One of them quickly ignited a purple messaging talisman, and the 3 of them joined forces to summon a beam of yellow light. It rumbled like a huge pillar falling from the sky, and there was a celestial sound in the void. On the pillar, countless iron chains stretched out like tentacles, sweeping towards Feng Xing's soul-locking platform. As the 3 Golden Core Mahayana stage cultivators shouted, the brilliance on the pillar became extremely dazzling. Great Obscurus technique. Feng Xing roared in a low voice. He flapped his wings, stirring up gusts of black wind, and there were ghosts howling inside. The battle on the Pilgrimage Mountain was undoubtedly a high-intensity training for Feng Xing. Although that battle had destroyed his Tao foundation, it had also raised his cultivation of spells to an extremely high level. At that time, he had various Dharma seeds, some of which were stronger than others, and the methods he used were also different. But now, there were signs of them merging. For example, the Great Obscurus technique used the primordial death chi in the primordial ruins as its foundation, and the Grand Wind flag as its activation method. Now, it was also being used with these two giant wings. As soon as the wind appeared, it was like the apparition of the netherworld. The white-robed cultivators in the wind had their souls drawn out, and they fell to the ground like dead fish. Then, the gusts of black wind collided with the divine light from the golden pillar, making it impossible for the divine light to advance any further. What cultivation level is this kid at? Even the three of us can't do anything to him even after using our clan's ultimate technique? The three Golden Core Mahayana cultivators were panic-stricken when they saw the disciples of their clan dying, and even the three of them being suppressed. Haha, I'm still one step away from reaching the level where I can use it as I wish. Seeing this, Fangxing chuckled and rolled up his sleeves, planning to take action himself. Up until now, he had only used the sword demon wings to defend against the enemy, and he had not revealed even half of his strength. And he was best at close combat. However, just as he was about to take action, a shout suddenly came from afar. Who dares to trespass into the ultimate and injure people? The Heaven Abhorrer clan will take action immediately and help the disciples of the Taihao clan to capture the troublemaker. The Heaven Abhorrer clan? Fangxing was slightly taken aback when he heard this shout, and he turned his head to look. He saw a group of cultivators in yellow robes coming from the southwest. There were about 40 to 50 of them, and the person in the middle was a young woman in a purple dress. Her cultivation level was at the middle stage of the Golden Core realm, and there were no less than 3 Golden Core Mahayana cultivators and 10 cultivators at the middle stage of the Golden Core realm and above. She seemed to be the leader, and after hearing her orders, they quickly set up a formation and were about to join the battle. The woman was someone he knew. It was Hen Tianing, whom he had not seen for 10 years. Bitch, I let the Heaven Abhorrer clan live, and now even you dare to betray me? Fangxing saw someone he knew, and the anger in his heart burned even more. Suddenly, the 2 sword demon wings curled around him and turned into an indestructible sword domain. He then rushed towards Hen Tianing like a meteor. The cultivators around Hen Tianing had not set up their formation, but Fangxing had already rushed in. They were so frightened that they immediately used their divine talisman treasured technique and attacked with overwhelming force. However, Fangxing's sword domain blocked all the attacks, and he rushed towards Hen Tianing almost unimpeded. Although Hen Tianing had improved a lot, she was not as good as she used to be in front of Fangxing. She raised her hand, and under the suppression of spiritual power, she could not break free at all. Streaks of dark light closed in on her eyebrows, ready to stab her at any time. Girl, I haven't seen you for a few years. You've become more powerful, haven't you? There was no joy or anger in Fangxing's voice, but it was filled with endless hidden anger. Damn monk, let go of me, Hen Tianing struggled subconsciously, but when she heard the deep killing intent in Fangxing's words, her heart sank for no reason. An indescribable sense of familiarity rose in her. She looked at Fangxing's face and suddenly looked as if she had seen a ghost. She was shocked and frightened, and then an indescribable sense of sorrow rose in her. She cried out involuntarily, "It's you, you're not dead?" Fangxing said with a faint smile, "You want me dead?" I didn't know it was you." Hen Tianing was stunned for a moment, and then she shouted, "We all thought you were dead. You're not dead, that's great." Fangxing was the best at reading people's expressions, so he realized that hateful Tianing was not faking it. A hint of surprise arose in his heart, but he quickly sneered and said, "Then tell me, whose family does the ultimate belong to now? What's going on with these bastards in white wanting to kill me the moment they met? I saw that you were quite concerned about them just now. When you saw that they were in trouble, you immediately brought people to help." The killing intent in his heart had yet to dissipate. If Hen Tianing did not give a good answer, he would still kill them. The major events of the world could be passed off in a laugh. There were not many things that could make Fangxing lose his composure, but betrayal was definitely one of the most serious. Even if Hen Tianing had turned to someone else because she thought that he was dead, Fangxing would not feel good about it. "They want to kill you?" Hen Tianing was slightly startled as well, and then a thin layer of frost appeared on his face. His gaze was like cold lightning as he looked at the remaining 3 white-clothed cultivators and said hatefully, "The Taihao clan is getting bolder and bolder. They actually dare to do such a thing." She looked up and saw Fangxing looking at her expressionlessly. Her heart ached, and she said in a low voice, "Let go of me. I didn't know it was you just now. I saw that the Taihao clan's people were mobilized, so I followed the evil lord's orders and brought people to check it out. I saw that there was a massacre, and since we are all from the ultimate, I had no choice but to help. Who would have thought that you would come back bald?" It's cool." Seeing Hen Tianning's reaction, Fangxing knew that he had misunderstood her. He chuckled and let go of her collar. Hen Tianning glanced at him, and there was a hint of bitterness in her eyes, but it only lasted for a moment. She looked at the 3 golden core Mahayana stage cultivators with a face full of anger, and shouted, "Elders of the Taihao clan, young Master Taihao is not the ultimate master recognized by the evil lord. How dare you do such a thing to the ultimate master of the ultimate? Are you trying to rebel? Members of the Heaven Abhorrer clan, take these 3 down immediately, and release the divine talisman. Tell the ultimate master that the ultimate master is not dead, and summon all the clans to see him." The members of the Heaven Abhorrer clan obeyed the order, and immediately surrounded the 3, and a fight ensued. Fangxing did not care about any of this. He only frowned and looked at Hen Tianning, and there was some worry in his eyes. The Heaven Abhorrer clan seemed to know what he wanted to say, and said in a low voice, "I know what you are worried about. It's a long story, and we can talk about it later. But I can tell you that the Heaven Abhorrer clan did not betray you, and the evil lord has been waiting for your return. It's not the evil lord who tricked me." "That's great." Fangxing's tense heart suddenly relaxed. He touched his chest and mumbled, "Damn, that scared me to death. It's very complicated. It can't be explained in a few words." An hour later, the hateful clan had captured the 3 white-robed golden core Mahayana cultivators. However, Fangxing stopped hateful Tianning from announcing his return to the bottomless sinkhole. He only asked hateful Tianning what had happened. Hateful Tianning thought about it carefully and did not insist. Instead, he looked rather worried and quickly explained what had happened after he left. 10 years ago, you left without saying goodbye. We didn't know what happened. The evil lord finally made a decision. He sent people out to look for you while carrying out his grand plan. He announced the birth of the Taisheng Orthodoxy and headed to the northern region of the Divine Continent to join forces with the Land of Demons, the Oceanic Clan, and a few other forces to fight for the fortune of the Divine Continent. Things went smoothly. The evil lord, Daoist Zi of the Fengtian clan, and Senior Ling Long of the Baiyue clan all broke through the Golden Core realm and formed a Yuanying clan. They were very powerful, especially the evil lord, whose cultivation was unfathomable. It was enough for him to complete the great task of establishing the Divine Continent. However, although the overall plan went smoothly, there was still an accident. 7 years ago, the bloodline of Taihao appeared and actually found the evil lord. They requested to join the Taisheng Orthodoxy. The evil lord did not know much about this bloodline, so naturally, he would not agree to their request. However, who would have thought that this bloodline would produce a decree to prove their identity as a clan? At this point, hateful Tianning could not help but lower his voice. He paused for a moment before saying, "Descendants of true immortals, what?" Fangxing could not help but scratch his ears. The little monk Xianxia also scratched his head in confusion. Descendants of true immortals, there were countless ascended immortals in the Tianyuan continent, and there were many clans that had true immortals as their ancestors. Alright, even the Qingqiu clan had true immortals as their ancestors, so it was nothing special. Hateful Tianning's answer made Fangxing understand a little more. The evil lord could not have been so scared after hearing that someone had true immortals as their ancestors and foolishly agreed to join the Taisheng Orthodoxy, could he? If that was the case, then he would have to consider changing a manager. He did not expect Hen Tianning to laugh bitterly at his reaction and said, "If they were the descendants of ordinary perfected immortals, it would not be surprising. However, the vast expanse tribe is not so simple. Their ancestor's immortal was." Her gaze darkened as she stared fixedly at Fangxing, one of the 10 grand supreme deities. After a moment of silence, Fangxing jumped and patted his shoulder. F***CK. The handsome little monk raised his head in confusion. who are the 10 supreme immortals? Feng Xing couldn't be bothered with the monk. He was truly shocked. At this moment, he realized why the old heretic couldn't stop this clan from entering the Taisheng Taoism. Damn it, their ancestor was actually one of the 10 exalted immortals. This was truly a righteous bloodline. It could be said that they were born with the qualifications to enter the Taisheng Taoism. Not to mention the old heretic, even he couldn't stop them. However, he had never heard of any descendants of the 10 exalted immortals. Damn it, didn't immortals have to abstain from sex like monks? Why did one of them give birth to a child? What kind of immortal are you? Why don't you become a breeding donkey instead? Han Tianning did not think as much as him and said with a bitter smile, they took out a decree to prove their identity. They are indeed the descendants of the 7th exalted immortal of the 10 exalted immortals, Tai Hao. Moreover, their attitude was sincere. They said that their ancestor had left a decree saying that the Tai Hao bloodline originated from the Taisheng Taoism and that they would forever be disciples of the Taisheng bloodline. Now that the Taisheng Taoism has reappeared in the world, they are not overjoyed and only wish to acknowledge their ancestors and contribute to the revival of the Taisheng Taoism. Even the evil lord couldn't refuse such an offer. At this point, she seemed to recall something and suddenly laughed bitterly. She looked at Feng Xing and said, "Haha, speaking of which, the evil lord's greatest restriction is his status. Even the few tribes in the sinkhole are listed on the Taisheng register, but the evil lord didn't leave his name. In terms of legitimacy, not to mention the Tai Hao clan, even we are more legitimate than the evil lord." At this point, Han Tianning's tone was not without complaint. Feng Xing could only pick his nose helplessly. What she said was true. Leaving one's name on the Taisheng register was to restrict the various tribes in the sinkhole. Since old heretic was trustworthy, he naturally did not need to do something like leaving his life lamp behind. It was not doubtful whether the Tai Hao clan was legitimate or not. The Taisheng register was not blank to begin with. The first few pages were filled with runes, and each rune represented a former disciple of the Taisheng Taoism or even a clan's bloodline. He did not pay much attention to it at the time. As for the Tai Hao clan, if their ancestor was really one of the 10 immortals of the Taisheng Taoism, they would be like the dragon-seeking clan and be considered a remnant disciple of the Taisheng Taoism. In that case, old heretic was really an outsider compared to them. After all, he was just a supervisor. Han Tianning asked this question with the intention of inquiring, but when he saw Feng Xing's expression, he knew that it was true. He laughed bitterly and said again, because of this, the evil lord had no choice but to accept this matter. However, he had an agreement with the Tai Hao clan that he was only handling the sinkhole's affairs on behalf of them. Even if their ancestor was one of the 10 immortals of the Taisheng Taoism, times have changed and the situation is no longer what it used to be. If the Tai Hao clan wanted to acknowledge their ancestor and become a true disciple of the Taisheng Taoism, they would need the approval of the only successor of the Taisheng Taoism. Their name must be imprinted on the Taisheng Taoism's register. At that time, the evil lord was naturally waiting for you. Under such circumstances, only you had the right to deny them. Unfortunately, no one would have thought that in 10 years, you would disappear without a trace and no one knew where you were. The Tai Hao clan also did their best when the Taisheng Taoism was established and helped a lot. Even the evil lord couldn't say anything to them. LV Fengxian stayed in the sinkhole to cultivate and his relationship with the Baihui clan and the Yuesho clan grew closer. As time passed, the Taisheng Taoism had to have a divine son and you were nowhere to be seen. So, there were people who wanted to promote LV Fengxian to be the divine son of the Taisheng Taoism, but the evil lord forcefully suppressed it. However, after that, more and more clansmen of the Tai Hao lineage entered the sinkhole with the excuse of returning to their ancestry. They were willing to be part of the sinkhole. This was a serious matter and the evil lord was in the center continent. Unless there was a war at the expense of the sinkhole's destruction, there was no way he could refuse. At that time, other than the Fengtian tribe who were indifferent and the Heaven Hatred tribe who were against it, the Yuesho clan and the Baihui clan had already supported them to enter the sinkhole. Even if there was a real battle, we would most likely lose. Helpless, the evil lord could only accept it. At the same time, he secretly sent more people to find you. This was the only way. Sigh, it was a pity that no one knew where you went in the past 10 years. It was as if you had disappeared. The evil lord thought that with your personality, you would definitely cause trouble in 3 to 5 years at most. This would also give us a direction to find you. But who knew that you would be gone for 10 years without a trace? And the Taihao lineage had sent many experts into the sinkhole. They could be said to be the most powerful tribe in the sinkhole. They also used the excuse of defending the sinkhole to send people to various important places. However, they still kept a low profile and did not reveal their ambitions. The biggest change was half a year ago. At that time, news of you suddenly appeared. It was a battle with the Huangfu family, and the bloodline of the Huangfu family was wiped out, turning the Huangfu family's land into a demonic land. You also died in that demonic land. The evil lord was far away in the divine continent at that time. He immediately sent a message back to the sinkhole and ordered people to verify it. However, a few people went, but they could not enter the demonic land. We don't know what happened, but not long after that, a strange donkey came looking for you. It was actually holding the name register that symbolized the orthodoxy of the Taishang path in its mouth. However, after entering the sinkhole, it was immediately captured by the Taihao lineage. When the Hentian clan and the Fengtian clan received the news, LV Fengxian had already obtained the name register. He actually returned to the sinkhole that very night, saying that he was going to send it to the Divine Continent's northern region to discuss with the evil lord how to deal with it. At this point, Han Tianing sighed and said in a somewhat sorrowful tone, "In reality, we did not intend to stop him at that time. The arrival of that strange donkey brought news of your death. Coupled with the confirmation of the news we received, no one believed that you were still alive. After all, it is impossible for the Taishang path to not have a son of God. Our ancestor was the successor of the Taishang path, and he himself had obtained the approval of the incomplete decree in the ruins of the Taishang path. Without a doubt, LV Fengxian was the best candidate to replace you as the master of the sinkhole." At this point, she looked straight at Feng Xing and said seriously, "I'm not afraid of you blaming me. Now that you're alive, the Hentian clan will naturally keep our promise and pledge our loyalty to you. However, if you really did not return, it would only be a matter of time before we pledge our loyalty to LV Fengxian." At this point, Feng Xing had more or less understood the ins and outs of the matter. He did not comment on Han Tianing's final confession. His face was as still as water and no expression could be seen on it. He only asked calmly, "Where is that donkey? Is it dead or alive?" Han Tianing said, "The Taihao clan has spread the word that LV Fengxian is the true successor of the Taishang path. The divine donkey descended from the sky and delivered the Taishang path's register and one of the 3 scriptures of the Taishang path to LV Fengxian. This means that the ancestors of the Taishang path are protecting him. LV Fengxian has now taken the register and left. However, the Taihao clan has kept that strange donkey, and it is said to be a divine beast. We rarely see it, but I believe that the Taihao clan will not harm it in order to maintain this legend. He has obtained the Taishang spirit transforming scripture?" Previously, after hearing that old heretic had not betrayed him, Feng Xing had been nonchalant as if he did not care about the Taihao clan at all. However, after hearing this, his expression suddenly turned cold and he asked in a low voice. Feng Xing's expression changed immediately when he heard that the young master of the Taihao clan had learned the supreme spiritualization scripture. It wasn't that he was distressed by the loss of this scripture, it was just that the simple word learn contained too much malice. If the young master of the Taihao clan had really obtained the Grand Supreme Register, then he would indeed have the right to learn the 3 great scriptures. However, the method of learning was very particular. After all, he could not pass through the path of heaven and obtain the recognition of the Grand Supreme Sages. Even if he could learn the 3 great scriptures, he could only be taught by others. Although that donkey had obtained the Grand Supreme Spiritualization scripture, he did not have the right to teach this scripture to others. To put it bluntly, the only person in this world who had the right to teach this scripture to others was himself, who had obtained the recognition of the Grand Supreme Inheritance. Even if it was him, he could only impart 1 sutra at most before he mastered the Grand Supreme way of alchemy. The rules inside were the rules that the Very High had left behind. It was like they were protecting the uniqueness of the Very High. Even though he was a student of the Very High, he couldn't break the rules of the Very High. It was also because of this that he cherished this opportunity to pass on his skills. He did not even give it to the great golden crow or old heretic. It was only when he was in the western desert that he decided to leave behind a legacy for the ultimate, that he casually passed it on to the green donkey that had followed him for 7 years. As for the great golden crow, it was obtained in the mysterious domain and was its own good fortune. It could not be considered to have been passed on by Fangxing. Apart from the good fortune of the great golden crow, the person who obtained the green fox ghost mask also had the right to pass on the Taishang sensing scripture. This was because the Taishang sensing scripture had fallen into the mortal world together with the green fox ghost mask along with the immortal palace. There should be some mystery behind this. The 9 coffins in the heavens were infinitely mysterious. There were many things that one could not understand and could only follow. However, although it was a long story, the current situation had really exceeded his expectations. He had asked the donkey to bring back the Taishang Taoism's name list because he wanted Old Heretic to deal with it. In his imagination, no matter what, Old Heretic would not hurt the donkey. They were both members of the demon race, so at least he would be given a good fortune. It was not a waste for the donkey to accompany him for 7 years. However, he did not know what would happen if the donkey fell into the hands of the Taishang Taoism in the depths of the ultimate. If it had not gone to worship its ancestors, it would not have the right to pass on the Taishang Taoism to others. Even now, he did not know how the Taishang Taoism had obtained the scripture, but he guessed that they must have used some secret method to extract it from the sea of knowledge. Although Fangxing had not experienced this before, he was sure that it would not feel good. Because of this, he immediately realized that the donkey's situation was definitely not as good as Han Tianning had said. It must have suffered a lot. Now, he only hoped that the Taishang Taoism had kept its life and that the damage to the Sea of Knowledge was not as serious as he had expected. All in all, that's what happened. Now that Tai Hao tribe is so powerful, even the evil lord can't do anything about it. You've lost the register of Taishang, so I don't know if you have any other way to fight back. This time, as soon as you showed up, Tai Hao tribe wanted to take you down, which means that they're ready to fall out with you. But we have to be careful. Tai Hao tribe doesn't only have a few practitioners at the Mahayana realm of Gold Core realm. 3 months ago, they invited a nascent soul ancestor, but the ancestor disdained to stay outside the ruins. He only stayed for a month before entering the ruins of Taishang. He seemed to be looking for something. Now, I don't know if Tai Hao tribe has told him about your appearance. If he gets the news, he should be here in 1 day at most. They're still yuanning? Fangxing's eyes flickered and a smile hung at the corner of his mouth. Han Tianning was not as relaxed as he was. She said solemnly, yes, Daoist Zi of the Fengtian clan has also successfully formed his nascent soul. However, after the Taishang Taoism ancestor appeared, their attitude towards the Fengtian clan has not been very clear. Now that you have lost the Taishang Taoism ancestor, I don't know if I can still order him around. If he makes a move, he will naturally be able to resist the Taoism ancestor of the Taishang Taoism ancestor. If he refuses to make a move. At this point, she showed a slight hesitation. After a long time, she sighed and said, I'm afraid that even the combined strength of the Hentian clan will not be able to stop him from making a move against you. In order to prevent any changes, it's best to immediately rush to the northern region of the Divine Prefecture and discuss the important matters with the evil lord to deal with. Ha ha ha, Fangxing glanced at her but did not comment. He chuckled and did not say anything else. Han Tianning did not know what to say after recounting the past. She felt that the atmosphere was a little awkward and wanted to say something but stopped herself. After a while, she could not help but complain, I can roughly guess why you gave the Taishang Taoism ancestors register to someone else, but why did you let a donkey bring the register back? If you had found a new successor for the ultimate, things would not have been so difficult. At least, the Taishang clan would not have had a legitimate reason to get the register. Her words stunned Fangxing. That donkey was the successor I found. Han Tianning was stunned and completely speechless. You found a donkey to be the master of the ultimate? Fangxing was a little embarrassed. He smiled and said, there was really no one around me that I liked. So what if it was a donkey? Buddha said that all beings are equal. Han Tianning was speechless and stopped talking, looking very helpless. Little monk Xianxia heard this and could not help but praise, senior brother, you really have the root of wisdom. Io, this girl has grown up. She's not as fun as she used to be. Fangxing looked at Han Tianning with some pity. Ever since she became the leader of the hateful Sky Clan, this girl had lost her playfulness. No matter what, you should leave as soon as possible. I've thought about it just now. The Fengtian clan's attitude is really worrying and you're too important. Since the Taihao clan has already made a move on you, there's no turning back. The Taihao clan's elder ancestor will most likely attack you the moment he sees you. How about this, you head to the northern region of China and discuss with the evil lord. In the ultimate, I'll announce that you're still alive so that the Taihao clan won't act against you. What do you think? Han Tianing did not know what Feng Xing was thinking. She thought about it carefully and said seriously. Unexpectedly, when Feng Xing heard this, he shook his head indifferently and said casually, then what about my disciple? Han Tianing realized that he was referring to the donkey and did not know whether to laugh or cry. You're still thinking about the donkey at this time? Feng Xing rolled his eyes at her. That's my eldest disciple. Han Tianing was speechless and said after a while, forget it. I'll send a message to the Fengtian clan and ask Taoistzi to come here. No need. At this point, Feng Xing laughed coldly and waved his hand to stop Han Tianing's suggestion. He lowered his head and pondered for a while before he came up with an idea. He said, they have their own ideas, so let them be. Why should I give them a chance to show their loyalty? You don't even need to tell others that you've seen me. Just pretend that you don't know anything about what happened today. As he said this, he stood up and smiled at Xianxia. Junior brother bald donkey. Xianxia rolled his eyes speechlessly. Why don't you see if you have hair? Feng Xing smiled and touched his bald head. He said in a low voice, shall we beg for alms? Xianxia was stunned. Beg for alms? Feng Xing said, don't you monks beg for alms when you rob? Xianxia was a little speechless, but he vaguely guessed the meaning of Feng Xing's words. He had no time to refute it. He quickly got up and said, I like it. No, I don't like it, but you forced me to go. It's a sin. Speaking of this, he suddenly looked up at Feng Xing, but didn't you say that the ultimate is your nest? Feng Xing rolled his eyes at him and said, can't I rob my own nest? Not to mention Xianxia, even his cousin and the strange fish, who had been eavesdropping not far away, rolled their eyes. What are you going to do? Han Tianing was already confused and asked in a daze. Feng Xing smiled proudly and said, I came back this time to take a few things. I'll leave after taking them. Han Tianing was stunned for a moment. Then the problem with the Taihao division, of course I can't just let it go. Feng Xing waved his hand and said seriously, these bastards dare to harm my nest. How can I vent my anger if I don't teach them a lesson? When I refine the panacea, I'll also go to the divine land to harm their nest. That works too. Han Tianing suddenly felt that his brain was not enough to process. Let's go, junior brother. Let's go and beg for alms. The more Feng Xing thought about it, the happier he became. He immediately took action. He waved his hand to call the little monk, who was already jumping with joy, and asked hateful Neen about the location of a few items. Then, the two monks brought eldest cousin's sister and the strange fish, and rushed towards a direction in the ultimate at lightning speed, leaving hateful Neen and the Jindan masters of the Heavenly Hatred Division in a daze. This? Master, what should we do? After a long time, a Jindan Mahayana cultivator of the Taihao clan asked in surprise. Alas, Han Tianing was also very distressed. He rubbed his temples and sighed, he always has some strange ideas. Our Taihao clan is the one he dislikes the most. Our identity is awkward and we can't act on our own. I've already said all I can, but he doesn't want to listen. There's nothing we can do. Never mind, we don't have to be nosy. Since he wants to block the news, let's kill the 3 Jindan experts of the Taihao division and bring our people back to the tribe immediately. No matter what happens outside, just pretend not to know. This? Alright. The Taihao clan members, who had been tense all this while, could only agree helplessly. After discovering Feng Xing's appearance, they initially thought that they would immediately participate in the chaos of the fight for the throne. But who would have thought that this lord, who had almost lost his position as the ruin master, would actually go off to beg alms in high spirits, as if it was nothing serious. The sinkhole was where the ruins of the Taisheng orthodoxy were located. It was vast and heavily guarded. In terms of security, the sinkhole could not even be compared to the ordinary large sects of the Divine Continent. After all, not every large sect of the Divine Continent had terrifying lightning restrictions and hurricanes that tightly surrounded the region. In addition to the rumor that the sinkhole could only be entered but not exited, it became a place of absolute secrecy. Ordinary people would never dare to enter. It was only 10 years ago when the remnant disciples of the Taishang Dao appeared and established their orthodoxy in the northern region of the Divine Continent that people knew of the way to enter and exit the sinkhole. Furthermore, the sinkhole was rumored to be a treasured land with endless resources and countless opportunities. This caused many itinerant cultivators in the cultivation world to boldly barge into the sinkhole in search of opportunities. Of course, the outcome was not very good. The sinkhole had become as solid as a steel plate under Daphne's rule. Those who entered the sinkhole were all captured by the 5 tribes of the sinkhole and ruthlessly chased out. Later on, the Taihao lineage became part of the Taishang orthodoxy and the sinkhole's defenses became even tighter. The Taihao lineage seemed to treat the various resources in the sinkhole as their own. Ever since they entered the sinkhole, they had sent a large number of people to guard the borders of the sinkhole. Whenever someone entered, the defending cultivators would arrive within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. They would surround the person and make him a prisoner. Anyone who dared to resist would be killed without mercy. It was also because of these characteristics that the sinkhole no longer attacked each other after Fang Xing obtained the Taishang Dao's inheritance and took the sinkhole for himself. It was very peaceful. Even when the Taihao lineage took control of the Taishang Dao, all the conflicts were suppressed on the surface. In the past 10 years, the cultivators of the various clans focused on cultivation and there were very few chaotic scenes of fighting in the outside world, however, that was only in the past. Now, the peaceful sinkhole had been disrupted by 2 wild monks. No one knew when the 2 darn baldies had barged into the sinkhole, but the moment they arrived, the sinkhole was thrown into chaos. In the sinkhole, the most heavily guarded places were the Treasure Pavilion, the Immortal Herb Garden, Xianxia Mountain, the Imperial Spirit Garden, and the most secret of primordial ruins. The Treasure Pavilion was where the various Dharma artifacts that Fang Xing had left behind were stored. Some of the confiscated Dharma treasures of the sinkhole tribes were also stored there. As for the Immortal Herb Garden, it was where the mystic coffin spirit plants and spirit herbs that Fang Xing had brought into the sinkhole were cultivated. The sinkhole had its own structure and was very suitable for the growth of these spirit herbs. Now that the spirit herbs had been planted for more than a decade, the effects were obvious. All sorts of rare herbs could be found, and the Immortal Herb Garden could be said to be the greatest treasure in the sinkhole. As for Xianxia Mountain, it was where matured spirit herbs were harvested to refine into pills. Matured spirit herbs could not be stored for long, so they naturally had to be collected and refined into pills. As for the Imperial Spirit Garden, it was a place to rear small ferocious beasts that were naturally weak, as well as to collect the skeletons of ferocious beasts that had died of old age. These ferocious beasts were the greatest resource in the sinkhole to begin with. Other than possessing supreme ferocity that could be used in combat, the skeletons they left behind could be refined into artifacts or used as medicine. They possessed inestimable value. This kind of resource was nothing to Fang Xing, who often traveled far and wide alone. However, to those who were dedicated to managing large sects and families, it was simply a supreme treasure. It could be said to be the foundation of a large force. And these precious and important places were naturally heavily guarded. Among them, the Treasure Pavilion was guarded by the Celestial Reverence Division. The Immortal Herb Garden, the greatest land of treasures in the sinkhole, was guarded by the Lunar Reverence Division, who were skilled in sensing and using the essence of the moon. Xianxia Mountain, which was used for alchemy, was guarded by the Heaven Resentment Division. The Imperial Spirit Garden was naturally guarded by the Beast Taming Division, which was best at taming beasts. In addition, the Taishang Ruins, which was located in the deepest part of the sinkhole, was guarded by the elite troops of the 5 divisions. They were stationed on the shore of the Yellow Springs, and the defense was tight. On the whole, although there were undercurrents in the sinkhole, it could still be considered as an iron plate. However, even an iron plate would have a time when it would crack. When a fellow who knew everything came to snatch it personally, kindness my ass. Is there anyone here? This penniless monk is here to beg for alchemy. The first to suffer a calamity was the Immortal Herb Garden. Now, there were 3 low rolling hills in a row, and they were densely covered with large arrays. From afar, it looked like a celestial wind that even formed spiritual clouds. It really made one drool at a glance. And Fangxing and Xianxia had chosen this place as their first stop. They flew over like lightning, landed on the clouds, and stood at the entrance of the immortal herb garden with their hands on their hips and shouted. Where did this monk come from in the sinkhole? How dare he beg for alchemy? Stationed in the immortal herb garden were 2 Golden Core Realm cultivators from the Lunar Reverence clan and 1 Golden Core Realm cultivator from the Taihao clan. In addition, there were more than 20 Golden Core Realm cultivators and more than 100 Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators. Hearing someone shouting outside, someone immediately came to greet them. After seeing Fangxing and Xianxia, his expression was a little strange. Someone discussed in a low voice, then stepped forward and asked, "Who are you? Have you obtained the decree issued by the Taihao tribe to prove your identity? Why are you here to beg for alchemy?" Junior brother Bald Donkey, tell him what alchemy we're begging for. Fangxing turned around and said to Xianxia indifferently. Okay, senior brother Bald Donkey. Xianxia was unwilling to be at a disadvantage. He returned the greeting to Fangxing, then took a step forward and said loudly, Ba, greetings to all of you. We plan to ask for 30 pearls of precious medicine, 105 young fierce fruits, 10 pieces of 7 treasure glazed leaves, and 15 heart-cleansing flowers. In addition, we'll take whatever is the most expensive. Just a few thousand will do. Are these 2 monks stupid? Baiyu and Taihao's men who were guarding the immortal herb garden were stunned. They couldn't believe their ears. Although there were a large number of spiritual herbs in the immortal herb garden, they had only been cultivated for more than 10 years, and many spiritual herbs had not reached the point of production yet. What the little bald donkey in white had just mentioned could almost be regarded as the largest output value that the immortal herb garden could get now. Not to mention this unknown bald donkey, even the Lord of the Ruins, LV Fengxian, would not give them all to him. Not too far away, eldest cousin's sister, who was following behind lazily and wholeheartedly watching the show, was slightly startled when she heard the little monk's voice. Soon after, she nodded her head in satisfaction. With her experience, she could tell that the spiritual medicine that the little monk mentioned was most likely used to help her remove the devil chi and strengthen the seal. It seemed that these 2 bald donkeys were quite respectful to her, this elder. Do you have the decree issued by the Taihao tribe to prove your identity? Show it quickly, or we'll kill you. After a moment of surprise, the leader still shouted sternly and didn't bother to answer the little monk Xianxia. Don't give it? Then do it. Junior brother, turn your mother's fate. Fangxing was very agile. With a loud shout, the 2 sword demon wings on his back spread out, and a black haze covered the sky and the sun. Okay. The little monk Xianxia rubbed his palms together, flicked his sleeves to the side, and rushed forward. With their strength, the group of cultivators guarding the immortal herb garden were even more fragile than the spirit herbs in the garden. Even the 2 cultivators from the Reverence Moon clan and the Grand Ascension Stage Gold Core Realm cultivator from the Taihao clan were powerless against them, and they were easily suppressed. The enormous immortal herb garden was uninhabited, and they charged in and plucked the spirit herbs by the handful. Fangxing carried a cloth bag on his back and stuffed anything useful into it. The little monk Xianxia was even more agile. He spread out the sleeves of his robe and rolled up a large number of spiritual herbs. Even eldest cousin's sister couldn't sit still. She jumped down from the back of the strange fish with the immortal binding rope tied to her body. She hopped and hopped as she commanded the strange fish, ugly fish, go quickly, go quickly. There are many good things inside, pluck them all. Is that purple one the phoenix feather grass? It's said in the legend that the feathers of the immortal phoenix fell to the ground and turned into pick, that one with a pale yellow root, golden leaves, flowers like stars, and essence is emitted from time to time, forming a sun and a moon. My God, is it the legendary mysterious yellow leaf? Hasn't it been extinct in the Tianyuan continent for nearly 10,000 years? Pick it quickly, pick it quickly. And that blue one, the flowers are so beautiful, pick it for me too. Such crazy picking made Fangxing's heart ache. He glanced around and saw that Xianxia was using all his strength to pull out an immortal fruit tree that was more than 10 meters long and was full of red fruits. The tree was as black iron. He was so angry that he kicked him and said, "You damn bald donkey, it's fine if you pick a ripe immortal fruit, but why do you also want to pull out the fruit tree?" Xianxia chuckled and said embarrassedly, "Senior brother, didn't you say that you wanted to beg for alms?" Fangxing scolded with distress, "You can beg for alms, but you can't cut off the roots. These things will be mine sooner or later. Let's make it clear in advance. I can pick the ripe ones, but I can't cut off the roots, and I can't go extinct. And that turtle, don't take it away with the land." The sinkhole was facing its biggest calamity in 10 years. 2 monks, a woman with an immortal binding rope tied around her, and a strange fish began robbing the bottomless sinkhole in a frenzy. First, it was the immortal herb garden, then the treasure pavilion, then the elixir workshop, and finally the imperial spirit garden. In short, wherever they went, it was as if the place had been washed by water. Not a single blade of grass grew. The bottomless sinkhole reacted quickly. Everyone came out of their caves to surround and stop the robbers. Unfortunately, the group of robbers was unusually familiar with the terrain of the bottomless sinkhole and moved extremely fast. They tried to stop them several times but failed. Occasionally, they encountered them, and they displayed their terrifying strength. None of the tribes could stop them. Instead, they killed many people. "Great Elder, the treasure pavilion that we were guarding has also been robbed. The other things are fine, but the key is that the item is still in the treasure pavilion. If it's lost, the responsibility of our Fengtian tribe is too great. Please come out of seclusion and take them down." In the clan land of the Fengtian tribe, there were already people who came to ask Daoist Zi for help. However, after Daoist Zi's Dharma form came out of his body and rushed toward the treasure pavilion with a murderous look, he heard the laughter from afar. His expression suddenly became very ugly. He looked at the heaven-hating clan in the ultimate, which was still as calm as before despite such a big disaster. His expression immediately darkened, and he waved his sleeves and fled back to the clan land. "Let them be. Anyway, the momentum from the south is soaring. It must be old Mr. Liu from the Taihao tribe." Daoist Zi's expression was strange. Without any explanation, he forcibly went into seclusion, leaving a group of people looking at each other in dismay. Is he still alive? Is he here to take back his item? After a round of looting, the 2 thieving baldies, the elder cousin's sister, and the strange fish was really a bountiful harvest. There were all kinds of rare elixirs, immortal herbs, strange fruits, ancient elixirs, strange beast bones, and so on. It was more abundant than he had expected. In the past, Fangxing knew that there were these things in the ultimate, but he did not think much of it until he snatched them. Only then did he sincerely sigh that there were indeed a lot of good things in the ultimate. It seemed that these treasures were useless in the ultimate, so he really had to snatch them. "Senior brother, I really admire you. I didn't know you were so rich." The 2 robes of the handsome little monk hung down and were full. No one knew how many things were stuffed inside. He said with a face full of smiles. Even the elder cousin's sister showed a rare satisfied smile. As she put the things into an emerald bracelet on her wrist, she said to Fangxing in a pleasant manner, "Little cousin, I won't stand on ceremony. Take these things as a greeting gift. I suddenly feel like I'm at a disadvantage." Fangxing looked at the 2 of them and that strange fish being so happy, but he felt a little stifled in his heart. He picked his nose and rolled his eyes at the woman who now called herself his big cousin all day long. He said disdainfully, "We still don't know if it's true or not. Why are you accepting greeting gifts?" "Yes. Definitely." The elder cousin's sister answered firmly, "Since you're so rich, you must be my cousin." "Senior brother, the things are almost done. Shall we leave now?" The handsome monk looked into his 2 sleeves and smiled so widely that he could not open his eyes. "Who said we should leave? Now that we have business to attend to, let's save my disciple." Fangxing sneered and looked at the place where the Taihao tribe had gathered after entering the ultimate. He gritted his teeth slightly and whispered, "They are the descendants of the Taishang 10 immortals, so they are indeed the legitimate people of the Taishang orthodoxy. Even if they want to compete with me for the position of the ultimate lord, it's reasonable. I have no good reason to deal with them, so I won't talk to them. Now that we are monks begging for alms, let's go to their tribe's land and ask for alms. Besides, Yuanying of the Taihao tribe will be back soon, right? The handsome monk and the elder cousin sister laughed when they heard his words, but their gazes were somewhat solemn. They finally understood why Fangxing had done such a thing. They had thought that he was just messing around, but now that they thought about it, he had probably thought it through. It was not that he did not understand the rules on the surface, but he understood them too well. That was why he had used such a seemingly messing around, but in fact, it was a swift and decisive move. In fact, if they were to fight head-on, even if they had the upper hand, it would inevitably cause chaos in the ultimate. It might even lead to internal strife in the 4 tribes of the ultimate. In the end, no matter who won or lost, the ultimate would be thrown into chaos. The only thing he could do now was to swiftly and decisively get rid of Tai Hao spies in the ultimate without officially causing chaos in the ultimate. Disguising as 2 nameless monks to beg for mercy and solve some troublesome matters at the same time was the best choice. Not only could he achieve his goal, but he also did not have to expose the internal conflicts in the ultimate to the public, preventing a rupture from happening prematurely. The 3 of them were all smart, but they all looked like they were messing around. When Xianxia heard Fangxing mention yuanying of the Tai Hao tribe, he immediately patted his chest and said, "Senior brother, are you going to deal with that yuanying? Let me help you. I'm not lying. When it comes to dealing with yuanying in the Jindan realm, I have at least 9 ways to kill him, 9 ways." As he said this, his face was full of expectation. "Hurry up and force me. If you force me, I'll tell you." Eldest cousin sister, on the other hand, lazily held a straw stick in her mouth. She sneered and said, "Little monk, the nascent soul of the Lu clan in Tai Hao is not something those common people can compare to. You better not think of things as simple as this." At this point, she suddenly changed her tone and looked at Fangxing with a smile. "However, I also have a way to kill him. Cousin, beg me, and I will tell you." One of them was forced to say it, and the other was begging her, which made Fangxing feel speechless. He rolled his eyes at the 2 of them and said, "The Tai Hao tribe has plundered a lot of good things in the ultimate in the past 10 years. What we just snatched were the leftovers." Previously, they were afraid of arousing the dissatisfaction of the tribes in the ultimate, so they had not transported this batch of resources. During this period of time, they felt that they had obtained the Tai Shang's name list and grasped the lifeline of the ultimate, so they were ready to take action. "Well, snatch it. I'll get 40%, and you guys get 30% each." Swoosh! The eldest cousin and Xianxia's eyes bloomed with a strange light at the same time. They looked at each other and saw each other's hearts. "The problem of distribution," Xianxia said in a low voice. "If you keep nagging, you can each take 20%. If you really can't do it, I can kill him myself." Fangxing's negotiation of conditions was just that straightforward. Xianxia and the eldest cousin stopped pretending and said straightforwardly, "Deal." After the eldest cousin finished speaking, she shook her body with a murderous look and shouted, "Untie me." 3 people with unfathomable strength, and it could even be said that each of them had the ability to kill people at a higher level. How powerful would they be when they got together? Anyway, the defense of the clan land of the Tai Hao tribe was torn apart like a piece of rough paper. The protective formation set up by the great yuanying cultivators of the Tai Hao tribe was easily removed by the eldest cousin, who had been untied. Then, the cultivators of various realms rushed out of the clan land with red eyes. After Xianxia recited a paragraph of scripture, they were all stunned and collapsed to the ground. Through the first time these 2 people showed their real skills, Fangxing was secretly shocked. Sure enough, the disciples of the major sects all had their own strengths. He could also break the formation and subdue these Tai Hao people, whose cultivation was not high but were like flies, but he might not be able to do it as easily as these 2 guys. This reminded him that he had to be on guard against these people in the future. When the little monk Xianxia and the eldest cousin rushed to the treasure house of the Tai Hao tribe excitedly, Fangxing came to a solemn hall. In the hall, iron chains with barbs were tied to the body of a green donkey, and the other end of the iron chain was tied to several stone pillars in the hall. The green donkey was wearing gold and jade, an ancient crown on its head, vermilion sand on its forehead, and a black robe. It looked beautiful, but the black robe had even stuck to its body. It could be seen that the wounds on its body were serious. The green donkey was tied by the iron chain and could not move. It could only stand motionless in the hall, and its big eyes were full of despair. When it heard the footsteps outside the hall, it even trembled in fear. When it looked up, it was completely stunned. Two, it cried out excitedly, and its voice was both aggrieved and excited. You're really useless. I asked you to be the owner of the ruins, but you became a divine beast. Fangxing looked at it playfully and couldn't help but tease it. The green donkey was speechless. It looked at Fangxing pitifully with its big eyes, and its big mouth suddenly made a sound, as if to express its dissatisfaction. At this time, when it was close to its eyes, one would find that the previously bright and clear eyes were now a little chaotic. A large number of blood vessels seeped out from the bottom of its eyes and filled its eye sockets. This was one of the signs that the sea of consciousness had been seriously injured. Haha, rest assured, I have taken you in. You are my donkey, and no one can bully you. Fangxing laughed, but a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. His palm slid across the back of the donkey, and all the iron chains made of black iron that were hooked into the donkey's body broke after his palm slid across it. It was as if a fire tongs had pierced into cold ice, and there was not much vibration during the process, so as not to hurt the donkey again. After a few breaths, the iron chains were all untied. At this time, the forehooves of the donkey turned to jelly, and it almost knelt down. But Fangxing raised his palm and held its chin. Don't be aggrieved, we don't do that in our sect. If you get caught, you can only blame yourself for not being capable enough. Fangxing looked at the green donkey, which had only been forced to use its natural magical power by him, but had not yet gained the ability to speak. He smiled and said, but you were bullied, and as your master, I can't just ignore it. Then let's do it this way. Since the Taihao division made you suffer, we will first take a yuanying from them as compensation. How about that? Woo, the donkey cried out excitedly, and its big head kept nodding, but this caused its blood vessels to be shaken, and a lot of blood gushed out. Let's go. Fangxing ignored it and walked out with his hands behind his back. The donkey lowered its big head and followed behind him dejectedly, like a child who had been wronged. And at this time, in the sky south of the vast universe tribe, above the 9 heavens, there was a faint sound of strong and terrifying wind coming from afar. It was as if a huge mountain was rushing over from the extreme south of the void at an unimaginable speed. The sound of the wind as it flew even stirred up the dark clouds in the sky. For a moment, the clouds in the southern horizon gathered and dispersed, and the dark clouds closed in on the city. The terrifying divine might made it hard for people to breathe. You are the descendants of the Taishang 10 deities, so you are indeed the disciples of the Taishang orthodoxy. It is reasonable for you to belong to the Taishang orthodoxy. I can't even find a good reason to scold you. Even if you are unwilling to submit and want to snatch my position as the master of the ultimate, that is also human nature. If you have the ability to snatch it, I won't be reluctant. However, it is fine that you snatched the register from my eldest disciple, but you even forcefully extracted his soul and stole the secret technique that I passed to him. You kept him as a so-called divine beast to prove your lies. Fangxing stood at the door of the hall. Behind him was the green donkey, which was covered in blood. He raised his eyebrows and looked up into the sky. He looked to the left. On the back of the weird fish, his big cousin was heading south. Her body flashed through the clouds. He looked to the right and saw the handsome little monk's white shadow flying through the very high lands. Knowing that the two of them had gone to set things up as they had discussed, Fangxing felt more at ease. Today, I am going to kill your yuanying for this donkey. Rumble, in the southern sky, the black clouds had already reached the top of their heads in an instant. In the clouds above, a slender figure descended. His cold eye swept across the Taihao tribe's territory that had been destroyed beyond recognition, as well as the clansmen who were scattered all over the ground. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. His eyes were immediately tainted with a thick, bloody murderous aura. His divine scent shook the void, forming a muffled thunderous sound that rolled down from all directions, causing the earth to tremble faintly. Which evildoer dares to offend my Lu clan? Along with the shout, a large black cloud formed into the shape of a funnel, and then the sharp bottom quickly pierced downwards. As an expert of the yuanying realm, his attacks were merciless. His magical power descended from the sky and covering the earth. Just the power alone had already surpassed that of a golden core realm cultivator. Those who were less courageous would submit under this power, not daring to resist. The suppression of realms had always been so barbaric and fierce, however, this was only for ordinary Golden Core realm cultivators. The current Fangxing could not be measured by the strength of ordinary Golden Core realm cultivators, no matter what. Facing the descending black cloud above his head, a high fighting spirit arose in his heart. Suddenly, he let out a long roar that pierced the clouds like a sword. At the same time, black light wrapped around his back, instantly forming two huge sword wings. He raised them up and then flapped them down. His figure rushed into the sky like a bolt of lightning, directly colliding with the black cloud. Boom! Every inch of the black cloud contained indescribably terrifying power, and every ray of black light from Fangxing's sword demon wings also contained violent and crazy power. The two sides collided, and the black cloud suddenly collapsed. The surging black cloud immediately dispersed, and the sky changed color for a moment. Indistinctly, ghostly wails and wolf howls resounded in the void. Within a radius of 1,000 miles, it was almost impossible to see one's own fingers, and every inch of space was filled with black smoke that contained terrifying power, as if the night had descended. On the other hand, Fangxing relied on the force of this collision to charge into the dark clouds as well, and then he formed a fist seal with his hand as he strode through the sky and struck directly towards the black figure concealed within the clouds. With his current physical strength, a single move of his was like a divine dragon stirring up water, and it even caused numerous vortexes to appear in the sky. Wind and lightning manifested around him as his might rose steadily, and when his fist descended, it was practically like a mountain pressing down, and it was impossible to avoid. Bang! The black shadow seemed to have never imagined that Fangxing's strength would be so strong, and it was already impossible to avoid, so it flipped up its hands to resist Fangxing's fist. Along with their fists colliding, an enormous force exploded out from the point of contact, and it dispersed all the black smoke in the surroundings. At the same time, the black shadow let out a muffled groan as the robe on its body fluttered from the impact, and it retreated an entire 30 m before it was barely able to stop. Killing intent had already filled her eyes that were clear like water, and beneath the robe, the inner muscles of her snow-white and jade-like legs trembled ceaselessly, and they seemed like roots that had stepped into the void to barely maintain herself from being crushed by Fangxing's forceful strength. Where did this damnable baldy come from? Your strength is rather formidable, watch my grand art of chaos. The Yuanying ancestor of the Titanic clan gnashed his teeth as he shouted out loudly once more, and his hands drew circles to draw the black cloud to transform. Air. Woman? When Fangxing saw this person, he was stunned as well, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He originally thought that this Yuanying ancestor of the Titanic clan would be an old man with wrinkled skin and white hair, yet who would have imagined that it was actually a hot woman that looked to be below the age of 30, had a delicate and pretty appearance, and even her dressing was bold and unrestrained? Oh my! Look at those smooth and long legs, look at her exposed navel, look at her chest that was covered in jade armor that was shaped like two hills, and then look at her fiery red lips that seemed to be tainted with blood and violet eyeshadow. Fangxing's face flushed red as he spat on the ground, and then he rolled his eyes and said, shameless. What did you say? The Yuanying ancestor of the Titanic clan originally intended to control the black cloud to attack Fangxing, but he was slightly stunned when he heard what Fangxing said. Fangxing raised his hand to cover his eyes, but his fingers revealed a slit as he scolded the Yuanying female cultivator. I'm talking about you, the dignified Yuanying ancestor. It's fine that you look so young, but look at what you're wearing. What kind of woman doesn't wear pants? What's worse is that your skirt is so short that it reaches your thighs, and that navel. Aren't you afraid of catching a cold? You're really shameless, ah. Tui. As he scolded, he spat on the ground again. The Yuanying female cultivator was stunned, and then she frowned and shouted angrily, Stinky monk, who are you scolding? Fangxing said, I'll scold whoever wears that. You're the one. How can a stinky monk have so many tricks up his sleeves? It's obvious that you're filthy. The Yuanying ancestor of the Titanic clan was already flushed with anger, and his voice was trembling as he scolded Fangxing. Fangxing calmly covered his eyes and said, Who knows who? I'll kill you. The Yuanying ancestor of the Titanic clan was no match for Fangxing when it came to scolding. She was already mad with anger after just a few words. She waved her hands, and the rolling black clouds came crashing down on Fangxing like raging waves. Her voice echoed through the black clouds, and she was exasperated and murderous. I can wear whatever I want. Why do you care? You wild monk, who allowed you to look at my thighs? Who allowed you to look at my stomach? Who allowed you to look at my chest? With every curse, the murderous aura intensified, and the sky above the Titanic clan seemed to have turned into a vast sea of clouds. This provocatively dressed woman was the Yuanying ancestor of the Titanic clan, Lu Mimi. Although she was young, she was already a full-fledged Yuanying Grand Cultivator. In the previous era, she was also an extremely talented cultivator. If not for this, the Titanic clan would not have trusted her to oversee the bottomless sinkhole. After arriving at the bottomless sinkhole, she quickly entered the Taishang ruins in an attempt to find the location of the thunder pool of creation recorded in the celestial ancestors' notes. Unfortunately, after 2 months of searching the entire Taishang ruins, she found nothing. Just as she was about to enter deeper into the ruins, she received a warning talisman from her clansman. The talisman could only be used to send urgent messages, and it could not be explained in detail. Therefore, she only knew that the Titanic clan in the bottomless sinkhole was under threat, but she did not know what exactly had happened. At first, she thought that the tribes of the bottomless sinkhole were rebelling, but when she rushed over, she was shocked to find that there was no movement around the bottomless sinkhole. Instead, there was a gray-robed monk standing in front of her main hall, and behind him was a donkey. While she was surprised, she immediately knew who her opponent was. The donkey should have been locked up in the hall, but now that it had been rescued, it followed behind the monk. However, when she saw that the monk was not a golden core cultivator, she thought that it would be a piece of cake. She did not expect that this fellow would be so powerful. In the first round of battle, she was unable to do anything to him, and almost suffered a great loss. She was already angry, and this wild monk had been sneaking glances at her thighs, and even had the cheek to scold her for being shameless. Was there any fucking justice in this world? She, Lu Mimi, was a famous beauty in the cultivation world of the previous generation. She had always been famous for her bold clothing, and there were many teachers who disliked her. However, because of her status and cultivation, they did not dare to speak up. Today, she was being looked down upon by a wild monk. Under the layers of anger, she had already used all her strength, and no longer treated Feng Xing as an ordinary golden core cultivator. Boom. Boom, boom. Black clouds intertwined with each other, containing the laws of confinement, as they swept towards Feng Xing. Don't blame me, I didn't aim at your chest, Feng Xing retorted loudly, then rubbed his hands and chuckled. Today, this poor monk will take care of you, demon. With that said, he waved his hand, and the giant wings of the sword demon on his back swept forward. Endless sword beams shattered the laws of confinement in the black clouds, and then Feng Xing rushed forward again. His expression was serious, and it was as if he was shrouded in Buddhist light. His hands formed the tiger claws descending the mountain, and the 9 heavens divine dragon rain summoning claw. They pierced through the endless black clouds in the void, and grabbed at Lu Mimi, who was 1,000 feet away. Stupid monk, you are shameless. Seeing this scene, Lu Mimi's face turned red, and she cursed fiercely. With a wave of her hand, she threw out a jade hairpin, and at the same time, her figure rushed backward. Crack! The jade hairpin shone with endless divine light, and it was obviously a high-level magical weapon of high quality. But before the divine light completely shone, it was caught by Feng Xing in his hand. With a squeeze of his 5 fingers, it was ruthlessly crushed into pieces, and Lu Mimi was so scared that she broke out in a cold sweat. But Feng Xing also stopped his attack, and cursed indignantly, how am I shameless again? How could Lu Mimi be willing to argue with him in detail? She took out several magic tools, and only cursed, how dare you use such a dirty fighting method? Feng Xing looked down at his own claws, and said in surprise, I, a golden core cultivator, naturally have to grab your body first to fight a Yuanying cultivator like you. Isn't using claws a very reasonable and normal fighting method? Why are you shameless again? I have lived for 1,500 years, and I have never seen such a shameless wild monk like you. Die. LV Mimi was simply irritated and enraged by Feng Xing. She couldn't hold back her murderous aura any longer. She formed a seal with both hands and spread the black clouds in the air. Then, with a shout, she spat out a beam of white light from her mouth. This beam of white light rushed into the black clouds. The light flickered, and after a while, in every black cloud, a Dharma idol of hers actually appeared. Each of them held a different ritual implement, and they swarmed towards Fangxing. Among the countless figures, her real body was hidden. It was the ever-changing Dharma idol divine ability. At this time, she was no longer willing to be long-winded with Fangxing, so she used her Dharma form to kill this thieving Baldy first. But she didn't expect that at this time, Fangxing was also angry, and his eyes were filled with grief and indignation as he looked in her direction. 1,500 years, you are shameless. Boom, Fangxing suddenly exploded, and a powerful force emerged in his body. The wings of the sword demon beat the void, and his hands once again made a seal. Like a divine dragon flying in the sky, he blasted toward Lu Mimi, who filled the sky. With him as the center, the violent force swept the entire void with the wings of the sword demon, sweeping away Lu Mimi's Dharma form one after another. It was simply like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves, without mercy. Who asked you to pretend to be young? Who asked you to pretend to be young? Who asked you to pretend to be young? He had thought that it was a young girl, but he did not expect it to be an old monster who had lived for 1,500 years. Old Frequan Luo is only 1,100 years old, which is rare in the Golden Core realm. But this woman is actually older than him. This is simply too shameful. You're already 1,500 years old, why are you wearing such revealing clothes? To think that I thought you looked good. It seems like I've sinned too much. Fangxing was so embarrassed that he flew into a rage. His attacks were like a torrential storm. LV Mimi instantly created thousands upon thousands of clones, each holding a magical weapon with terrifying divine might. But they were all destroyed by him, falling from the sky. This bald donkey is so fierce, could it be that he is from Lingshan Temple? LV Mimi, a dignified Yuanian cultivator, was frightened by his violent attacks. She could not help but think of Lingshan Temple, the only holy land of Buddhism that even the sects in China did not dare to underestimate. In her opinion, only that mysterious Lingshan Temple could teach a disciple who was in the Golden Elixir realm but was not inferior to the Yuanian realm. But after thinking about it, she felt that it was impossible. How could a disciple from Lingshan Temple be so shameless? Could it be that he is from the Devil's Abyss? When she thought of the two words Devil's Abyss, a sense of panic rose from the bottom of her heart. She reached into her chest and took out a few seeds. A hint of coldness appeared in her eyes. Facing the seeds in her palm, she quietly chanted a scripture for a moment, then looked up and suddenly scattered the seeds into the void. At the same time, she made a hand sign and said in a low voice, "Duo." The few kinds of seeds flew into the sky and suddenly began to grow. The white roots were planted into the black clouds in the sky, and then they quickly sprouted and grew, and then bloomed into one big red flower after another. At the same time, they grew to the side, and in a few breaths, they had already covered the entire void. As for her Dharma forms that had not been destroyed by Fangxing, they all flew up and sat among the flowers. Then, as if they had received sufficient magical power in an instant, each of them was as pure and holy as a fairy. It was fine if it was just one, but there were so many fairies that looked exactly the same. It made people dizzy. Wild monk, even if you are from the Devil's Abyss, you dare to offend my Lu family, I will make you beg for death, LV Mimi's Dharma form suddenly shouted at the same time. Their voices intertwined and it was like thunder in the ears. At the same time, these tens of thousands of Dharma idols formed hand seals at the same time. Then, the air was suddenly filled with pitch-black iron vines with barbs like iron hooks. The moment these iron vines appeared, the air was filled with a strong fragrance that was almost rotten. It was obvious that they were extremely poisonous. Moreover, once they appeared, they covered the sky and the earth, surrounding Fangxing in the center. He couldn't even hide. Law ground green pine. Fangxing did not dare to be careless. He immediately took out a wood spirit treasure that he had just taken from the treasure pavilion. It was the one he had snatched when he broke through the array on the pilgrimage mountain. He poured his spiritual power into it, and the pine needles on the small green pine immediately fell. Each pine needle turned into a puppet that looked similar to him. With a sword demon's dark light in its hand, it rushed out. Swoosh 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 swoosh, a series of cutting sounds resounded in the air. Fangxing's doppelgangers cut the green vines in the air, and they fell to the ground. However, this was only a temporary advantage. After all, this empty space was filled with LV Mimi's Chaos Heaven technique. Wherever the black clouds went, it was LV Mimi's domain. Layer upon layer, it surrounded Feng Xing. Although the low-ground green pine could produce doppelganger puppets, it was just an external object. It could not compare to the tens of thousands of doppelgangers formed by Yuanying's true essence. In the process of cutting the black vines, many doppelgangers were crushed by the black vines, and the space around Feng Xing was compressed to the extreme. In the end, Feng Xing had to wrap the sword demon's giant wings and form a sword domain around him to prevent the black vines from getting close. Shoo! Damn Baldy, although you are really scary, you are just a gold core. How can you resist my Yuanying's magical power? LV Mimi breathed a sigh of relief and felt that she had won. With a sneer, her spiritual power skyrocketed, and she urged the black vines to appear. Damn, it's black, thick, and barbed. It's not easy to deal with. Feng Xing was wrapped in the middle, and he was also a little anxious. He wanted to call out his cousin and little monk Xianxia to help him, but he felt that it would be too shameful to call them now. Moreover, once they appeared, it would be easy to have loopholes in the plan. With this idea in mind, he began to think about it. After a while, his eyes lit up, and he had a plan. Old hag, do you think I can't deal with you just because you made this thing? Feng Xing suddenly laughed. In an instant, the two sword demons' giant wings folded, and then his hands drew a circle and slowly pushed out. Magic destruction technique. When he retracted the sword demon technique, the endless black vines had already shrunk to the middle, and fiercely strangled his body. But just when the black vines were about to get close to his body, a gray mist suddenly appeared between his hands. With his incantation, the mist suddenly soared, and the gray mist shrouded a large area of the void, and directly diffused in all directions. When those terrifying black vines came into contact with the gray mist, they were like weeds that had been hit by frost. Their vitality gradually withered and they curled up. In the end, they directly turned into withered vines and fell to the ground. Even this sense of withering spread along the black vines to the strange flowers that grew on the black clouds, and even to LV Mimi's Dharma power that was sitting cross-legged in the flowers. This is the magic of the Huangfu family. LV Mimi was shocked, and her expression changed greatly. She hurriedly performed the incantation and withdrew her Dharma. Her divine ability was truly helpless against the art of divine ability annihilation. The supreme principles of the heavens and earth countered each other, so much so that it was not something that could be made up for with one's cultivation. The moment she saw this art, she immediately realized that she had to retreat immediately. Her reaction was not slow either. In a split second, she had mobilized thousands of clones to escape in all directions. Her real body was sandwiched in the middle and could not be identified at all. However, at this time, Feng Xing also laughed loudly and scuttled out of the withered black vines. He stood high in the sky and looked around coldly. In the face of these thousands of Dharma doppelgangers, even he couldn't distinguish them. After all, this was also a magic of the Yuanying realm. Even if he used the yin-yang fiend god mirror to look at each doppelganger, it would take him a few breaths of time to identify each doppelganger. And this was also the abominable part of the Yuanying great cultivators. You might have the strength to kill the Yuanying great cultivators, but realms were realms. If they wanted to escape, they couldn't stop them. Just like in the land of the Huangfu clan, Feng Xing displayed strength that surpassed Huangfu Jingduan's, but later on, Huangfu Jingduan escaped, and he still couldn't do anything about it. This was the problem he was facing now. However, this was, after all, the second time he fought with the Yuanying, so he was already prepared. Looking at the densely packed Yuanying Dharma doppelgangers fleeing in all directions, Feng Xing was not anxious. He opened his mouth and shouted, "It's time for you to make your move." Following his loud shout, an inconspicuous cloud suddenly dispersed high up in the sky, revealing Big Cousin, who was sitting cross-legged on the back of the strange fish. She looked at the furious Feng Xing with some disdain. At the same time, she raised her slender hand slightly and pointed a few times at the empty space. A few inconspicuous white lights disappeared into the empty space, but a strange force field spread out in that instant. This force field had long been quietly spread out in the surrounding empty space. Now that it was summoned by her, it immediately displayed a terrifying divine might. Great heavenly tortoise formation, seal all spirits. Big cousin chanted silently, then raised her slender palm in the air and slowly closed it again. Swoosh! 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 The world seemed to be silent for a moment, and then something strange suddenly happened. LV Mimi's Dharma doppelgangers were suddenly affected by a strange power at this time, and like fireflies, they quickly rushed towards her physical body. She, who was originally hidden among the many Dharma doppelgangers, and it was difficult to tell which was the real one, became a living target at this time, and her own Dharma doppelgangers betrayed her. If I let you escape, then wouldn't all my preparations have been in vain? Fangxing sneered, and directly grabbed at the real body of LV Mimi, who looked panic-stricken. With his current strength, he could fight with a low-level Yuanying practitioner, and he did not need to find any help at all. At that time, he had asked Big Cousin and the little monk Xianxia to help, but it was to prevent this Yuanying ancestor of the Taihao tribe from escaping. There are even helpers lying in ambush? LV Mimi gritted her teeth. Why did so many powerful juniors suddenly appear? Seeing Fangxing rushing over with infinite fierceness, she was so scared that her heart shrank. Then, she gritted her teeth and rushed to the ground. When a living person rushed to the ground suddenly appeared with a pale yellow light, like flowing water, and after a long time, the yellow light dissipated, and the whole person had disappeared. Earth escape technique? Fangxing and Big Cousin were both stunned, and looked down in a daze. This kind of magic was not a high-level magic, but the era was too long ago, and it was a kind of ancient magic. At that time, the practitioners did not study the magic of flying as well as now. Those who could fly in the air, if they cultivated a pair of wings, or reached the Yuanying realm or above, could travel the four seas. Other practitioners, according to the characteristics of the five elements, studied the five elements escape technique, which was also very mysterious. However, with the changes in the cultivation world, this kind of escape technique had almost been lost. No one expected to see this kind of escape technique at this time. Ha 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 ha. After a few breaths, hundreds of miles away, suddenly a white shadow broke through the ground and flew to the sky. It was the Yuanying LV Mimi of the Taihao tribe. In an instant, she escaped hundreds of miles away. Although it was not far, she had already escaped the range of the big formation set by Big Cousin. She looked in this direction with a sneer, and shouted, "A few juniors in the Jindan realm want to trap me? It's really a dream, As she spoke, she turned around and was about to fly away, but suddenly, a white shadow sprang up behind her, and then a huge wooden fish hit her on the head. Before she finished a sentence, her whole body shook, and she fell head first. I've been waiting for you for a long time. The pure and holy little monk put away the wooden fish sneakily, and waved at Fangxing from afar. Senior brother, take her down. When did this evil monk catch up with her? Fangxing and his cousin were both a little surprised. In the original plan, they didn't send Xianxia to stop the Yuanying master of the Taihao clan. They just let him stay aside and wait for a surprise attack. However, after LV Mimi escaped hundreds of miles away with the earth escape skill, Fangxing and his cousin couldn't do anything to her. However, they didn't expect that the bald monk would follow her secretly and knock her out with a wooden fish. At this time, Fangxing was really interested in his wooden fish. It was fine that he had knocked out his cousin. After all, the seal in her body had been loosened at that time, but now he had even knocked out a grand cultivator of the Yuanying realm. Wasn't it a little too amazing? When his cousin saw his skillful movements, her face darkened, and she looked at Xianxia with an unfriendly expression. However, now was not the time to think about this. Fangxing waved his hand and asked Xianxia to bring LV Mimi over. He directly carried her all the way into the hall, pasted dozens of body-securing talismans on her body, tied her up with immortal tying rope, iron chain magic weapons, and so on, and hung her in the air, not letting her touch the ground. Then he prepared to torture her and ask for some information about the Taihao LV clan. Beat her hard. I don't believe she won't say anything. Fangxing's expression was fierce, and he waved a whip in his hand. However, after waiting for a long time, no one moved. Xianxia, his cousin, the strange fish, and the donkey disciple all stared at him. Fangxing coughed dryly and gave the whip to his cousin. You do it. His cousin ignored him. We women don't hit women. Fangxing licked his teeth and gave the whip to Xianxia. Xianxia was speechless and said, "We men." Fangxing said impatiently, "You are a monk, not a man." Xianxia rolled his eyes and said, "If I'm not a man, then why should the nun's temple be separated from the monk's temple?" Fangxing was stunned. He felt that it made sense, so he kept the whip and turned to look at the strange fish and the donkey. The strange fish was timid and immediately hid behind big cousin's sister. On the other hand, the donkey had been bullied before. Back then, it had been pierced by the iron chain and tied up in the main hall. It was this woman who had personally done it. With hatred in his heart, he opened his mouth and took the whip. Just as he was about to whip this woman, LV Mimi suddenly moaned and slowly woke up. This scared the donkey so much that it hid behind Fangxing and shivered. "Thief! Thief monk, I'm the dignified 71st princess of the Tai Hao Lu clan, one of the 7 ancestors of the Lu clan. You actually dare to hang me up? Quickly release me, or else if the immortal lord of the Lu clan finds out, he'll definitely grind your bones to dust." LV Mimi woke up. When she saw her situation, she almost fainted from anger. She was the dignified Yuanying ancestor. Even in the divine land, she would be treated like the moon surrounded by stars. Now that she had come to the ultimate, she even regarded it as her own territory. She had never thought that she would fail miserably here. The dignified Yuanying ancestor was actually hung up by a few seemingly young juniors. How could she put her face? I really don't understand. Why do you always report your identity after being caught? Fangxing waved the whip in the air and said with a fierce expression, "If I didn't know you were from the Lu clan, I wouldn't have caught you. Cut the crap. Now tell me the real details and plans of the Lu clan. If you do well, I'll spare your life. If you refuse to tell me or lie to me, hee. Do you see this donkey? It's a male. Son, the donkey seemed to cooperate with him and brayed at the right time. LV Mimi was so ashamed and angry that her eyes were almost spewing fire. She roared, "I'll kill you sooner or later. Oh, you're not convinced?" Fangxing sneered and patted his disciple's head. "Good disciple, go." The donkey was stunned. He took 2 steps back and looked at him with a strange expression. "Why are you looking at me? I'll let you go." Fangxing looked at his disciple with a puzzled expression. The donkey was so scared that it took a few more steps back. Its long face was full of embarrassment. Xianxia couldn't help but come over to persuade him, "Senior brother, don't make things difficult for it." Fangxing was even more surprised. He glanced at LV Mimi and said, "Although it's a little old, it's very good looking. Why is it difficult?" His cousin spoke at the right time, "Would you be willing to marry this donkey?" Fangxing rolled his eyes. "Why are you scolding me?" Xianxia sighed and added, "Aren't you making things difficult for this Shirji nephew by asking him to do that?" In his eyes, women are no different from female donkeys in our eyes. They are of different species. How can he be interested in them? As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeves. "Let me do it." Swish. 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 Fangxing, his cousin, the strange fish, and the green donkey looked at him strangely at the same time. Xianxia immediately explained with a red face, "It's not what you think. I have other ways to make her speak." "Hey, perverted bald donkey." His cousin rolled her eyes and sneered. Fangxing looked at Xianxia proudly. "See? I'm talking to you." His cousin said, "I'm talking to you too." Fangxing was speechless, but the green donkey grinned. Xianxia kicked the donkey's butt. "You still have the face to laugh? Didn't you hear that she scolded the donkey?" They despised each other for a while, but there was no other way, so they had to let Xianxia do it. This young monk, who was wearing a white monk robe, had a handsome face and a holy temperament, slowly walked in front of LV Mimi, who was hung up, and whispered the name of Buddha. Then he slowly stretched out his right hand and covered her forehead with his palm. Then he began to recite the scripture in a low voice. "Stinky monk, take your dirty hands off me. If you dare to touch me, you're dead. Our LV clan will definitely destroy you along with your broken temple. What the hell are you reciting? It's so annoying." At first, LV Mimi's face was full of hostility, and she kept cursing, but Xianxia turned a deaf ear to her. He just recited the scripture unhurriedly. His voice was not loud, and he didn't even use his spiritual force. It sounded like an ordinary voice, but the scripture itself seemed to contain indescribable power. As the scripture entered his ears, it gradually entered his heart, as if his whole body had fallen into a mysterious realm. He was in a clean space full of lotus flowers, and there was only the faint echo of the scripture around him. He felt very free. What a powerful curse. Feng Xing was almost completely engrossed in it, but very soon, he was jolted awake and woke up. When he looked again, he saw that the donkey and the strange fish's big eyes were filled with infatuation. Only eldest cousin was as shocked as him. The two of them did not dare to delay. One grabbed the donkey's ear, while the other pulled the strange fish's whiskers, and brought these two fellows out of the hall. We just heard it from the side, but it has such terrible power. I really don't know how long the Yuanying ancestor can hold on. Feng Xing and his cousin looked at each other with a serious look in their eyes. It had been a long time since the destruction of Buddhism, and the power of Buddhism had not been revealed much. Even though Feng Xing had seen a lot since he entered the cultivation world and was far more knowledgeable than ordinary cultivators, he hadn't had much contact with the power of Buddhism. However, from the lotus treasure in the forehead of Huangfu Daozi, the lotus throne obtained from Song Guichan, and even the scene in the land of the Huangfu clan, when the 108 golden arhats chanted the scripture together and suppressed the demon spirit of Blackwater Lake, the mysterious and almost unfathomable power of Buddhism was revealed. Some of it was even beyond his imagination. Alas, is this terrible? Those people appeared in front of you, but what are they? His cousin muttered to herself, and her eyes were a little deep. The two of them didn't talk deeply, waiting for the result of the little monk Xianxia. However, it seemed that the Yuanying cultivators were really extraordinary. LV Mimi's scolding lasted for several hours, from the afternoon to midnight. Instead of stopping, it became more and more intense. Most of the time, it even suppressed the chanting of the little monk Xianxia. However, compared with her scolding, which was high or low, strong or weak, the sound of Xianxia's chanting always seemed so calm. It was silent, but it never stopped. It always maintained the same tone, slowly chanting. Damn Baldy, what on earth are you doing to me? Until midnight, in the hall, LV Mimi suddenly let out a cry of grief and indignation. F*ck, the little monk finally can't help but fight with his spear? When Feng Xing heard that there was something wrong with LV Mimi's voice, he was scared and hurried inside. His cousin also looked nervous and ran in. But when she arrived at the hall, she saw that LV Mimi had been put down and her body was limp on the ground. The little monk Xianxia was also sitting cross-legged on the ground, sweating profusely. Of course, the dirty scene that Feng Xing had imagined did not happen. Both of them were fully dressed, and it seemed that they had just been chanting for a while. How is it? Feng Xing stretched his head and looked at LV Mimi, then at Xianxia. Xianxia sighed and said with a smile, now you can ask her anything. Is she that amazing? Feng Xing looked at LV Mimi in disbelief, with a strange look in his eyes. Although LV Mimi looked tired, she had no external injuries. In his senses, her divine mind was also very normal and had not suffered any damage. Moreover, the body-securing talisman and the immortal binding rope on her body had been removed. It seemed that she was a Yuanying cultivator who was not bound by anything. How could she be restrained? Sherbois, if you want to ask me anything, just ask. I will definitely tell you everything I know. LV Mimi, who was sitting on the ground, suddenly stood up, tidied up her clothes, and said respectfully to Feng Xing F*ck, don't call me that. You're 1,500 years old. Who are you calling Sherbois? Feng Xing jumped back in fright and cried out nervously. He felt that this woman was extremely strange at this time. There is no seniority in the Tao, and those who reach first come first. Although Sherbois is young, you are indeed my Sherbois in terms of seniority. LV Mimi smiled and said softly. Everything seemed normal, but the more normal it was, the more abnormal it seemed. What on earth did you do to her? Feng Xing couldn't help looking at the little monk Xianxia. Xianxia giggled and said, I've already helped her convert. She is now my disciple, and you are naturally Sherbois. Convert? Feng Xing's eyes widened. He looked at LV Mimi carefully for a long time before he couldn't help shaking his head. I finally know why your Buddhism was destroyed. Feng Xing was now at the peak of Jindan realm, and he was very knowledgeable and had a good eye. Although Xianxia did not explain in detail, he also saw the problem. Now LV Mimi seemed to have no restrictions, but she had completely changed. Of course, she only changed in front of them. Perhaps after leaving, she would become the same as before, and no one could see any difference. It was just that in her heart, there was already an idea of worshipping monks and Buddha. This was obviously conversion, and she was forced to convert, leaving no room for negotiation. She still felt that she was herself, but in fact, she was no longer herself. This kind of thing was terrible to think about. Thinking back to the time when Lingshan Temple wanted him to shave and worship Buddha, Feng Xing could not help but shudder. The little monk is a bald monk. Monk Jiao is a bald monk. Everyone in Lingshan Temple is a bald monk. Uncle 11 is a bastard. After scolding the people in his mind one by one and finding that there was no psychological burden, Feng Xing breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it seemed that he had not converted. Senior brother, don't worry. This kind of scripture is only useful for people who have a guilty conscience, that is, it is only useful for people with inner demons. When you were in Lingshan Temple, we tried it. You have no inner demons at all. Or you are all inner demons, and we can't reform you at all. In short, a bucket with only a hole can be mended, but a rotten bucket like you can only be thrown away. Xianxia seemed to know what Feng Xing was thinking and said with a smile. You are a rotten bucket, your whole family is rotten. Feng Xing kicked him, then sat in front of LV Mimi and asked tentatively, will you answer everything I ask? Yes, Sherbua. LV Mimi was very respectful. Feng Xing said, am I good looking? LV Mimi said, not at all. Feng Xing immediately jumped up, pointed at LV Mimi, and shouted to Xianxia, look, this is not good. Eldest cousin sighed and said, I think it's pretty good. Xianxia also nodded and said, senior brother, you should recognize the reality. Damn it. Feng Xing sat down angrily, looked at LV Mimi with an unhappy expression, and asked lazily, what is your Taihao division? Is it true that you are the descendants of the true immortals of the 10 supreme immortals? LV Mimi replied respectfully, martial uncle. The Taihao Lu clan that I belong to is indeed the descendant of Sage Taihao, one of the 10 highest immortals. Sage Taihao was originally a rogue cultivator from an aristocratic family, but by chance, he managed to enter the Grand Supreme Path to cultivate. After that, he was a late bloomer, and his cultivation progressed by leaps and bounds, eventually ascending to the heavens. The descendants that he left behind in the mortal world also borrowed his name to establish the Taihao Lu clan. However, in order to maintain the interests of the clan, not all of them entered the Grand Supreme Path. However, due to Sage Taihao's divine might, a decree was left in the clan. No matter how useless the descendants were, they could rely on that decree to enter the Grand Supreme Path in every generation and become a true disciple of the Grand Supreme Path. Now, the Taihao family borrowed the name of Feng Xian to enter the Grand Supreme Path, and it was all because of this decree. In this way, in your Taihao division, in fact, only one person can be recognized by the Taisheng Taoism? Feng Xing acutely noticed this point and asked. LV Mimi said, originally, only one person in each generation, but now that the Taisheng Taoism has long declined, the decree has been greatly weakened. We have tried, and the divine power of the decree only allows one person to enter the Taisheng Taoism. Because of this, considering many reasons, we did not let the Yuanying cultivators in the family accept the decree, but sent the most outstanding junior in the family, Feng Xian, to enter the Taisheng Taoism and become the true disciple of the Taisheng Taoism. Feng Xing nodded, remembered this point in his heart, and asked again, what method did you use to obtain the Taisheng spiritualization scripture? LV Mimi was slightly stunned, as if she did not expect Feng Xing's question to be so simple. After a pause, she said, the descendants of the Lu clan accepted the decree and entered the Taisheng Taoism as the true disciple, and the true disciple of the Taisheng Taoism is originally qualified to learn one of the 9 great scriptures. At that time, when we captured this donkey, it was only Feng Xian who used the ordinary soul extraction technique to extract it. True disciple? 9 great scriptures? Feng Xing's heart shook slightly, and he suddenly found 2 auspicious things that even he did not understand. Not to mention that the true disciple was qualified to learn the secret of a scripture. He did not even know that there were a total of 9 volumes of the scripture. LV Mimi really did not hide anything, and she nodded lightly and said, "There are 10 immortals in the Taishang Taoism. Besides the first immortal ancestor who became an immortal left behind the Grand Supreme Pildao general principles, the other 9 immortals passed down the greatest comprehension in their lifetime of cultivation when they became immortals, and once each of them became immortals, they passed down the greatest comprehension in their lifetime of cultivation. Every one of them is the 9 great scriptures. Even the Tai Hao ancestor of my Lu clan had once recorded one, but most of the insights in this scripture were obtained by the immortal ancestor when he was cultivating in the Taishang Taoism, and it can be considered as the treasure of the Taishang Taoism. The immortal ancestor did not directly pass it down to the descendants of my clan, but only left behind a decree that every generation of descendants of my Lu clan can choose one person to enter the Taishang Taoism and cultivate this scripture. This is also the reason why Feng Xian can learn one of the scriptures. What are the 9 great scriptures? Feng Xing asked anxiously. He had always thought that he had learned all 3 scriptures of the Taishang Taoism, but he did not expect that there were 6 scriptures that he had not even heard of. As the only successor of the Taishang Taoism, this could be considered a failure. Faced with this question, LV Mimi only frowned. I only know that there is a scripture left behind by the Tai Hao ancestor, called the unfettered scripture of the Taishang. Not long ago, I also learned that there is another scripture called the spiritual scripture of the Taishang, but I do not know the other 7 scriptures. Sigh, then do you know how to obtain the other scriptures? Feng Xing was a little disappointed and asked lazily. This question was asked casually, and he did not really expect to get an answer. He thought that this Yuanying ancestor LV Mimi of the Tai Hao clan did not even know the names of the other scriptures, so how could she know how to obtain the other scriptures? However, he did not expect that LV Mimi would answer without hesitation, I know. No? You know? Feng Xing almost jumped up as he looked at her in disbelief. LV Mimi was expressionless as she said softly, the immortal master of the Tai Hao clan has long predicted this. After Master Feng accidentally obtained the book of the Taishang, he left the ultimate in a hurry to obtain the remaining scriptures. How do I obtain the remaining scriptures? Feng Xing asked anxiously, feeling very nervous. There were not many things in this world that could attract him, but the Taishang 9 Path scripture was definitely one of them. Strictly speaking, his cultivation had benefited from the Taishang 9 Path scripture. The spiritual scripture had given him the ability to refine spirit qi, the sensory scripture had helped him cultivate his divine consciousness, and the immortal scripture had helped him cultivate his physical body. It seemed that these 3 scriptures were only minor details and were not as earth-shattering as ordinary God techniques. However, it was precisely these scriptures that revealed heaven-defying changes in their foundations that were considered truly valuable. These 3 scriptures were already so special, so who knew what other mysteries the other 6 scriptures had? If you want to find the Taishang true scripture, you can only seek the 9th heaven mysterious coffin. LV Mimi's expression was calm as she said seriously. Her voice seemed to have some kind of magic power. 9th heaven mysterious coffin? Feng Xing was slightly stunned. Even Xianxia and his cousin next to him looked up at the sky. LV Mimi nodded and said, on the Tianyuan continent, there were originally 9 scriptures, but it is said that when the Taishang Taoism suffered the divine tribulation, the 9 scriptures had been destroyed, and the successors of the Taishang Taoism were all killed or injured, so there was no such thing as the 9 scriptures in the world. However, although there is no such thing in the world, there is one in the sky. The 9 coffins came from the sky, bringing many mysterious skills, elixirs, and strange medicines that once appeared in Tianyuan, but later lost their inheritance. Just like the immortals who ascended from Tianyuan sent their inheritance back to the human world. 10 years ago, when the immortal master of my clan heard that the disciples of the Taishang Taoism had appeared, he began to calculate and knew that someone had once again obtained the inheritance of the Taishang 9 Path scripture. He once asserted that the Taishang 9 Path scripture, which had disappeared in the mortal world, would inevitably reappear in the world with the 9th heaven mysterious coffin. The 9th heaven mysterious coffin, the true scripture descending. When Feng Xing heard this, his eyes became a little solemn. After thinking about it carefully, he vaguely felt that the deduction of the immortal master of the Tai Hao LV clan should be correct. In fact, his experience of obtaining the Supreme Spirit Scripture, the Sensing Scripture, and the Immortal Scripture were also related to the ninth heaven mysterious coffin. On the night he obtained the Supreme Spirit Scripture, he had dreamed of the 9 mysterious coffins in the sky, which seemed to have a magical power that helped him to receive the Supreme Spirit Scripture. The Supreme Sensing Scripture was obtained from the Immortal Palace in the Green Mountain's tomb. The arrival of the Immortal Palace had some connection with the first mysterious coffin that landed in the Divine Land 700 years ago. As for the Supreme Immortal Scripture, it was obtained by the Great Golden Crow in the Xian domain of Nanzhan, and later passed on to him. Strictly speaking, it was indeed obtained from the 9 coffins. That's true, but if the 9 coffins didn't fall from the sky, where could LV Fengxian get the true scripture? After pondering for a while, Fengxing couldn't help but ask again. Taking everything into account, only 2 mysterious coffins had fallen into this world, and he had already obtained 3 scrolls of true scriptures. In this way, he still had 1 more scripture, and it seemed that he had directly taken it from the sky. Then the rest would be troublesome. Wait for the coffin to fall? While he was at a loss, LV Mimi's words made him turn pale with fright. 700 years ago, the Divine Land's mysterious coffin, and 17 years ago, the Nanzhan's mysterious coffin. The world only knows that 2 ninth heaven mysterious coffins have fallen into the world, but they don't know that 7 years ago, and even 5 years ago, 2 mysterious coffins had fallen into the world. However, they both landed on the other side of the demonic abyss. The area is far away, and the demonic abyss is tightly sealed, so there are very few people who know about this. Counting from now, at least 4 true scriptures have appeared in the world. Moreover, half a year later, there will be more. Listening to LV Mimi's calm reply, Fengxing only felt that the hair on his back was about to stand up. Mysterious coffins, the 9 mysterious coffins in the sky were finally moving again. There were mysterious coffins in the 9th heaven, and every time one of them descended, it would cause a turbulence in Tianyuan. 700 years ago, the first mysterious coffin descended in the Divine Prefecture, causing countless families and sects to explore it. It was also because of the various treasures hidden in it that it caused countless bloodshed and killings. Then, Nanzhan descended the mysterious coffin, once again causing disputes among the 4 prefectures. Countless great forces that were rarely seen on normal days came out one after another, just to fight in the mysterious domain. It was originally thought that after the second mysterious coffin descended, the third mysterious coffin would only descend for a long time. After all, there was a gap of 700 years between the first mysterious coffin and the second mysterious coffin. But no one expected that the third and fourth mysterious coffins would come so quickly. In just 10 years, they had descended into the demonic abyss, benefiting the demonic cultivators on the other side of the demonic abyss. And this news was extremely secretive. Fengxing had been away from the high-level cultivation world for 10 years, but it was the first time he had heard of it. But looking at the expressions of Xianxia and his cousin, it seemed that they knew about this news. Now, it's not just 4 coffins that have descended into the world. 2 coffins have descended in succession in the demonic abyss. There are already rumors that the demonic abyss is the orthodox Tianyuan that has been blessed by the heavens. The sages of the Divine Prefecture have already thought about it, and seeing that the demonic abyss has obtained 2 mysterious coffins in succession, they naturally can't sit still. It is said that several great sages of the Divine Prefecture have already begun to plan, and in about 2 years, the 5th mysterious coffin will descend into the world. LV Mimi remained calm and collected, but she revealed all the important news that was regarded as confidential, which made Fengxing extremely shocked. Especially after he heard the implication behind LV Mimi's words. You're not trying to tell me that the plot of the old guys in the Divine Prefecture is to pull down a mysterious coffin from the sky, are you? His eyes were wide open, and they were practically shining. He was shocked and excited at the same time. 10 years ago, he already knew that there were some important figures in the Divine Continent who were preparing some sort of plan. This plan even involved the fate of the entire Divine Continent and even the 4 provinces of the Tianyuan continent. Whether it was Nanzhan or Beiju, all the orthodoxies rushed to the Divine Continent to establish their own path, all so that they would not be left behind when this plan was activated. At that time, there were not many people who knew about this plan, so Fengxing never had the chance to know the details. Only now did he hear something fishy from LV Mimi's words. It was actually the Xian coffin? Are those old fellows eyeing the mysterious coffin? Weren't the time and place of the profound coffin's descent uncontrollable? Those old guys in China could actually get one from the sky. However, when LV Mimi heard Fang Xing's words, she only smiled lightly and said indifferently, based on the great spirit of those old sages, how could a mere mysterious coffin attract them to spend nearly 20 years to set it up? F***ck, Fang Xing immediately cried out and jumped up as if he had seen a ghost. He stared blankly at LV Mimi. Just how many are there? At this moment, LV Mimi also smiled bitterly and shook her head. I also don't know. Fang Xing, the immortal master of the Tai Hao tribe, also spent a lot of effort to roughly guess the plan of those few sages. However, the specific content of this plan, as well as how great the opportunity will descend into the world, is something that even he was not clear about. He only said that those few old sages did not intend for their own sects or nephews to monopolize this fortune. All the sects in the divine continent will have a share. However, it is not so easy to get a share of this fortune. The gate of fortune will not close to outsiders, but it is not so easy to enter either. LV Mimi followed up with an explanation, but it made Fang Xing's brows tightly knit together. He got up and kept walking in circles in the main hall. One moment he was laughing strangely, the next moment his eyes were shining, and the next moment his brows were tightly knitted. After walking in circles for more than 10 times and rubbing his hands non-stop, he finally made up his mind and turned to ask, "Where is it?" LV Mimi shook her head slowly again and said, "Before the sages make their move, no one knows where the final fortune will land. However, now that the true disciples of the various tribes in the divine continent have all gone to Baekokkyung in the southern region, if there is any new news, the people in Baekokkyung will definitely be the first to receive it. Moreover, the right to fight for the fortune can only be obtained in Baekokkyung. Previously, when my tribe left the ultimate, their destination was not really the northern region, but Baekokkyung in the southern region. Baekokkyung." Fang Xing repeated these 3 words, and his eyes gradually lit up. No one knew what he was thinking. Baekokkyung," he repeated some more and laughed strangely, which inexplicably made both Xianxia and his cousin feel terrified. The plan of the sages of the divine continent was so secret that even LV Mimi didn't know much about it. Moreover, if she hadn't been caught by Fang Xing by accident and then forcibly enlightened by Xianxia with the great Buddhist magical power, she would have spat out the secret without leaving anything behind. It would have taken a lot of effort to obtain this secret. Unfortunately, the secret obtained from her was not complete. Now, she only knew what the general fortune was and where the clues to seek it were. As for some details, for example, the sages were preparing to welcome the mysterious coffin into the world now. After the mysterious coffin came to the world, whether it would still have strict requirements for the Jindan realm, the Yuanying realm, and even the skeletal age of the cultivators, even she didn't know. She only knew from her that there were already many divine sons of big families rushing to Baekokkyung. Few of these people were in the Zhuji realm. Judging from their actions, maybe this opportunity would fall from the sky, and even the Jindan realm could participate in it. After asking some more secrets, LV Mimi's stomach was almost emptied. Judging from LV Mimi's current state, she certainly had nothing to hide. Fang Xing ended the interrogation with satisfaction and looked in the direction of the divine continent with anticipation. It had to be said that this conversation made him feel as if there were worms in his stomach, and he couldn't calm down. Of course, although this opportunity was unprecedented, the challenge was also strong. Usually, the chosen sons of the big sects and families that only existed in legends would probably appear. Even he couldn't be careless. At least in his current state, he couldn't go. Even if he could kill the Yuanying realm, he might fail miserably in front of that group of freaks. His top priority was to completely refine the panacea and eliminate his hidden dangers. Only then could he compete with that group of freaks in the peak state of his cultivation. After thinking about it, Fang Xing, who was burning with anxiety, planned to act quickly. After thinking about it, Fang Xing, who was burning with anxiety, decided to act quickly. He had planned to kill LV Mimi to vent his anger, but for the sake that she was more than 1,000 years old and still maintained herself so well, he didn't kill her for now. Moreover, Xianxia had forcibly purified her, so there was no need to kill her. In this state, her words and deeds were the same as usual. If the Taihao First Division asked about what had happened, she would only try her best to cover up for Feng Xing and the others. If there was any trouble, she would find a way to communicate as soon as possible. Speaking of the method of controlling people, there was really no more effective than the method used by Xianxia. It planted ideas in people's hearts, invisible and fatal. Now that there was no worry, Feng Xing and the others were relieved to divide the valuable things of the Taihao First Tribe. It seemed that there were really a lot of things. As Feng Xing had guessed before, the Taihao First Tribe had been operating in the ultimate for many years and had collected a lot of good things. Now they had not really been transported back to Shenzhou. After checking, Feng Xing was a little anxious. No wonder when he robbed the treasure pavilion, the elixir workshop, and other places, he felt that something was missing. It turned out that the Taihao First Tribe had carefully selected and collected all the good things. Among them, the thing that made Feng Xing look solemn and made Xianxia and his cousin look sideways was a big cauldron. It was a huge bronze cauldron. The cauldron was rusty, and ancient patterns could be vaguely seen. It was full of dense sandalwood incense. No one knew how many years had passed, but the sandalwood incense was still full of smoke, looking sacred and ethereal. This cauldron is still in the ultimate? Seeing this cauldron, Feng Xing's pupils suddenly shrank. He had thought that this big cauldron had been taken to Shenzhou by the old evil, but he did not expect to see it again here. Of course it's still here. 10 years ago, the great Ping evil lord used this cauldron to negotiate with the north region of the Divine Prefecture about the establishment of Dao, but in the end, the northern three paths of the Divine Prefecture refused to agree to the Ruins of Ultimate's conditions. In the end, the Ruins of Ultimate, the Demon Land, the Overseas Immortal Mountain, and the Sea Clan joined forces and fought with the northern three paths of the Divine Prefecture a few times before finally settling on the 5 forces sharing the northern region. At this time, it's not suitable for this cauldron to appear again. At this time, the northern region of the Divine Prefecture is filled with all sorts of people, and it's most suitable for the rise of the Taishang orthodoxy. As long as this cauldron doesn't appear, no one will be able to doubt the names of the Ruins of Ultimate, the Sea Clan, the Demon Land, and the Immortal Mountain. The northern three paths of the Divine Prefecture will also be too ashamed to be the leader of the northern region. When the time is right, the Taishang orthodoxy will take out this cauldron, and it'll be like a mortal who has obtained the Imperial Jade Seal. The northern three paths of the Divine Prefecture will be too ashamed to be in charge of the northern region. LV Mimi explained softly, it's also because of these reasons that this cauldron was left in the Ruins of Ultimate, purely as a last resort to restrain the northern three paths of the Divine Prefecture. It was originally guarded by the great Ping Evil Lord. My Taihao tribe also spent a lot of effort to finally get this cauldron back. Not long ago, after Feng Xian got the Taishang register, the immortal master of my Taihao tribe sent a message to me, ordering me to find a way to bring this cauldron back to the tribe to pave the way for Feng Xian. I only got this cauldron not long ago. Haha, what a coincidence. Feng Xing's eyes flashed a few times, and his face was full of smiles. Originally, I only had a 40% chance of refining this myriad spirit pill, but now I have a 70% chance. Without hesitation, he immediately took the huge cauldron, took all the valuable things of the Taihao tribe, and divided them with Xianxia and Big Cousin. Then he took the green donkey and the strange fish, and the group rushed straight to the depths of the Taishang ruins. After entering the Taishang ruins, he took the water of the netherworld and washed away the evil spirit of Big Cousin. Then he supplemented it with various precious medicines to treat the hidden injuries and repair the seal. The water of the netherworld was originally a rare evil spring in the world. It was extremely mean and evil, and the devil chi that Big Cousin had been contaminated within the land of the Huangfu clan happened to be the evil spirit chi of 10,000 demons. For the evil spirit chi, the water of the netherworld was like a magnet, easily attracting all of them. This was also the background of Feng Xing before, and it was much more effective than the lake of spirit water that Big Cousin had found. After pointing out the location of the water of the netherworld, Feng Xing let the two of them heal themselves, but he entered the Taishang ruins, chose an inconspicuous broken hall, and sat down. His eyes were solemn, and he put the big cauldron in front of him, staring at it for a long time. Is everything in the world really destined? Originally, I was still worried that in the process of refining the myriad spirit pill, there was a link that I did not have enough confidence in, but I met you again here. 10 years ago, it was because of you that you destroyed my Taoist foundation. 10 years later, it will be up to you to help me suppress my Taoist connotation. The process of refining the Thousand Spirit Pill was actually a process of restoring Feng Xing's Tao foundation. Ever since Feng Xing challenged the 10 rituals of pilgrimage 10 years ago and his Tao foundation was destroyed, his Tao origin had been flowing away until it was completely gone. Even though he could use his dermic power now, it was borrowed from the Thousand Spirit Pill and not his own cultivation. Simply put, his cultivation had not recovered yet. The Tao origin in his body was still dried up and almost completely drained away. Without the Tao origin, he naturally could not retain his dermic power. His body was empty and he was a cripple. It was all thanks to the All Spirits Pill that he was able to cast spells and fight against nascent soul cultivators. The Thousand Spirit Pill was a ball of Tao origin that contained powerful dermic power. Feng Xing's dermic power and vitality were all borrowed from the pill. To restore his cultivation, it was easier said than done. All he had to do was refine the Thousand Spirit Pill. After preparing all the resources, he went into closed-door cultivation. He adjusted his breathing and circulated his Xianxia. In next to no time, an expanse of primal chaos appeared within his consciousness. Numerous energies of different natures floated up and down, and it was a vast and chaotic land. There were no patterns or vitality here, only a desolate and deathly stillness, and this was precisely the manifestation of Feng Xing's current situation. Due to the collapse of his foundation and the drying up of his Tao essence, it caused his body to be like the netherworld, and there was only chaos and desolation, and above this chaos, there was a colorful brilliance. It was like a floating sun, floating in midair, bringing some light to this chaos. However, this brilliance was restless, constantly jumping and changing, as if it had its own consciousness, constantly wanting to escape. However, the dense golden scriptures around it locked it in this space. This light was the manifestation of the Thousand Spirit Pill. It was also the only thing in Feng Xing's body that had vitality. However, this vitality was external and did not belong to Feng Xing. If it wasn't for the scriptures, it would have escaped a long time ago. At that time, not only would Feng Xing lose his dermic power, he would also lose his life. This hidden danger could only be eliminated by refining it. However, refining had a different meaning. He had chatted with Xianxia. If he cultivated the Mahavairochana Sutra and comprehended the true meaning of freedom, Feng Xing would have the ability to merge this chaos with the 10,000 Spirits Pill. At that time, there would be no distinction between you and me. Naturally, it would also be a kind of refinement. After merging with the 10,000 Spirits Pill, although he would be like a human but not a human, like a demon but not a demon, he would still obtain the vitality and magic power in the pill. Naturally, it would be equivalent to regaining his cultivation. This was the profoundness of the Vairochana scripture. Great freedom did not exist. But from the bottom of his heart, Feng Xing was not willing to cultivate like this. Because of this, after refining the Myriad Spirits Pill, the power within the Myriad Spirits Pill had become his. But from a certain perspective, he had also become the Myriad Spirits Pills. Imperceptibly, he had shouldered a great deal of karma, becoming one with the group of greater demons from 3,000 years ago. In his opinion, other people's things could become his, but how could he let his own become someone else's? What kind of lousy Vairochana scripture was this? Fortunately, he did not steal it. Even if he stole it, he would not cultivate it. It was also because of this that he decided to use his own to refine the Myriad Spirits Pill this time, immersing himself in his consciousness and watching for a while. Feng Xing formed a seal. His hand slowly drew a circle, and he silently chanted an ancient mantra. In the chaos in his consciousness, there began to be a low and obscure chanting sound. The chaos began to tumble and was pushed to the extreme. It bloomed with the power of destruction that had withered to the extreme and danced in the air. The divine secret destruction technique, the treasure-suppressing divine technique of the Huangfu clan, this technique was to activate the power of destruction, reverse illness and death, and turn vitality into a power of destruction. It was vicious and terrifying. And now, Feng Xing was using the power of chaos in his body to activate this technique even more powerful. Darkness, destruction, desolation, the chaos that contained the power of destruction began to surge. As the forces collided with each other, the chaotic force began to circulate and began to activate an endless power of destruction that danced wildly in Fangxing's consciousness. This chaotic force could not differentiate between yin and yang, life and death, but after Fangxing activated the divine secret destruction technique, it began to transform in the direction of destruction uncontrollably. The Huangfu clan's divine secret destruction technique was a power that had withered to the extreme. It even had the power to wither everything with just a touch. From the power's divine might, it was almost the embodiment of the power of death, the other extreme of life. The power of destruction grew stronger and stronger. Coupled with the fragments of the powers of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, and malice produced by Fangxing's seed of destruction, which had already settled at the bottom of the chaos, they began to surge and mix with the chaos. They clashed and collided with each other, forming a terrifying vortex that seemed to be able to destroy everything and cut off all vitality. This power of destruction was already the limit that Fangxing could unleash. Any more and he would be on the verge of losing control. However, it was also at this moment that Fangxing's soul, which had already become incomparably exhausted due to the loss of his Tao essence, split a bit of his consciousness without hesitation and charged into the ocean of annihilation. The chaos doesn't differentiate between life and death, so it can be said that it contains life and death. I can't sense my own vitality before the chaos is split, but what if I convert all the chaos into the power of destruction? No matter how weak that strand of vitality is, it should appear by now, right? Fangxing's voice reverberated in the consciousness, buzzing and shaking the void. I've dragged my crippled body and wandered the human world for 10 years. I've used all methods to try to recover the vitality of my body and rebuild my Tao essence. But even after searching for 10 years, I couldn't find anything. This body is completely crippled, and there's almost no vitality left. But I'm still alive. Even if I'm half dead, I'm still alive. This means that there's still vitality in my body. Although it's too little, as long as I'm still alive, there'll definitely be. Now, come out. Boom, a bit of his consciousness entered the vortex formed by the power of destruction and sank rapidly. He was searching for vitality in the chaos. That strand of vitality, or the Tao essence, had mostly disappeared. The remaining bit had also been swallowed by the chaos and could no longer be found. Spirited Mountain Temple said that there was no vitality in Fangxing's body, which was referring to his situation. He, who was left with only chaos in his body, was indeed considered to have no vitality. What Fangxing needed to do now was to extract the vitality that had been swallowed by the chaos. Fangxing firmly believed that this strand of vitality existed, but it was not easy to find. Although he did not put much effort into cultivation, he still read some scriptures. He knew that at the beginning of the universe, the great Tao evolved into chaos, and there was vitality. In other words, all vitality in the world was born from chaos. Therefore, his Tao foundation had collapsed, and his Tao essence had been lost. In his chaotic consciousness, there would definitely be such a strand of vitality that had been constantly nourished. And the method used was the divine dynamic destruction technique. The already desolate primal chaos became even more desolate, the already lifeless and shattered consciousness was obliterated to an even more shattered state, to make the originally lifeless chaotic energy completely move in the direction of destroying everything. Other people would either try to pull Fangxing out of his situation or think of other ways to help him replenish his vitality. However, Fangxing's own method was to use the divine dynamic destruction technique to push this situation to an even more serious degree. He believed that when the withered to the extreme, it would be the manifestation of vitality. When he sent Xiaoxue out of the land of the Huangfu clan that had turned into a demonic land, he had imparted this to her. At this moment, under Fangxing's incessant urging, the huge vortex formed by the destructive energy in his body had even penetrated the void that his consciousness could cover, forming a huge funnel that seemed like it could only be formed by the 4 oceans. The powerful destructive energy inside had already reached the limit that his body could reach. It was incomparably terrifying, as if it could pull everything into eternal darkness. It was more like it was about to form a terrifying cave that could pull everything, including light, into it. However, it was also in the depths of the funnel that a weak spiritual light slowly flickered. It was a spiritual light that was so weak that it was almost invisible. It was like a thread, but also like a small blade of grass, constantly changing and changing. In this piece of chaos, although the spiritual light was extremely weak, it was extremely conspicuous. Because it was the only light in this darkness. And the power that it represented was impressively the same as the destructive energy. Vitality, in other words, it was Fangxing's source of Taoism. After his foundation of Taoism collapsed, there was only a trace of the source of Taoism left in his body. It had originally turned into chaos, but it was forcibly revived by Fangxing. When he saw this bit of light, a smile appeared on Fangxing's face. With it, he had already succeeded in half of his push. As for the other half, it was to refine the myriad spirit pill. Give birth to. All of a sudden, Fangxing let out a shout in his mind, and a bit of his spiritual sense shot toward the godly light. If he pulled out this divine light and nurtured it well, there would be a real hope of restoring his cultivation. But it was also at this time that the myriad panacea seemed to sense some kind of danger. Taking advantage of the fact that most of Fangxing's spiritual awareness was focused on this weak divine light and had no time to pay attention to its existence, with a hum sound, the light burst forth and directly rushed into the sky. The golden scriptures that densely covered its surroundings immediately shrouded it at this time, wanting to trap it where it was, but it risked its old life and almost broke through. This ball of myriad spirit pill was obviously trying to escape. At this time, the golden scripture that had become slightly dimmer was clearly showing signs of not being able to stop it. This scripture was the seal. It had been a long time and its power had dissipated. In addition, at this time, Fangxing was not in Lingshan Temple, and without the suppression of 10,000 years of Buddha essence, the golden scripture was like water without a source. At this time it had long been weakened, and it was about to collapse. However, for this, Fangxing had long been prepared. Want to escape? Haha, you're already in my bag. Sealing Zen Cauldron, since you can suppress the fortune of the northern region, then help me suppress this myriad spirit pill. Rumble, as Fangxing's voice rang out, an unimaginably majestic force surged forth, descending from the sky to suppress the thousand spirits pill. End of chapter 751. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.